I was on the verge of indulging in a delightful rendezvous with a wealthy woman when, to my dismay, I was discovered by my husband, who was entangled with the underworld. In a desperate bid for escape, I found myself precariously perched upon the air conditioning unit of the 38th floor balcony, buffeted by the wind, which threatened to unseat me. Suddenly, the unit loosened, and I lost my balance, plummeting from great heights. Upon regaining consciousness, I realized I had been transported to a colossal oceanic planet, where a survival game involving the entire populace awaited. The system notified me that my team had been matched, and the game was officially underway. Welcome to the realm of universal survival. Abruptly, a voice resonated, clearly informing me that 587 billion individuals were participating, and it emphasized a crucial point. Having arrived here, my original body had perished. Should I die in the game, I would truly cease to exist in reality. The voice then elucidated the rules. This planet, vastly larger than Blue Star, is comprised of 90 oceanic expanses. Once the game commenced, pairs would be randomly formed. And while the surface of the sea offered various resources, food, and fresh water, it harbored inherent dangers. We must strive to upgrade our vessels, for the ship is paramount to our survival. The surface would present a myriad of characters and events, both benevolent and malevolent. The first 3 days would serve as a novice protection period, after which the true perils would commence. I stood in stunned silence, feeling a mixture of astonishment and discomfort. The marvel lay in the fact that I had survived a fall from the 38th floor, while the discomfort stemmed from the realization that this very fall had propelled me into an unusual game world. A fervent yearning surged within me. There was no turning back. As I rose to my feet and surveyed my surroundings, I discovered that I was perched upon a modest wooden raft constructed of round logs, measuring approximately 4 meters in length and scarcely 2 meters in width. At its center stood a white stone monument, encircled by an expanse of tranquil ocean, with only a gentle breeze caressing the surface. Aside from myself, the raft bore only a single ordinary oar. I approached the stone tablet and examined it closely, discovering a blue panel adorned with several buttons: World Channel, Regional Channel, Trading Hall, Synthesis Table, Warehouse, Ship Information, Personal Panel, Mailbox, and Team Information. Upon opening the World Channel, I was met with a flurry of activity. Goodness, what on earth is happening? I'm going to be late. Just when I summoned number 88, this chaos ensued. Moments ago, I was busy capturing a pretty boy, and in the blink of an eye, he tumbled down from the upper floor. Are there any lovely ladies nearby? Let's join forces. I seek a handsome gentleman. Those upstairs are truly love-struck, still yearning for a charming companion at such time. I'm different. I desire a tall, muscular gentleman, standing at 185 centimeters with 8-pack abs. After a prolonged period of contemplation, I realized that everyone around me shared my bewilderment, utterly at a loss. To alleviate the awkwardness and anxiety, we resorted to light-hearted banter in the channel. With a resigned shake of my head, I let out a deep sigh, pondering the fervent horse that, indeed, followed the affluent matron, allowing one to bypass decades of struggle and reach this pinnacle directly. Life truly resembles a grand blind box, forever shrouded in uncertainty regarding what the next moment may unveil. As I mused on this thought, a sudden mechanical, synthesized voice echoed in my mind, startling me into a momentary stupor. Almost immediately, a flurry of system notifications inundated my screen. Ding! Detection of keyword activation. Comprehension of the path of life achieved. System binding successful. Congratulations, you have acquired the multiverse blind box system. Current world information has been thoroughly scanned. System adaptation successful. What could this possibly mean? Does it imply that for each day I exist in this realm, I shall receive a blind box from myriad worlds? Even more astonishing is the revelation that by successfully courting a female companion, the number of blind boxes I receive daily could increase. Within these boxes, one might discover sustenance, resources, items, skills, and even an infinite spatial dimension. The system has generously bestowed upon me 3 blind boxes for immediate retrieval, encouraging me to strive earnestly for survival. I was so exhilarated that I nearly leaped from my seat. Indeed, Everything the tomato novel spoke of was true. Such a system truly exists. Moreover, it employs the very familiar mechanism of blind box gameplay. As for strategizing with female teammates, does it intend for me to become a playboy? Regardless, given my current situation of survival at sea, embracing the role of a playboy seems rather fitting. Nevertheless, this time, I am confident of success. Just as I was about to open the 3 blind boxes, the electronic voice echoed in the void. The game has officially commenced, and team matching is in progress. Team formation complete. Let the voyage begin. No sooner had the words fallen than a flash of white light enveloped my vision, and as the radiance dissipated, a figure materialized before me. Chapter 2. The exceptional beauty. As the blinding light dissipated, Chu Fan finally discerned the appearance of the individual before him. In a moment of astonishment, he found himself captivated. A stunning beauty? He never anticipated that his match would be a golden-haired, blue-eyed goddess. Moreover, she possessed an alluring figure and striking features, embodying the epitome of beauty. Clad in a sleek black leather outfit, her complexion was flushed, as if she were on the verge of fainting. Perhaps it was the heat. The zipper of her top was pulled down about 1/3, revealing a tantalizing glimpse of her décolletage. Her impressive figure elevated the leather jacket, while her perfectly rounded curves were accentuated by the tight-fitting pants, showcasing a mesmerizing silhouette. Gazing at this exquisite beauty, with her finely sculpted features and porcelain skin, Chu Fan instinctively swallowed hard. Truly, she was a sight to behold, undeniably magnificent, perhaps even endowed with an E-cup. Suddenly reminded of the system's requirements, he realized that she was the quintessential female teammate he had been assigned. At that moment, Chu Fan felt something new on his wrist. Glancing down, he discovered a bracelet-like device. Team formation complete. All members will receive an instant bracelet, allowing you to access all information visible on the stone tablet. As the voice faded, the stone tablet at the center of the raft slowly vanished. Chu Fan understood that this bracelet had replaced the stone tablet. This was indeed a fortunate development. It made information retrieval far more convenient. And the presence of a large stone pillar in the middle of the raft had been somewhat cumbersome. Turning his attention to the woman who had fainted beside him, he noticed that she too had acquired an identical bracelet on her right wrist. At that moment, the area channel button on the bracelet illuminated. It appeared that upon team formation, the area channel had officially opened. Chu Fan activated the area channel, revealing a participant count of 10,000,10,000. The channel was already abuzz with excitement. I can't believe I've teamed up with a Japanese female teacher. Brothers, let the bold enjoy the world first. I'm diving in. Why did I get matched with a round-faced, bearded chubster? Help! There's a third brother on my boat. Hey, the guy above. I'm the third brother you mentioned. Is that pretty boy still around? Don't let me cross paths with you. Chu Fan found himself grinning at the humorous exchanges, feeling fortunate that he hadn't drawn the ire of the one seeking the pretty boy, especially as he had been matched with an exceptional beauty instead. Noticing that the goddess remained unconscious, he abandoned any thoughts of taking advantage of her vulnerability and instead retrieved the 3 blind boxes he had just acquired. These blind boxes were composed of an unknown material, square in shape, and at first glance did not seem extraordinary. Without hesitation, Chu Fan opened one of them. Beep. Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. The host has received 999 boxes of baby mineral water. To his astonishment, it was mineral water, and he had received an abundant supply. Chu Fan's spirits soared with delight. Regardless of the time, fresh water remains of utmost importance. It is said that one can survive for 7 days without food, yet only 3 days without water. Now, he hardly needs to worry about water. At this moment, the blind box transformed into a shimmering light and vanished into the air. Chu Fan steadied his heart and opened another blind box. Ding! The blind box opened successfully. Congratulations. Host, you have obtained a trident resembling that of the Sea King. Upon hearing this, a golden trident appeared before Chu Fan. This trident was elegantly designed and appeared remarkably sturdy, with 3 prongs that were indeed identical to the one used by the Sea King in the movie. However, Chu Fan instinctively thought of Yuan Hua. This trident arrived just in time, It could be used not only for fishing, but also as a weapon for self-defense. Gripping the trident, Chu Fan instantly felt a sense of security envelop him. After setting the trident down, he opened the last blind box. Ding! The blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a box of Durex. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan was completely taken aback. How could he possibly have received such an item? An entire box at that. Upon inspection, he found that the box contained 35 packs, each containing 20 units. In other words, he had acquired a staggering 700 little umbrellas. Chu Fan exclaimed in astonishment. Taking out one pack, he noticed it was labeled Made in China. This could be considered a specialty from his hometown. Just then, the ocean horse, who had been keeping her eyes closed, finally awakened. She shook her head and propped herself up on the wooden raft, witnessing a bizarre scene. An Oriental man, completely unclothed, was holding a pack of little umbrellas and staring at her. Oh my goodness, are you trying to flirt with me? Perhaps due to the game's rules. Their communication was remarkably smooth, akin to simultaneous interpretation. Chu Fan noticed the woman had awakened and, in a moment of spontaneity, replied, I do. However, the woman seemingly did not comprehend the jest and gazed at the handsome man with her beautiful wide eyes. Are you my teammate? I didn't expect you to be quite good-looking, but why are you bare? Chu Fan was taken aback and instinctively looked down, only to realize that he was indeed unclothed. Goodness, he had forgotten that he had arrived in this world without any attire, leading to an awkward situation. Realizing this, Chu Fan hastily tossed the little umbrellas aside and explained, Please don't misunderstand. I was bathing when I crossed over, so. The woman nodded, her interest piqued. Isn't it said that Oriental men are quite small? How about you? This remark slightly irked Chu Fan, prompting him to correct her. You must be referring to the men from the Sakura and Little Stick nations. Our dragon countrymen are truly formidable. The woman nodded and introduced herself. We are teammates now. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Barbara, a doctor. Upon hearing that she was a doctor, Chu Fan's eyes lit up. In such an environment, the profession of a doctor was indeed invaluable. Hello, I am Chu Fan, fish pond owner. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed a wooden crate drifting from afar. It seemed to be the resource box mentioned in the game rules. He contemplated rising to his feet, but the thought of his disheveled appearance made him hesitate, as it felt rather undignified. Just then, Barbara appeared to sense Chu Fan's embarrassment. Listen, Chu Fan, she remarked. We are teammates, struggling for survival on the same vessel. Thus, survival is paramount, and everything else pales in comparison. After a brief pause, she added, If you find it unfair, I could also disrobe. With that, she unzipped her jacket. Duong. Chu Fan was left utterly stunned. Teacher Barbara, are you trying to make me skip a class? Chapter 3. The supply box gazing upon the enchanting figure before him, clad only in a bra. Chu Fan quickly interjected. There is truly no need for that. You see, Alas, the woman's physique was breathtakingly beautiful. If she were to flaunt herself before him continuously, it would indeed pose a challenge for his younger brother. Barbara, having noticed Chu Fan's reaction, let out a delicate laugh. Chu Fan, the reason I've done this is simply due to the heat. Haven't you noticed how the sun has grown increasingly fierce? Upon hearing Barbara's words, Chu Fan finally acknowledged that the sun had indeed intensified considerably since earlier. If Barbara were to remain in that leather attire, she would likely succumb to heat exhaustion shortly. Nonetheless, Chu Fan was still taken aback by her boldness. Barbara continued, Moreover, isn't gender equality all the rage these days? If you can go bare, why can't I? Besides, I'm still wearing my undergarment, so it's not as if I'm completely undressed. Chu Fan, realizing the audacity of her logic, thought to himself that she truly exemplified a free spirit, and her reasoning seemed rather sound. Unlike some delicate beauties back home who only advocate for gender equality when it serves their interests. As for the bra, it was merely a small piece of fabric, barely sufficient to cover the essentials. At this moment, the supply box drifted to the raft's side. Chu Fan no longer hesitated, rising to use his harpoon to draw the box closer, and he promptly embraced it. Barbara approached as well. This was their first encounter with a supply box, and both were curious about its contents. As they stood close together, Chu Fan could detect Barbara's fragrance, momentarily distracting him. "Quick, let us see what's inside," Barbara urged from the side. Steadying his nerves, Chu Fan hastily opened the wooden box. Supply box opened successfully. Obtained fishing net 1, wood 5, rye bread 2. Drinking water 500 milliliters 2. At that moment, the wristband emitted a notification. Ship information updated. Please check. Upon hearing this alert, Chu Fan promptly accessed the ship information on his panel. Ship, ordinary wooden raft dimensions, 4M, 2M upgrade options. 1. Increase area, requiring wood 10, iron 10 per square meter. 2. Add a rain canopy, requiring wood 10, leather 10. 3. Upgrade to a standard small wooden boat, requiring wood 200. Opening the inventory, he discovered that the items he had just acquired were all stored within. As for the items he had personally retrieved, aside from a small umbrella placed on the raft, everything else remained within the system's space. After all, this was Chu Fan's trump card. It was prudent not to reveal it easily until he and Barbara grew more familiar. At this point, Chu Fan recalled that there appeared to be a crafting station on the panel. He accessed the crafting station on his wristband, which indicated that it primarily had 2 functions. The first function was crafting. By providing the necessary materials, one could create designated items. However, the prerequisite was to possess blueprints. Well, that was yet another feature that would not be of immediate use. The second function is decomposition, which allows for the dismantling of unwanted items into their constituent materials. This proves to be quite advantageous. Chu Fan glanced at the wooden crate left over from earlier and opted to decompose it. Detected wooden crate 1. Decomposition yields wood 1. Do you wish to decompose? Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he promptly selected yes. A flash of white light enveloped the crate, which vanished before him, and the quantity of wood in his inventory increased from 5 to 6. Barbara, the size of the boat is now sufficient. Let us see if we can procure some leather to craft a canopy. Otherwise, we shall truly suffer under this relentless sun. Barbara eagerly nodded in agreement. Consequently, Chu Fan picked up the paddle and began to row. It was unwise to wait idly for resource crates to drift by. This tactic proved effective. 10 minutes later, they salvaged a second supply crate. Supply crate successfully opened. Received wood 5, iron 1, hemp rope 5. Wooden crate decomposition successful. Received wood 1. However, as time passed, the heat intensified. Just as Chu Fan felt the urge to leap into the water, a sudden coolness washed over him. He looked up to find Barbara had propped her leather jacket and pants open with a stick, creating a makeshift umbrella. At that moment, Barbara held this handcrafted leather parasol over their heads, allowing Chu Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Sitting on the raft, Barbara observed Chu Fan, who was drenched in sweat, his muscular arms glistening, his broad shoulders and defined waist captivating her attention. This man truly possesses an alluring charm. To be candid, Chu Fan was indeed quite handsome. Otherwise, he would not have caught the eye of a wealthy woman. Chu Fan, allow me to take over, she offered. Chu Fan, not pausing his efforts, inquired, "Oh, can you manage? Do not underestimate me. I have been working out for years." Just as Chu Fan began to feel fatigued, he nodded in agreement. "Very well. You take over, and call me if you tire." They switched places, with Chu Fan sitting behind Barbara to shield her from the sun. To his surprise, from this angle, she was equally stunning. Her rounded form was undeniable, and her curvaceous waist was simply exquisite. Just as Chu Fan became entranced by the view, Barbara interjected, "Chu Fan, there's a wooden crate ahead, but it appears to be on an island." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stood up to look ahead. Indeed, about 50 meters away, a deserted island emerged from the water surface. This island was not large, measuring perhaps 30 to 40 square meters, and it exhibited a bluish-gray hue. In the center of the island lay a wooden crate. "All right, let us investigate." Barbara maneuvered the raft toward the island, and Chu Fan grabbed his spear and leaped onto the shore. To prevent the raft from drifting away, Barbara remained on it. Stepping on a solid ground felt truly extraordinary. Chu Fan approached the crate cautiously. Although it was on land, bolstered by a 3-day protection period, he hesitated not and opened the crate without a moment's doubt. To his astonishment, it was empty. The bracelet offered no indication. as there were no resources to be found within the box. This left Chu Fan feeling somewhat disheartened, but suddenly his eyes sparkled with realization. No, there was something inside. Nestled within the box lay a translucent orb. Chu Fan extracted the orb and scrutinized it for an extended period, yet he could not discern its nature. The bracelet provided no hints, indicating it could not be dismantled. After converting the wooden box into a single piece of timber, Chu Fan prepared to depart the deserted island. However, in the next moment, he unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. The island itself began to tremble. Barbara let out a startled gasp, having witnessed the island shake violently, as if an earthquake had struck. Subsequently, the entire island began to sink, and Chu Fan found himself submerged in water. When he resurfaced, he felt a small hand grasping him. "Hurry up!" It was Barbara's voice. Without hesitation, Chu Fan leveraged the grip to climb onto the raft. But before he could utter a word, he sensed a shadow looming above him. "Oh my goodness!" Barbara exclaimed, her gaze fixated behind Chu Fan. He froze, turning to look, and was instantly rendered speechless. Chapter 4. How delightful you smell upon turning around. Chu Fan was finally able to discern the true nature of the desolate island. It was, in fact, a colossal whale, with the land merely a part of its immense body. To Chu Fan and Barbara, the whale's massive form resembled a small mountain. The creature seemed rather displeased at being disturbed. It leapt high in the air before crashing back down, creating a tremendous wave. Chu Fan, quick-witted and nimble, swiftly gathered all their belongings on the raft into the storage compartment. He then leapt forward, landing directly on Barbara, gripping the seams of the raft with all his might, exerting tremendous effort to prevent them from being thrown into the ocean. Fortunately, the whale appeared to harbor no significant hostility, perhaps constrained by a 3-day grace period. After circling the surface a few times, it vanished into the vastness of the sea. The two of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, but soon realized the situation had become rather peculiar. Chu Fan remained completely unclothed, while Barbara was left with nothing but her bra and panties. Neither was wearing a shred of fabric. They looked as if they had just engaged in a game of poker. Feeling the warmth radiating from Barbara's body, Chu Fan was immediately overcome by a flurry of emotions. Barbara, sensing his distraction, teased him. "Hey, Chu Fan, you're being rather unruly." Chu Fan, unabashed, whispered, "You smell so delightful. Do you plan on staying atop me indefinitely?" With a sly grin, he playfully inhaled her scent before reluctantly rising from her. Barbara sat up, her gaze drawn to Chu Fan's muscular physique, causing her to instinctively swallow hard. "Did you just stick out your tongue?" she inquired. "Not at all. Look at this," Chu Fan exclaimed, producing a pearl he had retrieved from the chest earlier. Women are often enchanted by such treasures, and indeed, Barbara's interest was immediately piqued. She held the pearl in her hand, basking it in the sunlight, which refracted a kaleidoscope of colors. "How beautiful!" she exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration. "Do you like it? Then it's yours," he offered. "Really? You're so kind," she responded, her eyes sparkling with delight. "It's nothing, but if you truly wish to express your gratitude, allow me to touch your assets," he teased. Barbara boldly thrust her chest forward. "Come on, feel free to touch." This caught Chu Fan off guard. He had merely been joking, never expecting her to take it seriously. Barbara laughed heartily before continuing. "You truly frightened me earlier. I'm grateful for your quick reflexes." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it seems we must prioritize gathering supplies. This flimsy wooden raft is far too fragile." Barbara agreed with a nod, but quickly added, "Chu Fan, I'm both hungry and thirsty. Unfortunately, we only have 2 bottles of water. We must ration them." Just then, Chu Fan realized he was also feeling a bit peckish, so he retrieved 2 small loaves of bread and the water from storage. "At this point, let us eat first. We could discuss everything else later." After paddling for quite some time, Chu Fan was indeed quite hungry and finished the bread in just a few bites. The bread was rather tasteless and excessively dry. He tilted his head back and gulped down an entire bottle of water, letting out a long sigh of relief. Barbara had only taken a couple of bites of her bread when she noticed that Chu Fan had already finished his. After a moment of hesitation, she tore off half of her bread and offered it to him. "I can't finish this. You can have half." Chu Fan was taken aback for a moment, but then felt a warmth in his heart, realizing that his teammate was quite considerate. However, he shook his head with a smile and replied, "No need, I'm full." "Awesome next time." Barbara paused, then smiled and asked, "Chu Fan, do you really like me? You're not just after my body, are you?" Chu Fan chuckled and responded, "What is the difference? Desiring your body is just another form of liking you. Isn't it?" Barbara was momentarily speechless. His words seemed quite reasonable, leaving her at a loss for a retort. She smiled and said, "You are quite straightforward, and I appreciate your candor." Chu Fan thought to himself, straightforwardness is certain, but whether it's genuine is debatable. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Chu Fan retrieved wood pulp from the storage and continued rowing the boat. Noticing that Barbara had only consumed a quarter of her water, he carefully put it away. "Is that all the water you're drinking? Isn't that insufficient?" Barbara replied earnestly, "We only have this much water left. We must conserve it." Chu Fan smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry about it. I'll handle the water situation." Yet, Barbara placed the water back in the storage and pointed toward the sea ahead. "There's a box over there." Following her gesture, Chu Fan indeed spotted a box floating 30 meters away. After rowing the raft closer, he retrieved the box. Resource box successfully opened. Wood 10, leather 2. The afternoon passed quickly, and by evening, they had salvaged 4 additional boxes. Opening the storage, they took stock of their supplies. After a day of hard work, they had accumulated 30 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, 5 ropes, 1 fishing net, 2 pieces of leather, half a bottle of mineral water, and 5 iron ores. That half bottle of mineral water was what Barbara had left over from lunch. Throughout the afternoon, they had not found any more water. Chu Fan felt a pang of concern. This was still within the newbie protection period, but once it ended, acquiring resources would likely become even more challenging. It seemed imperative to develop their capabilities swiftly. Moreover, today, weather was pleasant, but should they encounter scorching sun or torrential rain later, lacking shelter would prove troublesome. They had enough wood to construct a canopy for the raft, yet they were still short on leather. After tidying up their belongings, the two of them synchronously activated their wristbands. The situation in the regional channel was largely similar among others. Resources were found in varying amounts. But one commonality persisted, a scarcity of water. "Is there a kind gentleman who could share some water with us? We can repay you in kind. I'm Trump. Whoever shares some water with me will be appointed my vice president." One user, known as Long Gu, chimed in with, "Give me a bottle of water, and I'll regale you with the tragic tale of capturing a pretty boy." Barbara read these messages and couldn't help but feel a flicker of anxiety in her eyes. They now had but half a bottle of water remaining. If Chu Fan were to request it, should she comply or not? Unbeknownst to her, Chu Fan was preoccupied with his own thoughts as he accessed the trading platform, hoping to acquire leather. The atmosphere was eerily quiet. It seemed that on the first day, no one possessed surplus supplies for trade. Nevertheless, he proceeded to post his trading information, seeking leather, willing to exchange for fresh water, inviting interested parties to reach out privately. After completing this task, he retrieved the last 2 small loaves of bread. It was time to eat something. Barbara quietly settled down and murmured, "Chu Fan, we are running low on food, particularly water. We have so little left." Yet, in the next moment, her mouth fell agape, her expression one of disbelief. Gang Difa. Chapter 5. Strategies for Barbara gasped, staring at Chu Fan in astonishment. With a grand gesture of his hand, an abundance of bottled water materialized before him, neatly arranged upon the raft. Before she could take any further action, Chu Fan waved his hand again, and the water vanished as suddenly as it appeared. Barbara questioned her own perception, yet her doubts dissipated when she witnessed Chu Fan conjuring another bottle and uncapping it to take a sip. "Wang Defa, Chu Fan, do you really possess this much water? How is this possible?" she inquired, a mixture of disbelief and curiosity in her tone. Chu Fan smiled and replied, "That is of no concern to you. Suffice it to say, I am not in want of water." Barbara's eyes lit up with realization. "I see. Chinese Kung Fu. I have long heard that your people possess certain secrets unknown to us." Chu Fan chuckled heartily, choosing not to elaborate. Her conclusion was quite satisfactory. Barbara then took a deep breath, unscrewed her own bottle, and drank eagerly until it was empty. She patted her fair chest, exclaiming, "I was parched. You should have mentioned you had so much water." Upon hearing her words, Chu Fan felt a flush of embarrassment. "What do you mean by saying I have so much water? That sounds rather awkward." "Wait, you must understand, I do possess a considerable amount of water, but that has little to do with you." Barbara looked puzzled. "What do you mean? Aren't we teammates?" Chu Fan responded matter-of-factly, "Indeed, we are teammates, which means we share the spoils we salvage. However, this water is not among those spoils. I am under no obligation to share it, am I?" Though reluctant to admit it, Barbara recognized the truth in his words. Regret washed over her as she wished she had not consumed all of her water. This insufferable fellow, who had been so amiable moments ago, had suddenly turned stingy. Yet, Chu Fan's perceived stinginess was driven by his own motives. The system mandated that he win the favor of women to earn greater rewards, and Barbara was an excellent candidate. Moreover, they were no longer on Earth. They were in a survival situation where the niceties of etiquette could not bind him. Barbara contemplated for a moment. "Chu Fan, you are correct. You are not obliged to share your possessions with me, but you may set conditions." Chu Fan grinned and said, "There is indeed a solution. If you become my woman, then you may share in all that I possess." Barbara was taken aback, exclaiming, "Are you serious?" Though she did not harbor any disdain for Chu Fan. In fact, she found herself rather fond of him. She understood that from the moment she boarded this vessel, she would be bound to this man, perhaps even until death. Thus, evasion was futile. However, the proposal was rather sudden, prompting her to reply, "I need some time to think." Chu Fan shrugged and placed a bottle of water before her. "All right, take your time. Once you have made your decision, let me know. If you agree, this bottle will be yours." With that, he reclined, preparing to rest for a while. Chu Fan rested his hands beneath his head, gazing at the vast expanse of stars, pondering in his heart. He wondered if anyone in his previous world would care about his disappearance. As the gentle sound of the waves lapped at the shore, Chu Fan's thoughts meandered, and before long, he drifted into a hazy slumber. Meanwhile, Barbara, after finally managing to consume a dry piece of bread, found herself parched. Glancing at the sleeping Chu Fan, she fell into deep contemplation. Although she hailed from the beautiful country, she was not the type to engage in frivolous escapades. Thus, at the age of 19, she remained single, a rarity in her homeland. Her current predicament arose from a motorcycle accident on her way to work, after which she awoke in this unfamiliar place. Aware that returning was not an option for now, her foremost concern became how to survive. It appeared that her only ally was Chu Fan. Resolute in her thoughts, she reached for the water bottle on the raft. Time passed, and suddenly, Chu Fan opened his eyes. Upon raising his head, he was met with a breathtaking sight. In the nocturnal ambience, the scant garments adorning Barbara had vanished, leaving them in a state of unabashed openness. Her fair skin was bathed in moonlight, resembling a goddess from ancient Greek mythology, radiant and voluptuous. Chu Fan felt a dryness in his throat and managed to utter, "Barbara." Barbara shot him a sidelong glance, softly inquiring, "Do I look beautiful?" Chu Fan nodded with difficulty, swallowing hard. "Yes, you are stunning, utterly stunning." In a swift motion, he pulled Barbara into his embrace. An hour later, Chu Fan, with a satisfied expression, held Barbara closely. "My dear, you are truly remarkable. Of course, rest assured, you won't regret following me," she replied confidently. At that moment, Chu Fan couldn't help but admire the system's foresight in providing a small umbrella. For creating chaos in such circumstances would be ill-advised. "Darling, I worked up quite a sweat earlier. I wish to wash up. Would you like to join me?" Barbara, with a playful glint in her eye, regarded Chu Fan. "Sure, I can help you scrub your back." Barbara raised an eyebrow and asked, "Scrub your back? What does that mean?" Realizing that the foreigner might not be familiar with the concept, Chu Fan was about to explain when suddenly the system emitted a notification. Ding! The host has successfully survived for a day and successfully charmed a female teammate. Blind box quantity 1. Congratulations! You have received 2 blind boxes, now stored in the system space. Chu Fan was overjoyed. These blind boxes were crucial for his survival. He promptly opened one in his mind. Ding! Blind box opened successfully. Congratulations, host! You have received 10 sets of custom intimate apparel. The the same model as the Sea King Hextech waterproof suit. Upon hearing the elaborate name of the garments, which seemed quite impressive, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback and hastily began to examine them in his consciousness. This garment is crafted from cutting-edge hex technology, perfectly adapting to the wearer's physique. It is waterproof and breathable, with properties that provide thermal insulation against both heat and cold. Notably, donning this attire significantly reduces the likelihood of aquatic creatures launching attacks while submerged and enhances the speed of movement in water. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This garment arrived at a most opportune moment. He hastily retrieved one from his spatial storage and, under Barbara's incredulous gaze, donned it. In the next instant, the attire automatically conformed to his form, fitting flawlessly to his body. It even accentuated the contours of his pectorals and abdominal muscles, rendering him an imposing figure. Indeed, it was custom-tailored for allure. One could only wonder how Barbara would appear in it. Barbara's jaw dropped, her bathing motions halting in astonishment. "Darling, where did you acquire such a garment? Are you a magician? Or have you secretly possessed this attire all along, choosing not to wear it?" Chapter 6. The fully automatic resource collector. With a sly grin, Chu Fan produced another item and presented it to Barbara. "Isn't that leather jacket too warm for you? Try this instead." Moments later, Barbara donned the new attire, causing Chu Fan's eyes to widen in admiration. This surpasses even the Sea Queen from the movies. As soon as Barbara slipped into the garment, it began to mold itself to her form, as if custom-tailored just for her. The teal outerwear shimmered under the moonlight, resembling scales that glistened with a cool luminescence. At first glance, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the fabled scales of the Azure Dragon. Her long, slender legs exuded an irresistible allure, while the most exhilarating aspect for Chu Fan was the perfectly rounded posterior that resembled a ripe peach. The entire silhouette seemed to whisper one word: perfection. Her golden, curly locks framed her fair skin, illuminated by the moonlight, giving her an almost ethereal glow. "This outfit is truly splendid. It feels wonderfully comfortable," Barbara remarked with delight as she admired her reflection. "Oh, but why is this zipper position here?" Chu Fan chuckled, realizing the clever design. "Is this perhaps a product from the playful city of Yin?" After a bit of experimentation in their new clothes, they found them neither too hot nor too cold, but rather exceptionally comfortable. Chu Fan smiled and said, "Barbara, I'm thrilled that you've made the right choice. As a reward, I grant you the opportunity to open a blind box." With a flourish of his hand, another blind box appeared before them. What could be inside? Barbara inquired with curiosity as she gazed at the box. "I have no idea what awaits us, but it is surely something useful, so I present this surprise to you. Please open it." This was also an experiment for Chu Fan. Firstly, he wished to see if others could open the blind box. Secondly, anyone familiar with blind boxes knows that some individuals are simply lucky. Indeed, women universally relish the excitement of unboxing, regardless of their nationality. With enthusiasm, Barbara brought the blind box closer and, encouraged by Chu Fan's gaze, opened it. Beep! Blind box successfully activated. "Congratulations, you have obtained a fully automatic resource collector." As the announcement concluded, both of them were momentarily taken aback. "What is this?" Chu Fan quickly accessed the system to review the description of the newly acquired fully automatic resource collector. Fully automatic resource collector automatically detects and locks onto resources within a radius of 100 meters and issues a notification. When within 10 meters of the target, it can automatically retrieve the resource. Place this collector at the bow of the ship for automatic installation. Note: if the vessel possesses autonomous navigation capabilities, this collector can generate a navigation route, allowing the host to automatically proceed toward the target. Upon upgrading the vessel, the collector will automatically adjust its position. Wow, this is incredible. Truly a stroke of luck. Chu Fan did not anticipate that Barbara would unbox such a remarkable item on her very first attempt. "My dear, I never imagined your luck would be so splendid, unveiling such a treasure." Upon hearing Chu Fan's praise, Barbara's face beamed with delight. Subsequently, Chu Fan extracted the collector and made his way to one end of the raft to commence its installation. Moments later, a collector resembling a workbench materialized at the bow of the vessel, radiating a distinct metallic sheen. This collector stood approximately 2 meters tall and slightly over a meter wide, occupying half the width of the boat's front. The two approached to touch its surface, confirming it was indeed crafted from metal. Atop the collector was a broad LCD display, showcasing the conditions of the sea within a 100-meter radius. System. Does this device operate without electricity? Beep. The collector utilizes solar energy for power. A single charge lasts for 10 days. Provided it is exposed to sunlight for at least 4 hours daily, you can use it without worry. Ah, I see. Chu Fan felt a wave of relief wash over him. At that moment, the collector emitted a sound. A supply crate has been detected 50 meters to the left. A travel route has been generated. Upon hearing this announcement, both turned their gaze to the display, where they indeed saw a light point moving slowly in the upper left corner of the screen. Filled with excitement, Chu Fan seized a paddle and navigated toward the light point. When they were approximately 10 meters away, the collector deployed a rope with a grasping mechanism, directly seizing the supply crate and drawing it aboard the vessel. Impressive. Both were elated. This device was extraordinarily efficient. The rate at which they discovered supply crates had increased exponentially. More importantly, the efficiency of locating supply crates would dramatically improve. After all, in the vast expanse of the ocean, relying solely on the human, I made it easy to overlook items. Beep. Supply crates successfully retrieved. Awarded. Leather 2. Special item. Seawater separator blueprint 1. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated uncovering a blueprint. Examining the so-called blueprint, the two began to study it together. Seawater separator. Level 1, capable of separating 1 liter of seawater at a time, yielding 30 grams of salt and 500 milliliters of freshwater upon sharing. With the appearance of the blueprint, the synthesis station on their wristbands lit up, revealing that the Level 1 seawater separator could now be synthesized. Level 1 seawater separator require materials: iron 10, copper 5, charcoal 10, plastic 10 goodness. The materials required are quite substantial. Currently, they possessed only 5 units of iron, while lacking the other components entirely. Charcoal could potentially be obtained by burning wood, but they had no means to start a fire at present. The other materials were nowhere to be found. It seemed challenging. It appeared that this item would not be of use for the time being. They already had 4 units of leather and needed 6 more. Hopefully, tomorrow would yield better results. After a considerable amount of effort, both felt a sense of fatigue. Barbara, let us take a rest. We must continue our search for supplies tomorrow. Certainly, my dear, I shall follow your lead. After their conversation, the two embraced and fell asleep. 5 minutes later, Barbara, her face flushed, remarked, "Darling, didn't you say it was time to sleep?" "Hee, I'm merely examining your zipper," came the playful reply. "Be careful not to catch my loose threads." Chu Fan mused, "The joy of a dragon rider is beyond your imagination." Chapter 7. Charge. Barbara. As the sun rose once more, Chu Fan gently awakened Barbara, nestled in his arms. This woman possessed remarkable resilience, despite the considerable exertion from the previous day. She appeared utterly unfazed. "My dear, are you aware that there exists a game in our Dragon Kingdom featuring a hero who shares your name?" "Oh, is that so? Is the game enjoyable?" "Absolutely. It is, without doubt, the most entertaining game in the world. By the way, let me teach you one of our iconic lines. Charge. Barbara." Barbara repeated it twice, managing to capture the essence quite well. Chu Fan chuckled, whispering a few playful words into her ear. Barbara playfully smacked Chu Fan's shoulder and shot him a teasing glare, exclaiming, "You rascal." After engaging in a light-hearted scuffle, they rinsed their mouths with water and prepared for breakfast. In the latter half of the previous night, the automated resource collector had retrieved 2 supply crates, yielding 10 units of wood, 2 loaves of bread, and 1 unit of copper. Chu Fan opened the warehouse to recount his resources: 42 units of wood, 5 ropes, 1 fishing net, 6 pieces of leather, 5 iron, and 1 copper. Upon accessing his communication device, Chu Fan was taken aback by the deluge of private messages. "Big shot. How much water do you have? Could you spare some for me?" "Brother, I lack leather but possess black silk. Can we trade for water? I am the mayor of Dongjiang City, young comrade. If you have surplus water, you should submit it to the Organization for Centralized Distribution. You must adhere to the greater good. Therefore, Quickly hand over your excess water to me. Dragon brother. Kid, are you named Chu Fan? How is it that you share a name with the identification I pulled from my home? Speak up. Are you the pretty boy my wife is searching for? With a frown, Chu Fan sifted through the messages in search of the trading information he desired. Meanwhile, Barbara chuckled. Chu Fan, take a look at the World Channel. We have become quite famous. Intrigued by her words, Chu Fan opened the World Channel and discovered that everyone was buzzing about something. The Poseidon? Did you come up with that name? He noticed his name associated with the Poseidon tag. The team information indeed contained a designated name. But Chu Fan had not decided on one, so he left it unchanged. Given the circumstances, it was likely that Barbara had named it. Indeed, look at our attire and your harpoon. Does it not epitomize the Poseidon? In the vernacular of your Dragon Kingdom, it is quite impressive. A wave of amusement washed over Chu Fan as he realized that Barbara was unaware that, in the Dragon Kingdom, Poseidon carried a different connotation. Nevertheless, the name was rather fitting, as his ambition was to become a true Poseidon. At that moment, the World Channel was ablaze with discussions surrounding the Poseidon. Wait, my friends, whose ship is the Poseidon? How can it trade water so swiftly? Is this some sort of cheat? I couldn't find a drop of fresh water all day yesterday. I strongly urged the captain of the Poseidon to share their expertise. It was then that Chu Fan noticed a pattern. The World Channel displayed only the team names, without revealing the names of the individual members. However, the regional channel not only displays the names of the teams, but also reveals the names of each member. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed a notification blinking in his inbox. Upon opening it, he discovered a friend request from Longu. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the request. Soon, Longu sent a message. Bro, be honest with me. Are you the pretty boy who fell from the 38th floor? Chu Fan pondered for a moment, about to deny it, when Longu sent another message. I have a strong feeling it's you, because I've spotted many familiar faces in this regional channel. I'm not trying to cause you any trouble. I just wanted to tell you that I genuinely didn't expect you to die. To be frank, that woman has deceived me before. I wanted to leave her for a long time. I only brought you in to pull you back. Seeing that Longu had divulged so much, Chu Fan felt compelled to respond honestly. Longu, I apologize. That day she tricked me into believing she was single. I truly had no idea you two weren't divorced. Longu replied, so it really was you, brother, haha? No need to explain. I know what she's like. Rest assured, it's all in the past now. That woman probably doesn't even know where she ended up. That wretched person surely can't withstand solitude. Chu Fan contemplated for a moment before selecting 5 bottles of water and hitting send. Longu, you're a straightforward person. I won't beat around the bush either. This water is a small token of my appreciation. Wow, brother, impressive. So much water. Truly worthy of being my kindred spirit. Chu Fan felt a wave of confusion. What do you mean by kindred spirit? Longu continued, brother, you're also a straightforward person. I won't be polite. I happen to be out of water. But I won't take your water for free. I have a few pieces of leather I won't be using for now, so I'll give them to you. At that moment, a confirmation box appeared on the screen. User de Jihao Longu offers you a trade. Leather 5. Trade content. None. Chu Fan quickly replied. Longu, how do you have so much leather? Are you sure you want to run short yourself? I, Longu, have had good fortune. I'm matched with a fisherman who caught quite a bit, and killing the fish grants leather, so I'm not lacking. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes lit up, realizing there was such a strategy. The 5 bottles of water were indeed worth it. All right, thank you, Longu. With that, Chu Fan tapped the confirmation on the screen, and the 5 units of leather were secured. Finally gathering enough materials to upgrade the raft, Chu Fan and Barbara exchanged excited glances. The sun was gradually rising, and without any cover, prolonged exposure would surely lead to sunburn. Without further hesitation, Chu Fan accessed the ship information on his bracelet, located the upgrade button, and selected the third option. Would you like to spin with 10, leather 10? The upgrade effect for the ship will be increase canopy. Upgrade. In the next moment, the quantity of wood in the warehouse decreased by 10, and the leather count dropped from 11 units to 1. A flash of white light flickered across the small raft, lasting less than a second before vanishing. At that moment, on the raft, an unexpected addition appeared, a canopy constructed of wood and leather, affixed to the opposite end of the raft. Instantly, the atmosphere transformed. Barbara joyfully settled beneath the shelter. Chu Fan exhaled a sigh of relief, just about to take a seat when suddenly his gaze sharpened. Before him, a raft emerged, gliding towards them. Someone was approaching. Chu Fan Mumut. Barbara also noticed the distant raft, anxiously rising to get a better look. They both understood that encountering fellow humans in such times could spell trouble, for often humanity posed the greatest peril. After a few minutes, the two finally discerned the situation aboard the approaching raft. There were two men. One was short with bow legs, while the other was slightly taller, with small eyes and a middle-parted fringe. Upon noticing Barbara behind Chu Fan, their eyes gleamed with interest. The bow-legged man immediately broke into a lewd grin, giving a thumbs up and exclaiming, well, a flower maiden. The middle-parted fellow, equally sleazy, rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Indeed, quite beautiful, isn't it? Chu Fan's heart tightened. He hadn't anticipated that the visitors would be from Korea and Japan, and a surge of murderous intent flooded through him. Chapter 8. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gwachong. Barbara felt a wave of nausea wash over her as she caught sight of the lewd and blatant gazes directed at her by the two men. Chu Fan, their stares are quite uncomfortable, she remarked. In response, Chu Fan gently pulled Barbara behind him and spoke in a low voice. Is there something you wish to discuss? At this moment, the man from the land of cherry blossoms inclined his head slightly, smiling as he introduced himself. I am Meichuan Kuzi, and it is a great honor to make your acquaintance, beautiful lady. As he spoke, his eyes continued to rove over Barbara with unabashed greed. Meanwhile, the other man tossed his hair back and declared with an air of self-importance, I am Park Gwachong, hailing from the land of kimchi. His gaze was equally brazen, showing no regard for Chu Fan standing before him. Chu Fan offered a slight smile and turned to Barbara, saying, My dear, these two gentlemen represent the lapdogs of your beautiful nation. It seems they have come to pay homage to their master. Understanding Chu Fan's implication, Barbara let out a soft laugh, her playful demeanor captivating the attention of both the men. Yet, they were undeniably unattractive. Barbara regarded the two peculiar individuals with evident disdain, playfully blinking at them as if they were nothing more than repugnant flies. Unperturbed by her scorn, Meichuan Kuzi displayed a sycophantic smile. Ah, beautiful lady, so you hail from the land of beauty. In essence, we are allies, while this Dragon Kingdom man is our adversary. Barbara scoffed. What does that matter to me? I have no concern for your enemies. With that, she deliberately wrapped her arm around Chu Fan's neck, rising onto her toes to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, her eyes challenging the two men. Instantly, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Gwachong's eyes widened in shock, their fists clenched tightly. Meichuan Kuzi pointed an accusatory finger at Chu Fan, saying, Listen here, boy, I advise you to keep your distance from this beautiful lady. Meanwhile, Park Gwachong, retracting his hand, spoke in a grave tone, We have uncovered their identities. They are from the Sea King, and this lady is named Barbara, while the Dragon Kingdom man is called Chu Fan. Chu Fan, too, gleaned information from his wrist device, learning that their vessel was named Yamato. As Meichuan Kuzi noticed that a tent had already been erected on the Sea King, his eyes gleamed with desire. It was only the second day, yet the Sea King had already made such progress. If he could seize this ship and claim Barbara for himself, the more he contemplated, the more fervent his desires grew, his gaze fixated on Barbara with an intensity that seemed to strip her of her clothing merely with his eyes. However, under the current novice protection period, they could not initiate an attack. Park Gwachong raised his clenched fist, stating, Chu Fan, you are outmatched alone. It would be wise for you to cooperate and hand Barbara over to us. Perhaps we might show you some mercy and allow you to serve as our ship worker. Meichuan Kuzi then revealed a cruel smile, adding, Otherwise, I shall plunge you into these very depths of the sea. Both men's eyes radiated a fervor, as if they could already envision themselves standing on the Sea King, embracing Barbara. Chu Fan cast a cold glance at them, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. He gently patted Barbara's hand, reassuring her not to worry, before stepping forward slowly, his gaze sharp as a blade. Do you believe you are worthy? The atmosphere instantly tensed, akin to a bowstring drawn taut, ready to snap at any moment. Barbara stood behind Chu Fan, feeling the formidable aura radiating from him, her heart fluttering between anxiety and reassurance. This was the man she admired. At this moment, she found herself appreciating the game for granting her such a remarkable companion. Meichuan Kuzi and Park Wuchang were taken aback by Chu Fan's audacity to confront them directly. Meichuan Kuzi's eyes darkened, revealing a cruel smile. Good, very good, Chu Fan. In 2 days, you shall regret your words. Park Wuchang raised his fist once more, his face a mask of provocation. Unfazed, Chu Fan led Barbara back into the cabin. Fortunately, there was a canopy. Otherwise, whatever they did would be seen by those two loathsome flies. Nevertheless, Chu Fan underestimated the extent of their repulsiveness. For the remainder of the day, no matter where Chu Fan and Barbara went, the two men followed closely behind. Let them be. We must focus on gathering supplies, Chu Fan thought, aware that the true test would commence after the protection period ended. The Sakura Nation had long been an adversary of the Dragon Nation, and both Meichuan Kuzi and Chu Fan harbored thoughts of vanquishing one another. Though the Pickled Cabbage Nation bore no deep-seated grudge against the Dragon Nation, its citizens, perhaps due to their excessive consumption of pickled cabbage, often indulged in actions that were offensive to the Dragon Nation, from stealing traditional culture to competing for heritage recognition. Even in films from the Pickled Cabbage Nation, the illustrious Emperor Li Shimin was portrayed with a blinded eye. Chu Fan had often found himself enraged, yet amused by such outrageous statements from the Pickled Cabbage Nation while watching short videos. Now, these foolish individuals dared to conspire with their enemies to seize his ship and woman, even threatening his life. It seemed time to settle both old and new grievances alike. However, Chu Fan was acutely aware that, given his current strength, defeating the two would be challenging. Barbara expressed her concern. Darling, what should we do? They are constantly following us. Perhaps we should offer them some water to send them away? Chu Fan shook his head. Barbara, you do not understand how shameless the people of the Sakura and Pickled Cabbage Nations are. Offering them water would only make them think we fear them. What then, darling? I do not wish for you to be in danger. Deeply moved, Chu Fan embraced Barbara and whispered, Do not be afraid. I am not defenseless. If it comes to it, I shall fight. Seeing the solemnity in his words only heightened Barbara's worry. Firstly, Chu Fan was her first man, and barring unforeseen circumstances, he would be her only man. Naturally, she wished for his safety. Secondly, the vile nature of the two men outside made the thought of submitting to them unbearable. Better to perish than to endure such indignity. Resolving within herself, she declared silently, Chu Fan, if anything happens to you, I shall not survive either. Chu Fan's heart was once again stirred with tenderness as he smiled and gently caressed her pristine face. What is there to fear? There remains a day. The outcome is still uncertain. At that moment, the supply collector at the bow of the ship emitted a notification. Ding! Supply box detected. Location: 12 meters underwater. This revelation left Chu Fan astounded, for he had not anticipated the existence of a supply box submerged beneath the waves. Moreover, being situated just beyond the 10-meter mark rendered the collector incapable of retrieving it automatically. It seemed he would have to dive down himself to obtain it. Had this been the previous day, Chu Fan might have hesitated to venture underwater, for 12 meters is not a depth easily conquered by the average person. However, since the appearance of those loathsome flies, he had reminded himself that this world is fraught with peril, and one must employ all means to enhance one's self. Furthermore, the mere existence of this box beneath the surface might offer a chance to acquire something extraordinary. As the old adage goes, fortune favors the bold. Moreover, given that he was still within the novice protection period, cowardice was not an option. Therefore, he was resolute in his determination to claim that box. Chapter 9. The Underwater Treasure Chest. No, Chu Fan, it's too dangerous in the water. You cannot go down. Upon hearing Chu Fan's intention to dive, Barbara's immediate reaction was to object vehemently. Chu Fan smiled and gently kissed her forehead, reassuring her, Barbara, do not worry. I am well aware of my limits. It is currently a novice protection period, and there is no danger. But what if? Barbara's concern lingered. Unfazed, Chu Fan raised the 2 pieces of hemp rope he had acquired from the supply box the previous day. I will tie these two ropes together and secure them around my waist. If any danger arises, I will tug on the rope, and you can pull me back up." After offering her further reassurances, Barbara, seeing Chu Fan's resolve, ceased her objections. She personally fastened a rope around his waist and planted a firm kiss on his cheek. "Be careful, my dragon knight." With a chuckle, Chu Fan took note of the treasure chest location before leaping into the sea from one end of the wooden raft. Meanwhile, Barbara watched the water's surface with a face full of tension. Meichuan Kuko and Park Guchong, who had been following the pair, immediately noticed the unusual activity. Park Guchong observed as Chu Fan vanished beneath the waves while Barbara, looking irresistibly alluring, leaned over the edge of the boat to peer down anxiously, unable to conceal the fervor within. "Meichuan, what do you think Chu Fan is doing?" Meichuan Kuko, equally puzzled, shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Let's watch and see." After a moment of contemplation, Park Guchong whispered, "Do you think Chu Fan is trying to sneak away?" Meichuan Kuko scoffed internally, finding Park Guchong rather foolish. "Do not worry, my dear brother Park. This is the vast ocean. If Chu Fan were to leave this vessel, he would not survive. Moreover," he paused and added with a smile, "if he truly did escape, it would be even better. When the day after tomorrow arrives, we shall simply take possession of his Sea King ship, along with this exquisite beauty before us." Upon hearing this, Park Guchong nodded eagerly. "Indeed, Meichuan, you make a valid point. This woman is truly stunning. I would even drink her bathwater." Meichuan Kuko frowned, exclaiming, "Baka, you think too highly of yourself. Barbara is mine." Park Guchong, wearing a forlorn expression, replied, "Meichuan, what am I to do then?" Meichuan Kuko pulled an item from his pocket and waved it before Park Guchong's eyes, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, I shall present this to you. This is a life-sized replica of the most popular AV actress from our Sakura country. You should be satisfied, right?" Upon seeing the artifact, Park Guchong's face lit up with joy, entirely unfazed by the peculiar substance clinging to it. "Wonderful. I adore that actress." Meanwhile, underwater, as soon as Chu Fan plunged in, he sensed something extraordinary. He had dived before, but never had he descended to a depth of 3 or 4 meters with such ease as he did today. It must be the effect of this outfit. He recalled when he first donned the Sea King attire. The system had mentioned that wearing this garment would enhance his speed in the water and reduce the likelihood of being attacked by aquatic creatures. Feeling the coarse rope around his waist, Chu Fan continued to plunge straight downward. The visibility underwater exceeded his expectations considerably. Theoretically, such depths should obscure sunlight entirely. However, the aquatic realm was teeming with diverse fish species, some of which emitted radiant, multicolored glimmers, illuminating the surroundings with a vibrant glow. Chu Fan held his breath and propelled himself deeper. The further he descended, the more intense the pressure became, and the creatures that emerged around him grew increasingly colossal. Suddenly, he found himself transfixed. Below him lay a massive shadow, motionless beneath the water. The enormity of the shadow obscured its full form from view, yet its silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to a prehistoric dinosaur. A wave of primal fear surged through him. He harbored no doubt that a mere breath from this entity could extinguish his life. What manner of creature was this? Chu Fan wished to avoid awakening it and sought to slip away quietly, but in the next moment, he was frozen in place. There, fortuitously nestled beside the claws of the colossal dragon, was a gleaming metallic treasure chest. What extraordinary luck! Yet, the supply crates he had discovered yesterday were predominantly wooden, and this box was undeniably metallic. Chu Fan could almost ascertain that whatever lay within was of extraordinary significance. Disregarding any hesitations, he was already in the vicinity and could not afford to retreat. At that moment, his breath was running perilously low, leaving no room for further indecision. Thus, summoning his courage, he swam determinedly towards the treasure chest. Just as his hands grasped the chest, he felt as though death itself had turned its gaze upon him. Slowly turning his head, he discovered the slumbering dragon had suddenly opened its eyes. The dragon fixed its stare upon this diminutive human intruder, remaining motionless. The intensity of its gaze sent beads of sweat cascading down Chu Fan's back. In that moment, he silently implored, "Oh, mighty dragon, you have no need for this. I shall take my leave with it." With that, he clutched the chest and tugged on the rope at his waist, commencing his arduous ascent. The dragon, furious, opened its cavernous maw, drawing Chu Fan and the surrounding seawater toward it. Chu Fan immediately sensed an insurmountable force thwarting his upward momentum. He felt himself being inexorably pulled closer to the dragon. While the protective period might prevent the dragon from slaying him, being swallowed whole would render escape nearly impossible. Chu Fan inwardly cursed. "Oh, great dragon, even if you seize the chest, it serves you little purpose. Why must you pursue me so relentlessly?" Yet the dragon seemed unyielding, its terrifying suction drawing Chu Fan and the treasure chest deeper into the abyss. Despite exerting every ounce of strength, he remained ensnared by the relentless force. As he neared the dragon's maw, he could discern its razor-sharp teeth glinting menacingly. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a tightening around his waist, followed by a force that tugged him upwards, momentarily halting his approach towards the colossal dragon. In that invaluable second, it seemed that the dragon's breath had reached its limit. Chu Fan silently mused, "Barbara, you truly are my goddess." Seizing the opportunity, while the dragon paused to inhale, Chu Fan exerted all his strength to swim upwards, aided by the force that Barbara provided. Meanwhile, the dragon appeared resolute in its pursuit, flipping over and directly chasing after Chu Fan. Chapter 10. The premature end of the protection period. Barbara's strength proved insufficient. She could not pull Chu Fan to safety. The colossal dragon rolled over, its massive jaws opening wide once more, and the sea surrounding Chu Fan instantly transformed into a prison, dragging him deeper into the abyss. Chu Fan felt as though he were on the brink of suffocation. Despite the protection of the Sea King's garment, he had lingered underwater far too long, and it was evident that he was reaching his limits. Was this truly the end? Barbara would surely be heartbroken. To be loved, this was what it felt like. As an orphan, he had always been unencumbered, yet in this moment, he finally grasped the most precious thing in the world. How utterly reluctant he was to succumb to this fate. In this critical moment, a rope materialized out of thin air, firmly grasping the treasure chest in Chu Fan's embrace. Stunned, he had yet to regain his senses when a tremendous force began to pull him upward toward the surface. It was the automatic resource collector. Just moments earlier, as Barbara had exerted all her strength to pull him, he had surged upward over 2 meters, precisely within the range of the resource collection box. A product of the system, it was undoubtedly of exceptional quality. This automatic resource collector seemed to defy the immense suction of the dragon and did not even flinch at the overwhelming force from below. Soon, Chu Fan felt an exhilarating lightness, finally escaping the watery prison that threatened to ensnare him. With a splash, he found himself dragged above the water's surface, fresh air flooding his lungs. Gasping, he knelt on the raft, inhaling deeply. The golden treasure chest slipped from his grasp, landing securely in the center of the raft. However, Barbara disregarded the chest entirely, rushing to embrace Chu Fan. "Darling, are you all right? You scared me to death." Earlier, Barbara had sensed the signal from Chu Fan pulling the rope and had swiftly drawn him upward. But after only 2 tugs, she detected something amiss beneath the surface. Before she could react, she was horrified to discover that the rope had snapped. This revelation sent her into a panic, yet fortuitously. The automatic resource collector intervened just in time. As Chu Fan finally regained his composure, he did not allow himself to relax. Instead, he fixed his gaze intently on the sea surface. The dragon would undoubtedly not relent. It would pursue them. Meanwhile, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang had been closely monitoring the situation surrounding the Sea King. Upon seeing Chu Fan emerge, clutching the golden treasure chest, their eyes sparkled with excitement. This was a golden chest. Surely, it contained extraordinary treasures. Exchanging glances, Meichuan Kuzi and Park Guochang immediately paddled their vessel, the Yamato, closer to the Sea King, calling out as they approached, "Hey, Dragon Country kid, what's inside that chest? Hand it over, and I can guarantee you safe passage." However, Chu Fan chose to ignore them entirely, swiftly retrieving the severed rope and securing himself and Barbara together, tying them firmly to the raft. Barbara, puzzled, asked, "Darling, what are you doing?" Seeing that Chu Fan did not respond, Mei Chuan Kuzi's irritation began to simmer. "Hey, you there! I'm talking to you. You insolent brat. How dare you disregard us?" At this moment, Chu Fan noticed the shadow was about to burst forth from the water, and he shouted, "Idiot!" Mei Chuan Kuzi, filled with indignation, was about to retort when suddenly a tremendous force surged from beneath his feet. Boom! The Yamato was completely lifted into the air. Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, caught entirely off guard, were flung from the wooden raft. However, Chu Fan and Barbara, having anticipated the event, were merely drenched and remained on the raft. After gulping down a few mouthfuls of seawater, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang hurriedly swam back to the raft. Just as they were about to unleash a stream of curses, they beheld a startling sight. A colossal black dragon emerged between the two rafts, half of its body rising above the surface like a mountain. Its yellow eyes glowed like two enormous lanterns, fixated on the Sea King and the chest upon it. Escort, it's the dragon god, Mei Chuan Kuzi exclaimed in astonishment. Chu Fan also frowned, realizing the dragon was far more formidable than he had anticipated. At that moment, the dragon opened its massive jaws and lunged directly at Chu Fan on the Sea King. Barbara let out a terrified scream, anxiously clutching Chu Fan's arm. After a brief moment of terror, joy washed over Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang's faces. They hoped the dragon would devour this man from the Dragon Country, allowing them to seize the Sea King and Barbara ahead of time. However, Chu Fan fixed his gaze on the dragon, placing his bet. Just as everyone thought Chu Fan was about to be engulfed by the dragon, a beam of light suddenly shot down from the sky. Boom! The beam struck the dragon with tremendous force, causing it to roar and crash back into the sea, creating a massive wave. The dragon, seemingly unwilling to concede, let out a roar towards the sky, glanced at Chu Fan and the chest in his arms, and then reluctantly sank below the waves. At this moment, Chu Fan finally regained his composure, feeling his legs weaken, but fortunately, Barbara steadied him. He had gambled correctly. The 3-day protection period was a manifestation of the world's rules, which even the dragon could not defy. Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang's expressions darkened, shocked that Chu Fan had survived such a peril. Yet it confirmed their suspicions. The chest undoubtedly contained great secrets, or else the dragon would not have pursued them. Just then, a voice echoed from the sky once more. A player has triggered a rule beyond the established parameters. The 3-day protection period will conclude early. Notification. Time remaining until the protection period ends. 5 hours, 32 minutes, 29 seconds. This sudden announcement left the 4 individuals in a state of shock. After a moment, Chu Fan was the first to regain his senses. Wow, I didn't know this was possible. Although Barbara was astonished, she did not blame Chu Fan. Instead, she felt a surge of excitement. Truly, he is my Chu Fan, able to challenge the very rules. Clearly, he is the chosen one. Meanwhile, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang, having momentarily been taken aback, erupted in furious shouts. Chu Fan, observe the consequences of your actions. You must take responsibility for what you have done. Indeed, you have become a scourge to us all and should atone through self-sacrifice. Chu Fan, with a dismissive tone, retorted, "Self-sacrifice? That is a tradition of your cherry blossom nation. We of the Dragon Kingdom do not adhere to such customs." After a brief pause, he continued, "As for your claim that I have wronged everyone, I must apologize. This is a world of survival, and my only obligation lies with myself and my beloved. The plight of others concerns me not in the least." Chapter 11. Come at me, if you dare. I'm only accountable for myself and my woman. The concerns of others are of no consequence to me. As Chu Fan uttered these words, Barbara was utterly captivated, her gaze on him almost entranced. Such boldness, such majesty. This is the man worthy of my admiration. My dear, you. After a brief moment of shock, Mei Chuan Kuzi and Park Guochang seethed with indignation, declaring, "I will broadcast your transgressions on the regional channel, so everyone may condemn you." With that, they activated their wristbands and began typing furiously. "Minasan, This is Meichuan from Yamato. I know who is responsible for prematurely ending the protection period. It is none other than Chu Fan from the Sea King. Indeed, I am Park Wachong from Yamato, and I can attest to the truth of Mr. Meichuan's claims. After a fleeting silence on the regional channel, a deluge of messages inundated the screen. What the hell is Chu Fan doing? He.S. making everyone pay for his mistakes, right? I was hoping to ally with him, but I never anticipated he was such a person. Damn it, where's Chu Fan? He should come out and apologize. However, a few voices diverged from the cacophony of criticism. Dragon Brother, everyone, do not be deceived. One of these speakers is a little devil, and the other is a little stick. Winter Snow, let's not cast blame on Chu Fan. The fault lies with this cursed game, not with him. Fu Lunina, compared to those who inadvertently trigger the rules, these two deliberately inciting hatred are far more despicable. Bullhead, what is there to criticize? My wife is on that ship ahead. May this wretched protection period pass swiftly. I want to take down the scoundrels aboard that ship. Yet, the voices of these few were quickly overshadowed by the tidal wave of messages. Barbara also noticed the uproar, gently grasping Chu Fan's hand, conveying a simple message. Regardless of what others say, I stand by you. Chu Fan smiled, softly patting Barbara's delicate hand. Fear not. He had no time to concern himself with the chatter on the regional channel. If they dared to confront him, so be it. His greater interest lay in the golden treasure chest retrieved from the depths of the sea. What treasures might it hold? He carried the chest into the cabin, with Barbara following closely behind. This development alarmed Meichuan Kuzu and Park Gachong, who were also eager to uncover the contents of the chest. Chu Fan, you cannot be so selfish. We have been embroiled in your troubles, and we're just attacked by the dragon. We deserve half of whatever is inside. Chu Fan disregarded the two, focusing his mind before opening the chest. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from within, illuminating the entire sky. Meichuan Kuzu's expression shifted dramatically. What the heck? It's a golden legend. Park Wachong was equally astonished. Damn it, this Chu Fan is deliberately hiding it from us. Meanwhile, inside the cabin, Chu Fan and Barbara were equally taken aback by the commotion. Once the golden light subsided, they finally discerned the contents of the chest. Inside lay a map, 3 gold coins, and a sword. Nothing more. What is this? To his disappointment, after exerting considerable effort to retrieve these few items, Chu Fan found himself disheartened. He first picked up 3 coins, ordinary in nature, adorned with the image of a dragon. Had they been on Earth, they would likely be of significant value. However, in this moment, Chu Fan remained unaware of their worth. Consequently, he cast the 3 coins into the storage and examined the sword he had found with great care. The blade appeared exceptionally sharp, emanating an air of formidable intimidation. Yet its practical utility eluded him entirely. Ultimately, the only item left was a map. He handed the short sword to Barbara, who was in need of a weapon, as its weight was just right for her. Meanwhile, he unveiled the map, which depicted a route leading directly to a small island. At the center of the island, a large swath drawn in crimson ink, reminiscent of a medieval treasure map. Could this truly be a treasure map? Regrettably, in this world devoid of the Big Dipper and GPS, he had no idea of his current location. Apart from the sword, it seemed that nothing else was immediately useful. Chu Fan felt a twinge of frustration. After taking such a significant risk, he had acquired merely these few items. It seemed he had come out at a loss. Therefore, he resolved to continue gathering supplies, as the enemy and their allies were still lurking menacingly. As the Sea King began to move, Meichuan Kuzi and his companion immediately followed suit, like an irritating fly that refused to relent. Quickly, there's a supply crate ahead. Let us seize it before they do, Meichuan Kuzi commanded, pointing towards a wooden box floating about 30 meters away on the sea. This crate was evidently closer to their ship, the Yamato. Although Chu Fan was also rowing in that direction, it was clear that the Yamato would reach it first. At last, through Pu Guichong's vigorous rowing, the Yamato successfully approached the supply crate, now less than 2 meters away. Meanwhile, the Sea King was still a full 10 meters from the wooden box. The exhilaration of intercepting it was indescribable. Haha, Chu Fan, do you really think you can compete with me? Allow me to show you. Meichuan Kuzi cackled. But suddenly, his laughter was abruptly stifled, akin to a duck having its neck grasped, emitting an unpleasant sound. To his astonishment, a rope shot out from the Sea King, resembling an agile hand, and swiftly snatched the crate that was so close at hand. No! Meichuan Kuzi exclaimed in disbelief. In the next moment, the wooden box was reeled back to the Sea King. Meanwhile, an exhausted Pu Guochang was nearly at his wits' end with frustration. Chu Fan, you must be cheating. Chu Fan retorted, if you're unconvinced, come and challenge me. Beep, supply crate successfully utilized, acquired wood 10, iron 2. Wooden crate retrieval successful, acquired wood 1. Thus, Chu Fan and Barbara continued to collect supply boxes upon the sea, while the Yamato, trailing behind them, had yet to acquire a single box. Chu Fan, just you wait. In 2 hours, I shall ensure your demise. Meichuan Kuko seethed with frustration, particularly infuriated by the sight of Chu Fan stealing a moment to engage in a passionate French kiss with Barbara. Turning back, she was met with the grim visage of Park Guochang, which only intensified her ire. Damn it, how can this fellow be so fortunate to be matched with such a stunning beauty right off the bat? And here I am, an elite of a cherry blossom empire, stuck with a bumbling fool from the Kimchi Nation. Unbeknownst to them, less than 2 kilometers away, 2 wooden rafts were desperately pursuing their course. Chapter 12. The Liu siblings upon a wooden raft, 2 robust men, bare-chested, were fervently rowing, pursuing the vessels known as the Sea King and the Yamato. They were not far from this location, and upon witnessing the luminous pillar that had just manifested in the sky, they sensed an opportunity and hastened their approach, driven by the hope of reaping some benefit. These 2 men bore fierce visages. One had a prominent scar running down the right side of his face, extending to the corner of his eye, enhancing his menacing appearance. His muscular physique clearly indicated that he was a formidable fighter. Brother, we shall soon catch up to the ship ahead. One exclaimed, do you think they truly possess valuable goods? The scar man licked his lips and scoffed, listen, Lao Lu. Remember this, the greater the risk, the heftier the reward. Snatching treasures from the vast ocean pales in comparison to seizing what is readily available. Lao Lu nodded in agreement. You speak wisely, brother. The scarred man continued. Moreover, the light we saw appeared not long ago, and the protection period has likely ended. If you think these events are unrelated, you might as well kill me for my disbelief. If my instincts serve me right, the ship ahead must be the Sea King. Lao Lu raised his thumb in admiration. You are indeed brilliant, brother. Suddenly, Lao Lu's eyes sparkled as he swallowed hard and gestured with his lips toward the figure nearby. Brother, that woman is quite stunning. The scarred man turned his gaze and indeed spotted a wooden raft less than 20 meters away, also heading in the same direction. On this raft were a man and a woman. The man was stout and dark-skinned, strenuously rowing, while the woman donned a figure-hugging crimson qipao, accentuating her exquisite figure. The qipao featured a slit on the right side, extending from her black high heels to the upper thigh, revealing glimpses of her long, slender legs. Her delicate, finely crafted face and perfectly sculpted features made her an extraordinary beauty. Accustomed to the scene, the scarred man could not help but exclaim, indeed, she is a sight to behold. Lao Lu, if you strive a bit harder, I could arrange for her to be your sister-in-law. Meanwhile, on another vessel, Lu Ruan noticed the boat of the scarred man, but did not linger her gaze, remaining focused on the horizon. The man rowing ahead, Lu Shangfei, spoke up, sister. Those 2 don't seem like good people. Should we steer clear of them? Lu Shangfei was Lu Ruoyan's younger brother, and by a twist of fate, they had been transported together onto the same boat. With a cold tone, Lu Ruoyan replied, no need to concern ourselves with them. Continue pursuing the 2 ships ahead. Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath, easier said than done. If you're so capable, why don't you row? Lu Ruoyan shot him a frosty glare. What are you mumbling about? Lu Shangfei quickly retorted, nothing at all. I merely meant that I will row with all my strength. Inwardly, he mused about his sister, who was undeniably a beauty of national renown, a campus belle with countless admirers. Yet, she remained an ice princess, dismissive of all people and matters, perpetually single. The most crucial aspect is that she has acquired a formidable skill set, and when it comes to reprimanding her younger brother, she shows no mercy. Therefore, upon seeing her furrowed brow, he immediately behaves like a docile kitten. It is imperative to find a suitable man to marry her off. Otherwise, he will be perpetually subjected to her discipline. At this moment, Lu Ruyin is also plagued with worries. She knows her brother all too well, impulsive and restless. Yet inherently kind-hearted, he is nothing but an oversized child. This is no harmonious society. It is a harsh struggle for survival, and with his temperament, it will be challenging for him to endure. As a woman, she is, after all, at a disadvantage compared to men in certain respects. Thus, to ensure their survival in this world, it is essential to find a reliable partner. Moments earlier, they had both noticed the beam of light in the sky and were curious to discover the source of such commotion. Lu Ruyin also observed the Scar Man's ship and recognized the two men who were brazenly gazing at her. However, she did not react much, as she had become quite accustomed to such lecherous stares. As the last hues of sunset faded from the horizon, Lu Ruyin and the Scarred Man's two ships finally caught up with the Neptune and Yamato. They witnessed the Neptune launching a rope that successfully retrieved a supply box from 10 meters away. Both siblings were momentarily taken aback, while the Scarred Man and the sixth brother, after a brief astonishment, exchanged glances filled with greed. Chu Fan also noticed the two additional ships, aside from Lu Ruyin, who compelled him to glance more than once. He selectively ignored the others. Meichuan Kuzi watched helplessly as the supply boxes, right under his nose, were being taken one by one, seething with frustration. At that moment, he heard Park Guochang exclaim, "That woman is truly stunning." Instantly, Meichuan Kuzi turned to see Lu Ruyin standing at the bow of the ship, resembling a breathtaking statue. His eyes sparkled with admiration. This woman was indeed beautiful, rivaling even Barbara. Moreover, the regal aura she exuded made him feel an irresistible urge to kneel before her. Ah, another beauty, all for me. However, he soon noticed the Scarred Man and the sixth brother and recognized their intentions were far from benevolent. With a quick thought, Meichuan Kuzi approached the Scarred Man, saying, "Brother, I am Meichuan Kuzi, captain of the Yamato." The Scarred Man slightly furrowed his brow and muttered, "Japanese?" Ignoring the remark, Meichuan Kuzi continued, "Brother, your timing is impeccable. This individual before us is Chu Fan, the one responsible for the premature end of our protective period. We should band together to eliminate such a selfish person. As for the goods on his ship, aside from this woman, you may select anything else you desire. What do you say?" With a smile, Meichuan Kuzi regarded the Scarred Man, though in his heart, he had already plotted to eliminate the two men once he secured his gains. Both of these women belonged to him, and everything aboard the Neptune is also his. Scar, after casting a glance at Barbara on the Neptune, was momentarily taken aback by her beauty. No wonder this young man was so eager to possess her above all else. However, he was not one to be easily outdone. Thus he proclaimed, "It is not impossible to collaborate with you, but I too wish to savor this woman. I have yet to ride a foreign steed." The cool-headed Meichuan was momentarily stunned. Then a decidedly lewd grin spread across his face. "It seems this brother shares my inclinations. I agree, and perhaps we could invite the lady beside us for a more adventurous engagement." This statement left everyone in shock, true to form. This young man's thoughts were perpetually twisted. Lu Ruyin, clearly grasping the underlying meaning, coldly retorted, "You seek your own demise." Just then, a voice resonated from the horizon. Ding. The protection period has concluded. Please commence your journey. Chapter 13. Universal Rewards. As the voice in the sky faded, a chorus of curses erupted in the regional channel. What a disgraceful individual Chu Fan is. If I ever cross paths with him, he shall regret it. At that moment, the voice from above resonated once again. Congratulations to Area 10087 for being the first region in the entire server to conclude its protection period. All vessels within the area shall be upgraded to level 2. As the announcement concluded, countless rafts in Chu Fan's region flickered with radiant light. Simultaneously, Chu Fan's wristband illuminated as well. Current vessels are eligible for a level upgrade. Please select the direction of the upgrade. 1. Increase area, expanding the vessel's size to twice its current dimensions. 2. Change the vessel type, maintaining the same size, transforming the raft into a small fishing boat. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Under Barbara's encouraging gaze, he confidently declared his choice. I choose two. A raft, no matter how grand, remains just a raft. With only the two of them aboard, the space was ample. Thus, altering the type of boat seemed the more practical option. As soon as he spoke, a white light enveloped the vessel beneath their feet. When the brilliance faded, they found themselves no longer on the original raft, but on a beautifully crafted wooden fishing boat. The most significant aspect was that, having previously upgraded the canopy of their small boat, this vessel automatically transformed into a black awning boat after the upgrade. Chu Fan was overjoyed. This was indeed a tremendous gain. Had he attempted the upgrade himself, it would have required a considerable amount of leather and wood. The other three boats nearby also completed their upgrades, unsurprisingly opting for a change in vessel type. After all, rafts often evoke a sense of insecurity, while small fishing boats are far more reassuring. Lu Ruyan cast a complex gaze towards the Sea King, seemingly lost in thought. Wow, Brother Fan is incredible. I was just lamenting the difficulty in finding materials for the upgrade. Indeed, who would have anticipated that the first to conclude the protection period would receive a complimentary vessel upgrade? Long ago, what did I say? To those who just insulted Chu Fan, are you now feeling the sting of your own words? Dong Tian Snow, exactly. Even if you worthless individuals were granted an extra day of protection, you probably wouldn't manage an upgrade. You've struck gold. Furinina. I'd almost lost all hope, but thanks to Chu Fan, I am smitten. At that moment, in the waters of Area 10087, countless individuals felt the sting of embarrassment. The slap to their faces was swift and undeniable. Just moments ago, they were berating Chu Fan, and now they were reaping the tangible benefits of his success. After a brief silence in the regional channel, someone finally spoke up. Indeed, who dares to insult my brother Fan? I refuse to accept it. From now on, Chu Fan is my elder brother. Chu Fan is my adoptive father. Well done, Dad. Anyone who disrespects you shall face my wrath. To the one above, do you have no shame? I am a good son of my father. At that moment, a man under the moniker Harmonious Little Flyer chimed in. What is this? Chu Fan is my brother-in-law. I intend to marry my sister off to him. To the one above, your sister must surely be a dinosaur. Haha, precisely. Little Peter Pan was somewhat anxious. That's not true. My sister is undeniably beautiful. Ouch, that hurts. Sis, please let go. Lu Ruyan reluctantly released her grip on her brother's ear, though she preferred not to engage in conversations within the regional channel. It did not mean she was oblivious to the happenings. Lu Shangfei, what nonsense are you talking about? Indeed, her vessel was named Harmony, and this little Peter Pan was her dear brother, Lu Shangfei. With a mischievous grin, Lu Shangfei was about to speak when a voice resonated from the sky once more. Congratulations to the Poseidon for ranking first in resource acquisition during the protection period. The Poseidon will level up from its current state. As soon as the announcement concluded, Chu Fan and Barbara's wristbands chimed again. Congratulations. You have earned the opportunity to upgrade your vessel. Please select an upgrade direction. 1. Upgrade vessel size to a medium fishing boat, enhancing comfort and safety. 2. Upgrade the vessel's propulsion system, adding sails. Chu Fan pondered for less than 3 seconds before making his choice. He opted for option 2, while option 1 sounded appealing. A larger boat would be impractical for manual rowing. Thus, prioritizing the propulsion system upgrade was the wisest course of action. With Chu Fan's selection, a tall mast emerged from the center of the Poseidon. Unfortunately, there was no wind at the moment. Had there been, they could have set sail immediately. All rewards have been distributed. From now on, the danger level of resource boxes you encounter will significantly increase. Islands, vessels, opportunities, and dangers may appear on the sea. Defeating the owners of other vessels will grant you their resources and a substantial amount of experience. Experience points can be directly used to upgrade your vessel. Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This was a blatant encouragement for all to engage in mutual combat. This game, indeed, was not so benevolent. Just then, Barbara suddenly exclaimed, Chu Fan, they're coming. Turning his gaze, Chu Fan noticed that the Dahi and Scar ships, which had been trailing them, were now surrounding them. Chu Fan, thank you for your efforts. Now your ship and your woman are both mine. Meichuan Kuzi licked his lips, eyeing the alluring Barbara beside Chu Fan with an excited expression. Scar, accompanied by the sixth member, also closed in. With no obstacles left, the four swiftly boarded the Poseidon, encircling Chu Fan and Barbara. Scar cast a glance at the vessel's automatic resource collector and the tall mast, instantly filled with envy. At that moment, Lu Shangfei shouted, "What are you doing? Chu Fan has helped everyone immensely. How can you repay kindness with malice?" Meichuan Kuzi revealed a cruel smile. "Chu Fan has seized countless resources from me during this journey. And isn't there an ancient saying in your culture, a common man is innocent, yet bears the guilt of possessing treasures? Chu Fan is utterly unworthy of such a fine ship, let alone such a beautiful lady." Lu Shangfei felt a surge of anger. The Japanese were notoriously ruthless beings, hardly deserving to be classified as human. He turned to Scar and exclaimed, "And what about you? We are all compatriots of Huaxia. How can you join forces with the little devils to oppress your own kind?" Scar grinned malevolently, brandishing a sharp short knife, and replied disdainfully, "Killing and arson bring wealth, little brother. Do not be hasty, your turn will come soon." With that, he cast his blood-red gaze upon the calm and composed Lu Ruyan, who remained unfazed and steady in her demeanor. Chu Fan drew forth the Sea King trident, while Barbara unsheathed her sword, standing resolutely against the four adversaries. Meichuan Kuzu laughed mockingly, declaring, "Your struggles are utterly futile." Unbeknownst to everyone, Meichuan Kuzu was in fact a world champion in karate, which was the primary reason Park Wuchang held him in such high esteem. In his eyes, Chu Fan was no worthy opponent. Had it not been for the fear of unforeseen complications, he would have scorned partnering with Scar altogether. This ship, all the supplies, and these two beautiful women were destined solely for him. Meichuan Kuzu. Chapter 14. Equality among all beings. Meichuan Kuzi cast a disdainful glance at the weapon in Chu Fan's hand. "You often boast about the excellence of Longwu Kung Fu, but to me, it is merely a hollow reputation. The world's most formidable martial art is undoubtedly the karate of our great cherry blossom empire." Scarface, growing impatient, interjected, "Enough of this nonsense. Finish him off quickly." Chu Fan's gaze turned icy. Although he had not trained in any martial arts, he understood that he could not show weakness at this moment. Meanwhile, Park Wuchang and Old Lu approached Barbara with a sinister grin upon their faces. Though Barbara wielded a sword, she was no match for the two burly men. Within mere exchanges, her sword was struck from her grasp and clattered onto the deck. Park Wuchang and Old Lu leered as they reached for Barbara. Terrified, she gasped in horror. Chu Fan, alarmed, attempted to rush over, only to find Meichuan Kuzi blocking his path. "Chu Fan, do not be hasty. Your opponent is me." Meichuan taunted. Furious, Chu Fan retorted, "Damn it, I will make you pay, you little devil." Just as Barbara was on the verge of being captured by the two men, an arrow suddenly soared from an unknown source, piercing straight into Old Lu's eye socket. Old Lu cried out in agony, collapsing backwards, motionless thereafter. Park Wuchang, startled by the unexpected arrow, stumbled back in shock. Seeing his subordinate felled, Scarface's expression turned furious. He spun around to confront the calm figure of Lu Ruyan, who held a bow, poised as if ready to shoot again. "You little vixen, it was you." This arrow had indeed been loosed by Lu Ruyan, an avid archer and former member of the Jiangcheng Archery Club. By fortune, when she was transported here, she had been maintaining her bow, which accompanied her during the transfer. The only regret was that she possessed but a single arrow. After the shot, her bow would be rendered useless for the time being. This development was entirely unexpected for everyone present. Chu Fan, engaged in combat with Meichuan Kuzi, was momentarily stunned, taken aback that the woman in Chi Pao had come to his aid. Still shaken, Barbara patted her heaving chest and expressed her gratitude to Lu Ruyan. "Thank you." Lu Ruyan replied calmly, "No need to thank me. Aiding you is akin to aiding myself. We should focus on how to deal with the remaining adversaries." Chu Fan was taken aback by her composure in such dire circumstances, genuinely impressed. Yet Lu Ruyan was correct. This was not the time for contemplation, but rather a moment to devise a strategy to overcome the two attackers before them. At that instant, Chu Fan felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and before he knew it, he was propelled backwards. Boom! He crashed against the ship's cabin, collapsing to the floor as Barbara rushed to his side. Chu Fan, are you all right? Chu Fan shook his head. I am fine. Mei Chuan Kuzi retracted his kicked leg, a cruel smile spreading across his face. Well then, the game ends here. Brother Scarface, I leave his life in your hands. What say you? At this moment, Scar was simmering with rage due to the death of Lao Lu. Upon hearing those words, he immediately exclaimed, Excellent. How dare you kill my people? I am immensely furious right now. With that, he brandished the knife in his hand and lunged at Chu Fan. Lu Rian held back the impulsive Lu Shangfei, her heart heavy with despair. It seemed they needed to prepare for a hasty escape. Barbara's face mirrored her hopelessness. Beep. The system has detected that the host has successfully survived for a day and is dispensing rewards. Beep. Reward successfully dispensed. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 2 mystery boxes. Chu Fan rejoiced. He had been stalling for time, eagerly awaiting this very moment. His fate now hinged on what these boxes would yield. Without a second thought, he extracted the 2 mystery boxes. The suddenly materialized boxes intercepted Scar's dagger, producing a crisp sound. Scar was momentarily startled by this unexpected turn of events. What on earth are those? Mei Chuan Kuzi furrowed his brow at the sight. For reasons unknown, he felt a disquieting sensation upon seeing the 2 boxes. Chu Fan promptly tossed 1 mystery box into Barbara's hands. Open it quickly, Barbara. Barbara swiftly grasped Chu Fan's intent, and without hesitation, they both opened their mystery boxes simultaneously. Beep! Mystery box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for obtaining mastery of martial arts X1. Beep! Mystery box used successfully. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the equality of all beings shotgun X1 with an additional 10,000 bullets. Indeed, in critical moments, one must rely on the system. While the rewards may arrive late, they are never absent. Chu Fan anticipated a delightful surprise from the system, yet he was astonished to receive 2 magnificent gifts. Barbara's eyes sparkled as she beheld the shotgun she had just acquired. She was well versed in firearms. In the land of the free, proficiency with a gun was an essential skill. Without delay, she swiftly seized the shotgun and, before Scar could react, pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 A flash of fire erupted, and Scar began to dance the disco, blood spraying from his body like a sieve. Even Park Guchong, who followed closely behind, couldn't escape the carnage. Indeed, the shotgun of equality of all beings proved its worth. After a few rounds, everyone fell silent. Scar, riddled with bullets, was unable to utter a single word before succumbing to his demise. Park Guachong fared worse, his head shattered, leaving him with a gruesome fate. Mei Chuan Kuzi reacted in time, taking refuge behind Park Guachong, narrowly escaping Barbara's wrath. Upon regaining her composure, Barbara was nearly sickened by the horrific scene before her. Yet she fixed her gaze firmly on Mei Chuan Kuzi. Should he dare to show himself, he would meet his end at the hands of the divine Amaterasu. Not far away, the Lu sisters were equally astonished, with Lu Shangfei rendered utterly speechless. Goodness, how violent, how brutal. Even Lu Ruyan, usually composed, exhibited a hint of astonishment. This Chu Fan was indeed extraordinary. Mei Chuan Kuko was nearly paralyzed with fear. How the shotgun suddenly appeared. This woman was truly ruthless, her finger never leaving the trigger. Poor Park Wuchang would never again savor a bite of kimchi. With this thought, he suddenly exclaimed, Baka, Chu Fan, you lack a sense of martial ethics. If you have the courage, face me in a fair fight. Lu Shangfei interjected from the side. Why didn't you uphold martial ethics when your force surrounded there too? However, Mei Chuan Kuko paid no heed to Lu Shangfei and instead took cover behind Park Wuchang's lifeless body. There's an ancient saying in your dragon country. The one who advances is a true hero. Chu Fan, do you dare to engage me in a fair duel? If I win, you shall let me go. Bang! Before he could finish, Barbara pulled the trigger of her gun. The incessant chatter was truly vexing. Chapter 15. This is unnecessary for you, Chu Fan, was momentarily taken aback, never expecting Barbara to be so resolute. However, A smile soon spread across his face. "Well done, Barbara," he exclaimed, genuinely giving her a thumbs up. With a toss of her golden hair and an air of pride, Barbara declared, "There is no need to waste words on such people." Meichuan Kuzi, his chest now riddled with wounds, looked on in despair as he felt his strength ebb away. You all." Finally, he opened his mouth, coughed up a mouthful of blood, and collapsed onto the deck, lifeless. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the Yamato, acquiring all resources of the Yamato, and earning 100 points. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for defeating the scarred ship, acquiring all resources of the scarred ship, and earning 100 points. As Chu Fan cast the 4 bodies into the sea, the regional channel on his wrist buzzed with 2 consecutive messages, causing the channel to erupt with excitement. Wow, it's no surprise that my brother Fan is this formidable little flying hero. I was there, and indeed, brother Fan is impressive, having taken down both the little Japs and that little stick. Brother Fan is magnificent. Do you need more little brothers? I'm especially good at flattery. Hey, back off. If anyone asks licking, it should be me first. Chu Fan paid no heed to the flattery, his keen eyes noticing that the number of people in the regional channel had surged to 9,878. This meant that, in such a brief span, over 100 individuals had perished in the area. It was an unfortunate reality, and with a sigh, he began to examine the resources aboard the 2 ships. The Yamato contained 2 bottles of water, 2 fish, and a dagger. What on earth is this? Zhufan Bondo, staring at the rubber-like object in his hand, utterly baffled. Barbara, spotting the object, blushed and exclaimed, "How disgusting. Just throw it away. You want tea needed." It was Chu Fan's first encounter with such an item, and he inquired in confusion, "What is this?" "Oh, you have me. You want tea need this," Barbara retorted, leaving him even more perplexed. It was tea until he flipped the object over and examined the details on the other side that he finally understood. Goodness. So this is what it is. Those little Japs are truly a peculiar race. Realizing its nature, he promptly discarded the item. The thought that it might have been used by that lecherous little Jap made him feel a wave of nausea. He washed his hands 3 times before feeling slightly better. Unbeknownst to him, this was a treasure that Park Gukchang from the Pickle Cabbage Nation had never managed to possess even in death. Suddenly, as if struck by inspiration, he turned to Barbara with a mischievous grin. "My dear, what did you just say? Confess honestly, how do you know about this? If you don't tell me the truth, I'll spank you." With her chest puffed out, Barbara retorted, "Who do you look down upon? How could I not recognize something I own? You're not regretting it, are you? If so, feel free to pick it up again." Zhufan Chukka Hotitili, playfully pinching her nose. "You certainly have a wealth of knowledge." Just as the 2 were playfully tussling, a sudden feminine voice interrupted. "Excuse me, Chu Senior, do you have a moment to converse?" Chu Fan was taken aback. He raised his head and beheld a pair of extraordinarily long legs before him. "Did you just call me Senior?" Chapter 16. Forming a team, Chu Fan gazed in astonishment at Lu Ru Yin before him and inquired. Barbara rose, earnestly expressing her gratitude to Lu Ru Yin. "Thank you for saving us earlier. You are truly stunning." Lu Ru Yin responded with a faint smile. "There's no need for thanks. As I have mentioned before, aiding you is akin to aiding myself. Alone, I would not stand a chance against those individuals." After a brief pause, she continued, "Moreover, I seek your assistance with a matter." With that, she turned her attention to Chu Fan. Chu Fan refrained from voicing his opinion and instead pursued the previous question. "Excuse me, Miss Lu Ru Yin, you referred to me as Senior. What is the meaning of that?" What he did not articulate was that if he had such a beautiful junior, he would surely remember her. Lu Ru Yin nodded and queried, "Did you graduate from Jiangxing University?" Chu Fan affirmed, "Indeed, I graduated from Jiangxing University, majoring in computer science, class of 2016. A smile graced Lu Ru Yan's lips as she replied, "Then it is indeed correct. I am also an alumna of Jiangxing University from the law department, class of 2020. At that moment, Chu Fan comprehended that she was indeed his junior. However, she had only just entered the university when he graduated, which explained his lack of recollection. Yet, how could Lu Ru Yin know him? While he considered himself quite handsome, he did not believe he possessed such allure. As if sensing his confusion, Lu Ru Yin elaborated. "I watched you deliver a speech during last year's anniversary celebration." Chu Fan then recalled the event realizing it was true. Who would have thought he would encounter a junior in such a setting? How fortuitous! Lu Ruyin subtly nodded, acknowledging his realization. It was at this moment that Chu Fan truly observed Lu Ruyin's beauty. She bore a striking resemblance to a celestial being, albeit with an added touch of cold elegance. Lu Ruyin did not hesitate and directly stated her purpose. Senior Chu Fan, I would like to request your assistance. Chu Fan held a favorable impression of this junior, especially after her recent act of kindness. Please do not hesitate to ask, do you need water? I can spare some for you. As he spoke, he retrieved several bottles of water from the storage and offered them to her. Lu Ruyin was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Fan's generosity in providing such a precious resource. Senior you? Chu Fan chuckled. It's nothing. Take it. Just because others are in need of water doesn't mean I am as well. This bit will suffice for you. Lu Ruyin accepted without reservation, as she and her brother had consumed only a single bottle of water over the past few days, making this supply quite essential. Thank you very much, Senior. But what I wish to discuss is not merely this. What is it then? Lu Ruyin exhaled softly, murmuring, I would like to form a team with you, Senior. Chu Fan was taken aback. Such an opportunity was indeed unexpected. Noticing that neither he nor Barbara had responded, Lu Ruyin hurried to clarify. My younger brother is still quite young, and it is difficult for me to look after him alone. Rest assured, I will not be a burden. I merely hope you will allow us to stay by your side. Upon hearing this, Barbara's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Wonderful. The more, the merrier. This way, I shall have company in the future. My dear, you must agree. A peculiar sensation stirred within Chu Fan, and he thought Barbara. I hope you do not come to regret your words today. How could he possibly refuse? He was elated. After all, he aspired to be a king of the seas. At that moment, a smile graced his lips, more difficult to suppress than a laugh. Fortunately, the night had fallen. Without a keen eye, one would hardly notice. Thus, he feigned a reluctant demeanor and nodded, saying, Very well, you may follow behind us. Lu Ruyin let out a sigh of relief and replied, Thank you, Brother Chu. I shall not disturb you further. See you tomorrow. With that, she leapt back on her own vessel. Chu Fan found himself momentarily entranced by Lu Ruyin's retreating figure, when suddenly he heard Barbara's voice. What are you still looking at? They've already left. Chu Fan chuckled and replied, What do you mean? I was pondering how to arrange for this pair of siblings in the future. Barbara responded with an inquisitive oh and asked, Have you figured it out? Chu Fan cleared his throat twice and said, Well, let's discuss that later. For now, let's not dwell on this. Are you unharmed from that stick? Allow me to check for injuries. I'm fine. Hurry and remove your hand. I'm ticklish. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin returned to her ship and handed her brother a bottle of water. Chu Fan has agreed to let us follow. Please tie our boat to the front of theirs. Upon seeing the water bottle, Lu Shangfei's face brightened with joy. Wow, water. It must be for Brother Chu, right? Lu Ruyin nodded and cautioned, Drink sparingly. We cannot always trouble others. Before she could finish her sentence, Lu Shangfei had already consumed most of the bottle, wiping his mouth afterward. Sister, what were you saying just now? Lu Ruyin was momentarily at a loss for words and shook her head, replying, It's nothing. You should get to bed early. All right, sister. As they conversed, Lu Shangfei had already secured the Harmony and the Sea King's ships together with rope. After completing this task, he called out, Sister, I'm heading to sleep now. With that, he dashed to the bow and fell asleep, snoring within 5 minutes. Lu Ruyin gazed at her carefree brother, shaking her head in exasperation. Thankfully, they were on the same boat. Otherwise, with his disposition, he wouldn't even realize if he were tossed into the sea to feed the fish. Lu Ruyin took a few sips of water and sat at the stern, lost in thought, when suddenly her cheeks flushed. These two, truly. She cast a slightly resentful glance at the Sea King, as Barbara's voice intermittently floated to her ears. Although she had never been in a romantic relationship, she was not entirely oblivious to matters of the heart, and upon hearing that voice, she was acutely aware of the game they were playing. Was this truly so amusing? Lu Ruyin felt an urge to cover her ears, yet she could not resist the temptation to listen. How could Chu Fan continue for so long? What prowess he possessed? It was not until an hour later that tranquility finally descended upon the neighboring ship. Lu Ruyin stuck out her tongue, feeling parched and, without realizing it, had drained an entire bottle of water. Upon noticing the empty bottle in her hand, she managed a wry smile. She had previously admonished her younger brother about hydration, yet here she was, failing to heed her own advice. Suddenly, an overwhelming urge to urinate surged within her. It was understandable, as she had refrained from relieving herself throughout the day due to the lack of convenience. Now, having consumed a bottle of water, the need was undeniable. Glancing towards the bow of the ship, she noticed Lu Shang Fei still snoring away. As for the Neptune, it was eerily quiet at that moment. With a sigh of relief, she made her way to the stern to attend to the natural cycle of life. Meanwhile, on the Neptune, Chu Fan also felt the pressing urge to relieve himself. Without much thought, he exited the cabin and stood at the bow, ready to let nature take its course. Suddenly, he caught sight of a shadowy figure crouched on the opposite vessel. A flash of realization struck him, and he understood instantly. He had arrived at a most inopportune moment. Chapter 17. Falling into water beneath the gentle moonlight, Chu Fan gazed at the scene before him and could not help but exclaim. It turned out that even a goddess was not so different from anyone else. His astonishment was instinctive, thus he did not consciously lower his voice. Lu Ruyen, who was in the midst of relieving herself, was startled by the sound and sharply called out, "Who is it?" Only then did Chu Fan come to his senses, realizing he should have pretended not to see anything. However, it was already too late. Lu Ruyen had discerned that the voice belonged to him. Feeling awkward, Chu Fan scratched his head and remarked, "What a coincidence, you're also busy." Lu Ruyen's face flushed crimson, and just at that moment, with only half of her task completed, she could not stop and could only complain, "You're still looking. Turn around." Chu Fan responded with an "Oh," covering his eyes with his hands, leaving a sizable gap between his fingers, and assured her, "Rest assured," a 1T look. Lu Ruyen, exasperated to the point of speechlessness, hurriedly finished her business and stood up to adjust her clothing. Just then, a wave crashed, causing the boat to sway violently. Lu Ruyen lost her balance, let out a startled cry, and with a splash, fell into the sea. Upon hearing the splash, Chu Fan froze in shock. Peering through the gap in his fingers, he noticed that Lu Ruyen had vanished from sight. How strange! Where did she go? Chu Fan scanned his surroundings, but found no trace of her, hastily jumping over to where she had been, only to discover a puddle of water left behind. Oh no! Has she fallen into the water? What is this? Chu Fan picked up an object that had fallen onto the deck, and by the moonlight, he realized it was a pair of pink panties. To his surprise, he had stumbled upon a piece of equipment. The drop rate was impressively high. As he marveled internally, he did not cease his movements. Looking up, he soon spotted Lu Ruyen floundering not far away in the water. At that moment, the wind suddenly picked up, and the waves grew increasingly tumultuous. Lu Ruyen attempted repeatedly to swim towards him, but was continuously pushed further away by the waves. This is not good. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan leaped into the water and swam towards Lu Ruyen. His Sea King outfit finally proved its worth amidst the relentless waves. He was hardly affected and quickly reached Lu Ruyen's side. At this juncture, Lu Ruyen had exhausted her strength and was on the verge of sinking. Am I really going to die here? What will happen to my little brother? At that moment, Lu Ruyen suddenly recalled Chu Fan's face. 2 years ago, when she first saw him from the audience, he had left a profound impression on her. Not only was he handsome, recognized as the campus heartthrob of Jiangxing University, but his humorous and witty remarks had also deeply resonated with her. If I die, will he be saddened? Will he take care of my little brother out of respect for me? Alas, these thoughts are beyond my control now. Just as she contemplated giving up the struggle, she suddenly felt a pair of arms encircle her waist. Then she heard a melodious voice by her ear, urgently asking, "Are you all right? Can you still swim?" Lu Ruyen took a deep breath and reluctantly lifted her head, saying, "I am fine." No sooner had the words left her lips than a wave surged forth, submerging her entirely. Fortunately, Chu Fan held her tightly, preventing her from being swept away. "Stop being stubborn. Hold on to me." Lu Ruyen understood that this was not the time for bravado and nodded, allowing Chu Fan to embrace her. After swimming 3 or 4 meters, Chu Fan sensed something was amiss. "No, your clothes are completely soaked. They must come off." Lu Rian's face flushed with embarrassment. This was far too mortifying. However, being a composed woman, she recognized the validity of Chu Fan's words. Lacking strength, she softly murmured, "Please help me take them off." With a swift motion, her chi pao was torn apart, disintegrating into strips of fabric that vanished into the waves. Lu Rian was momentarily speechless, with her attire in tatters. What was left for her to wear? Chu Fan swallowed hard and explained, "It was too cumbersome to remove them in the water. I had no choice but to resort to this drastic measure." Internally, he mused, "Goodness, this woman's figure is remarkable, rivaling even that of Barbara, though slightly less voluptuous. Frankly, her physique was among the finest in the Dragon Kingdom, though overshadowed by the exceptionally gifted Barbara." Lu Rian understood that there was no alternative and nodded, saying, "Thank you. I do not blame you." The waves grew increasingly tumultuous. Despite possessing the Sea King's attire, Chu Fan found it impossible to transport Lu Rian to the boat, which seemed to drift further away. Just then, a wooden crate floated by, and they managed to grasp it, preventing themselves from sinking. "Oh no, this is dire. Without the boat, are we to perish at sea?" Lu Rian sighed deeply. "It's all my fault. I've burdened you." Chu Fan countered, "Now is not the time for foolish words. Let go of me. You can make it to the boat on your own." As if making a grave decision, Lu Rian remained composed as she addressed Chu Fan. He shook his head. "Regardless of whether I can catch up alone, leaving you here would leave me deeply unsettled. Do not worry. Barbara and the others will surely come to our rescue," he reassured her. This was one of the advantages of the game. Members of the same team could locate each other using their wristbands, alleviating concerns of being lost. The only dilemma was whether they could endure until help arrived. Yet Lu Rian stubbornly insisted that she was the cause of Chu Fan's predicament, shaking her head, "You need not worry about me." At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly noticed a small patch of rocks not far ahead and felt a surge of hope. Salvation is at hand. Without regard for Lu Rian's reaction, he seized her and propelled them towards a reef. Though the rocks were not far, the tumultuous waves made it arduous for Chu Fan to reach them, and he gasped for breath upon arriving. Suddenly, he froze in astonishment. Lu Rian's attire had seemingly vanished, leaving him puzzled about the object he was clutching. Upon this realization, he swiftly turned his gaze to discover he was holding a strap, while Lu Rian's face was flushed to the point of resembling crimson. Moments ago, Chu Fan had unexpectedly seized her bra strap, and she had been unable to resist as he assertively dragged her to this location. However, she understood that his intentions were to rescue her and bore him no ill will. Could you possibly loosen your grip? I'm finding it difficult to breathe," she implored. Awkwardly, Chu Fan released his hold, causing the strap to snap back with a resounding crack against Lu Rian's smooth back, amplifying the awkwardness. In an effort to alleviate the tension, Chu Fan hastily ascended the rocky outcrop, urging, "Come up quickly." Lu Rian, her cheeks still tinged with embarrassment, nodded gently and began to scale the stone crevices. As Chu Fan turned to extend his hand to assist her, he was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that he had indeed discovered a piece of equipment aboard the vessel moments earlier. Chapter 18, Deserted Island. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Lu Rian instinctively grasped the hand he extended, using her strength to ascend the rocky outcrop. As she tidied her hair, she caught sight of Chu Fan's gaze upon her, causing her to instinctively lower her head. The usually composed and serene Lu Rian could not suppress a gasp at that moment. The recent peril had made her forget certain matters. How infuriating. Did that imply that she... you're still looking. Realizing this, Lu Rian hurriedly bent down, attempting to conceal herself. Chu Fan wiped away the saliva from his mouth and hastily remarked, "How forgetful of me." As he spoke, he retrieved an item from his bosom and presented it to Lu Rian, much to her astonishment. "Here, I found this at the bow of the ship. It must belong to you." Lu Rian froze for a moment, accepting it only to see her face flush once more. Was Chu Fan truly oblivious to tuck a woman's undergarment into his clothing? However, dwelling on this was of little consequence now. After a rustling sound, Lu Rian finally managed to reassemble her attire. It was then she noticed that her clothes had not been dampened at all. What kind of fabric is this? How does it repel water so effectively? "Oh, this is my Aquaman suit," It has excellent waterproofing. A silence enveloped them, as Chu Fan deliberately turned his head away, forcing himself not to gaze at the enchanting figure beside him. Lu Ruyen, having regained her composure, resumed her demeanor as the aloof goddess. "Thank you." Chu Fan was taken aback, responding instinctively. "What for?" "Thank you for saving me." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. We are classmates, after all. Now we are teammates, aren't we?" Lu Ruyen offered a faint smile. "That is true. Nevertheless, I am grateful. Without you, I would have perished. I am at a loss as to how to repay you. Then perhaps you could dedicate yourself to me." Chu Fan blurted out, unable to restrain his gaze from turning towards her. Lu Ruyen was momentarily stunned by his words, letting out a cold snort, not out of anger, but rather was a semblance of reproach. "How audacious!" Chu Fan muttered under his breath. Lu Ruyen furrowed her brows. "What did you say?" "Ah, I merely remarked on the size of this island. It's quite large." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruyen also took note. Earlier, while in the sea, she had only glimpsed a corner of the small island, assuming it was merely a larger rock. However, as her eyes adjusted to the surrounding darkness, she realized it was indeed a small island. The lush greenery blended seamlessly with the night, obscuring its true nature. This was their first encounter with an island in this unfamiliar world, filling them with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. They wondered if there were indigenous inhabitants, what they might look like, and whether they were carnivorous. Just then, Lu Ruyen suddenly pointed towards the beach, exclaiming, "Chu Fan, look over there." Chu Fan quickly turned his head, and to his astonishment, a small boat was anchored not far from the beach. Observing the exterior, it appears that this individual is indeed a survivor, transported from Earth, much like the others. Furthermore, it is likely that they belong to the same zone 10087. At that moment, the vessel lay desolate, devoid of any presence. As the two approached the small boat, they discovered numerous bloodstains at the bow and countless footprints on the ground. Given the circumstances, it seemed that the survivors aboard this ship were in grave peril. Just then, Chu Fan's ears perked up, and he swiftly turned to glance behind him. He noticed something moving in the nearby woods, suggesting a significant number of entities were on the move. Lu Ruyen, too, sensed the situation and felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After a brief moment of panic, Chu Fan quickly regained his composure. He swiftly retrieved a set of Aquaman attire from his spatial storage and handed it to the still unclothed Lu Ruyen. "Put this on," he instructed. Lu Ruyen hesitated momentarily, but upon realizing it was a piece of clothing, she accepted it without delay. The moment it touched her hands, she discerned the fabric's extraordinary quality, distinctly different from her usual garments. It appeared to be made of the same material as the outfits worn by Chu Fan and Barbara. Lu Ruyen hastily donned the attire, and in the next instant, the clothing began to contour to her form. The initial pale yellow hue transformed into a vivid crimson. The transformation was remarkably swift. Once completed, Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. Before him stood Lu Ruyen, adorned in a striking red halter dress that revealed a substantial expanse of her smooth, fair back. The hem of the dress bore a resemblance to a qipao, reminiscent of her previous attire. Even more astonishing, she sported black stockings and elegant high-heeled shoes. "Isn't this just Ada Wong's look?" Chu Fan mused, recognizing the uncanny resemblance. Indeed, if she were to wield two firearms, Lu Ruyen would perfectly embody Ada Wong, aligning seamlessly with her naturally aloof demeanor. Pleased with her appearance, Lu Ruyen glanced at Chu Fan and suddenly remarked, "So you had clothes all along. Why didn't you give them to me sooner?" "Chu Fan Chuka. I just remembered, that's all." Lu Ruyen shot him an exasperated glare, realizing he was clearly eager to see her in a more revealing state. Just then, Chu Fan exclaimed, "Be careful. Something is emerging from the woods." Lu Ruyen's heart raced as she turned her gaze towards the trees. In the darkness, countless shadowy figures surged forth from the forest, heading directly for their location. Recognizing the imminent danger posed by the throng of shadows, Chu Fan knew they couldn't afford to remain stationary. He grasped Lu Ruyen's hand and urged her on. Without hesitation, Lu Ruyen followed closely behind Chu Fan as they dashed parallel to the tree line towards the island's edge. The shadows behind them emitted a series of guttural growls, relentlessly pursuing their escape. They dared not pause for even a moment, sprinting forward with urgency. However, the entities in pursuit were equally relentless, and the cacophony of sounds indicated that they were vastly outnumbered. Breathless and nearing exhaustion, Lu Ru Yin suddenly pointed to the side. "Chu Fan, there lies a tree hollow." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan indeed spotted a massive tree ahead, beneath which was a hollow spacious enough to accommodate a person. "Quick, let's take refuge inside." The two of them, in perfect harmony, dashed towards the hollow. Just as they squeezed inside, they heard a series of rumbling sounds echoing from outside. It was a close call. Fortunately, the creatures outside seemed to lack intelligence, as they merely rushed past without noticing them. This brought a slight sense of relief to the two, though they remained cautious. The tree hollow was quite confined, with the two almost standing face to face. Chu Fan found himself at a loss regarding where to place his hands. As he caught a whiff of the fragrance emanating from Lu Ru Yin, he felt a momentary daze. Undoubtedly, as the president of Jiangxing University, the sensation was truly exquisite. Lu Ru Yin, perceptive of Chu Fan's unusual demeanor, shot him a glare and remarked, "Chu Fan, there is something I wish to inquire of you." "What is it?" He replied, "Is that sort of thing really so enjoyable?" Chapter 19. You wouldn't offer yourself, would you? Chu Fan was taken aback, utterly unprepared for such words to escape the lips of Lu Ru Yin, a seemingly ethereal figure untouched by worldly affairs. What a brazen proclamation! Clearing his throat awkwardly, Chu Fan suggested, "Perhaps we ought to refrain from discussing this matter." Why did it sound as though death were imminent? A wave of incredulity washed over him. This young woman possessed a remarkable flair for description. Lu Ru Yin continued, her words a mix of playful ambiguity, leaving him bewildered as to whether she was advocating for or against the notion. Chu Fan was rendered speechless. Who could have anticipated that this goddess of the campus, known for her aloofness that often left others despondent, could speak so candidly? "No matter how much I explain, you won't grasp it until you experience it yourself," she remarked. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed outside, prompting both to fall silent in fear. Time slipped away as they leaned against each other, lost in a haze of drowsiness, until Chu Fan was jolted awake. He realized that daylight had broken outside. Activating his wristband, he discovered that Barbara was not far from their location, likely already aware of their absence. It was imperative to ascertain the situation and find a secure place to await Barbara's arrival. Otherwise, her direct approach to the island could prove perilous. Noticing the outside world had quieted, Chu Fan gently nudged Lu Ru Yin awake. "Ru Yin, wake up, it's morning." As she opened her eyes, the brightness of day greeted her, and she soon realized she was entirely nestled in Chu Fan's embrace, with a mark of drool left on his chest. This realization quickened her heart. It was the first time in her life she had shared such an intimate position with a man for so long. After voicing his concerns, Lu Ru Yin immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. While uncertain about Barbara, she was confident that her impulsive brother would recklessly rush to the island without a second thought. If they encountered the creatures from the previous night, it would spell disaster. Considering this, the two cautiously peered through a gap to ensure there was no movement outside before quietly emerging from their hiding place. Chu Fan retrieved 2 bottles of water from his space, and after they replenished their strength, they began to survey their surroundings. Before them lay a thicket of low trees, not particularly dense, yet each trunk was robust and appeared to have stood for many years. After observing for a moment, Lu Ru Yin remarked softly, "These trees are not of Earth-S species. At least, I have never seen or heard of them before." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. Her observation was astute. The island exuded an air of strangeness, compounded by the mysterious entities that had appeared the previous night. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan suggested, "Ru Yin, this island is indeed sizable, and we remain oblivious to its specifics. I believe we should seek a higher vantage point to better understand our surroundings." Lu Ru nodded and said, "Indeed, that is also my thought. What do you think of that mountain?" Following the direction Lu Ru pointed, Chu Fan raised his gaze. There, in their right front, stood a mountain peak, presumably the highest point of the island. "Well, we should not delay. Let's set off promptly. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the mountain. Lu Ruyin lifted her arm to wipe the fine sweat from her forehead. The journey had proven arduous, yet fortunately, they encountered no dangers. They paused briefly at the base of the mountain to drink some water before continuing their ascent. The mountain was not particularly high, merely a couple of 100 meters, and a pathway facilitated their climb significantly. Fantastic, Chu Fan. We are almost at the summit. Chu Fan nodded, exhaling a sigh of relief. Both had been exceedingly tense throughout the journey, not daring to waste a moment. Thankfully, they had reached this point without incident, allowing them to finally relax. Chu Fan, I truly must thank you for helping us escape this peril. Lu Ruyin expressed her gratitude sincerely. Hee, mere words of thanks are not enough. Let us speak of something more tangible. What do you desire? Did I not suggest that you should simply offer yourself to me? Lu Ruyin shot him a sidelong glance. Do you not already have Barbara? How can you still have thoughts of me? I did not expect you to be such a scoundrel. Chu Fan dismissed her concern. This is not Earth. We are at sea. How can I be called a scoundrel? Please refer to me as the Sea King. Lu Ruyin was at a loss for words, having never before encountered someone who could so boldly justify such behavior. Are you not worried about Barbara's feelings? Hee, that is of no concern to you. Just tell me whether you are willing or not. Lu Ruyin halted, raising her head. Are you serious? Chu Fan also came to a stop, solemnly stating, of course, you are the most unique among all those I have encountered. Just then, without warning, Chu Fan lunged forward, knocking Lu Ruyin to the ground. She was caught off guard, finding herself pinned beneath him. In her flustered state, she quickly remarked, Chu Fan, there is no need for such urgency. I will agree to you, but right now, be careful. Those things are coming. Chu Fan in de zup. Lu Ruyin then noticed a small, glowing blue arrow embedded in the ground where she had just been standing. Had Chu Fan not knocked her down, she would have surely been struck. Since mastering his martial art skills, Chu Fan's senses had sharpened to an extraordinary degree. Thus, although the arrow had come unexpectedly, he had sensed it just in time, prompting his decisive action. After helping Lu Ruyin to her feet, Chu Fan retrieved a trident from his spatial storage. Ruyin, stand behind me. No sooner had he spoken than a horde of peculiar little beings rushed out from the dense woods opposite them. These creatures were very diminutive, entirely green, with large ears atop their small heads, and their gaping mouths revealed serrated teeth. If one were to articulate the matter, Chu Fan felt that these creatures bore an uncanny resemblance to the goblins from games of his previous life. This horde of goblins was exceedingly numerous, with a rough estimate suggesting there were over 100. They erupted forth, clamoring loudly, brandishing an array of weapons. My goodness, so many! Lu Ruyin's beauty paled slightly. She had never anticipated that the ones pursuing her throughout the night would turn out to be such grotesque beings. Upon catching sight of Lu Ruyin's appearance, the goblins grew even more animated, screeching and rushing towards her in a frenzied manner. Chu Fan realized the gravity of the situation and shouted urgently, Run. Chapter 20. The fierce battle at the summit after uttering the words run. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan grasped Lu Ruyin's hand and ascended the mountain. Chu Fan, what on earth are those hideous creatures? Lu Ruyin gasped. Her breath labored as she inquired. With a grave expression, Chu Fan replied, though I cannot be certain. Judging by their appearance, they are most likely goblins. Goblins? Upon hearing this term, Lu Ruyin's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. She was not entirely unaware. Goblins were notorious creatures spoken of in myths and games. They were said to be grotesque, greedy, lustful, and cruel. Having encountered one firsthand, she understood the tales to be true. It was rumored that should a woman fall into the clutches of such monsters, her fate would be far worse than death. The thought quickened her pace. She had no desire to be captured by such fiends. The two continued their ascent, pursued relentlessly by a horde of goblins. With daylight upon them, finding a refuge akin to the previous night was nearly impossible. They had no choice but to press onward, compelled to climb higher up the mountain. After a grueling 15 minutes, they finally reached the summit. Chu Fan, having undergone physical enhancement, was relatively unscathed, but Lu Ruyin, being a woman and having sprinted with all her might, was utterly exhausted and struggled to stand upright. Are you all right? Chu Fan inquired, catching her breath. Lu Ruyin replied, I'm fine. I won't be a burden to you. Chu Fan nodded and urged, they are closing in on us. We must move further ahead. As they traversed a few more meters, they suddenly halted, both struck with disbelief. Lu Ruyan's face drained of color upon witnessing the scene before them. The summit was dominated by a nearly vertical cliff, with a tumultuous sea raging below. A leap from such a height would almost certainly mean certain death. Atop the cliff stood numerous wooden stakes, each adorned with desiccated corpses. Among them, 2 bodies were alarmingly fresh, presumably belonging to those who had been transported from Earth, the owners of the ship they had seen the previous night. Lu Ruyin cast a glance at the gruesome sight, stifling the urge to retch, and spoke with a trembling voice, Chu Fan, look at that. Chu Fan's gaze hardened as he beheld one of the stakes, to which a woman was bound. Though she had not yet succumbed, her breath was faint. Her clothing had long been stripped away, revealing a body marred by wounds. The most horrifying sight was the gaping cavity where her chest had once been, now a gruesome scar oozing blood. Her lower body bore the marks of unspeakable torment. Chu Fan prided himself on having seen all manner of grotesque images on various websites, yet he found himself deeply shaken by the blood-soaked tableau before him. The woman, sensing the presence of others, summoned the strength to open her eyes. Upon realizing that her gaze fell upon her own kin, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Please, end my suffering. I beg you. Even Lu Ruyin, typically as composed as an ice queen, was rendered speechless by the harrowing scene. What torment must one endure to yearn for death so fervently? Chu Fan felt a profound sorrow within, realizing that this woman could not be saved, even if she were. Her remaining days would be shrouded in terror. The woman continued to speak in fragmented sentences, the treasure chest on the cliff. It is a trap. Kill me. Hearing the approaching sounds of the goblins behind him, Chu Fan had no time to discern the meaning of her words. Drawing the dagger obtained from Scar, he raised it and softly uttered, Rest in peace. Just as he was about to act, Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected, Wait, Chu Fan. With reddened eyes, he retorted, I'm doing this for her sake. Compassion has no place in this moment. Lu Ruyin, taken aback, shook her head in anguish and said softly, she is already dead. Chu Fan was stunned and quickly turned around, only to discover that the woman's eyes were wide open, staring at another corpse nearby. The colors in her eyes were slowly fading, becoming increasingly hollow. Chu Fan closed his eyes, a surge of complex emotions washing over him. Although he did not know this woman at that moment as a fellow human, he felt a flicker of compassion. At that moment, Lu Ruyin reminded him, Chu Fan, they are closing in. Chu Fan swiftly turned, retrieving the Sea King's trident from his spatial pouch. Ruyin, step back. Today, I shall let these wretched creatures taste the wrath of humanity. Lu Ruyin nodded, taking a cautious step back, her expression solemn. Be careful. Chu Fan boldly stepped forward, an overwhelming aura emanating from him. The leading goblin was momentarily shaken by his presence, instinctively halting its advance. With a mighty swing of the Sea King's trident, Chu Fan bellowed, Come at me. The goblin leader, seemingly enraged, let out a series of shrill cries, gesturing with its green claws as over a dozen diminutive goblins brandished various weapons and charged toward him. Unfazed, Chu Fan's mastery of martial arts equipped him with an understanding of ancient weaponry, including the techniques of the Dragon Kingdom. The Sea King's trident, being a polearm, posed no challenge for him. With a swift thrust, he pierced through the foremost goblin, rendering it lifeless. He then flicked the trident, sending the goblin's body flying like a rag into the mass of its companions. Before the other goblins could react, Chu Fan transitioned from thrusting to sweeping, knocking 4 or 5 of the charging goblins aside with a single motion, thus wielding the Sea King's trident. Chu Fan resembled a deity of death as he danced through the goblin horde, soon instilling fear in them as they began to retreat. Just as he thrust the trident forward, a goblin leapt from the pile of corpses behind him, swinging a large club toward the back of Chu Fan's head. This was, astonishingly, a goblin feigning death. Chu Fan, having just exhausted his strength, was caught off guard, unable to evade in time, and braced himself for the impending blow. Although the goblin was diminutive, its strength was considerable. Enduring that strike could very well result in severe injury, if not death. At that moment, an arrow suddenly shot through the air, piercing the leaping goblin with a chilling precision, eliciting a wretched scream as it fell. This swift and accurate shot altered the goblin's trajectory mid-flight, causing its club to veer slightly and crash against Chu Fan's shoulder. He felt a jolt of excruciating pain, nearly losing his footing, and upon turning to look, he beheld Lu Rian wielding a short bow. After having dispatched the sixth one last time, she had reclaimed the arrow. And unexpectedly, it had saved Chu Fan's life at a critical moment. Chu Fan nodded in gratitude, and Lu Rian's lips curled into a subtle smile. However, their moment of relief was short-lived, as a seemingly endless swarm of goblins surged from the thicket below, encircling the hill. Chu Fan stood frozen, realizing that no matter his prowess, he could not possibly vanquish the thousands of goblins closing in. Was this truly the end? Lu Rian's expression mirrored his alarm. It seemed there was no escape this time. Contemplating the peril, she glanced at Chu Fan, who stood resolutely before her, and her heart thawed at last. He had risked himself to save her, facing a multitude of foes without abandoning her to flee. This unwavering resolve reminded her of the ancient general's stoic demeanor, akin to standing firm like a mountain. With a sigh, Chu Fan remarked, "Rian, it seems we are destined to perish here today. Regrettably, I will not have the chance to let you experience that sensation." Lu Rian's cheeks flushed at his audacity, thinking how inappropriate his words were at such a juncture. Yet, in the next moment, her face brightened, and she whispered, "No, perhaps there is still a chance." Chapter 21. I desire not the next life. Only this one following the direction of Lu Rian, Chu Fan gazed out over the sea. He spotted two vessels approaching, one trailing the other. Through his wristband, he confirmed that it was indeed Barbara and Lu Shangfei who had come in search of him. This indicated that their strategy was sound. Only from this vantage point could they discern the situation at sea in a timely manner. However, a new dilemma soon arose. The cliff was at least 100 meters high above the surface of the ocean, rendering any descent utterly impossible. To leap from such a height would be tantamount to seeking death. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lu Rian fell into despair once more. At that moment, both their wristbands chimed simultaneously. It was a private message from Barbara. "Chu Fan, is that you up on the mountain? What are you doing here? You're giving me a fright." Warmth filled Chu Fan's heart as he quickly replied, "Yes, it's me. I'll explain everything when I return. I'll come to the island to find you. Do not come up. This island is extremely perilous. First, steer the boat to the waters beneath me." "Ah, you're not planning to jump down, are you?" "Rest assured, I wouldn't be that foolish. I will find a way." "All right, please don't jump. I have no intention of becoming a widow." Meanwhile, Lu Rian conveyed her thoughts to Lu Shangfei, omitting the details of their dire predicament, but firmly instructing him not to ascend the mountain and to prevent Barbara from landing on the island. After sending the message, Lu Rian tucked her wristband away and softly said, "All right, I made myself clear. Chu Fan, may I ask you for a favor?" "What is it?" "Please kill me first when the time comes. I do not wish to fall into their hands." Chu Fan was taken aback and smiled slightly. "Why the haste to die? We haven't reached that point yet." Lu Rian shook her head. "Do not comfort me. I fear not death. In our current predicament, do you have any alternative? Unless you can conjure two boxes like you did yesterday." A thought struck Chu Fan. While a blind box was currently unattainable, her words had sparked an idea. "Wait, do you recall what that woman said earlier about the boxes on the cliff being a trap?" Lu Rian pondered. Indeed, she did mention that, but what of it? As the goblin army drew ever nearer, Chu Fan quickly stood up. "Hurry, let us find the boxes." Lu Rian, puzzled by his urgency, refrained from questioning further and stood up to assist him to search. On the cliff. "Not here, neither here." After searching for a while without success, just as Chu Fan was about to give up, Lu Rian suddenly pointed downward. "Look there." Upon hearing her voice, Chu Fan swiftly turned to look, and indeed, in the lower right, there lay a small stone platform upon which rested a golden treasure chest. It seemed that the woman and her accomplice had come to this island upon spotting that chest, believing it to be the very trap that would lead them to their demise. "Excellent. Let us leap forward, exclaimed one, as both individuals jumped onto the stone platform below. This platform was not far from the cliff's edge, allowing them to ascend with ease. At that very moment, however, the goblin horde surged forth. Upon realizing that the two had vanished from the summit, the enraged goblins toppled the wooden structures atop the cliff. The woman's corpse plummeted swiftly into the abyss beneath, disappearing into the ocean, all under the watchful gaze of Lu Ruoyan and Chu Fan. Observing this grim scene, Lu Ruoyan's countenance fell. Chu Fan, even if we find the chest, what of it? Are you truly willing to gamble that it contains what we desire? Meanwhile, the goblins had finally caught sight of Chu Fan and Lu Ruoyan, pointing at the platform and shrieking in excitement. The goblin leader cast a malevolent glance at the pair, suddenly gesturing towards the scattered stones on the cliff, issuing a command. A sense of dread gripped Chu Fan. It seemed these creatures intended to hurl stones at them. Lu Ruoyan, too, comprehended the imminent danger, but felt helpless. So be it, if I must perish alongside you. I shall harbor no regrets. At that moment, Barbara and Lu Shangfei's vessel arrived below the cliff. Chu Fan suddenly chuckled. Lu Ruoyan, do you trust me? She paused, bewildered. What do you mean? If you believe in me, do as I say shortly, and we may have a chance to escape this place alive. Lu Ruoyan gazed at Chu Fan, instinctively thinking he was merely trying to comfort her. Yet, a rare smile graced her lips. Very well, I shall follow your lead. Chu Fan produced the Sea King's trident, whispering, when the time comes, hold on to my trident tightly. Do not let go, understand? Lu Ruoyan blushed. All right, but I fear you might not hold on tightly enough. Instead, clutch this chest firmly. Whatever happens, do not release it. Can you manage that? Seeing the seriousness in Chu Fan's demeanor, she steadied her resolve and nodded. Yes, I promise. With that, she embraced the chest tightly. At this juncture, Chu Fan enveloped her from behind, softly murmuring in her ear, Next, I will carry you as we soar. The goblins above once again closed in, this time armed with stones. Recognizing the opportune moment, Chu Fan leapt forcefully, taking Lu Ruoyan with him as they departed the stone platform, plunging vertically into the sea below. In that instant, it felt as though Lu Ruoyan's breath had ceased. She had never anticipated reaching this point. Let me return to the ocean, then, she thought. At least this way, my purity remains intact, free from the torment of those goblins. Just then, Chu Fan whispered in her ear, I recall you promising to be my woman. Do you still stand by that? Lu Ruoyan smiled serenely. Very well, if death is imminent, I agree. In another life, I shall certainly be your woman. Chu Fan lao get her ti ti li. No need to wait for another life. In this one, you are already mine. Lu Ruoyan's heart was a bittersweet blend of sorrow and newfound sweetness. Could this be considered a confession of love? So this is what romance feels like. Alas, it is quite overwhelming. At that moment, Lu Shangfei also noticed the two individuals leaping from the cliff, unable to restrain himself as he shouted, Sister! Just as he believed they were about to plummet into the ocean, destined for a shattering demise, a mechanical voice resonated. Treasure chest detected. Distance to target, 10 meters. 9 meters. 8 meters. 7 meters. Suddenly, a rope shot forth from the Neptune, swiftly darting towards the surface of the sea. Chapter 22. The PUA master in the final moment as Chu Fan held Lu Ruoyan, teetering on the brink of plunging into the sea. The resource collector's rope successfully grasped the treasure chest nestled in Lu Ruoyan's arms. The law of exquisite craftsmanship, a product of the system, was once again proven true. The immense force disregarded the impact of their descent from over 100 meters, forcibly pulling them onto the ship, the Sea King. Chu Fan had indeed made the right bet. From the instant he spotted the treasure chest, he had devised a strategy, albeit with a substantial element of chance involved. Yet, fortune favored him once more. System, you rank third among my most cherished individuals. As for the first and second places, naturally, they belong to Barbara and Lu Ruoyan. One is his lucky goddess, who brought him a spark of life in critical moments. The other is a woman with whom he has shared life and death. Placing her second is certainly justifiable. System, you scoundrel, you truly adore those two vixens more. At that moment, The golden treasure chest slipped from the still-shaken Lu Ruyan's embrace, landing on the deck. With a burst of energy, Barbara leaped into Chu Fan's arms, her legs entwining around his waist. "Darling, you scare me to death." Chu Fan reassured her, patting her disheveled hair. "Fear not. I'm perfectly fine now." Subsequently, Chu Fan recounted the events of the previous day to Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Naturally, he omitted the detail of Lu Ruyan inadvertently falling into the sea without having the chance to grab her pants. In the next instant, Chu Fan realized he was at a loss regarding how to navigate the relationship between Barbara and Lu Ruyan. Although he often boasted, when faced with the reality, he felt overwhelmed. Lu Ruyan seemed to read his thoughts, casting him a knowing glance and sighing. She approached, addressing Xiao Fei. "You should return to the ship first." "Barbara, may I have a word with you?" Barbara nodded in agreement, having always held a fond regard for Lu Ruyan, partly due to the time she had saved her life. Barbara gestured toward the cabin. "Let us talk inside." With that, she made her way into the cabin. As she passed Chu Fan, she playfully patted his shoulder. Chu Fan was left speechless, bemused by the enchanting woman's charm. Upon seeing Barbara enter the cabin, he whispered to Lu Ruyan, "What do you wish to discuss with Barbara?" Lu Ruyan shot him an exasperated glare. "What I, Lu Ruyan, say is always valid. The matter I wish to discuss with her, of course, pertains to you." After that, she ignored Chu Fan entirely and bent to enter the cabin, leaving him in a state of bewilderment. At that moment, Lu Ruyan poked her head out again. "You, go aboard the Harmony and do not eavesdrop on our secrets." Barbara chimed in, "Yes, you're not allowed to overhear our lady's secrets." Chu Fan, feeling helpless, thought how absurd it was, struggling to distinguish between the two. Nevertheless, he decided to relinquish the matter. He could surmise that their conversation would undoubtedly revolve around him. Reluctantly, he made his way to the Sea King. As Lu Xiangfei caught sight of Chu Fan approaching, her eyes sparkled with excitement. "Brother-in-law, Chu Fan, you are truly remarkable. Please, share with me how you just battled with the goblins." Upon the mention of goblins, Chu Fan's expression turned serious once more. Yesterday, his arrival on the island had been hastily executed, leaving him caught off guard. Now that he possessed the equal of all beings artifact, perhaps it was time for a counterattack. It was rumored that goblins, notorious for their greed, often hoarded vast treasures within their lairs. If he were to raid their stronghold, it could lead to immense wealth. However, this endeavor required the consensus of his companions, as it indeed bore certain risks. At that moment on the Sea King, the chatter between two women ceased. In the next instant, a tearful Barbara burst forth, leaping onto the Harmony and enveloping Chu Fan in a tight embrace. "Oh, my dear, I had no idea you sacrificed so much for me." Chu Fan was utterly bewildered. What on earth had Lu Ruyan said to Barbara? Noticing his silence, Barbara continued, "I learned that in your dragon kingdom, capable men are allowed multiple wives, whereas those lacking ability are limited to a single spouse. And you, my dragon knight, fearing to hurt my feelings, would rather endure ridicule than seek other women. I am truly moved." Upon hearing this, Lu Xiangfei could not contain herself, stifling a laugh behind her hand. Yet Barbara pointed out, "Look, dear, you truly are being laughed at." Lu Xiangfei was taken aback. Was she laughing at him? But in the next moment, she sensed a deadly glare directed her way and quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Indeed, in their homeland, Chu Fan would be the subject of mockery. With that thought, she cast an anxious glance at her elder sister, and upon seeing Lu Ruyan's satisfied expression, felt her life was spared. Even a fool like Chu Fan comprehended that Barbara had been successfully manipulated by Lu Ruyan. What a stroke of luck. He no longer had to exert mental effort to handle his own affairs. Moreover, judging by the circumstances, the resolution was quite agreeable. However, as a successful Sea King, he knew he must play along. "Oh, my dearest Barbara, I cannot believe you discovered my secret. Yet, my heart belongs only to you." With those words, Chu Fan tenderly took Barbara's right hand and gently kissed it. Barbara's eyes glimmered with affection. "No, dear, while I appreciate your consideration, I cannot be selfish." Therefore, she then pulled Lu Ruyan closer, placing her hand into Chu Fan's palm. "I hold great affection for Sister Ruyan. Let her join us as your wife." Chu Fan was utterly astonished. He had not anticipated Lu Ruyin had such a tactic. Truly a master of manipulation. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but mentally applaud Lu Ruyin. With her presence, he need not worry about turmoil in his domestic affairs. It was simply brilliant. Subsequently, Chu Fan displayed a myriad of reluctances, which moved Barbara to lean against his shoulder, causing small pearls of tears to dampen his right side. Lu Ruyin, observing from the sidelines for a moment, gently remarked, "It seems my arrival is ill-timed." At that moment, Chu Fan, having come to a realization, let out a hearty laugh and extended his hand, saying, "No, your timing is impeccable." In the next instant, he pulled Lu Ruyin close to him. Thus, with Lu Ruyin resting on his left shoulder and Barbara on his right, Chu Fan embraced them both. Lu Shangfei, watching in astonishment from the side, exclaimed, "Wow, I never knew such a maneuver was possible. Truly, this is a sight to behold. No wonder they are siblings. This display is simply remarkable." Chapter 23. The Bow of the Moon Goddess Chu Fan articulated his desire to launch a counterattack on Goblin Island. Barbara did not object, as she had always been inclined to heed Chu Fan's words. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyin recalled the woman bound to the wooden frame, and a surge of inexplicable anger welled up within her. However, her inherently calm disposition led her to express her opinion directly. "Chu Fan, I understand your feelings, but we must prepare ourselves and not act impulsively." Chu Fan produced the artifact symbolizing equality among all beings and inquired, "What do you think of this?" Lu Ruyin shook her head and replied, "I believe this is insufficient." "Oh, please share your thoughts," he encouraged. Lu Ruyin thoughtfully analyzed. "Firstly, our ammunition is limited, yet we remain unaware of the number of goblins on this island." Chu Fan did not dispute this. They had witnessed thousands of goblins earlier, but the total count on the island remained a mystery. Lu Ruyin continued, "Aside from goblins, could there be other races on this island? We cannot be certain, can we?" Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging her insight. "Indeed, my second wife, you are correct." Lu Ruyin paid little heed to the alteration in address, which left Lu Shangfei, who had been anxiously observing, utterly astonished. Was this truly the same sister he once knew? How could she tolerate such a reference from Chu Fan? Oh well, it mattered little now. At least she had been married off, and he hoped she would no longer be so controlling. Lu Ruyin pressed on the third point, and perhaps the most crucial, is that we have yet to grasp the rules of this game. Barbara inquired curiously, "Ruyin, what do you mean? For instance, if this island has suddenly appeared, could it just as suddenly vanish? If it were to disappear, would we not also be swept away?" Her words sent a chill down Chu Fan's spine. Lu Ruyin was absolutely correct. He had indeed been too rash. Thankfully, he had such a composed and wise partner by his side. Barbara quickly affirmed, "Precisely, my dear. I concur with Ruyin. Moreover, our provisions are dwindling." Chu Fan smiled slightly. "You have both successfully persuaded me. Let's allow the goblins to live a few more days. We will mark this location and return for vengeance once we have strengthened our capabilities and comprehended the rules of this world." Lu Ruyin breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that Chu Fan would not recklessly storm the island. Otherwise, she would have had to accompany him. At that moment, Barbara suddenly exclaimed, "By the way, we haven't yet opened that treasure chest you brought back. I wonder what lies within." Prompted by Barbara's reminder, they all recalled the unopened chest. It was indeed a golden treasure chest, but Chu Fan harbored little hope. After all, the woman had warned it was a trap, suggesting a significant possibility that the chest could be a ruse. Nevertheless, it was already aboard the ship, so they might as well open it and see. Chu Fan raised the sails, and with the aid of the sea breeze, the vessel gradually departed from the island, embarking on a journey across the open ocean. The four individuals gathered around the deck, poised to unveil the golden treasure chest. Amidst the eager anticipation of the group, Chu Fan opened the chest. Inside lay 3 gleaming gold coins, a parchment, and a finely crafted bow. Upon examining the coins, Chu Fan recognized their material as identical to the 3 he had previously retrieved from the ocean depths, the sole distinction being that instead of a dragon motif, they bore the emblem of a goblin. The exquisite craftsmanship of the bow captivated Lu Ruyin, who, upon picking it up, found herself utterly enchanted. It appeared that the parchment held the most significant value, and they all hoped it contained precious information. As Chu Fan unfurled the scroll, he was met with a few striking lines of text. Bow of the Moon Goddess, legendary. A divine bow said to be forged from the power of the Moon Goddess. If the wielder can harness the Moon Goddess's power, they can unleash formidable arrows without the need for arrowheads. And then, the text abruptly ended. The group exchanged bewildered glances. After all their efforts, this was all they received? The bow seemed incredibly powerful, especially with the potential to shoot arrows without needing them once the Moon Goddess's power was mastered. Yet the crux of the matter lay in one pivotal question. What was the Moon Goddess's power, and how could one acquire it? Chu Fan scrutinized the parchment from every angle, but could uncover no further valuable information. Frustrated, he thought, is it truly exhausting to speak so much in one breath? Nevertheless, seeing Lu Ru Yin's affection for the bow made the expedition worthwhile. Additionally, there was promising news. Lu Shangfei crafted 2 arrows with a small knife, and the synthesis station could now create arrows from wood. Although their power was modest, it provided the Sea King with an added means of offense. After a brief regroup, the team resumed their quest for resources. It was at this moment that Lu Ru Yin and her brother comprehended why Chu Fan had progressed so rapidly. The resource collection mechanism was nothing short of miraculous. By day's end, they had salvaged a total of 32 supply boxes. Chu Fan assessed their current inventory: 300 units of wood, 100 units of iron, 10 units of copper, 30 units of leather, 50 units of plastic, and 5 loaves of bread. To his delight, they had also recovered a particularly valuable item: ship function module, restroom. Would you like to spend 100 wood, 10 iron, and 10 plastic to expand the restroom module onto the Sea King? Note: expanding will increase the area of the Sea King. Yes, let's expand. With more people aboard, the necessity for a restroom had become increasingly apparent. While Chu Fan himself could manage, he found it unacceptable to have his 2 ladies exposed in broad daylight. After all, some things are best appreciated in secret. However, due to the absence of a freshwater conversion module, the restroom could only serve its intended purpose for now, as bathing remained unfeasible. Despite this limitation, both Barbara and Lu Ruyin were overjoyed by the development, especially for Lu Ruyin. Had it not been for the necessity of a restroom visit, she would never have fallen into the sea, nor would she have been seen in such a vulnerable state by the mischievous Chu Fan. That evening, a few individuals gathered together, replenishing their strength with food. After Chu Fan stuffed the last piece of bread into his mouth, he lamented, "Consuming this fare incessantly is making my palate quite bland. When will I be provided with a stove? I could catch fish from the sea myself." Currently, the Sea King vessel posed no significant safety issues, yet its comfort level still left much to be desired. One could only hope that the captain would become more accommodating. After dinner, the group engaged in light conversation for a while before preparing to retire for the night. Chu Fan seized Lu Ruyin, who was attempting to slip away, and with a mischievous grin, inquired, "My dear second wife, where do you think you are off to?" Chapter 24. The unfortunate within myself, Lu Ruoyan murmured. "Where else can I go? Of course, I shall return to sleep." However, Lu Shangfei interjected, "Sister, don't come over here. You should sleep with your brother-in-law instead. Otherwise, you will constantly complain about my snoring at night." With a frown, Lu Ruoyan retorted, "Are you asking for a beating?" Lu Shangfei, recoiling slightly, hastily returned to the Harmony ship. Chu Fan, chuckling, remarked, "I believe my little brother-in-law has a point. You are now mine, if you do not sleep with me. Where do you intend to go?" Lu Ruoyan surveyed the cabin, noticing Barbara looking at her with a smile, and her face suddenly flushed. "Chu Fan, don't you already have Barbara? Perhaps we should discuss our situation at a later time?" With a mischievous grin, Chu Fan replied, "You said it yourself, so let us defer for now." He then pulled Lu Ruoyan into the cabin. "Wait, that is not what I meant." Lu Ruoyan hurriedly clarified. Despite her usual icy and aloof demeanor, at this moment, she found it difficult to let go. Yet, she understood that having made this decision, certain matters could not be evaded. Thus, she reluctantly followed Chu Fan into the cabin. The space within the cabin was modest, yet ample enough for 3 individuals. Chu Fan smiled and said, "From now on, don't call me Chu Fan. Call me husband. Husband? Yes, that's more like it. Contents below are for VIP members only. On the Harmony ship, Lu Shangfei was snoring and tossing in his sleep, mumbling in dreams. Chu Fan turned to Lu Ruoyan beside him and said, "Welcome to the team. I have a gift for you." This piqued Lu Ruoyan's curiosity, and despite her physical discomfort, she struggled to sit up. "What gift?" Chu Fan's revealing that the system had just bestowed rewards. "Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully surviving a day. Reward, 1 blind box. Ding! Host has successfully charmed 2 teammates. Reward, 2 blind boxes." With 3 blind boxes in hand, Chu Fan placed them at the center of the vessel. Barbara, having opened one before, recognized them immediately and was instantly intrigued. Chu Fan explained to Lu Ruoyan, "These are blind boxes. Each of us can open 1 daily." Barbara, quick to notice the change, remarked, "Darling, yesterday there were only 2. Today there are 3. Could it be because Sister Ruoyan has joined our team?" Chu Fan lauget hotitili, playfully tapping Barbara on the nose. "Ah, you are indeed teachable." Barbara shot him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling. Next came the moment to open the blind boxes. Chu Fan led the way and opened one. Ding! Blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host, for receiving 1,000 tons of assorted seasonings. Wow, 1,000 tons of seasonings. That is quite extravagant, Chu Fan thought. While this reward may not be exceptional, it was certainly useful, especially with salt, and essential for the human body. Next came Barbara, who also opened her blind box. Ding! Blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a freshwater purification device, X1. Chu Fan was utterly stunned. Barbara truly was the embodiment of luck, having acquired something remarkably extraordinary. This was indeed a freshwater purification device. Chu Fan hurriedly examined the device's specifications. Freshwater purification device can be installed in any location, and the number and position of the outlets can be adjusted according to the host's wishes. Note 1. This device operates on solar energy. After being exposed to sunlight for 4 hours, it can function continuously for 10 days. Note 2. The device features a rainwater collection function that automatically gathers rainwater and converts it into potable freshwater. Note 3. The device includes a seawater collection capability, allowing it to automatically harvest seawater and transform it into freshwater. Note 4. The device is equipped with a 5-ton capacity water reservoir, which will cease operation once full. After reviewing the specifications, the 3 of them could only think one thing. Astounding, utterly astounding. This device was exceptionally powerful, and the most crucial aspect was that it could be directly combined with the restroom module acquired today. A 5-ton water capacity was more than sufficient for their needs. Moreover, as long as there was power, this device would operate indefinitely, meaning, theoretically, the water supply would never run out. Chu Fan gave Barbara a thumbs up. People can indeed be infuriating. This was what luck looked like. Chu Fan suddenly recalled his earlier experience of pulling a small zombie during the 80 draws, reminiscing about the unfairness of this world. At this moment, a young gentleman who achieved a 10-draw double gold left his comment. Next, only Lu Ruoyan remained. At this point, Lu Ruoyan felt completely numb. She had not expected that Chu Fan's true ace was this, and it was something he possessed every day. She suddenly felt relieved about her decision. It seemed that her and her brother's chances of surviving in this world had been exponentially increased. Seeing the looks on Chu Fan and Barbara's faces directed at her, Lu Ruoyan nodded. Taking a deep breath, she opened her blind box. Ding! Blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a Neptune-class custom water heater X1. The Neptune-class custom water heater utilizes solar energy. After being exposed to sunlight for 4 hours, it can be used continuously for 10 days. Note, this water heater can be connected to the freshwater purification device. As the announcement concluded, Chu Fan was completely flabbergasted. It turned out that Barbara was not the lucky one. It was he who was truly unfortunate. How could both of these women acquire such incredible items, while he was left with something utterly mundane? Fortunately, both of these women were now his, and, thinking about it, perhaps he was indeed the most fortunate one. Chu Fan could only comfort himself with a sense of humor. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of the two women, Chu Fan assembled the newly acquired modules onto the Neptune. A flash of white light illuminated the scene, and the vessel's waterline deepened slightly. Above the recently added restroom, two new objects appeared conspicuously. One was a freshwater purification device, and the other was a hot water apparatus. Thus, on the evening of the fourth day of their survival, Chu Fan and his two wives successfully indulged in a warm bath. Little did they know that, at that very moment, the ocean beneath them seemed to be boiling, gradually rising to form one towering wave after another. Chapter 25. The Rising Tempest. Having indulged in a bit of drink while typing earlier, I was confined in a small room for a full 2 days due to reckless driving. This once again corroborates the adage, drink but do not drive. Drive but do not drink. A gentle reminder from Barbara, the first mate of the Sea King, number 10087. 1 cup of wine while coding. 2 lines of tears while assessing the situation. Aboard the Sea King, Lu Royan was the first to notice the unsettling turbulence. Why was the ship swaying so violently? At that moment, both Chu Fan and Barbara also sensed the peculiar disturbance. Their expressions shifted as they hurriedly exited the cabin, only to discover that what had begun as a mere breeze had escalated into a fierce gale of level 8. On another vessel, Lu Shangfei was also roused from his slumber. "Brother-in-law, what is happening?" Chu Fan's countenance grew tense. The ferocity of the winds and waves filled him with concern about whether his two ships could withstand such fury. Fortunately, he had lowered the sails earlier. Otherwise, the ship might have already capsized. At this moment, the regional channel erupted in chaos once more, indicating the widespread impact of the storm. What on earth is happening? Why has the wind suddenly become so fierce? Heavens help me! This rocking is making me nauseous. What should I do? My ship is so small. Can it endure this tempest? It's over. My fear of the deep sea is resurfacing. I sense a monster lurking within these waves. Such remarks seemed to resonate with Chu Fan and the others, as this world was rife with unsolved mysteries. It was entirely possible that, as the individual suggested, some unknown terror lay hidden within the tumultuous waters. Chu Fan drew forth the Sea King's trident and declared earnestly, "Xiao Fei, come over here as well. Everyone, exercise caution." At his words, Barbara unsheathed her sword, her gaze fixed anxiously on the restless sea. Enormous waves surged forth one after another, threatening to obliterate everything upon the ocean's surface. Suddenly, Lu Royan exclaimed, "Chu Fan, quickly check the regional channel." Hastily, Chu Fan opened the channel, where a person named Gao Shuachi was speaking. "Everyone, the storm is exceedingly severe. Ordinary small boats cannot withstand it. I propose that those nearby merge their vessels to swiftly increase their size and weight, which will enhance our chances of survival." Gao Shuachi's words fell like a stone cast into a deep well, stirring immediate responses from below. What the upstairs is saying is correct. My coordinates are at 117, 256. Is anyone nearby? I'm at 126, 369. I should be close. On a considerably large ship not far from Chu Fan, over a dozen individuals stood upon its deck. The leader among them, holding a wristband and exuding confidence, was Gao Shuachi. The captain of the Arkansas utilizing this strategy, he had successfully merged 7 or 8 nearby vessels together. He felt assured that he was now the most formidable presence upon these waters, having once been at the lowest rungs of society in reality. However, having grown up by the sea, he found himself at an advantageous position upon arriving at this location. Consequently, after familiarizing himself with the environment, he swiftly commenced his development, amassing a considerable amount of resources in a short span. Had it not been for Chu Fan's reliance on the resource automated collector, the identity of the true first place would indeed be uncertain. A once suppressed individual suddenly found himself elevated above all others overnight. Gao Shuaichi felt an unprecedented ambition surging within him. "I shall become the sovereign of this world." Gao Shuaichi roared inwardly. Then, recalling something, he murmured, "Chu Fan, I am most curious to discover your true identity." At that moment, another wave crashed in. Furrowing his brow, Gao Shuaiqi remarked, "The ship is still insufficiently large. Everyone, remain alert. Upon sighting any approaching vessels seeking refuge, devise a means to merge with them." Subsequently, Gao Shuaiqi transmitted his coordinates to the regional channel, 138-169. "I welcome all companions to seek asylum here. I firmly believe that if we unite, we can overcome all challenges." It must be said that Gao Shuaiqi's words were remarkably persuasive, particularly during moments when many felt utterly helpless. Upon witnessing this, Chu Fan experienced a fleeting, inexplicable thought. Gao Shuaiqi indeed possessed a commendable strategy. It seemed that regardless of location, humanity favored unity. Furthermore, once a successful alliance was forged, it often led to the creation of extraordinary miracles. Yet, an increase in numbers inevitably brings forth a multitude of problems. Chu Fan, feeling his current inadequacies, chose to avoid such complications. Nevertheless, Gao Shuaiqi had offered a valuable reminder. "Ruyan, should we consider merging your Harmony ship with my Sea King vessel?" Lu Ruyan nodded without hesitation. "That is precisely my intent." Her Harmony ship was still too fragile. Merging with Chu Fan would significantly enhance their survival odds amid such tumultuous waves. Moreover, she had already become Chu Fan's partner, making their union a natural progression. "Captain Lu Ruyan of Harmony requests to merge with your Sea King. Do you agree?" Chu Fan received the prompt on his wristband and readily consented. Following his affirmation, a bright light enveloped the Harmony ship, which then vanished from sight. Simultaneously, the Sea King vessel shimmered with a similar brilliance, and 30 seconds later, the light dissipated. At this moment, the Sea King had grown by a third in size, and its hull was considerably taller than before. Upon first glance, it resembled a small medieval warship, albeit lacking a weapon system. What delighted Lu Shangfei most was that after the merger, an additional cabin appeared beneath the deck of the Sea King. Finally, there would be no need for open-air sleeping. At the bow, the resource automated collector was also adjusted accordingly. The newly added freshwater collector and water heater were automatically reconfigured. From this moment on, the Sea King truly began to embody the essence of conquering the seas. Upon examining the team information displayed on the bracelet, the initial duo had now transformed into a quartet. However, the looming crisis had not yet subsided, perhaps sensing the audacious aspirations of these diminutive humans to conquer it. The ocean grew increasingly tempestuous. "Everyone be vigilant. Hold tightly to the deck, lest you be thrown overboard," Chu Fan bellowed. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged forth, propelling the Sea King into the air like a roller coaster. Moments later, it came crashing down again. The expressions of the four turned grave. Should such titanic waves continue to assault them, the endurance of the Sea King would be in dire jeopardy. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene. The ocean, previously as dark as ink, was now aglow. To their astonishment, the four discerned an abundance of shadowy figures emerging from the depths of the sea. "This is perilous. It's a sea beast." Chu Fan tightened his grip on the Sea King trident, while Barbara brandished her sword. Suddenly, Lu Ruyan exclaimed in alarm, "Everyone, take heed. The storm is upon us once more." At that moment, a wave, towering twice as high as the previous one, surged menacingly towards the Sea King. Chapter 26. The Mermaid. As they beheld the towering wave, reminiscent of a 5-story building, all present stood in stunned silence. In the face of nature, humanity felt overwhelmingly insignificant. The four were already drenched by the relentless sea spray. Chu Fan stood resolutely at the forefront, his gaze fixed upon the monstrous wave. "Oh my God," Barbara murmured, unable to contain her trepidation. Lu Ruyan's complexion turned pale, and she instinctively grasped Chu Fan's hand. He felt the softness of her touch and turned to nod slightly at the others. At that moment, the colossal wave crashed down upon them. The Sea King once again found itself cresting the tumultuous waters. Even Chu Fan, whose physique had been enhanced, felt nausea wash over him. It was needless to say the others were faring even worse. Fortunately, they had managed to endure. However, should another wave follow, their resilience was uncertain. Struggling to wipe the seawater from his face, Chu Fan turned to survey the group, noting their weary expressions. Suddenly, A flash of lightning illuminated the scene, revealing numerous dark shapes encircling the Sea King. Alarm surged within Chu Fan. These creatures seemed to have set their sights on them. The ocean was a perilous battleground, with no refuge for humanity. It was indeed a natural death trap. Just then, a gigantic shadow leapt from the depths of the sea, mouth agape, aiming directly for Lu Shangfei, who stood frozen on the deck. If it struck, Lu Shangfei would likely be torn asunder. The attack was both swift and unforeseen, catching everyone off guard. By the time they realized the danger, it was already too late. Lu Rian screamed, "No, Xiaofei!" Chu Fan hurled his Sea King trident at the creature, but alas, it was a moment too late. As despair settled over them, a slight shadow emerged from the water, colliding forcefully with the enormous beast. Though diminutive, this shadow wielded surprising strength. It may not have fully dislodged the monstrous creature, but it diverted its attack. With a resounding snap, the beast's formidable jaws clashed together, echoing like steel. Having missed its target, the creature plunged back into the sea, creating a cascade of frothy waves. The small shadow, seemingly exhausted, collapsed onto the deck. "Run!" the shadow called out. Chu Fan was taken aback. He could hardly fathom that the figure that had leapt onto the ship was a woman. Indeed, he found it hard to believe that anyone could survive such tempestuous seas and even fend off that colossal creature. At last, the turbulence of the waters began to subside. Lu Ruyin and the others finally regained their composure and rushed over. Another flash of lightning illuminated the scene, allowing Chu Fan and the others to discern the newcomer's outline. Yet, they stood in disbelief, questioning the reality before their eyes. At that moment, a spark ignited. A piece of wood had been set alight by Lu Shangfei. Fortunately, the timber was securely stored in the warehouse, thus remaining unaffected by moisture. However, timber from the sea is a rarity. Under normal circumstances, one would never squander such resources for the sake of illumination. Illuminated by the flickering flames, everyone was astonished to discern that the newcomer possessed a fishtail. Yet, her upper body was entirely that of a young maiden, strikingly beautiful. Her allure rivaled that of Lu Ruyin and Barbara, and the enchanting tail added a unique charm to her appearance. "Mermaid," flashed through the minds of the four. "You are injured." Barbara, a physician, was the first to notice the mermaid's distress. Upon closer inspection, she observed a pronounced wound on the mermaid's tail, for which blood was flowing profusely. "Run. That creature we just encountered is a shark man, and he will pursue us." Just as she spoke, a colossal wave surged once more from the sea. The mermaid pointed toward the wave, exclaiming, "He is coming, the shark man knock." At that moment, a monstrous figure leapt from the tumultuous water, landing squarely on the deck of the Sea King. The creature was a ghastly grayish-white, towering in stature, resembling a human in form, yet its head was that of a ferocious shark, revealing a mouthful of menacing teeth. "Ha ha ha, Bai Xing, where do you think you can run?" It cackled. "Ah, I did not expect to find such exquisite women here." Upon recognizing Lu Ruyin and Barbara, Nock's eyes gleamed with excitement. "These two are quite delightful. I fancy them." Chu Fan retorted coldly, "I do not care what you are, but if you dare covet my women, you shall face death." With that, he lunged forward, thrusting the Sea King trident toward Nock's chest. Nock, clearly not one to be trifled with, disregarded further conversation and prepared for combat. "A mere human dares to challenge me? How foolish!" he scoffed, standing his ground as Chu Fan's trident approached. Chu Fan inwardly rejoiced, believing the shark man to be rather dim-witted. However, his amusement was short-lived. As the trident pierced Nock's skin, it slid off effortlessly as if the shark man were coated in oil. "What the— how slippery! How am I supposed to fight this?" Nock, seemingly from nowhere, brandished a large knife and aimed a strike at Chu Fan's head. Chu Fan swiftly raised his trident in defense. The sound of clashing weapons resonated across the deck. Chu Fan felt as though his arms were burdened by a mountain, the weight overwhelming. High attack, high defense, and thick blood. How is it that I encounter a boss right after leaving the novice village? Is this a cruel joke? Yet, surrender was not in Chu Fan's nature. Thus, he resolved to confront the challenge head-on. "Lu Ruyin, her expression fraught with urgency. Watched the fierce duel unfold and drew her moon goddess bow. Barbara gripped her sword tightly, pondering how she might assist Chu Fan in this dire predicament. Chu Fan's agility was remarkable. Although he would not succumb so swiftly, the disparity in their physical prowess rendered his chances of victory nearly non-existent. This was merely on the vessel. One could only speculate how formidable Nock would become in the water. Suddenly, a series of blue lights erupted. It was Barbara brandishing the equal right shotgun. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the bullets proved futile against his form. Despair enveloped the crowd. If even the shotgun could not penetrate his defenses, what hope did mere mortals possess? Just as the atmosphere thickened with tension and strategizing, the mermaid suddenly called out, "Halt!" She stepped forward, her fishtail transforming seamlessly into a pair of sleek legs, albeit with a conspicuous wound adorning her foot. "Nock, they are but passing human travelers. Spare them, and I shall accompany you." Nock, upon hearing this, erupted into maniacal laughter, a wicked glint shimmering in his lascivious eyes. "Ha ha ha! So, you are willing to become my bride?" Upon hearing these words, a flicker of despair crossed the mermaid's face, and instinctively she turned to glimpse Barbara, who had just sheathed her shotgun and now grasped her sword with determination. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with renewed fervor. The mermaid lifted her head and declared, "Nock, your demise is imminent." Chapter 27. The Dragon Slayer sword. "Nock, you are doomed." As the mermaid uttered these words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. They were puzzled by how this mermaid, who had just feigned weakness, suddenly adopted such a strong stance. Nock, too, was momentarily stunned, then smirked mockingly. "Oh, White Star, you dare to claim I am doomed? Surely you do not naively believe that these mere humans before me could possibly defeat me?" With disdain, he glanced at Chu Fan and remarked, "This man possesses some skill. But alas, you cannot inflict even a scratch upon me." Chu Fan felt a surge of frustration. This formidable creature did indeed have vulnerabilities. Its reaction speed on land was notably sluggish, often leaving it standing still while he attacked. Yet, its skin was so thick that he could not penetrate its defenses. Nock's words caused Chu Fan to cast a dubious glance at the mermaid named White Star. A glimmer of insight flashed in Lu Rian's eyes as she regarded White Star. Suddenly, White Star called out to Barbara, "Sister, may I have a look at the sword in your hand?" Barbara was taken aback by this request and glanced at Chu Fan. Although he was perplexed, he nodded at Barbara. She stepped forward and handed over the sword. White Star did not take the sword, but instead leaned in closely to inspect it. After a moment, her face radiated excitement, though it was tinged with reverence. "Big brother, with this sword, you can break through his defenses." Chu Fan was momentarily stunned as he received the sword from Barbara. This was the very sword he had retrieved from the treasure hoard of a colossal dragon beneath the sea. He had always believed it to be a relatively decent sword. However, White Star's assertion made him question whether it was far from ordinary. With a mixture of doubt and curiosity, he accepted the sword. Nock, noticing this exchange, scoffed, "What a worthless sword, as if it could." Suddenly, Nock's expression shifted to one of disbelief as he stammered, "What? It cannot be. How could you possibly possess that sword?" Chu Fan's eyes flickered. While he was unaware of the sword's significance, Nock's reaction clearly indicated his profound fear of it. White Star seemed to sense the group's confusion and elaborated, "Brother Chu, the sword you hold is said to be the legendary Dragon Slayer sword. If indeed it is the Dragon Slayer sword, and if the wielder possesses sufficient strength, they could slay even a dragon. Although you are still immortal, Nock is merely an ordinary shark man. Defeating him with the Dragon Slayer sword would be a trifling matter." Nock's face paled, stuttering, "Impossible. That sword exists only in legends. No one has ever seen it. How could these humans have it?" Yet, Chu Fan had latched onto the crucial term, dragon. The sword he wielded had indeed been snatched from the clutches of a mighty dragon, suggesting that it was highly likely to be the fabled Dragon Slayer. Nock, realizing that further delay was futile, gritted his teeth and declared, "I refuse to believe this absurd notion of a Dragon Slayer. I shall ensure your demise." With that, he swung his blade ferociously towards Chu Fan's neck. The strike was imbued with such force that it seemed to cleave the very air around it. Accompanied by a whistling wind, aimed straight for Chu Fan's vital points. Be careful, Barbara exclaimed in alarm. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. He bent low and lunged forward, rolling adeptly on the ground to evade the deadly blow. When he rose again, he found himself right before Nock. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his sword at Nock with fierce intent. In an astonishing turn of events, what had previously resisted all of Nock's might was now as fragile as tofu, easily sliced through by Chu Fan's blade. By the time Nock realized what had transpired, one of his arms lay severed upon the deck. The smoothness of the act left Chu Fan with an unsettling sense of unreality. Nock shrieked in agony, the formidable weapon slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. The emergence of the Dragon Slayer sent the sea beasts surrounding the Sea King into a frenzy, scattering in terror as they feared becoming mere sustenance for Chu Fan. With the retreat of the creatures, the ocean swiftly returned to tranquility, and the ominous clouds began to disperse. The moon once again ascended, casting its silvery glow upon the deck of the Sea King. Nock, stripped of his previous bravado, now wore an expression of sheer terror. No, you cannot kill me. Spare my life, and I shall guide you to an island nearby, rich with treasure. However, Bai Xing scoffed, you sharkmen are the most despicable and shameless of all sea creatures. Brother Chu, do not be deceived by his deceitful words. Chu Fan remained silent, yet he understood that in this perilous world, failing to eradicate threats entirely could lead to endless troubles. With a decisive stride forward, and without a hint of hesitation, he plunged the Dragon Slayer directly into Nock's chest, all while the latter's eyes brimmed with malice and dread. Nock cried out once more, his voice laced with venom. The Dragon God shall soon return. My kin will avenge me. With those final words, Nock's head slumped to the side, life extinguished. Chu Fan withdrew the Dragon Slayer, examining its formidable craftsmanship. To think that he had risked so much to reclaim this weapon, only to discover its extraordinary legacy. Yet, why had its sharpness gone unnoticed until now? Bai Xing seemed to sense Chu Fan's confusion and elucidated. Many years ago, the dragon race ruled these waters unchallenged, mercilessly slaughtering other races without remorse. It was not until roughly a millennium ago that countless humans appeared in this realm, much like you, and no one knows whence they came. A valiant warrior of the human race, after enduring countless trials and tribulations, ultimately vanquished the leader of the malevolent dragons, crafting from its bones the formidable Dragon Slayer's sword. This blade is designed specifically to slay dragons. However, due to the immense power of the dragon lineage, it proves equally lethal to other races dwelling within the ocean. Curiously, in ordinary circumstances, it appears to be nothing more than an unremarkable sword. It was then that the crowd began to comprehend the gravity of the situation, their intrigue piqued by the surrounding legends. Lu Ru Yin astutely grasped a thread of valuable information and promptly inquired, what did the Sharkman mean when he said the Dragon God is about to return? Bai Xing's expression turned somber as he replied, he speaks the truth. According to legend, the human warrior made a pact with the dragon race, binding them to 1,000 years of dormancy. Now, as the millennium approaches, the dragon race is poised to awaken. The time has come for the Dragon King's return. Lu Ru Yin furrowed her brows, contemplating. So, is this the very reason we have been summoned here? Chapter 28. Freshwater Transactions. Bai Xing shook her head and said, I'm not certain about that. A brief silence enveloped the ship. After a moment, Chu Fan smiled and said, well, let's discuss this later. Let's talk about you. Your name is Bai Xing? Bai Xing nodded and replied, indeed, my name is Bai Xing. As you can see, I belong to the merfolk. Barbara exclaimed, I never imagined that mermaids truly exist in this world. Bai Xing continued, our kind has inhabited this planet since its inception. We are among the species of the ocean that are closest to humans. However, recently, for reasons unknown, the Shark clan has spearheaded attacks against us merfolk. Countless of my kin have perished. Had I not encountered you, I too might have fallen prey to Nock. Lu Ru Yin interjected, I must thank you for saving my brother's life. Lu Shangfei nodded vigorously. Indeed, without you, I would have likely met my end. Upon hearing this, the group recalled the perilous scene they had just escaped. Had Bai Xing not discovered the Dragon Slayer's sword, They might all have been devoured by those sea beasts. Chu Fan activated his wristband and saw that within just one night, the number of people on the regional channel had dwindled to under 8,000. This meant that over 1,000 individuals had perished in just a few short hours. This world is far more perilous than I had imagined. Fortunately, Bai Xing appeared. Perhaps I could unveil more secrets of this world through her. By the way, Bai Xing, do you know where this is? Chu Fan inquired, presenting the treasure map and pointing to the marked location. Bai Xing studied it for a moment and shook her head. I am unfamiliar with this place. And, judging by the map, it seems to be quite distant from here. Chu Fan nodded and carefully put the treasure map away. At that moment, Bai Xing stood up. I'm truly grateful to you all. I must return now. It was a pleasure to meet you, my friends. I hope we can cross paths again in the future. With that, Bai Xing leaped into the sea and soon vanished into the vast ocean. The four of them gazed out at the sea for a while, marveling at the wonders of this world. Chu Fan tossed the shark man's corpse into the ocean and splashed some water to wash the deck before returning to the cabin. After such a tumultuous night, the group felt a bit fatigued. Lu Xiangfei instinctively made his way to the lower deck, where a sailor's room awaited him. From that moment on, it became his quarters. Meanwhile, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Ruyin settled into the captain's cabin. The following day, as Chu Fan emerged from his room, he spotted Lu Xiangfei on the deck, fiddling with a fishing net. Xiaofei, what are you up to? Lu Xiangfei sighed. Brother-in-law, we've been subsisting on little bread for days. I'm about to be sick of it. Today, I'm determined to catch a couple of fish. Chu Fan could empathize with this sentiment, but he continued to inquire, but we have no pot. How shall we cook the fish? Lu Xiangfei chuckled and remarked, we can roast it. In any case, I am weary of eating small loaves of bread. At that moment, Lu Riyin's voice echoed from behind. I almost forgot that you previously worked at a fish grilling shop. So today's roasted fish is entrusted to you. No problem, brother-in-law. Lend me a hand. Let's go fishing. Barbara, being a Caucasian, was accustomed to bread and found nothing amiss in her daily consumption of it. However, she was equally intrigued by the roasted fish that Lu Xiangfei mentioned. Hence, the four of them swiftly organized their tasks. Lu Riyin surveyed the conditions of the sea, while Barbara focused on the resource collector. Lu Xiangfei tidied the fishing nets and commenced his endeavor to catch fish from the ocean. Meanwhile, Chu Fan activated his wristband to check for any tradable resources. I have fresh water, willing to exchange for useful items. Interested parties may message me. Chu Fan sent out a notification. Soon, a flurry of messages erupted in the regional channel. Look, the great Chu Fan has appeared. Boss, I salvaged a Fijian cup, seemingly the same model as Teacher Tsong S. Can I trade it for fresh water? Chu Fan, I am Lu Ruyin, the campus belle of Jiangxing University. I possess a pair of original flavor stockings. Would you trade them for 20 bottles, or perhaps 10 bottles of water? Oh my, is that really Lu Ruyin? Goddess, I lack fresh water, but I possess other items for trade. Chu Fan felt speechless and glanced back at Lu Ruyin, who was gazing at the sea, finding amusement in the situation. The individual impersonating Lu Ruyin could very well be an unkempt brute. On a boat approximately 20 to 30 miles from the Sea King, a woman weighing around 200 pounds sent a message. Without fresh water, what do you have? My Lu Ruyin stockings are not just any item for barter. Chu Fan disregarded these messages and opened his inbox, which was filled with numerous private messages. However, most of these were trivial messages seeking to establish connections, discussing the greater good, or soliciting sponsorship. Just as he was about to close the wristband, one particular private message caught his attention. Sender, I feel Nina content. Chu Fan, I possess a blueprint. Could we exchange it for some fresh water? Upon seeing the name, Chu Fan immediately recalled that this was one of the few individuals who had spoken up for him before. He quickly replied, what blueprint? I feel Nina. It's the construction blueprint for a kitchen module. I lack sufficient materials and am in need of fresh water, having seen your message in the region. Chu Fan was elated. It was as if a pillow had been provided when he was in need of sleep. Absolutely. How much water do you require? I feel Nina. 10 bottles, or perhaps 5. After pondering, Chu Fan responded, I'll give you 20 bottles as a token of gratitude for your previous support. I feel Nina. Really? You are incredibly generous. I shall reach out to you again whenever I have more blueprints. Agreed, it's settled then. Subsequently, Chu Fan placed 20 bottles of water on the trading platform, which were exchanged by Nina using a kitchen blueprint. Aboard a vessel, two stunningly similar young maidens gazed upon the 20 bottles of mineral water that had appeared, unable to contain their delight. Sister, this is wonderful. We finally have water to drink. Indeed, this Chu Fan is quite remarkable. That fellow named Bald Chong only offered 2 bottles. It was a staggering 10-fold difference. Yes, with water, we can finally survive. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, following a burst of radiant light, a new module, the kitchen, was finally added. Everyone was overjoyed. The Sea King now boasted nearly all the essential living facilities. At last, we can bid farewell to the meager bread. Come, come. Today, your Sea King will personally prepare a sumptuous seafood feast. Xiao Fei, have you caught any fish yet? Chapter 29. The windless sea. A few individuals gazed at the newly added kitchen, unable to suppress their admiration. Within the kitchen, there was even a rudimentary stove. Although devoid of modern culinary utensils, it at least provided a space to prepare meals. It was no wonder that the upgrade for this kitchen was beyond the reach of Ivelina, requiring a staggering 10 points, along with 200 units of wood and 50 units of iron. As a consequence, even the iron stockpile of the affluent Chu Fan was depleted. As for the points, it was likely that ordinary individuals possessed none. Chu Fan, however, had precisely 100 points at his disposal, and after expending 10, he was left with 90. Nevertheless, the investment was justified as the rewards were finally tangible. He could bid farewell to the monotonous days of subsisting on mere bread. Prior to his journey to this realm, Chu Fan was accustomed to cooking, and thus his culinary skills were passable. He busied himself in the kitchen for a considerable time, preparing several dishes to present before the group. Pan-fried ribbon fish, sardine, and kelp soup, braised large yellow croaker. Having always consumed their seafood, today he would allow them to savor his culinary creations. Lu Shangfei, with a puzzled expression, interjected, "Seafood? What's seafood? Did you all indulge in seafood without me?" Lu Ruyan, her face darkening, cast a reproachful glance at Chu Fan. Her cheeks tinged with a faint blush as she chastised Lu Shangfei. "You're eating your meal. What with all the questions?" Lu Shangfei, scratching his head, succumbed to his sister's familial authority and fell silent, focusing instead on his food. Barbara was witnessing such cooking for the first time and found the aromas quite delightful. "Darling, did you make all of this? I didn't realize you had such talent." Chu Fan chuckled. "Just enjoy it. Not a word of complaint." The 4 of them sat on the deck, partaking in their inaugural grand meal in this extraordinary world. After just 2 bites, Barbara's mouth formed an astonished round shape. "Oh my goodness, darling, this is simply exquisite." Chu Fan grinned. "What do you mean by exquisite?" Barbara shot him a teasing glance, her eyes sparkling. "Now I truly understand just how unpalatable white people's food can be. I've resolved to never eat it again." Lu Rian savored her food delicately, embodying her usual goddess-like demeanor. "The flavor is quite good. I didn't expect you possess such culinary prowess, Chu Fan." Chu Fan sighed. "Alas, the ingredients are limited, and there are no fine wines to elevate the experience." Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes at this remark. Others aboard their vessel were fortunate to have food and drink, while Chu Fan was audaciously yearning for wine. Simultaneously, she felt a sense of relief at her choice. Otherwise, relying solely on the 2 of them, they might not even have access to water, let alone seafood. After a few more bites, Lu Ruyan rose to her feet and approached the edge of the deck, gazing into the distance. Before long, she suddenly spotted numerous small black dots on the surface of the sea. "Everyone look, it seems there are many ships." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan joined Lu Ruyan at her side, following her pointed direction. Indeed, they beheld an astonishing sight. Countless vessels had suddenly emerged, gradually drawing closer to them. With a furrowed brow, Chu Fan realized that there were not many vessels equipped with propulsion systems. Yet all these ships were converging towards a singular direction, suggesting only one possibility: the ocean current. Was it the intention of the game to gather everyone in one place? Indeed, more and more individuals discovered that their vessels seemed to be guided by an invisible force, slowly merging into one location. After half an hour, there were hundreds of ships gathered here. What is happening? How do we end up here together? Oh, is that Manager Wu? I didn't expect to see you here. Yes, it's me. Do you have anything to eat? I haven't had a bite in a day. I have a club here. Would you like to eat it? How dare you speak to a superior like that? Damn it. I thought you were still the same old fool I used to know. I've long wanted to take you down. What are you doing? I warn you not to act recklessly. This is, help. Such scenarios were rampant. The entire surface of the sea was in utter chaos. Others also noticed the situation near Chu Fan. Goodness, whose ship is that? It's enormous. The two women on that ship are stunning, and one of them is a foreign beauty. This fellow is quite fortunate. Indeed, that foreign lady is something else. Even if I were to perish after spending a night with her, it would be worth it. Damn it, I can't even get a sip of water. And they're feasting on seafood? Enough noise. That must be the Ocean King. As Chu Fan observed the sudden influx of vessels, his curiosity intensified. All these ships were of the second tier, which made sense, aside from himself, who would ascend to the third tier so swiftly. However, soon everyone's attention was captivated by a massive ship that emerged suddenly. This vessel's size far surpassed that of the surrounding ships, even outshining Chu Fan's Ocean King by a considerable margin. It was none other than Gao Shuaiqi's Arkansas. Following the developments from last night's storm, he had successfully expanded his ark to an astonishing scale. In terms of rank, both the Ark and the Ocean King were equal, both being Tier 3. Yet, due to the amalgamation of over 10 second-tier ships, the Ark was now twice the size of the Ocean King. Standing at the bow, Gao Shuaiqi reveled in the astonished gazes of those around him, feeling an immense sense of pride. This was a sensation he had longed for. At that moment, he also spotted the Ocean King not far from him, reflecting, this must be the Ocean King. In the next instant, he caught sight of the breathtaking figures of Lu Rian and Barbara on the deck of the Ocean King, momentarily taken aback. In recent days, he had also acquired several women, two of whom were quite striking. This left him in awe. This was the life of a deity. However, compared to Lu Ruyan and Barbara, what he had gathered seemed utterly trivial. No, I must have those two women. It appears that this man is Chu Fan. Splendid. It is the perfect opportunity to demonstrate to everyone who truly reigns over these waters. At that moment, the voice from the void resounded once more. Congratulations on surviving until the 5th day. Current number of survivors in this area, 7,500. You shall now proceed to the next phase of the game. Congratulations. You are now officially entering the windless sea. As the name suggests, there is no wind here, nor will there be any currents. Hence, no supply crates will appear any longer. Each day, there will be approximately 20 minutes of rainfall, which is your sole opportunity to gather fresh water. The windless sea spans roughly 500 miles. You may attempt to fish in the ocean, but this expanse is also inhabited by perilous sea creatures. Defeating these creatures or other vessels will earn you points. Strive to survive and devise a means to escape the windless sea. As the voice faded, the entire venue fell into a profound silence. After a moment, an uproar erupted among the crowd. It was indeed a conspiracy. They had been herded into this windless sea. Furthermore, no resource crates would appear again. The only way to obtain food was to fish in the ocean. However, with thousands gathered here, conflicts were inevitable, and there would surely be those who sought to reap without labor. Particularly with the point ranking system, it seemed to incite human discord. Chu Fan and his companions naturally grasped this notion, their expressions shifting subtly. The true test had only just begun. Chapter 30. The emergence of conflict after a brief tumult. The crowd once again fell into a profound silence. It was evident that such clamor could not resolve any issues. At present, while they could still expect around 20 minutes of precipitation daily, food would have to be procured through their own efforts in the sea. However, it was also noted that the waters harbored sea monsters, thus no one dared to be the first to venture forth. Lu Shangfei sighed with relief, proclaiming, "Fortunately, we possess a fishing net. We need not venture into the ocean to catch fish." Chu Fan could not suppress a smile. The fishing net had been discovered in the first treasure chest and had remained largely unused until now, unexpectedly becoming a vital tool today. Many others who had also acquired fishing nets shared in his delight. Observing that the day was still young, Lu Shangfei cast the net back into the sea. Chu Fan scanned the surrounding vessels and caught sight of several malevolent glances directed their way. It was no surprise. Their ship already attracted attention, and with Lu Rian and Barbara, two celestial beauties, aboard, it was impossible to remain inconspicuous. If these onlookers were to discover that their vessel was equipped with freshwater collection apparatus and a hot water device, they would surely be consumed with envy. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly froze, for he recognized a familiar face. It was none other than the captivating woman he had previously known, Bai Jie. Chu Fan harbored indescribable feelings towards Bai Jie. She was strikingly beautiful and exquisitely maintained, having shared an intimate encounter with him. However, more importantly, it was due to this affluent woman that he found himself ensnared in this peculiar game. Logically, Chu Fan ought to harbor resentment towards her, yet upon reflection, his prior life had been chaotic, and compared to now, it seemed hardly improved. Moreover, in this realm, he had gained the affection of two goddess-like wives, Barbara and Lu Ruyan, an unimaginable feat in his former existence. In light of this, perhaps he ought to express gratitude towards her. Yet, considering he had been but a third wheel in their prior arrangement, he decided it best to pretend he had not seen her. As his thoughts shifted, Chu Fan suddenly recalled Long Ge. He activated his wristband, located Long Ji's profile, and sent a message. Long Ge, are you in the windless sea? After several minutes, Long Ge replied, Brother Chu Fan, I am indeed here. Are you also present? Chu Fan, yes, I am here. There is something I wish to discuss with you. Long Ge, what is it? Go ahead. Chu Fan, I have seen your wife. Long Ge, what the hell? Where is that little vixen? Chu Fan, she is on a ship not far from mine. Long Ge, who else is on her vessel? Chu Fan observed for a moment before responding. There's another girl on her ship, but that girl. Long Ge, what about that girl? Chu Fan, she appears to weigh at least 200 pounds. Long Ge, never mind. Chu, please keep an eye on her and ensure she does not entice other men. I will come find you shortly. Just as Chu Fan retracted his wristband, he suddenly heard Barbara's voice call out. Chu Fan, quickly check the vessel information. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan promptly activated his wristband and accessed the ship information. Indeed, he discovered a plethora of new details. Ship name, Neptune, Captain, Chu Fan, crew, Barbara, Lu Ruyan, Lu Shangfei, number of ships, 1, ship level, level 3, displacement, 50 ton speed, 10 knots, current points, 80, communication module, locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points, radar module, locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points, weapon module, locked, can be unlocked for 1,000 points at level 4 or above, engine module, sail, can be upgraded to electric engine for 1,000 points, armor module, standard armor, can be upgraded at level 4 or above, living facilities, 1, standard fishing net, can be upgraded to automatic fishing system for 1,000 points. 2. Level 1 freshwater collection system, requires blueprint already owned. 3. Level 1 water heating system, requires blueprint already owned. 4. Level 1 kitchen module, requires blueprint already owned. 5. Level 1 bathroom module, requires blueprint already owned. Preconditions for upgrading to level 4 tanker not met. Must unlock communication module, radar module, electric engine, and have a crew of 6. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He finally grasped that the hard currency of this game was indeed the so-called points. Moreover, he astutely noted that the panel now displayed the number of ships, suggesting the possibility of forming a fleet in the future. Perhaps even a formidable armada comprising nuclear submarines, cruisers, aircraft carriers, and other multifaceted vessels. The mere thought of it stirred a sense of excitement within him. What it truly means to be a Sea King. This is the essence of being a Sea King. The ship level speaks for itself, while the displacement likely indicates the size of the vessel. For instance, Gao Shuaiqi's arc, like Chu Fan's, is also level 3. However, due to his absorption of numerous other ships, his displacement must considerably exceed that of Chu Fan. Upon observing that all living facilities required blueprints for activation, Chu Fan could not help but express his gratitude for the guidance provided by the system, which had spared him much unnecessary detours. Many, like Chu Fan, noticed the changes in the ship information, eliciting a mix of joy and concern among the crowd. The joyous ones realized that everything was attainable, provided one possessed sufficient points. Conversely, those troubled were primarily concerned about the points, as nearly everyone, aside from a few, had a score of almost 0. The methods of acquiring points included defeating sea monsters as the first option, and the second was naturally attacking other players' ships. The risks associated with sea monsters remained unknown. Compared to that, it seemed that fellow players were a more viable target. Those who came to this realization wore expressions that grew increasingly intricate. It appeared that the game indeed encouraged human conflict. Just then, a shout rang out from the crowd. "Hey Kai, what are you doing?" "Ma, I heard you are the master of Hunyuan Shingi Taijikwan. I, from Kunquan, am the first to challenge you. Come and fight me." Chu Fan glanced over to see an elderly man clad in traditional attire, glaring angrily at a neighboring ship. On that vessel stood a young man with a center-parted hairstyle, clad in suspenders, cradling a basketball in his arms. "Greetings, I am Kunkin, the captain of the Zai and I have been a practitioner of Kuin Pian for 2.5 years. An elderly gentleman in traditional attire scoffed disdainfully, declaring, "Arrogant fool. Allow me to demonstrate my lightning 5-strike whip." Behind him stood a young girl with dyed blonde hair, adorned in tattered jeans, chewing bubblegum with an air of indifference. The girl scoffed, "What is this Kuin Pian? I've never heard of it." Enraged, Kunkin retorted, "Dare to insult my Kuin Pian, and I shall send you a lawyer's letter." The girl replied, feigning fear. Oh, how frightful. Unable to contain himself any longer, Kunkin leaped onto the Hunyuan ship, launching an elbow strike directly at the girl. Chapter 31. A fateful day. Similar conflicts began to proliferate among the crowd, as an increasing number of individuals turned their gazes toward their fellow beings. Those vessels filled solely with the elderly, the weak, the ill, or exclusively with women became prime targets. Chu Fan remained vigilant, scanning his surroundings, for he discerned that more than one group had set their sights on a ship, on a vessel behind the Sea King. A bald man with malevolent eyes fixated intently on their ship. The design of that craft was peculiar, adorned with numerous contraptions whose purpose eluded him. Yet they undoubtedly held great utility. Most notably, the 2 women aboard that ship were strikingly exquisite. Just look at that voluptuous beauty. Her allure was simply enchanting. The other, embodying the essence of a sophisticated woman, held his gaze captive. Damn it, how fortunate could this pretty boy be to have 2 such treasures all to himself? If only I, Wu Lao Wai, could share night with them, it would surely be an exhilarating experience. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Wu Lao Wai's heart quickened its pace. At last, he spat, as if having made a resolute decision. Damn it, to hell with it, let us go for it. He was a death row inmate imprisoned for his heinous crimes, and while awaiting his execution, he found himself ensnared in this game. Initially, he believed it to be an opportunity for redemption. However, after 2 days, his true nature emerged. In this realm devoid of legal and moral constraints, he felt as though he had found his paradise. Thus, as the novice phase concluded, he swiftly seized 2 ships, doubling the size of his own. His comrades were former inmates, and due to his ruthlessness, they affectionately referred to him as Lao Da. Wu Lao Wai indeed lived up to his reputation. He ruthlessly commandeered 2 vessels, discarding the men into the sea and treating the women, provided they were not unattractive, as mere instruments for his gratification. Just as he reached his decision, a thin, dark man whispered behind him, "Lao Da, are you certain about this?" Wu Lao Wai replied coldly, "Of course. These 2 beauties are simply too exquisite. If I don't claim them, how can I quell this fire within me?" The thin man, named Yu Dai Si, known as Yu Sin due to his third-born status, was Wu Lao Wai's most loyal subordinate. "Brother, you're magnificent," Yu Sin exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. "So, can I have these 2 ladies for myself, then?" He gazed eagerly at the cabin, where 2 women, battered and filled with dread, were held captive. He understood that the women aboard the Sea King were exceptional, yet he was painfully aware that such fortune would likely never be his. Thus, he settled for the notion that if the Great Brother had no use for them, perhaps they could be granted to him. Wu Lao Wai chuckled as he patted Yu San's shoulder. "Rest assured, brother, I'll 1T shortchange you. However, my temper is quite frayed at the moment. With that, he staggered into the cabin, and amidst a cacophony of screams and cries, an unsettling sound emerged. Yusan swallowed hard, envisioning that he too would soon be in such a position, and could not help but chuckle. Today is indeed a splendid day. 3 minutes later, Wu Laowai, adjusting his trousers, appeared invigorated. All right, Yusan, go inquire about Maran. I fear that this pretty boy may have some tricks up his sleeve. So let us proceed with caution. Yusan hesitated and replied, Brother, what if Maran also desires those 2 women? Wu Laowai chuckled, Fear not. Maran has little interest in women. I sought him precisely because of his temperament. Yusan, puzzled, inquired, Is he from Sichuan? Wu Laowai grinned knowingly. Though he said nothing, his meaning was unmistakable. Nodding, Yusan declared, Very well, I shall go at once. Shortly thereafter, a vessel of similar size to Wu Laowai's approached. A man of average build, slightly plump, and sporting a square jaw and a scruffy beard boarded Wu Laowai's ship. Laowai, what brings you to summon me so suddenly? Miss me? Wu Laowai grinned. Marun, are you interested in a lucrative venture? What sort of venture? Wu Laowai gestured towards the ship named Sea King. That vessel appears quite promising, yet I fear I cannot manage it alone. I seek your assistance. What say you? Marun glanced at the Sea King and noticed Barbara and Lu Ruyan standing aboard, revealing a look of comprehension. These 2 women are indeed enticing. But why should I partner with you? Wu Laowai proposed. Upon success, you shall receive 70% of the spoils aboard that ship. But the 2 women will belong to me. What do you think? Marun shook his head. I'm not inclined to take such a risk. That ship seems superior to ours, undoubtedly not. Just as Wu Laowai's furrowed brow deepened with each word, Marun abruptly shifted his tone. All right, I will take on this endeavor. Wu Laowai was taken aback, following Marun's gaze to spot a handsome youth aboard the Sea King. Suddenly, it dawned on him why Marun had changed his mind so swiftly. Had he known of this youth's presence, perhaps he would not have offered such a generous share. Nevertheless, the words had already been spoken, and he felt it unwise to retract. The thought of acquiring those 2 beauties ignited a fervor within Wu Laowai. This endeavor would be worthwhile. Once they had settled on their objective, Wu Laowai shared his plan to launch a covert assault that evening. However, Marun laughed. Laowai, it seems you're growing increasingly timid. With just 2 pretty boys, what is there to fear? We have 4 of us. We should have no trouble overpowering them. Wu Laowai cautioned, one must navigate carefully to avoid peril. What if something goes awry? Although Marun found Wu Laowai's caution excessive, he refrained from arguing, and the 2 began to discuss the intricacies of their nocturnal operation. Meanwhile, unaware that a plan had been devised, Chu Fan advised, everyone, remain vigilant. I suspect there may be trouble tonight. Barbara produced her equalizer, stating, What is there to fear? My bullets do not discriminate. Lu Ruyan nodded gently, expressing caution. It's wise to be careful. I have an unsettling feeling that we are being watched. Lu Shangfei murmured, Sister, I inexplicably felt a tightness just now. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and suggested, Let us take turns resting tonight to prevent any unscrupulous individuals from taking advantage of the chaos. After discussing the details, the 4 gathered to share a modest meal. Once they were well fed, Lu Ruyan and her brother retired for the night, while Chu Fan and Barbara remained seated by the cabin door. Barbara nestled in Chu Fan's embrace, her right index finger tracing circles on his chest. My dear, do you prefer my sister Lu Ruyan more, or me? Chu Fan replied with a slight smile. I cherish both. After uttering these words, he suddenly laughed heartily, only to have his expression shift to one of cold seriousness as he shouted, Who is there? Chapter 32. Establishing Authority in the Darkness. 2 ships quietly approached the Sea King, belonging to Wu Laowai and Marun. The duo believed themselves to be undetected, but as soon as they stepped onto the deck of the Sea King, they were discovered. However, their intent was merely to play it safe. They were not truly afraid of being found out. After all, in their eyes, Chu Fan and his companions were akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. They were taken aback by the speed of their discovery. Wu Laowai let out a cold chuckle. Behind him, Yusin switched on a flashlight, its beam illuminating Chu Fan and Barbara. Wu Laowai exclaimed, clearly captivated by Barbara's beauty. From a distance, she had already stolen his breath, and up close, She was even more breathtaking. Ma Run, having caught sight of Chu Fan, spoke in a peculiar tone. Little handsome, don't be alarmed. I'm not a bad guy. Merely wishing to discuss life with you. Wu Laowai's gaze remained fixated on Barbara, his eyes glimmering with mischief as he leered. Hello, beautiful, come with me. Just look at me, fit and strong. Barbara cast him a disdainful glance, retorting, Strong? What do you mean, strong? A tumor, perhaps? Wu Laowai was momentarily taken aback, but soon smirked, licking his lips. No wonder you're a wild mare. You've got a fiery spirit. I like that. He then turned to Chu Fan, saying, Kid, be sensible and hand over this woman to me. There's another girl as well. Give them both to me, and I'll make your suffering a bit lighter. Otherwise, at that moment, Ma Run interrupted. What are you doing? You can't speak to the young man like that. He then turned to Chu Fan, little brother. Don't be afraid. As long as you're with me, I'll give you whatever you desire. Chu Fan understood then that the man before him was a homosexual, and a shiver ran down his spine. Get lost, you disgusting creep. He cursed, then added, Now, who exactly are you, and what do you want on our ship? Yusen chimed in eagerly. Isn't it obvious? We're here to rob you of both wealth and pleasure. Be smart and surrender obediently, or my brother will show you what the first knife in Jiangxing feels like. Wu Laowai suppressed a smirk and coughed twice. Keep it low-key. Chu Fan feigned ignorance. What if I refuse to be sensible? Wu Laowai's expression darkened. 8 years ago, a couple just like you were in a similar situation. Want to know what happened? I toyed with a woman right in front of her husband, and then killed them both. A glint of cold fury flashed in Chu Fan's eyes as he nodded. So you're a scoundrel. That's no problem. Then, amidst the astonished expressions of Wu Laowai and his companions, Chu Fan turned his body. Darling, I'll leave these scoundrels to you. At that moment, Barbara had her hair elegantly styled, embodying a goddess. Yet this goddess held a cylindrical object aimed at Wu Laowai and his men. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, she flashed an OK sign with her left hand and suddenly pulled the trigger. Robbery. Bang. The younger brother of Ma Ren fell to the ground first. An assault. Bang. Ma Run let out a wretched scream, glancing down to find his lower body a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. How dare you lay a hand on my man? Bang. One of Yusan's legs vanished entirely. Ah, sister, I had no intentions towards your man. Yusan shrieked like a slaughtered pig. At this moment, Wu Laowai was utterly paralyzed. No, brother, sister, this is not how you play. We've only just crossed over a few days ago, still wielding cold weapons. Where did you get a gun from? Just then, the gunfire erupted once more. The first blade of Jiangxing. Bang. Wu Laowai emitted a piercing cry as he felt a sharp pain in his lower body. He swore, even if Barbara and Lu Ruyin stood before him now, he would harbor in no wicked thoughts. At this point, Wu Laowai was thoroughly terrified, a dread he had never felt even when sentenced to death. Little brother, we were wrong. Considering we are all compatriots, spare us this time. We promise we won't dare again. Chu Fan sneered, compatriots? You didn't seem inclined to show mercy just now. I was merely trying to intimidate you. Little brother, truly, I am a good person. At that moment, Ma Run regretted deeply. This woman was far too ruthless. She could only serve as a zero from now on. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Little brother, don't believe him. He is a demon. Following the voice, Chu Fan saw two disheveled women, their faces marred with wounds, standing on Wu Laowai's ship, glaring at him with fury. Who are you? Chu Fan in Guit Popa. One of the women spoke through sobs. We are ordinary people, captured by this madman. Then she broke down in tears. The other woman continued. These two demons killed our families before our eyes and tortured us daily in various ways. He cannot be called human. He is a true demon. We sisters wish we could flay him alive. Wu Laowai's expression shifted, and he shouted, Shut up, you filthy women. Tot. A burst of blue light flashed, and 4 more nefarious corpses lay upon the deck of the Sea King. This time, Barbara did not allow them the chance for further dialogue. Bah, truly scum. This was also a strategy agreed upon by Chu Fan and his companions. To reduce trouble, one must establish authority. Wu Laowai and his cohort unwittingly provided Chu Fan with the opportunity to assert his dominance. He intended for everyone to know that he was not to be trifled with. Indeed, the gunfire shattered the night sky, causing nearby vessels to tense. What the hell? Where is the gunfire coming from? Where did this gun come from? How can we continue like this? Oh, it seems to be from that ship. I remarked how stunning those two women looked during the day. On the ark, Gao Shuachi suddenly sat up in bed. Where is that gunfire coming from? Boss, it seems to be the commotion from the Sea King. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Gao Shuaiqi's eyes. Is it Chu Fan again? It seems the time has come to confront him. Unbeknownst to Chu Fan, who was unaware of the movements around him, he called Lu Shangfei from the cabin, preparing for the two of them to clean up the 4 mounds of meat paste on the deck. Next time, Barbara must be more cautious. After all, a shotgun without ammunition is no different from a mere stick. This operation quickly transformed the scene into a gruesome spectacle. Congratulations on defeating the ship, Sea Wolf, earning 10 points. Congratulations on defeating the ship, Sea Chrysanthemum, earning 10 points. The sudden notifications left Chu Fan momentarily stunned, and he couldn't help but scoff. Is defeating a ship worth only 10 points? Unlocking a new module requires a gap of 1,000 points. At this rate, building an invincible fleet seems a distant dream. The two women silently assisted with the cleanup, each wielding a bucket. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan inquired, "What are your plans moving forward?" Chapter 33. The unveiling of the blind box. Upon hearing Chu Fan's inquiry, the expressions of the two women darkened. Both had been transported alongside their husbands, and they had not anticipated encountering such a monstrous figure as Wu Laowai at the very onset. Now they found themselves unexpectedly widowed. Although they were fortunate to have been rescued by Chu Fan and his companions, the events of the past few days overwhelmed them, leading them to weep uncontrollably. Lu Shangfei burst into tears, exclaiming, "It's so touching." Lu Rian sighed softly and glanced at Chu Fan. Barbara's eyes also glistened with tears as she said to Chu Fan, "Darling, they are so pitiable. Should we not lend them our assistance?" Chu Fan nodded, responding, "Being compassionate does not equate to lacking humanity. Let's inquire about their wishes." At that moment, the two women overheard the conversation and quickly stifled their sobs. "We are deeply grateful for your life-saving grace, Brother Chu. We have other relatives who were also transported to this world, and we wish to find them." Chu Fan nodded again, recognizing their desire not to burden him further. He did not press them, understanding that while he needed 2 more teammates to advance to level 4, he was not in a hurry. After all, gathering companions was far easier than activating other modules. With that thought, he decided to grant the two women the Sea Wolf, Wu Laowai's ship, along with its supplies, which he deemed inconsequential. The two women knelt before him, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you for saving us today. If we have the opportunity in the future, we will repay your kindness." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality." The women then assisted each other to their feet and returned to the Sea Wolf, gradually steering the vessel to the side. Chu Fan proceeded to merge the Sea Cucumber with the Sea King, directly augmenting the Sea King's area by 1/3. Upon reviewing the ship's information, he noted that its displacement had increased from 10 tons to 13 tons. The most apparent change was that the deck was now nearly a meter wider, and the cabin had also expanded considerably. At that moment, the system's voice chimed in. "Ding! Detection confirms that the host has successfully survived for 1 day. The blind box reward has been credited. Please check your inventory." Chu Fan felt a surge of joy. As Tomato had once said, the system is truly formidable. Thus, the blind box bestowed by the system had become his greatest asset. Securing the cabin door, he smiled at the two women, who gazed at him with confusion, and said, "Come, let us begin." Barbara, taken aback, replied, "Ah, darling, another round? Aren't you tired?" Lu Rian looked at Chu Fan with a hint of reproach, thinking he could not possibly skip a single meal. Realizing the misunderstanding, Chu Fan momentarily paused. "You two naughty girls, what are you thinking?" "I meant the blind box," Barbara exclaimed. "Ah, so that is what you meant. I thought you were referring to. What did you think I was referring to?" "Oh, you meant that. Don't worry. I will come back to discuss the intricacies of biology with you later." Chu Fan spoke animatedly, yet his hands were in constant motion. With a sweeping gesture, he placed 3 blind boxes neatly before the trio. As per tradition, each would take one. He was resolute in his belief that luck could not possibly be against him yet again. This time, you shall go first, he declared. Having learned from previous experiences, Chu Fan was determined not to be the first to open a box. Barbara selected one of the boxes and promptly unsealed it. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received a special module, medical room. Medical room, equipped with basic hospital facilities and a selection of medications. Note, medications are consumables and must be procured by the host. Wow, truly impressive, Barbara. Chu Fan exclaimed in awe. Barbara's luck remained extraordinary as ever. In such an environment, possessing a medical room was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, considering Barbara's profession as a doctor, this medical room seemed tailor-made for her. Chu Fan's imagination conjured an image of Barbara clad in a snug nurse's uniform. At that moment, Barbara's Aquaman attire underwent a transformation. The color shifted from a yellowish hue to a pristine white, with a fitted top accentuating her flawless curves. Beneath it lay a tantalizing black undergarment, barely concealed. Below, a miniskirt paired with black stockings rendered her utterly alluring. Chu Fan's eyes widened in astonishment. What a sight! Beside him, Lu Rian scoffed, "You're practically drooling. Just look at your lecherous expression." It was then that Chu Fan remembered his second wife was seated nearby, and he chuckled nervously. "Ruyan, it's your turn now. Let's see what you can unveil." Lu Ruyan, regaining her composure, felt a surge of curiosity. Though she was uncertain of the origin of the blind boxes, she recognized the immense value they could yield. With this in mind, she slowly opened the blind box in her hands. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a special item, Alert System. Alert System description. Upon activation, it will automatically monitor all locations aboard the vessel. Any attempts to board stealthily will trigger an alarm, providing 360-degree coverage. Chu Fan was left utterly flabbergasted. The fortune of these two women was consistently remarkable. This item was exceptionally timely, sparing him the need to assign someone to keep watch. However, after the recent commotion, it was likely that no one would dare approach anytime soon. Now it's my turn. I feel confident that this time I will unearth something magnificent. With that, Chu Fan opened the blind box before him. Beep, blind box successfully opened. Congratulations, host. You have received 1,000 packs of cigarettes and 100 windproof lighters. Although the cigarettes may be soft, host, you must remain as resilient as iron. Chu Fan found himself utterly bewildered, reminiscent of the chaotic wind that once swept across the balcony of the 38th floor. The blind box cannot be deemed entirely useless. However, in comparison to the two young ladies, it truly pales in significance. System, am I the host, or are they the hosts? This simply will not do. I must regain control of the situation. As the night deepened in tranquility, Chu Fan finally comprehended the reason the system had bestowed upon him a cigarette. Leaning against the cabin, he gazed up at the moonlight above, savoring the gentle breeze over the sea. With a snap, the windproof lighter emitted a dim glow in the darkness. Chu Fan ignited a cigarette, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Well, it is what it is. Chapter 34. Brother Long's visit after a refreshing shower. Chu Fan embraced his wives and slumbered until dawn. It seemed that his display of authority the previous day had been quite effective, as no one dared to disturb them during the latter half of the night. Hey, brother-in-law, where did you get those cigarettes? Chu Fan chuckled as he tossed 2 packs of cigarettes to Lu Shangfei, followed by a lighter. Little brother, feel free to smoke. Your brother-in-law has plenty. Lu Shangfei was overjoyed, quickly catching the items. As he opened a pack and was about to indulge, he suddenly felt a tightness in his ear. Ouch, ouch. Sister, let go. My ear's about to come off. When did you learn to smoke? Lu Rian inquired sternly, loosening her delicate grip. Lu Shangfei stepped back, rubbing his ear, and muttered, Sister, I'm already an adult. Can you stop treating me like a child? Lu Rian frowned. What did you say? You dare to call yourself an adult when you haven't even matured fully? Lu Shangfei's face flushed. Sister, what are you talking about? It would be so embarrassing if Sister Barbara heard that. He glanced at Chu Fan with a pleading expression. Chu Fan discreetly gave an approving gesture and stepped forward. Rian, little Fei is indeed an adult now. He deserves his own life. Speaking of which, it's time to find him a girlfriend. Upon hearing this, Lu Rian paused. realizing the truth in Chu Fan's words. Lu Shangfei had indeed grown up and warranted his own space. However, she understood that such matters could not be rushed. So she coldly replied, "He is not mature at all. He is still careless and unreliable." Nonetheless, she tacitly accepted Chu Fan's perspective, admonishing, "Just smoke less." Lu Shangfei beamed with joy. "Yes, I'll listen to you, sister. I promise to smoke less." Although he was merely a sophomore, he had learned to smoke back in his senior year of high school, but had kept his secret from his family, while he didn't have a strong addiction. Seeing Chu Fan smoke made it hard for him to resist. As Lu Ruyin turned to enter the cabin, Lu Shangfei hurriedly lit a cigarette, taking a deep puff and closing his eyes in delight. Chu Fan laughed heartily, about to speak, when suddenly he noticed a small boat approaching. The vessel drew close to the Sea King and came to a halt. "Attention! A target is approaching. Please remain vigilant." The newly installed alert system blared as the small boat docked against the Sea King. Upon hearing the alarm, Lu Ruyin and Barbara quickly emerged. Barbara brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the newcomer. At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice called out, "Chu Fan, don't shoot. It's me." A figure appeared on the small boat, and after a brief moment of surprise, Chu Fan finally recognized him. "You are Brother Long?" "Indeed, it's me." The visitor was none other than Long Ge, Bai Jie's husband. He leaped onto the Sea King and, noticing Barbara's shotgun, awkwardly raised his hands. "We're all friends here." Chu Fan nodded. "Barbara, put the gun away." Upon hearing these words, Barbara finally holstered her weapon. Long Ge let out a sigh of relief. Being at the mercy of a gun was indeed an excruciating experience. He stepped forward and gently patted Chu Fan on the chest, casting a significant glance his way. "You, young man, possess quite the audacity. Were this not Earth, I would surely have disarmed you." The implication was clear. How dare he pursue a woman that belonged to Long Ge? Chu Fan's face flushed at this remark, although he had not intended to overstep. He recognized his fault in the matter. Observing Barbara and Lu Ruyin's wary expressions, Long Ge erupted into laughter. "Ha! My brother Chu Fan and I have traveled the same path. We are comrades." Chu Fan's expression darkened, instinctively glancing towards Bai Jie's boat. Yet he found no sign of the alluring woman. "Long Ge, what brings you here? Are you searching for your wife?" Chu Fan offered him a cigarette, igniting it amidst Long Ge's astonished gaze. "Wow, brother, you're impressive to still have cigarettes." Long Ge accepted the smoke without hesitation, taking a greedy puff before slowly revealing his purpose. "Let us set aside talk of women for now. I have matters to discuss with you." "What is it, Long Ge?" "Ju Fan in Guit." Long Ge invited him to sit on the deck, and the three men congregated, smoking and engaging in conversation. "Brother, are you familiar with the Ark?" Chu Fan's brow furrowed slightly. "The Ark? Is it the one associated with Gao Shuaiqi?" Long Ge nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, that is the one. Let me tell you, he is quite a figure. Recently, he has acquired a total of 13 ships, and now nearly 30 individuals are aboard his vessel. Moreover, the Ark has a freshwater converter. Although its daily output is limited, it can certainly sustain life." Long Ge took a deep drag from a cigarette and added, "To be honest, had I not encountered him, I might have perished the night before last." Chu Fan nodded slightly, asking, "So Long Ge, how does your visit relate to this Gao Shuaiqi?" Long Ge leaned in closer. "You see, Gao Shuaiqi wishes to collaborate with you. When I heard he was looking for you, I volunteered to come over, hoping to catch a glimpse of my lady." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan smiled faintly. "I didn't anticipate that Gao Shuaiqi would come." "Long Ge, you might be disappointed. I have no such intentions." Long Ge nodded. "Had I arrived earlier, I would have encouraged you to join me in this endeavor, to unite and grow stronger." However, he paused, shifting his tone. "I shall not advocate for that now." Chu Fan, puzzled, queried, "Oh, and why is that?" Long Ge grinned widely. "Simply for the sake of these two lovely ladies, I cannot endorse your involvement. My friend, your fortune seems to lie in being associated with someone like me." As he spoke, Long Ge gave a thumbs up, while Lu Ruyin keenly grasped the underlying message, her gaze piercing through Chu Fan like two swords. Chu Fan awkwardly cleared his throat and quickly asked, "Long Ge, what do you mean by that?" Dragon glanced at the other person on his small boat and lowered his voice, saying, "That Gao Shuaiqi is not so bad in other respects. but he's excessively lecherous. Practically every woman with a hint of beauty falls prey to his gaze. With your two lovely ladies looking so exquisite, they will undoubtedly attract his attention. This is precisely why I do not wish for my woman to accompany me. At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly understood. Right, there is another matter, my younger brother, on which I need your insight. What is it? What was the gunfire about yesterday? The Ark was situated quite a distance away, and thus, he was unaware of the particulars. This was also the sole aspect that caused He Fengming to feel apprehensive. Chu Fan did not deny it. Indeed, it originated from my side. Brother, you are indeed something, exclaimed Dragon, giving a thumbs up. After finishing a cigarette, Dragon stood up, brushed off his trousers, and said, All right, I comprehend your intentions. I shall return now. Keep an eye on my lady for me. Chu Fan produced 2 packs of cigarettes and stuffed them into Dragon's embrace. Seizing the moment when no one was watching, Dragon concealed the cigarettes. Thank you, brother. Be cautious of Gao Shuaiqi. Should anything arise, I will inform you. Farewell. After taking a few steps, he suddenly turned around sharply and whispered, Brother Chu Fan, what if I were to perish? What would become my wife? Chu Fan chuckled. Fear not. Your wife shall be cared for by me. Dragon raised his fist and replied, You rascal, do you aspire to be a usurper? Remember the words you have spoken today. With that, he gracefully leaped onto the small boat and gradually sailed away. Chu Fan watched as Dragon's figure gradually faded into the distance, narrowing his eyes slightly. Boom! A bolt of thunder crashed down from the clouds. Chu Fan looked up and noticed dark clouds gathering rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, the world turned dark. Quick, get inside the cabin. It's about to rain. It seemed that it was time for the daily downpour. Instantly, everyone at sea began to retrieve their collection containers. The freshwater collector on the Sea King would automatically gather rainwater, thus requiring no effort from them. Another flash of lightning struck, and finally, the rain began to fall. Chapter 35. The Onslaught of the Sea Monster. The leaderboard unveiled. Let the downpour commence. Fong, I am feeling quite melancholic. Chu Fan cast a disapproving glance at Barbara, who was humming a little tune, perplexed by the source of her whimsical references. In the windless sea, everyone was prepared to welcome the arrival of the first rainfall. However, it soon became apparent to all that a rather harsh reality awaited them. This rain was utterly minuscule. Is this all? It barely rivals the yield from my little demon. Goodness, with such meager rainfall, will we even fill a bottle in 20 minutes? Langley Ma, hurry and prepare a few more bottles. Old 3, bring me my urinal as well. For heaven's sake, I was hoping for a quick shower. I've already removed my trousers, and this is all we get? Handcrafted wooden barrels, guaranteed to be watertight. Feel free to message me if you need one. Goodness, my friend, bring me one. I want one too. The regional channel was inundated with messages, as everyone lamented that the rain fell like a mere trickle. It seemed that this sole source of fresh water posed a considerable challenge. At this moment, Long Gu returned to the Ark amidst the rain and encountered Gao Shuaiqi. Along, how did it go? What did Chu Fan say? Long Gu forced a smile, saying, Brother Long, Chu Fan mentioned he has his family with him, and doesn't he wish to impose on others? So as he spoke, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and offered them in a conciliatory manner. This is from Chu Fan. Gao Shuaiqi chuckled, remaining silent. Noticing his reaction, Long Gu pressed his lips together and produced another pack of cigarettes. Brother Gao, this is all I have. Gao Shuaiqi accepted it with a nod, remarking, I didn't expect Chu Fan to have quite a stock. Upon hearing this, Long Gu's heart sank, and he quickly replied, Brother Gao, Chu Fan is my brother. You see, Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand, saying, don't overthink it. Gao Shuaiqi, am not that kind of person. Since Chu Fan has his concerns, let's drop the matter. Long Gu sighed in relief, saying, Then I thank you on behalf of Chu Fan, Brother Gao. Gao Shuaiqi smiled, We are brothers. There is no need for such formalities. By the way, what was the gunfire about last night? Long Gu immediately responded, Indeed, it came from the Sea King. Gao Shuaiqi fell silent for a moment before saying, I understand. You've worked hard along. You may rest now. Long Gu nodded, all right. I will go attend to my duties. As Long Gu exited the cabin, a figure emerged behind Gao Shuaiqi. It was his trusted subordinate, He Fengming. Boss, are we really just going to let this go? Gao Shuaiqi's previous smile faded, his expression turning stern. Let go. I sent someone to invite Chu Fan. That was a gesture of respect. Since he has spurned my goodwill, I see no reason to show him mercy. He Fengming, perplexed, remarked just now along. Gao Shuaiqi let out a cold laugh and looked at He Fengming, saying, Ming, remember that Along is not one of us. Previously, when I asked him to bring his wife over, he merely laughed it off. This time, when I sent him to find Chu Fan, the outcome was no different. Gao Shuaiqi did not elaborate further, but He Fengming had already grasped his meaning. Then should I go in? He gestured in a manner that suggested a severing of ties. Gao Shuaiqi quickly responded, Not yet. He still serves a purpose. After a brief pause, he continued, Here's the plan. You will personally lead a team to investigate the situation near the Sea King, but be cautious not to let Along see you. He Fengming bowed his head and asked, What about Chu Fan's gun? Gao Shuaiqi replied, Notify Monkey to prepare. He Fengming raised his thumb in approval as always. The boss knows best. If Monkey handles this, there will surely be no issues. At that moment, a younger brother rushed in, exclaiming, Boss, something bad has happened. He Fengming scolded, What nonsense are you spouting? And have I not instructed you to knock before entering next time? The younger brother was taken aback and hurriedly retreated. Boss, are you ready? May I come in? Gao Shuaiqi, visibly annoyed, thought the phrasing suggested some underhanded dealings. He snapped, Enough with the pretense. Just come in. The younger brother cautiously pushed the door open and entered the cabin. Speak up, what is it? Boss, there are suddenly countless giant fish outside attacking the ships. You must come see. Giant fish? Gao Shuaiqi's expression was one of skepticism. He Fengming echoed his brother's disbelief. They are merely fish, after all. Food delivered right to our doorstep. What is the fuss about? The younger brother shrank back, saying, Boss, these fish are truly enormous. He Fengming scoffed, The rougher the seas, the more valuable the fish. The larger, the better. Besides, how big could they possibly be? Look at your ignorance. With that, He Fengming pushed past the younger brother and stepped out of the cabin. A moment later, his voice echoed back in astonishment. My goodness. These fish are indeed exceptionally large. At this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and nearly bolted out of the cabin. What is all this fuss about? It's just a slightly larger. Suddenly, he froze. He pointed at a creature towering 2 stories high, resembling an octopus, and trembled as he asked, You call this a fish? The younger brother scratched his head. Isn't an octopus a fish? You really are a genius. By now, chaos had erupted on the surface of the sea. Countless massive fish surged forth, launching an assault on the vessels. The colossal octopus in front of the ark began attacking the humans aboard with its sturdy tentacles. Help! A younger brother was ensnared by the octopus's tentacle and lifted into the air. Immediately, the monstrous octopus opened its gaping maw and unceremoniously hurled the unfortunate subordinate into its abyss-like jaws. The chilling sound of crunching echoed, sending shivers down the spines of all present. A similar spectacle unfolded for Chu Fan as an enormous creature resembling a crab materialized before the Sea King. The colossal crab raised its gigantic pincers, aiming to crush the mast of the Sea King. Should it succeed, the entire mast would surely splinter. Beast, do not dare to act so recklessly. Chu Fan bellowed as he leaped high into the air, swinging his dragon-slaying sword at the crab. To everyone's astonishment, this seemingly indestructible creature was cleaved in 2. Congratulations to player Chu Fan for being the first to vanquish a sea monster, earning 10 points and a bonus of 100 points. The leaderboard has officially commenced. A ranking will be held in 7 days, with the top player receiving a special reward. The current standings are as follows. First, Sea King, 210 points. Second, Ark, 200 points. Third, Thunder, 100 points. Fourth, Little Black, 80 points. A voice resonated in the air, startling everyone. Someone had actually managed to slay this sea monster. Gao Shuaiqi's expression shifted as he urgently commanded, Everyone, arm yourselves and attack this creature. At this moment, the people on the deck snapped back to reality, seizing their weapons to retaliate against the octopus. Gao Shuaiqi brandished a gleaming blue sword, a prize he had seized from a small island inhabited by diminutive beings. Relying on their numbers, he had plundered the island, claiming this formidable blade. This sword was exceptionally sharp, seemingly capable of slicing through anything that stood against Gao Shuaiqi's might. It was one of his trump cards. With it in hand, he felt invincible. Fortunately, the octopus appeared to possess no other offensive capabilities aside from its immense size. With a powerful swing, Gao Shuaiqi decapitated the creature. Slaying the sea monster awarded him 10 points, bringing his total to 210 points. In this moment, Gao Shuaiqi had successfully caught up to Chu Fan. Yet, he was filled with frustration. He had missed out on a 100-point reward by a hair's breadth. This first-place position rightfully belonged to him. Chapter 36. I have dreamed of being a tank driver since childhood. The elder brother is mighty. The elder brother is impressive. Gao Shuaiqi reveled in the flattery of his underlings, feeling an intoxicating sense of pride. "Brother, I want to bear your child," shouted a chubby man with a square face and a beard, causing Gao Shuaiqi to twitch involuntarily at the corners of his mouth. "Get lost, you filthy bastard," Gao Shuaiqi cursed, then pondered, "This Chu Fan merely relies on his firearm. I refuse to believe his ammunition is infinite." He Fengming murmured, "But it seems there hasn't been any gunfire." However, given that their leader was in high spirits, he was wise enough not to provoke him. Seeing all his subordinates gazing at him with adoration only fueled Gao Shuaiqi's arrogance. "All right, let me seize the top spot on the leaderboard. The elder brother is mighty. The elder brother is destined to win. The elder brother I want to—" Smack! Before the man could finish his sentence, Gao Shuaiqi kicked him away. "Damn it, if you dare to prattle on, I'll toss you to the octopus." Spitting disdainfully, Gao Shuaiqi's gaze shifted to the worried Long Ge, and a mischievous thought crossed his mind. "Along, what troubles you? Are you worried about your wife?" Long Ge sighed, "Yes, boss. Although she has betrayed me. We have shared so many years together, and I can't help but feel concerned." Gao Shuaiqi quickly reassured him, "You've seen my prowess. Bring her here, and I will protect you both." Just as Long Ge was about to respond, a voice rang out. "Husband, save me." Long Ge froze upon hearing that voice. Unmistakably his wife, Bai Jie. In disbelief, he turned to see a ship, less than 20 meters from the ark, being ensnared by a monstrous octopus, perilously close to being dragged under. "Damn it, my wife." Long Ge could no longer contain himself. Hearing this cry, Gao Shuaiqi and He Fengming instinctively looked over. With just one glance, Gao Shuaiqi swallowed hard. She was undeniably stunning. He had heard tales of Along's beautiful wife, but seeing her in person, he understood what a true beauty was. Unable to restrain himself, he exclaimed, "So, it's Along's wife. Worry not. I'm a brother to Along. I shall rescue you." At that moment, Bai Jie was too preoccupied with her plight to consider anything else. The prospect of being saved by someone who was indeed a brother to Long Ge filled her with hope. Long Ge, realizing the urgency, quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Brother Gao, for your assistance." Gao Shuaiqi waved his hand dismissively. "A brother's affairs are my own. Quickly bring the ship closer." At his command, the ark swiftly approached the small vessel whereby Jie was trapped. The small boat was already splintered in several places, with seawater beginning to flood the deck. The situation was dire. Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi was true to his word. Leaping over with remarkable speed, and with 2 swift strikes, he vanquished the octopus. Thus, his score increased by another 10 points, successfully elevating him to the pinnacle of the leaderboard. However, at that moment, he was entirely preoccupied with other matters and hurried forward to assist the frail Bai Jie, who was on the verge of falling. Suddenly, an arm thicker than the leg of the tall and handsome Gao Shuaiqi reached out and grasped the hand that Gao Shuaiqi had extended. Alas! With no one to support her, Bai Jie fell delicately onto the deck, causing Gao Shuaiqi's heart to skip a beat. It was then that he realized there was another individual aboard the vessel, a little fairy weighing over 200 pounds. That arm belonged to this fairy. The little fairy, with an impassive expression, exclaimed, "Why did you arrive so late? We were almost devoured by that gigantic octopus." Gao Shuaiqi was momentarily taken aback, instinctively asking, "What did you say?" The little fairy continued, "You saw me in danger, and yet did not come to my rescue sooner. I know you wish to play the role of the gallant hero to win my admiration, don't you? How utterly ridiculous!" Gao Shuaiqi felt as though his mind had been struck by lightning. What sort of eccentricity was this? At that moment, Longu also leaped onto the ship and swiftly helped his wife to her feet. Darling, are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? Bai Jie clung to Long Ji's arm and replied, Honey, I was so frightened. Whether her feigned vulnerability touched Long Ji's heart, Gao Shuaiqi could not ascertain. But it certainly struck a chord with him. Do not fear, for I, Gao Shuaiqi, am here. No one shall harm you. Or you, the little fairy scoffed. Though your words are rather boastful, I must admit you possess some insight. Now, quickly assist me onto that grand vessel. Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain his irritation and delivered a kick. Yet, alas, the little fairy's substantial weight rendered his effort futile, akin to kicking a mound of cotton. Damn it, you overweight pig. What are you pretending for? If you utter another word, I'll toss you into the sea. The little fairy, incredulous, clutched her stomach and exclaimed, You dare strike me? I shall expose you. With that, she removed her wristband. Everyone, I have encountered a despicable man. I ignored him, and he dared to strike me. I have never come across such an abhorrent specimen of masculinity. Ladies, beware. Upon seeing the fairy's ID, Gao Shuaiqi could not help but chuckle. So, you are the one masquerading as the campus beauty, Lu Ruyan. I bet the one who purchased your stockings is on the verge of vomiting. The little fairy attempted to retort, but Gao Shuaiqi swiftly drew his weapon and struck the ship's hull, leaving a deep gash on the deck. Try speaking again, he declared, disregarding the pale-faced fairy and waving his hand dismissively. I can no longer tolerate this pig. He Fengming, come here and throw her into the sea. Brother Gao, could you perhaps spare Xiao Dai? I have been greatly indebted to her care these past few days. Upon hearing Bai Jie speak, Gao Shuaiqi's demeanor shifted dramatically. Very well, for your sake, I shall let her off this time. Provide her with a vessel and allow her to fend for herself. At this moment, He Fengming rubbed his hands together and said, Brother, let us not waste this. Why not bestow it upon me? Gao Shuaiqi was taken aback. Is this truly to your liking? He Fengming chuckled. I have long aspired to be a tank driver. Gao Shuaiqi suppressed the urge to retch and gave a thumbs up. Brother, you are impressive. Once everyone returned to the ark, Gao Shuaiqi gazed at Bai Jie, who was being assisted by Long Gu, his fervent gaze revealing his unmistakable feelings. However, he understood the necessity of patience in this matter, so he turned to He Fengming and issued a few instructions. Moments later, a slender man with sharp eyes approached. Brother, you summon me? Monkey, I require your assistance with a certain task. The diminutive man, known as Monkey, revealed a cunning smile. Brother, what are we to steal? Speak your mind. Gao Shuaiqi pointed to a large ship approximately 200 meters away and whispered, The Sea King. Chapter 37. Barbecue at sea. The monkey stood atop the ark, casting a glance at the distant Sea King and inquired, Brother, do we have a specific target? His ship harbored a firearm. If possible, procure it for me. If it proves unattainable, then destroy it. Gao Shuaiqi's voice was low and steady, yet carried an undeniable authority. After a moment of surprise, the monkey nodded, Understood, brother. I shall make the necessary preparations. Gao Shuaiqi nodded, observing the monkey's retreating figure. Despite his diminutive stature, the monkey was remarkably agile, particularly adept at thievery. It had taken considerable effort for Gao Shuaiqi to capture him initially. Recognizing his talent, he chose to keep him close. Zhufan, you are too inexperienced to contend with me. With confidence, he opened the leaderboard, but his expression quickly darkened. Wang Defa, how on earth has Chu Fan's score increased so rapidly? The leaderboard prominently displayed that the Sea King had amassed a staggering 270 points. This indicated that in such a short span, Chu Fan had dispatched at least 7 sea monsters. Damn it, I must eliminate his firearm. Gao Shuaiqi slammed his fist against the deck, shouting, Everyone raise the sails. I intend to hunt sea monsters. I will make it known to all who reign as the true sovereign of these waters. He raised his sword high, exuding an air of grandeur. Brother, I want to ugh. Just then, the rain above abruptly ceased, signaling the end of the 20-minute interval. A miraculous sight unfolded as the sea monsters, seemingly receiving a signal, began to sink one by one into the depths. Even those that had previously clung to the vessels suddenly abandoned their prey, It became evident to all that the sea monster's appearance correlated with the rain. They only attacked humans during such weather. This revelation made the quest for fresh water significantly more challenging. Yet, Gao Shuachi soon realized that despite his fervent declaration, no sea monsters were present for him to slay. His bold stance merely resulted in solitude. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions noticed the peculiar behavior on the surface. Lu Shangfei cheerfully gathered portions of the recently slain sea monster's flesh. Brother-in-law, can this really be eaten? Fear not. Barbara has already taken a sample for testing. It is safe, non-toxic, and highly nutritious. Upon receiving Barbara's affirmative nod, Lu Shangfei beamed. Then let us savor this sea monster's meat. Thus, while other vessels remained in shock, tidying up the aftermath, the aroma of barbecued meat wafted from the Sea King. Who on earth has the audacity to consume a sea monster? One remarked, intrigued by the fragrant scent. Is it truly safe to eat? Chu Fan retrieved an assortment of seasonings from his storage, remnants from a blind box opened days prior. I never anticipated that I would find myself indulging in barbecued meat under such circumstances. Barbara took a bite of the octopus tentacle, her eyes narrowing in bliss. The taste of this octopus was truly exquisite. Chu Fan also sampled a piece of the meat and immediately discerned its remarkably unique texture. It was far more resilient and springy than any octopus he had ever tasted before. Strangely enough, he felt as though his previously depleted energy was rapidly rejuvenating after consuming the octopus. After taking a bite, Lu Shangfei stood up and began to retrieve the corpses of the sea monsters still floating in the water, piling them into a small mountain on the deck. Lu Ruyan, nibbling delicately on the octopus meat, suddenly inquired, Chu Fan, should we inform everyone that this sea monster meat is edible? Chu Fan shrugged and replied, no problem at all. Even if we don't say anything, they will inevitably find out. Lu Ruyan nodded, activated her wristband, and sent out one of her few messages. Sea monster meat is edible. Her tone remained as indifferent as ever. It was evident that beneath this ethereal beauty's seemingly otherworldly demeanor lay a semblance of compassion. However, Chu Fan did not perceive this as a significant issue. After all, such traits were inherent to a flesh-and-blood individual. In the chat channel, someone raised a question. Just because you say it's edible, does that make it so? Who are you? This is Lu, the campus belle. I'm right next to her boat, and she is truly eating the sea monster meat. What? She asked the campus belle? Who was that person who sold me the original flavor stockings? Haha, that was a fake. She is now on our ship, weighing at least 250 pounds. Is that true? Brother upstairs, you're quite fortunate. Chu Fan, observing the lively conversation in the chat room, could not help but ask, Rian, aren't you upset that someone is impersonating you? Lu Rian shrugged and said, whether I'm upset or not doesn't change the established facts. What is the point? Chu Fan was momentarily speechless. This girl was undeniably cool. No wonder she attracted so much admiration. Yet now, the goddess belonged to him. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You're right, my second wife. At that moment, Lu Rian's wristband suddenly chimed. Upon checking, she found a private message. I, Fuel Nina. Rian, is that you? It's Ruoyan. Lu Rian was taken aback and quickly replied, yes, it's me, Erwan. I didn't expect to see you here. Indeed, had I not seen the public channel S message, I would hardly believe it. Lu Ruyan then asked, how are you faring? I, Fuel Nina. Things aren't particularly good. I was just attacked by a sea monster, and my ship sustained some minor damage. Lu Ruyan sighed. Li Ruoyan was her only good friend from university. As if to alleviate Lu Ruyan's worries, she sent another message. Don't worry about me. I'm fine for now. By the way, is it true that the sea monster meat you mentioned is edible? Lu Ruyan hurriedly replied, it is indeed true, and the taste is rather delightful. It can also rapidly restore stamina. Fei Lenina lamented, what a pity. My sister and I were too preoccupied with hiding to procure any meat. Lu Ruyan seemed to recall something and quickly said, Yuyan, please wait for me a moment. She then lifted her gaze and addressed Chu Fan. There is a matter on which I would like to seek your opinion. Chu Fan, taken aback, remarked, second wife, why the sudden seriousness? Just speak your mind. There are no outsiders present. Lu Ruyan glanced at the pile of sea monster meat on the deck, resembling a small mountain, and softly said, Chu Fan, my only friend at school is also out here on this sea, and her situation is not very good, given the abundance of sea monster meat we have. May I send some to her? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression changed dramatically, and he replied, That's not advisable. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She had not anticipated Chu Fan's refusal and blurted out, Why not? Chu Fan suddenly grinned and said, You must call me husband. Chapter 38 Li Ruoyan, Li Ruoxi, and Lu Ruyan were momentarily stunned by the declaration. After a brief pause, unable to believe their ears, Lu Ruyan tentatively inquired, Is this the reason for your disagreement? Chu Fan chuckled mischievously, responding, From now on, you must no longer call me Chu Fan. Refer to me as husband instead. Come on, Ruyan, say husband for me to hear. Although Lu Ruyan found Chu Fan's request somewhat absurd, particularly in the presence of her younger brother, she reconsidered and realized that addressing him as her husband was no longer inappropriate. Thus, she softly uttered, All right, who? Husband? Chu Fan laughed heartily, exclaiming, Now that's more like it. By the way, what were you saying earlier about your close friend? Lu Ruyan nodded, Yes. She is my only close friend from Jiangxing University, Li Ruoyan. At this moment, Lu Shangfei interjected, Sister Ruoyan? She is here too? Lu Ruyan nodded once more indeed. It seems she has come with her sister. Wow. I have long heard that Sister Ruoyan has a twin sister who looks almost identical. I have always wanted to see just how similar they are. Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, Xiao Fei, You know this Li Ruoyan as well? Lu Shangfei affirmed, Of course, brother-in-law. You may not be aware, but Sister Ruoyan and my sister were renowned as the two flowers of Jiang University. Just imagine, she has a sister who looks exactly like her. Chu Fan exclaimed, I see. Lu Ruyan continued, I just got in touch with her. Her boat has sustained some damage. And out of fear, she did not encounter any sea monsters, let alone collect their meat. Knowing we have so much meat available, I thought to share a little with her. Her voice trailed off at the end, as she felt her request might be somewhat excessive. Chu Fan shrugged. I have no objections. We have more than enough meat to consume, so sharing some is perfectly fine. Lu Ruyan was taken aback. She had expected Chu Fan to chastise her for being meddlesome, but to her surprise, he was unconcerned. Noticing her astonishment, Chu Fan continued, You are part of this crew. You have every right to allocate these resources as long as they are not critical items. There is no need to overthink it. Barbara approached, saying, Ruyan, I knew I was right about you. It shows you are a loyal and devoted friend. Don't hesitate to share, if Chu Fan dares to object. We want to let him sleep in bed tonight. Chu Fan's face darkened momentarily. This bold girl certainly spoke her mind without reservation. He quickly redirected the conversation. By the way, Ruyan, what is Li Ruoyan's ID here? I would like to know in advance for our next encounter. Lu Ruyan checked her wristband once more and replied, Her ID is I Feel Enigma. Indeed, she is an original. Chu Fan was taken aback. What a coincidence. He then opened his wristband and retrieved his previous transaction records. Is this her? Lu Ruyan leaned in to take a look and was momentarily stunned, realizing how small the world truly was. Yes, that is her. With a chuckle, Chu Fan remarked, That makes it even easier. Even if she is not your closest confidant, given that she has spoken on my behalf before. Assisting her with this minor favor is no trouble at all. Suddenly recalling something, Chu Fan retrieved a windproof lighter from her space and handed it over. She probably lacks a source of fire as well, so consider this a token of my gratitude for her care of you over the years. Feeling a warmth in her heart, Lu Ruyan accepted the lighter without pretense and reopened her bracelet. Ruoyan, I have some excess sea monster meat. Take it and roast it to replenish your strength. Additionally, this is a gift from my husband. On a vessel approximately 200 meters away from the Sea King, a striking beauty clad in black attire, possessing long black hair, gasped in surprise. What? Did I hear that correctly? The frosty Miss Lu Ruyan has a husband? Blushing, Lu Ruyan, true to her independent nature, replied calmly, Yes. Let's not dwell on that. If you require assistance, seek me out on the Sea King. At this point, Li Ruoyan was unsettled, realizing that her beloved best friend's man was none other than the illustrious Chu Fan, who had been making waves recently. However, she quickly reconciled with this revelation smiling to herself. No wonder my dear friend has such an extraordinary partner. Meanwhile, from the cabin, a girl resembling Li Ruoyan with twin ponytails peeked out. Sister, what are you talking about? This was Li Ruoyan's twin sister, Li Ruoxi. Having grown up together, dressed alike, and often mistaken for one another, they decided to attend different universities to carve their own paths. Post-graduation, their trajectories diverged significantly. Li Ruoyan embraced a typical corporate career, while Li Ruoxi, having studied film, was a budding starlet. When they had a chance to reunite during a break, they were unexpectedly thrust into this bizarre game. Fortunately, they remained together, which provided some solace. Nevertheless, in such an environment, they opted to maintain a low profile, aware that there were no legal protections against ill-intentioned individuals. Li Ruoyan lifted her head, a gentle smile revealing her charming dimples. Ruoxi, we have food now. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoxi could not suppress her laughter, showcasing her small canine teeth. Really? Where did it come from? Remember the good friend I mentioned? Li Ruoxi pondered for a moment before recalling the familiar name. Is she the one who is often mentioned alongside you as the twin blossoms of Jiang University? With a wry smile, Li Ruoyan replied, Ruoxi, let us refrain from using such juvenile titles. That belongs to the past. Li Ruoxi Chocolat. I am genuinely curious about what kind of person could be referred to alongside you, sister. Li Ruoyan shook her head and said, I truly have no way to deal with you. Come on, let us grill some meat. According to Ruoyan, the meat of this sea monster is exceptionally delicious and can swiftly replenish our stamina. Is that true? How wonderful. Suddenly, she recalled something and frowned. But sister, we don't have any tools to start a fire. What do you see here? A lighter? Where did it come from? It was also given by Ruoyan. At this, Li Ruoyan grew anxious. No, sister, I won't say anything about how good your friend is to you, but why is she so remarkable, possessing so many wonderful items? Li Ruoyan smiled with a knowing look and softly replied, because she encountered an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions were savoring grilled meat while deliberating their next strategy. At that moment, on the seemingly tranquil sea, a small boat was silently gliding towards the Sea King. Chapter 39. Chu Fan confronts the four mountains alone. The small vessel came to a halt merely 10 meters from the Sea King. 3 men huddled within the cramped cabin, casting cold glances at the activities aboard the Sea King. This was indeed the reconnaissance mission led by the monkey and his companions. So what have you discovered? Monkey inquired in a low voice. Monkey brother, there are 4 individuals aboard the Sea King, 2 men and 2 women. I must say, the 2 women are exceptionally attractive. One of the subordinates exclaimed. Indeed, monkey brother, even more impressive is the presence of a tall, striking woman. Goodness, the allure. If only we could have a taste of that. The 2 lackeys described the intelligence they had gathered, their eyes gleaming with envy. Monkey scolded them. Look at you 2. Such pitiful creatures. Is that what I asked for? One of the subordinates, scratching the back of his head, replied, That's all we saw. The foreign lady kept swaying in front of me, making me dizzy. Monkey glared. Get to the point. Did you see any weapons? Subordinate B grinned. I didn't T-spot any guns on the boat, but ours have been raised the whole time. Enraged, Monkey kicked the foolish duo aside, contemplating his next move. It seemed that relying on these dimwits would yield little information. He would have to investigate personally under the cover of darkness. With that thought, he turned back and delivered a couple of swift kicks. Keep watch. I'll take a quick nap. Wake me when it's dark. Understood, monkey brother. The 2 fans of Barbara responded, clutching their stomachs in amusement. This wretched weather. Why has it suddenly turned so hot? Lu Shangfei muttered quietly, trying on the new clothes Chu Fan had gifted him. Lu Ruoyan glanced up at the sun, her brow furrowed. Just a moment ago, during the rain, it felt like spring. Now, in the blink of an eye, it seemed as though summer had arrived. Despite wearing the Sea King attire, the sun's rays were still unbearable. With no other options, the group sought refuge in the cabin. Restless, Lu Shangfei decided to leap into the sea for a swim. On such a scorching day, the monster meat left on the deck is likely to spoil. We should stow it away. Barbara shook her head, saying, Darling, I've tried. But there is no way to store this meat in the warehouse. Chu Fan, momentarily taken aback, attempted it himself, and indeed found the meat could not be stored away. It seemed this world imposed certain limitations, compelling humanity to continuously battle the sea monsters. Having grasped this concept, a faint smile crept across Chu Fan's face. While others might be unable to store it, he had his own advantages. After all, he was a unique individual. Though the warehouse could not accommodate the meat, he possessed a system space that appeared capable of preservation. With a decisive wave of his hand, he effortlessly transferred all the sea monster meat from the deck into his warehouse. The others, accustomed to such displays, felt a sense of relief. Suddenly, Lu Rian asked, Chu Fan, if I were to invite the Ruo Yin sisters to join us, would you take them in? Chu Fan's heart leaped with joy. After all, she was a school beauty of equal renown to Lu Ruyan, and a pair of twins, no less. If one were to refuse, they would not be deemed a worthy sea king. Yet, feigning indifference, he remarked, Lu Ruyan, you may decide for yourself whatever choice you make. I shall quietly support you from behind. Lu Ruyan's cheeks flushed, and with a light scoff, she replied, at least you possess a modicum of conscience. Never mind. I shall take a shower. Upon hearing this, Barbara immediately chimed in. I shall join you. Rian, wait for me. Chu Fan, upon hearing their words, rose and declared, I too shall partake. Without a care for the reactions of the two women, he seized their hands and dashed into the bathroom. Moments later, Chu Fan sighed. In the late Qing era, there were merely 3 mountains to confront. Yet here I stand, Chu Fan, faced with 4 formidable peaks. I shall ride my steed and topple these 4 mountains. The struggles of a sea king are beyond your comprehension. Meanwhile, while Chu Fan reveled in his aquatic amusement, others at sea were enduring great hardships. The scorching sun threatened to dehydrate them. Many, after the earlier commotion, had inadvertently spilled the precious water they had just gathered. Consequently, the regional channel was inundated with desperate pleas for water. If they were to discover that Chu Fan was indulging in a romantic bath at that very moment, they would surely be driven to despair. The vicinity of the Sea King vessel, littered with fragments of sea monsters, had attracted a considerable crowd. Hey, old man, I spotted that crab leg first. Nonsense, I clearly got to it first. Are you looking for trouble? Who do you think you're scaring? Thus, these defenseless individuals, who were powerless against the sea monsters, began to clash violently amongst themselves, vowing to fight to the bitter end. Li Ruoyan and her sister observed this scene, once again expressing their gratitude for Lu Ruyan's timely assistance. Otherwise, they would have surely succumbed. However, what would they do the following day? Would they be perpetually reliant on Lu Ruyan's support? On board the Ark, Gao Shuachi watched the industrious figure of Bai Jie on the deck, his heart ablaze. Now, looking at this Along, he found him increasingly irksome. As long as Along remained, he could not act directly against Bai Jie. It appeared he would need to concoct an excuse to eliminate him. While killing Along would be straightforward, gaining the support of the crew was imperative. Otherwise, the ranks below might harbor other thoughts. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, Chu Fan and the 2 women exited the cabin. It had been quite some time since he had bathed since his arrival in this realm, and this bath left him feeling invigorated. How about it, Xiao Fei? Any anomalies? Lu Shangfei raised her wristband and assured, Fear not, brother-in-law, all is normal. However, many are seeking to purchase water from us. Chu Fan felt a chill in his heart. It seemed that water scarcity had become the primary concern for all. Lu Ruyan also picked up her wristband and began messaging her dear friend. Ruoyan, the situation is dire. If you find it unbearable, come to me. Here are my coordinates. After sending the message, Lu Ruyan was about to say something to Chu Fan when she suddenly froze. Then, pointing ahead, she exclaimed, Look, what is that? As the voice resonated, everyone turned their gaze in the direction indicated by Lu Ruyan. In the distance, a colossal shadow emerged from the depths of the sea, surfacing with an unhurried pace towards the crowd. Gradually, more and more individuals became aware of this peculiar sight. As time elapsed, Chu Fan discerned that it was indeed a massive ship, entirely cloaked in black. It was astonishing to ponder what kind of propulsion system enabled such a gargantuan vessel to glide effortlessly across the windless waters. The size of the ship transcended human imagination, verging on the description of a fortress. Moreover, it appeared to be shrouded in a veil of mist, obscuring any view of its upper deck. Some of the more timid souls were so overwhelmed by this behemoth that they collapsed onto the deck, rendered speechless for an extended while. The sense of oppression was palpably intense. Just as anxiety permeated the air, the ship came to an abrupt halt. Then, an incredibly alluring voice echoed down from the vessel. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard Captain Jack's Ghost Ship." Chapter 40. The mysterious ghost ship. Her voice, though seemingly soft, resonated clearly across this maritime expanse, captivating everyone present. A melodious laughter echoed in the air, reminiscent of silver bells. One could almost deduce her exquisite beauty without even laying eyes upon her. Gao Shuaiqi, upon hearing that laughter, found himself momentarily entranced. It could only belong to a stunning beauty. Chu Fan furrowed his brow and gazed up at the enigmatic ghost ship that exuded an aura of mystery. The woman spoke again. "I presume you are troubled by the scarcity of supplies and fresh water. I am here to assist you. We possess everything you seek: water sources, sustenance, even cultivation techniques, extraordinary abilities, and special modules for your vessel. Do you desire any of it?" As she revealed her visage, it was indeed a breathtaking sight. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Ruyin and Barbara, holding its own with equal measure. Furthermore, her every gesture radiated allure, rendering her utterly captivating. Lu Ruyin, herself a beauty, found herself ensnared by the woman's charm, as did the others. Yet, it was her words that were undeniably the most enticing. What? Food, water sources, even extraordinary powers and upgrade modules? Am I dreaming? Is this heavenly intervention meant to rescue us? Sister Angel, I want it. I want it. The woman's laughter chimed once more. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Liener, and I am no angel," she declared playfully. A burly man, unable to contain his drool, gazed at her with unabashed desire. "Beautiful lady, I desire nothing but you." Liener giggled, covering her mouth. "Do you truly wish for me?" Yes." The man's eyes gleamed with infatuation. "Then come to me." "All right, I shall come at once." Strangely enough, as her voice faded, a beam of light emerged from the ghost ship, extending like a bridge to the man's feet. His eyes were solely fixed on the beauty before him, devoid of any other thoughts, as he stepped eagerly onto the luminous pathway. "Hey, beautiful, I promise to cherish you," he proclaimed, traversing the light bridge towards the ship. All onlookers held their breath, captivated by the unfolding scene. Fortunately, he safely reached the ghost ship, standing firmly on the deck. "Beloved, I have arrived." Yet Liener playfully stepped back, inquiring, "Do you possess sufficient points, sir?" The man hesitated. "I have 20 points, all for you." Liener waved her hand dismissively. 20 points are insufficient." Taken aback, he instinctively asked, "What do you desire then?" Liener laughed. "To claim me, you must prepare 100,000 points. You did affirm your desire for me just now. What shall we do about that?" The man, utterly enchanted by her every expression, responded, "Indeed, what shall we do?" Liener shook her head and said, "There is no other way. You must pay with your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a pitch-black claw suddenly emerged from the swirling darkness behind her, swiftly dragging the man into the abyss before anyone could comprehend the unfolding horror. A chilling scream escaped his lips, but it was swiftly silenced. This shocking turn of events left everyone in a state of disbelief. Who could have imagined that Liener, in the midst of her banter, would so effortlessly extinguish the life of a robust man, all while appearing nonchalant, as if nothing had transpired? This ghost ship was indeed terrifying. With a sigh, Liener addressed the onlookers. "As you can see, our ghost ship engages in legitimate business. As long as you possess enough points, you may acquire anything your heart desires. However, heed this warning. Should you lack sufficient points, do not make promises lightly, for the consequence could be dire." She surveyed the crowd, a beguiling smile gracing her lips. In this world, there will always be those unafraid of death. After an indeterminate period, someone finally broke the silence. "Might there be a miraculous cure for cancer?" A middle-aged man raised his hand, addressing the ghostly vessel. His appearance suggested he was in a dire state, and he murmured, almost to himself, "I am in the advanced stages of lung cancer. I have little time left, so what do I have to fear?" Lien Air cast a glance at the man and replied softly, "Indeed, there is. And it requires only 20 points." The crowd gasped in astonishment. There truly was a cure. While 20 points was no trifling sum, it paled in comparison to the value of life itself. Grasping at this glimmer of hope, the man exclaimed, "I wish to purchase it." No sooner had he spoken than a luminous bridge appeared beneath his feet. Without a moment's hesitation, he hurriedly crossed onto the ghost ship. 20 points have been deducted. "We shall proceed with your treatment," Lien Air announced, clapping her hands. Once again, a claw emerged from the thick fog, but this time it bore a cerulean hue. Amidst the gasps of the onlookers, the claw lunged toward the man, plunging directly into his chest. How deceitful! Thank goodness I did not act impulsively. However, to everyone's astonishment, the man did not perish. Instead, a peculiar expression crossed his face. Moments later, the cerulean claw withdrew, bringing with it a mass of charred substance. As this dark material was extracted, the man felt an inexplicable lightness wash over him. "All done. The cancerous cells within you have been completely eradicated. Thank you for your patronage." Liane beamed. The man stood in place, testing his body repeatedly until he finally confirmed that his affliction had vanished. This was truly miraculous. Ecstatic, he made his way back across the luminous bridge to his own ship. This extraordinary spectacle left the hearts of the onlookers in turmoil. With the arrival of the first, the second soon followed, and an increasing number of individuals began to seek out supplies. The most sought-after items, naturally, were fresh water and food. This surge of demand stirred unease in the hearts of many, for aboard that vessel resided extraordinary items. Should one find something beneficial, the odds of survival would be significantly enhanced. At this moment, Lien Air softly announced, "This ship also features VIP lounges specifically designated for the top 10 on the leaderboard. We warmly invite all esteemed guests to come aboard." Chu Fan exchanged glances with his three companions. "Darling, do you wish to take a look?" Barbara discerned Chu Fan's thoughts. Chu Fan nodded affirmatively, saying, "Yes, I would like to see if there are any upgrade modules we require. Otherwise, I cannot fathom how long we might linger here." Pausing briefly, he continued, "Moreover, I have an unsettling sense of being watched. If we choose not to go, our adversaries may very well take advantage of the opportunity. Therefore, even if this is a treacherous banquet, I, Chu Fan, shall dare to venture forth." Chapter 41. Boarding the vessel as soon as Chu Fan's words fell, Lu Ruyin nodded in agreement. "Indeed, do you see that small boat beside us?" With that, Lu Ruyin gestured towards a nearby vessel, where two men on the deck were frequently casting glances in their direction. This was the very boat where the monkey was located, and although they were attempting to maintain a low profile, Lu Ruyin, with her keen perception, had discerned the subtle signs. Barbara, puzzled, inquired, "Ruyin, is there something amiss with that boat?" Lu Ruyin shook her head, replying, "I cannot quite articulate it. It is merely a woman's intuition." Chu Fan glanced at the boat, noticing how the two men hastily averted their eyes from him, which led him to realize that this vessel did not harbor good intentions. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan spoke up, "It is prudent to be cautious. How about this? You all remain on the ship while I go aboard alone." Barbara chuckled. "Are you perhaps enamored with that beautiful woman, seeking to get closer to her?" Chu Fan quickly waved his hands, insisting, "Not at all. With both of you here, I have no time to pay attention to anyone else." "Is that so? Why does it seem like you always have extra energy?" Barbara teased. Chu Fan promptly flicked away his non-existent bangs with a proud expression. "Isn't it good to be a bit stronger?" Barbara nodded in agreement. "That is a valid point. Go ahead, and I shall reward you tonight." "Oh, what reward?" Barbara whispered. "I'll tell you when you return." Noticing Chu Fan's wide-eyed curiosity, she added slyly, "I guarantee it will satisfy you." Suddenly, an enticing image flashed through Chu Fan's mind. He then turned to Lu Ruyin, and upon seeing her slight nod, he raised his hand. "Miss Lien Air, I am Chu Fan, currently ranked first on the leaderboard, and I wish to board the vessel." "Liane smiled. So you're the first place winner. Please do come aboard." With that, a luminescent bridge extended automatically beneath Chu Fan's feet. Steadying himself, he stepped onto the ethereal bridge, which appeared insubstantial but felt remarkably solid beneath his feet akin to solid ground, under the watchful eyes of Barbara and the others. Chu Fan walked steadily onto the ghost ship. Mr. Chu Fan, as you are presently the first on the leaderboard, please follow me to the VIP room, Lian Air said. Chu Fan nodded naturally. Thank you for your guidance. This visibly surprised Lian Air, as he was the first man she had encountered who remained so composed. Furthermore, Chu Fan's handsome appearance was undoubtedly a significant improvement over the previous contenders. With a gentle smile, Lian Air led the way to an entrance that resembled the gaping maw of a monster. This is the entrance. Please, Mr. Chu Fan, step inside. Upon seeing Lian Air's enchanting smile and the peculiar doorway that appeared more like a mouth, Chu Fan hesitated for a moment before stepping through. As he crossed the threshold of this extraordinary door, a sudden brightness enveloped him. Before his eyes lay a resplendent scene, a stark contrast to the exterior he had just witnessed. A flash of white light appeared behind him, accompanied by a fragrant breeze that wafted into Chu Fan's nostrils. As Lian Air, possessing an alluring beauty, gracefully followed him inside. Mr. Chu Fan, what remarkable audacity you possess. You are indeed the first person who dares to enter this room without my guidance. Chu Fan nodded in acknowledgement, shifting his gaze to the interior of the room. He noticed that several individuals were already present, presumably the top 10 on the leaderboard. Among them was a familiar figure with a middle-parted hairstyle and suspenders. After a moment of recollection, he recalled it was the individual he had fought with the elderly man surnamed Ma that night. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed a pair of eyes fixated upon him. Turning swiftly, he encountered a man in his 30s, gazing intently at him. Upon noticing Chu Fan's glance, the man unabashedly smiled and remarked, "You must be Chu Fan. I didn't expect someone so young." Chu Fan, slightly taken aback, responded courteously, "I am Chu Fan. May I ask who you are?" "I am Gao Shuaiqi. A pleasure to meet you." A jolt of realization coursed through Chu Fan. So this was Gao Shuaiqi. Although this was their first encounter, his name was already widely recognized, perhaps even more so than the top-ranking Chu Fan, given his extensive following. "I see you are Mr. Gao. It is indeed a pleasure." The two exchanged polite nods, leading any onlookers to presume a warm rapport between them. However, Chu Fan had little desire to engage in prolonged conversation with this individual and said, "I have just arrived. I would like to take a look around." "Please feel free to continue, Mr. Gao." Gao Shuaiqi chuckled, "Of course, please." He then stepped past Chu Fan, eager to approach a woman named Lian Air behind him. Chu Fan gently shook his head, dismissing further thoughts, and began to survey the so-called VIP room. The decor was exquisite and imbued with an antique charm. An incense burner emitted a captivating fragrance, enhancing the room's elegance. In the center stood a rectangular table, resembling a display case in a marketplace, crafted from an unknown but evidently precious type of wood. Upon the table lay several items, accompanied by wooden plaques detailing product descriptions and specific prices. Chu Fan quickly scanned the merchandise. A diesel generator was priced at 100 points, including 2 liters of diesel. An advanced freshwater conversion device, capable of transforming 2 liters of seawater into freshwater daily, was also priced at 100 points. An AK-47 automatic rifle was available for 80 points, complete with 500 rounds of ammunition. An automatic fishing machine was listed at 100 points. Each of these items was undeniably useful, yet the prices were steep. Chu Fan recalled that the life of the man he had encountered earlier was valued at merely 20 points, while here, even a most trivial item commanded dozens or even hundreds of points. Indeed, human life seemed the least valuable of all. The top 10 on the leaderboard shared similar sentiments. As it was merely the first day, and each individual possessed limited points. Currently, Chu Fan ranked first with only 270 points, while Gao Shuaiqi held second place with 210 points, and the third-ranked Kunkin had 150 points. Most of the scores behind were around 100 points, while the individual in 10th place possessed merely 90 points, allowing him the means to purchase only a single firearm. Lianer, seemingly perceptive of everyone's thoughts, remained unperturbed. "Do not fret, esteemed guests. We shall linger here for a span of 10 days, granting you ample time. Furthermore," she added, "there are several exceptionally rare treasures available for your viewing." With a graceful gesture, she clapped her hands. Two maidens, their faces veiled, drew aside a curtain, revealing another display stand. This stand housed a mere 5 items, prompting the crowd to gaze in curiosity. Upon a fleeting glance, their expressions transformed with fervor. 4 of the items resembled some form of exotic fruit, elegantly arranged. Beside them lay a wooden plaque inscribed with a passage, "Fruit of the Divine, effects unknown. Consuming it may grant a random supernatural ability." Below, the price was marked 10,000 points. Yet the final item made Chu Fan's eyes narrow with intrigue. Moon Goddess Fruit. Consuming it bestows the power of the Moon Goddess. Price 50,000 points. Chapter 42. Treasures redeemable for points. Chu Fan felt his breath momentarily catch. He had never imagined that extraordinary abilities truly existed. Every man harbors fantasies of one day commanding the elements, becoming invincible in this vast world. Chu Fan was no exception. What astonished him even more was the revelation that the Moon Goddess Bow, obtained from Goblin Island, along with the Moon Goddess power mentioned in that parchment, would manifest here. Furthermore, it was priced at an astonishing 50,000 points. Achieving such a sum solely through slaying sea monsters or attacking fellow captains within 10 days seemed nearly impossible. Even if he tirelessly wielded the dragon-slaying sword until it was blunted, he could not amass 50,000 points. Not to mention the Moon Goddess power. Even the other 2 abilities were far from attainable in a short span. Chu Fan was not alone in his thoughts. Gao Shuaqi's eyes nearly bulged out at the sight of those divine fruits. Just imagine if he could wield lightning in one hand and fireballs in the other. Who in this realm could rival him? Clearly, he needed to accumulate points as swiftly as possible. Lien Er seemed to perceive the collective desire of the crowd, as if fanning the flames of their ambition, and suddenly chuckled softly. As esteemed guests, I have a complimentary piece of information for you all. Defeating an opponent allows you to claim all their points. This revelation ignited a spark of excitement in everyone's eyes, quickly followed by a cautious retreat. Gao Shuaqi squinted, surveying the throng. Is such a tactic truly possible? Perhaps obtaining 10,000 points within these 10 days is not as unattainable as it seems. However, among the crowd were those who remained level-headed. Acknowledging that such extraordinary powers were beyond their reach, they began strategizing on how to maximize the benefit of their current points. After all, the announcement had clearly stated that only the top-ranked participant would receive special rewards. If all proceeded as expected, the first place would undoubtedly be contested between Chu Fan and Gao Shuaqi. "Miss Lien Er, I would like to purchase this freshwater purification device," proclaimed Kunkin, ranked 3rd. Breaking the silence and raising his hands, Lien Er smiled in response. "Thank you for your patronage. Here is the item you requested." With a chime, Kunkin's points were deducted by 100, leaving him with 50 points. In his hands, he now held the freshwater purification device. Chu Fan noted that the items available for purchase did not require additional resources for crafting. In a sense, this bore a resemblance to his blind box system. Satisfied with his acquisition, Kunkin cast a wary glance at those around him. "Miss Lien Er, I shall take my leave," he declared, and with that, he hastily exited the room, disappearing from view. The man ranked 10th, after careful consideration, concluded that safety was paramount. Hence, he expended all his points to acquire an AK, and swiftly took his leave as well. Observing this, Chu Fan realized that the ordinary items held no appeal for him. The items he desired were beyond his means. He decided it would be best to return and discuss matters thoroughly with his teammates. At that moment, the only woman in the crowd suddenly inquired, "Miss Lien Er, aside from points, is there anything else that could be exchanged for goods?" Lien Er shook her head and replied, "We only accept points." A wave of disappointment washed over the crowd, but Lien Er continued, "However, if you possess any unique items, you may bring them aboard our ship, and we will convert them into points based on their rarity." This declaration invigorated everyone, prompting them to recall any extraordinary items they might possess. Chu Fan also began to reminisce about the unique items aboard his vessel. He wondered how many points the Sea King's attire might be worth, or perhaps the small umbrellas. Reflecting on the fact that he had hundreds of those small umbrellas, even if each were worth a single point. He could amass several hundred points. Yet, he was still far from the coveted 10,000 points. Just as he contemplated giving up, he noticed that most of the people in the room had departed, leaving only the woman standing there. She glanced at Chu Fan and, unable to restrain herself, revealed an object. "Miss Lianer, may I inquire how many points this can be exchanged for?" Chu Fan absent-mindedly glanced over and was taken aback. In her hand, she held a silver coin. Upon noticing Chu Fan's gaze fixated on the coin, the woman became instantly wary. At that moment, Lianer glanced at the silver coin in the woman's hand, and her expression grew more solemn. "This is an ancient silver coin. Let me see which race it belongs to." Lianer took the coin and examined it closely. This is indeed a silver coin from the Tauran tribe. Quite impressive. It is worth 1,000 points. The woman, upon hearing this, was overjoyed, as it was an unexpected treasure she had stumbled upon. Although it was still insufficient to exchange for the divine fruit, it could procure a considerable amount of resources. After thanking Lianer, she hurriedly departed, clearly eager to discuss the matter with her companions. Now, the room was entirely empty, leaving only Chu Fan standing in place. Lianer, noticing his unusual demeanor, approached him softly and asked, "Mr. Chu Fan, do you have any further matters to attend to?" Coming to his senses, Chu Fan immediately replied, "Miss Lianer, could you please assess the value of this?" With that, he retrieved a gold coin from his storage. This coin had been acquired from a treasure chest on Goblin Island, the very chest that housed the moon goddess's bow. Since the day he obtained it, the coin had been relegated to a corner of his space, nearly forgotten until he witnessed the woman produce her silver coin. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Lianer's eyes as she exclaimed, "I did not expect it to be an ancient gold coin. Mr. Chu Fan, you truly are full of surprises." She accepted the gold coin from him and scrutinized it carefully. "What a pity! This belongs to the Goblin tribe." Chu Fan's heart sank at her words, and he urgently inquired, "What does that mean? Is it not valuable?" Lianer quickly reassured him, "Not at all. After all, it is still an ancient coin, and this particular coin is worth 10,000 points." Chu Fan was overjoyed, realizing that the gold coin he once deemed worthless was, in fact, immensely valuable. This single coin could purchase a divine fruit. However, he soon recalled something and inquired, "Miss Lianer, why do you say it is a pity?" Lianer smiled gently and replied, "This is a long story, but suffice it to say, countless races inhabit this realm. Each race that endured the Great War 1,000 years ago possesses unique gold and silver coins engraved with their respective emblems. Among these, the coins of the 4 divine beasts are the most precious. A single coin can be worth 100,000 points." Suppressing his excitement, Chu Fan marveled at the thought of such a staggering value. 100,000 points. A possibility dawned upon him. "Miss Lianer, which are the 4 divine beasts?" Lianer glanced at Chu Fan with a knowing smile and said, "I must admit, your curiosity is quite substantial. Very well. If you wish to know, I shall enlighten you. Pay close attention. The 4 divine beasts are the Xuanwu of the northern seas, the Baihu of the western mountains, the Zhuke of the southern rainforests, and the Qinglong of the eastern continent." Chapter 43. The master of the treasure pavilion, upon hearing the final words, Chu Fan's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. After finishing her statement, Lianer continued, "However, these 4 types of gold coins are exceedingly rare, and I have never encountered them. It is virtually impossible for an ordinary person to." Suddenly, she was struck dumb, for Chu Fan's right hand revealed a gold coin, placed right before her eyes. "Is this the one?" he inquired. This was indeed the very coin that Chu Fan had retrieved from the treasure chest within the claw of the colossal underwater dragon. After listening to Lianer's words, Chu Fan harbored an intuitive premonition that this must be the dragon-patterned gold coin she had mentioned. With disbelief, Lianer accepted the coin Chu Fan offered her. "No, it can't be. The dragon pattern, it truly is a dragon pattern. How could you possibly have this?" Chu Fan smiled and asked, "Miss Lianer, have you confirmed if this is indeed correct?" It was only then that Lianer regained her composure, her voice brimming with excitement. "Indeed, this is truly remarkable." Chu Fan felt a surge of joy and promptly inquired, "Does one of these truly hold a value of 100,000 points?" "Absolutely. That is the regulation aboard our vessel. The corners of Chu Fan's mouth could no longer be restrained from curling upward, surpassing even that of an AK. Indeed, every treasure retrieved from the indigenous people was extraordinary. It appeared that only the location marked on the treasure map remained unexplored, but given its concealment, it would likely prove even more valuable than the treasures he had unearthed thus far. What pleased Chu Fan the most was that with just one dragon pattern gold coin, he could acquire all 5 divine fruits currently available. He felt as though he could take flight on the spot. Mis Liena, could you kindly convert this for me into points? I will take all of these. Chu Fan retracted the goblin coin he had previously offered and placed the dragon coin into Lien Air's delicate hands. With a gleam in her eyes, Lien Air replied, "Certainly. Mr. Chu Fan, congratulations. From this moment forth, you are a VIP member of our treasure pavilion, and all your purchases will enjoy a 20% discount." Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. Treasure pavilion? I thought it was referred to as Captain Jack's ghost ship. Giggles escaped Leon's lips. That is merely the name of the ship. In truth, our treasure pavilion has establishments all over the world, of which I am responsible for this maritime region. Chu Fan was enlightened, realizing the formidable prowess behind the treasure pavilion. Moreover, the fact that they could offer such extraordinary fruits hinted at an impressive strength backing them. By the way, Miss Lien, why is this particular divine fruit priced higher than the others? Lien smiled. It is because this fruit's abilities have been ascertained, while the capabilities of the others remain unknown, which is why they are sold at a lower price. Chu Fan pondered for a moment. Does that mean that the fruits possess varying degrees of potency? Lien nodded. Indeed, and typically, a human can only consume one fruit. Once obtained, it cannot be altered forever. If one is unfortunate enough to acquire a fruit of little worth, it would be quite a loss. Chu Fan nodded in understanding. It was akin to opening a mystery box. After accepting the gold coins, Lien swiftly began her transactions. After a moment, Lien pointed to the 5 fruits and said, "Now they all belong to you." Perhaps it was mere illusion, but Chu Fan sensed a softness in Lien's tone that was markedly different from before. Is this the benefit of spending money? Furthermore, as you are our esteemed VIP user, your spending has accumulated to £8, leaving you with a total of 2,800 points. Would you prefer these to be returned directly to your account? Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. If he had those 2,800 points, victory would be virtually assured. Contemplating this, he inquired, "If I do not wish to have them returned immediately, what options do I have?" "You can choose to temporarily store them with us, and they will be transferred back to your account whenever you need them," was the response. Chu Fan nodded. "Then we shall revisit this in a few days. Perhaps I will purchase some additional items." "Very well, Mr. Chu Fan." At that moment, a large screen in the room suddenly illuminated. An indistinct figure appeared on the screen. Lien rushed forward and bowed, saying, "I cannot believe even the master of the treasure house has been stirred." Chu Fan furrowed his brow. So this was the owner of the treasure pavilion. It had been a long time since he had encountered a dragon pattern gold coin. "Young brother, you are quite impressive. Might you share its origin?" A voice, clearly modified, echoed from the shadowy figure. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan replied, "I obtained it by chance from a treasure chest." The master seemed somewhat agitated and quickly inquired, "Where was it found? Did the chest contain anything else?" A wave of caution washed over Chu Fan, and he responded, "I cannot recall the location. Aside from this gold coin, there was only some wood, nothing more." The figure on the screen fell into a brief silence before speaking again. "Is that so? What a pity." Chu Fan remained silent. Despite the barrier of the screen, he could still feel the pressure emanating from the figure. Meanwhile, Lien had completely lost her earlier nonchalance, standing beside Chu Fan with her head slightly bowed. Sensing the unusual atmosphere, she quickly interjected, "Master, Chu Fan must have simply been fortunate. He possesses another goblin gold coin. In this vast sea, devoid of any landmarks, it is only natural for him to forget." Chu Fan was taken aback. He had not expected this woman to defend him. It seemed indeed to be the case. What a shame. After a moment of contemplation, the master suddenly said, "Chu Fan, may I propose a transaction?" "What kind of transaction?" Chu Fan asked, astonished. "If one day you recall the origin of this gold coin, or if you remember that there were other items apart from this coin, Please do inform me. Chu Fan frowned. It appeared that the master did not fully believe his account. And what would I gain from this? In that case, I offer you an opportunity to enter the Forsaken Land. What do you say? Chu Fan was taken aback. What on earth was the Forsaken Land? Meanwhile, upon hearing those 4 words, Leonora's expression suddenly changed. She hurriedly cast a discreet glance at Chu Fan, yet dared not utter a word, causing the young girl to flush with anxiety. Chu Fan found the situation amusing in his heart, yet he discerned Lien Heir's intent. Evidently, this Forsaken Land was no ordinary place. Thus, he posed his query. Are you not concerned that I may recall nothing at all? He chuckled lightly, adding, well, that is of little consequence. Let us regard this as a friendship forged. What say you? After pondering seriously for a moment and glancing at Lien Heir beside him, he formulated a plan in his mind. Very well, I consent to your proposal, but I have one stipulation. It had been many years since anyone had dared to place conditions before him, and he found it quite intriguing. Proceed, then. What is it that you desire? With a subtle smile, Chu Fan gestured towards Lien Heir and softly articulated his demand. I want her. Chapter 44. The Forsaken Land. Behind him, Leonor was startled by Chu Fan's words. On the screen, the owner of the treasure pavilion appeared equally taken aback. You have developed an interest in someone from our treasure pavilion. How rare. Yet, I must say you possess good taste, for she is indeed the most beautiful among us. However, I cannot acquiesce to your request. Please propose another. Leonora's face flushed with a mix of red and white, her emotions a tumult of anger and excitement. Chu Fan smiled lightly and said, I believe you have misunderstood my intent. I do not seek Miss Leonor as a person. Oh, then what do you mean? Chu Fan glanced at Leonor and explained, It's quite simple. I know nothing about this Forsaken Land you mentioned, and I have never heard of it before, so I hope Miss Leonor could accompany me as my guide. As Chu Fan finished speaking, Leonor abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide with astonishment, and perhaps even a hint of gratitude. The owner of the treasure pavilion fell into deep contemplation. You wish for her to accompany you into the Forsaken Land? This. Chu Fan continued. If not, then forget it. Who knows what this Forsaken Land of yours entails? With that, he feigned turning away. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Wait. The voice of the treasure pavilion owner called from behind. Chu Fan's heart tightened. It seemed the treasures contained within that chest were exceedingly precious. What could the owner possibly desire? The dragon-slaying sword, perhaps, or that treasure map? While pondering these questions internally, Chu Fan maintained an air of nonchalance and turned to inquire. Is there anything else? The owner of the treasure pavilion sighed softly. Leonor, do you wish to go? Leonor bit her lip, appearing to wrestle with her thoughts, before seemingly arriving at a significant decision. But let the owner make the call. After a moment of silence, the owner, with a hint of reluctance, spoke. I have agreed. Leonor, please take good care of young brother Chu Fan. Young brother Chu Fan, until we meet again, she concluded. Immediately, the screen dimmed, and the connection was severed. Chu Fan shrugged and turned to see Leonor with slightly reddened eyes, instantly perplexed. Why did she seem on the verge of tears? Did she not wish to enter? Yet, just moments ago, she had seemed eager to join. Realizing her own emotional lapse, Leonor quickly said, Mr. Chu Fan, please follow me. Chu Fan, recalling something, hastily asked, Should I not inform my teammates first? Otherwise, they may worry. Rest assured, I have already sent someone to relay the message, Leonor replied, nodding in acknowledgement. Chu Fan opened his wristband and sent a message to Lu Ruyin and the others before following Leonor toward a large black door, as if responding to a command. The moment they approached, the black door swung open automatically. Inside lay an indistinct gray mist, obscuring the view of what lay beyond. Chu Fan stood at the entrance, voicing the question that lingered in his heart. Miss Leonor, what exactly is this Forsaken Land, and what advantages might I gain from entering? Leonor, with a solemn expression, replied, Within the Forsaken Land lies a place known as the Eye of the Divine. It is a wondrous location that will reveal which of these divine fruits is most suited to you. Hearing this, a wave of joy surged within Chu Fan. Reflecting on his past experiences with blind boxes and their disappointing odds, he felt uncertain about these divine fruits. Now, it seemed fortune had favored him. The opportunity was right at his doorstep. In that case, let us proceed swiftly. Leonor appeared even more eager than he, nodding in agreement. Very well. Please follow me. Just as the words left her lips, Chu Fan suddenly felt a warmth in his palm. It was Leonor's small hand grasping his. Hold my hand tightly, lest we be transported to different locations, she urged. Chu Fan nodded. I understand, but will holding hands be secure enough? Perhaps I should embrace your waist instead. Leonor blushed and retorted, Nonsense. You let her. As they exchanged words, their feet did not falter. In an instant, a flash of white light enveloped them, and they seemed to be drawn into the doorway, vanishing from sight. Chu Fan felt as though time had slipped away in a fleeting moment, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The landscape was lush with greenery, towering trees, and an abundance of life. There was no way to associate this vibrant locale with the Forsaken Land. At that moment, he caught sight of Leonor beside him and was taken aback. He noticed that, at some point, she had sprouted a pair of fluffy beast ears atop her head, which, far from being unattractive, lent her an air of grace and vitality. A fluffy white tail had also emerged behind her. Goodness, are you a beast-eared fox spirit? Leonor, noticing Chu Fan's astonishment, suddenly knelt before him. I am forever grateful for your kindness, young Master Chu. I shall never be able to repay you in this lifetime. Chu Fan, startled, quickly helped her to her feet. What is the meaning of this? With reddened eyes, Leonor began to recount her origins. Young Master Chu, as you can see, I am not human, but a member of the Fox Spirit Clan. What you see now is my true form. Over 1,000 years ago, following a great war, countless races faced extinction, and my clan gradually faded from the annals of history. Like humans, we fox spirits need to dwell on land. However, in this world, the oceans dominate, severely threatening our living space. Our elders have spoken of a hope for the revival of our clan within the Forsaken Land. Yet, I am merely a humble attendant, lacking the qualification to enter such a place. Without you, I would never have had the opportunity to come here in my lifetime. Upon hearing Leonor's words, Chu Fan finally grasped the situation. It was no wonder she had been so astonished when he offered to take her inside. Yet, he pondered why she hesitated when the owner of the treasure shop inquired about her. Never mind, I shall not dwell on it any longer. Chu Fan Vima? There is no need for such formality. I indeed require your guidance. Lien Air, appearing somewhat embarrassed, replied, My lord, I must confess, this is my first time as well. Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his forehead. How could I have forgotten this trivial detail? Nevertheless, it matters not. Let's explore our surroundings. Lien Air nodded with a smile, saying, As you wish. By the way, my true name is Hu Yi. You may call me Yi from now on. Lien Air is merely a nickname, used by outsiders. Chu Fan mused. So, only I have the privilege of calling you that? Yi shyly nodded, affirming, Indeed. Ha ha, splendid. What a delightful name. Yi, let us set forth. Lien Air can be a bit bothersome. This name is much easier to call. A humorous remark indeed. Chapter 45. The Legacy of the Fox Demon Clan aboard the Sea King. Lu Ruyin gazed at the receding figure of the messenger, lost in contemplation. Once the individual had distanced themselves, Barbara approached and inquired, Ruyin, what do you suppose Chu Fan is up to? It seems everyone has returned, yet he remains absent. Lu Ruyin frowned and shook her head, replying, Chu Fan just sent a message via the wristband, stating that he had matters to attend to and instructed us not to worry, though he did not specify what those matters were. In a hushed tone, Barbara suggested, Do you think he might be enamored with that woman? Lu Ruyin replied softly, That woman? It's certainly a possibility. Upon hearing Barbara's words, Lu Ruyin acknowledged the likelihood of such a scenario. After all, the allure of that woman was something everyone had witnessed. Could it be that he finds the presence of both Barbara and herself insufficient? However, upon reflection, it seemed that each time they had both requested leniency. Chu Fan still appeared to crave more. No, a strategy must be devised to prevent him from frivolously engaging with unfamiliar women. Pouting slightly, Barbara declared, No way. When he returns, he must submit his assignments. If he fails to do so, it indicates a problem. Indeed, let us proceed with that plan. Suddenly, Lu Ruyin pondered that rather than allowing Chu Fan to be entangled with unknown women, perhaps it would be wiser to introduce him to someone of reputable character. With that thought, Lu Ruyin activated a wristband and opened Li Ruoyan's profile. Ruoyan, are you there? Meanwhile, in the land of the abandoned. Chu Fan Suden Li Saiva. How peculiar. It felt as though someone were tugging at him. At that moment, he realized that his wristband had lost all signal. He stepped forward, saying, "Young master, this place blocks all external signals." Chu Fan noted, continuing on what? After walking for about 10 minutes, they halted in front of an extraordinarily tall and robust tree. What a magnificent tree! Chu Fan marveled, noticing that this tree dwarfed any he had encountered before, appearing to be 3 to 4 meters in circumference by mere estimation. He looked up for quite some time, but could not discern where the treetop lay. To describe it as sky-blocking would not be an exaggeration. Are you familiar with this place? Hui quickly responded, "Young master. Although this is my first visit, the clan's records indicate that this should be the Genesis tree." The Genesis tree? It sounds quite impressive. Chufan Vima? It is said to have existed since the dawn of creation, and the eye of the divine we seek should be located atop this tree. Oh, is that so? Then let's search swiftly. After hearing Yi's introduction, Chu Fan felt invigorated and immediately began to circle the grand tree in search of the eye. Yi, what does this eye of the divine look like? Furrowing her brow, Yi replied, "To be honest, I am unsure. The texts merely state that atop the Genesis tree lies an eye capable of perceiving the truths of the universe." Chu Fan noted that, recalling that this was also Yi's first visit to this place, making her no better informed than himself. As the two individuals circled the tree, they remained oblivious to any discoveries. How peculiar! It should be right here, yet it eludes us. At that moment, an ancient and profound voice resonated. Who dares disturb my serene slumber? Ah, this scent, could it be from the Fox Demon clan? And there appears to be a human as well. Suddenly, a green fissure materialized upon the trunk, gradually widening into a colossal eye, the eye of the divine. Both individuals immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Ajarli, Yi Iklamet. We found it. At long last, we have discovered it. How should I address you? The venerable voice replied, "Haha, some prefer to call me the Tree of Creation, while others refer to me as the Eye of the Divine. In truth, the name matters not, for I am aware of your intentions." Yi responded, "Then I shall address you as the Great Deity. Great Deity, our Fox Demon clan currently faces an unprecedented calamity, and I seek the legacy of my ancestors here. I implore your assistance." After a moment of silence, the Tree of Creation remarked, "I did not anticipate that a millennium would pass so swiftly. This world has indeed transformed greatly." Yi implored, "I beseech you, Great Deity, to grant my request." The deity consented. "Very well. 1,000 years ago, one of your ancestors visited this place, and I revealed to her the impending tribulations of the Fox clan. She entrusted a part of the legacy to me." Yi rejoiced. "I cannot believe the records within our clan are true." The deity continued, "Indeed, this is rightfully yours to reclaim. However," Yi interjected, "however what? Accepting the legacy will require no less than 4 hours, during which celestial phenomena may manifest, potentially awakening the slumbering monsters in this vicinity." Yi, resolute, declared, "I fear nothing. Courage alone will not suffice. It is imperative that you remain undisturbed while receiving the legacy. Otherwise, the consequences will be catastrophic, leading to mutual destruction of body and soul." After a moment of astonishment, Yi implored, "I beseech you, Great Deity, reveal the method to overcome this." The ancient voice erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, the solution lies right beside you." Yi paused in surprise, then suddenly turned her gaze towards Chu Fan. He, too, was taken aback, incredulously pointing to himself. "Me?" The ancient voice proclaimed, "Young one, do you believe your presence here is mere coincidence? This is the call of destiny. However, whether you choose to assist her is entirely your decision." Jufan Bunda, "I'm willing to help, but what must I do?" Upon hearing this, Yi's expression brightened. Her eyes filled with gratitude as she looked at Chu Fan. The ancient voice continued, it is quite simple. If you are willing, countless foes may emerge in the next 4 hours. Your task is to defeat them. As time progresses, the adversaries will grow increasingly formidable, potentially beyond your imagination. As the final words echoed, Yi's gaze dimmed with concern. She had only known Chu Fan for half a day, and her arrival here was already a tremendous favor bestowed upon her by him. How could she possibly allow him to take risks for her sake? With a wistful expression, she said, "My lord, since that is the case, I shall return when I am better prepared." Yet, deep down, she understood that her entrance this time was purely fortuitous, and whether she could return again remained uncertain. Nevertheless, this experience had validated the ancient legends preserved by her clan, which was of great significance. Just as she was reassuring herself, she suddenly heard Chu Fan's laughter. Chu Fan found himself in a dilemma. Emotionally, he yearned to assist Yi, but rationally, he realized he should not involve himself. However, as he gazed into that enormous eye, he discerned a hint of probing, a touch of encouragement, and an inexplicable significance. Instantly moved, he reached out to stop Yi from retreating. Now that she had come, why wait for another opportunity? Allow me to be your protector. Chapter 46. Do not underestimate the bond between us. What? Yi was momentarily stunned, her expression one of disbelief. She had never anticipated that Chu Fan would make such a choice. Chu Fan chuckled lightly and said, "What is wrong? Are you overwhelmed with emotion? Fear not, at worst. You can repay me with your life." His decision was not a hasty impulse, but rather a manifestation of destiny, as foretold by the tree of creation. Reflecting on the circumstances that brought him to this world and the myriad of extraordinary encounters he had experienced, he felt compelled to believe that perhaps his arrival here was indeed a matter of fate. In his previous life, he had been an ordinary cog in society, moving through life from birth to education and then to work with little control over his own choices. Even after unexpectedly crossing into this world, he felt as though an invisible hand was propelling him forward. This led him to ponder whether the emergence of this system was mere coincidence or an inevitable occurrence. He was uncertain, but at this moment, he yearned to take control of his own destiny. "My fate is mine to command, not dictated by the heavens. Do not be afraid. If you trust me, then go forth. I shall guard you here." Moved, replied, "Chu Fan, you need not go to such lengths. After all, we are friends, are we not? Do not underestimate the bond we share." Chu Fan flashed a dazzling smile, revealing a set of pearly whites. "Ah, friends?" Yi was taken aback. It was the first time she had heard such words from a human male. In that instant, a surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within her. However, Chu Fan interjected, "Do not hesitate. This opportunity is rare. Your kin await your return to save them, do they not?" His words shattered the last remnants of Yi's inner resistance. She recalled the scenes of her tribe being invaded, her kin perishing before her eyes. She remembered the elder of her clan, entrusting hope to her and a few other maidens with a mix of helplessness and expectation. Thus, she made her decision. "Chu Fan, thank you. If I succeed, I, who vow that you, Chu Fan, shall be my master from this day forth. You are the great benefactor of my Fox Demon clan. Even if I fail, I would willingly perish alongside you." With that, she suddenly knelt before the tree of creation, bowing her head and uttering, "O Divine One, please commence." Once the inheritance began, there would be no possibility of halting it. "Are you certain you wish to proceed?" Raised her head and glanced at Chu Fan beside her. Feeling encouragement in his gaze, she resolutely uttered 2 words. "Confirmed." "Very well, I understand." As soon as the words left her lips, countless branches suddenly extended from the great tree, spreading from all directions. These branches intertwined like threads, encircling entirely, ultimately forming a green net that completely engulfed her. "Human youth, heed my words. This protective barrier can withstand at most 3 attacks. Thus you must safeguard her diligently. Furthermore, there is a matter I must convey to you, according to the customs of the Fox Demon clan. If an unmarried Fox Demon maiden reveals her beast form to a human male, she is left with but 2 options, either to slay him or to wed him. Thus, in a certain sense, she has already become yours. Go forth, young man. Upon concluding this proclamation, the tree of creation shut its colossal eye. Meanwhile, the net enveloping EE began to emit a radiant glow. Chu Fan stood transfixed, still savoring the implications of the tree's words. Did this mean he had suddenly gained a charming fox-eared woman? The thought was indeed exhilarating. As darkness gradually descended upon the sea, the crew aboard the Sea King continued their anxious vigil. Xiao Fei, keep an eye on that nearby vessel to prevent any surprise attack, Lu Ruyin instructed. Lu Shangfei nodded in agreement. The vessel they referred to was the very small boat where the monkey and his two accomplices were concealed. At that moment, the monkey lurked in the shadows, observing the Sea King. Damn, this little lady is quite vigilant, always watching this spot, he muttered under his breath. After scanning the surroundings, he retrieved his wristband. Big brother, are you there? Gao Shuaiqi, who was also awaiting news from the monkey, promptly replied upon receiving his message. What's the situation, monkey? Big brother, I've been observing for quite some time, and these individuals are rather alert, particularly the tall woman among them. Furthermore, it appears they have yet to draw their weapons, making any offensive difficult. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, pondering, is there truly no alternative? The monkey replied, there's indeed a plan, big brother. If you send someone to feign an attack from the front, they will inevitably draw their weapons, at which point I will have an opportunity to act. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi's eyes brightened. This young man is truly resourceful. This strategy is indeed feasible. Moreover, Miss Lien Air mentioned that defeating another ship would yield all of their points. The Sea King currently possessed a substantial 270 points. If he could successfully deceive them and seize the Sea King, he could not only acquire the two women, but also obtain a wealth of points without cost. With this thought, he sent another message. Monkey, please inform me of the current status of the Sea King. The monkey then relayed his observations, and with each detail, Gao Shuaiqi's excitement grew. Damn, does this Chu Fan possess such good fortune, having amassed so many resources already? Suddenly, the monkey added, by the way, it seems that Chu Fan is not aboard the ship. I saw someone from the ghost ship notifying the two women that Chu Fan will be delayed in returning. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain himself and shouted, someone, call He Fengming here at once. In the lower deck of the ship, He Fengming was busy charming a 200-pound fairy. Hee, as long as you stay with me, I will ensure you have a life of luxury. The little fairy, eyeing the hefty piece of sea monster meat in He Fengming's hand, was utterly captivated. Hurry, give me the meat. Indulging in meat is not a daunting task. You must first ensure my appetite is satisfied. He Fengming let out a lascivious chuckle. The little fairy paused momentarily, finally grasping the implication of He Fengming's words. Bang! The little fairy collapsed like a wall. Come on, as promised, you must provide me with meat. He Fengming exclaimed with excitement. Rest assured, I will keep my word. My dear, I am coming. Just as He Fengming, akin to a wolf, was about to pounce, a voice from the door interrupted him. Brother Ming, the boss is calling for you. This proclamation nearly left He Fengming in a state of astonishment, and he cursed under his breath. Damn it, why must it be at this moment? However, since the esteemed Gao Shuaiqi sought him out, he could not afford to ignore the summons. Thus, he placed the meat before the little fairy. My dear, please have a bite. I shall return shortly. Chapter 47. Fierce Battle in the Forsaken Land. Chu Fan sat within the verdant sphere enveloping EE, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. As time progressed, the energy fluctuations emanating from the green orb intensified. Suddenly, a ferocious roar of a beast pierced the air, reaching Chu Fan's ears. Following the sound, he beheld a colossal creature, entirely black and resembling a wolf, looming before him. This massive wolf radiated a purplish-black energy, its eyes fixated intently on the suspended green sphere. What in the world is that? Chao Weiwu regretted not bringing a shotgun. Yet, he feared for the safety aboard the ship, so he instead brandished his trident. Come at me if you dare. Having mastered martial arts, he remained unfazed by the wolf-like creature. Chu Fan's actions evidently provoked the beast, which let out a thunderous howl and lunged towards him. Unlike the previous battle with the Sharkman Knock, this wolf possessed lesser defenses but was exponentially swifter. With agile grace, Chu Fan executed a swift sidestep, evading the wolf's attack. In a fluid motion, he turned and thrust his trident into the creature's rear. This maneuver, akin to the martial arts technique known as the revolving gun, felt as though he had practiced it countless times. It was executed with natural ease and immense power. The giant wolf emitted a pain howl. If it could speak, it would surely accuse him of lacking martial ethics. The creature thrashed briefly before collapsing with a resounding thud, motionless. Goodness, that startled me. Was that it? The ease with which the wolf was vanquished left Chu Fan questioning his own perception. This was due to the fact that these beings existed in the form of energy entities, their power a mere fraction of their true selves. As if sensing Chu Fan's confusion, the tree of creation suddenly spoke, enlightening him. "Ah, so that is how it is." With this realization, he began to feel that perhaps this ordeal was not so daunting after all. But this was merely the beginning. Young human, keep your wits about you. No sooner had the words left the tree's mouth than another cacophony of roars erupted. Chu Fan turned, his heart sinking in dread. To his astonishment, 3 more colossal wolves appeared, each as imposing as the first. Good grief, more of them! The trio, with their green, glimmering eyes, advanced toward him in a triangular formation. Damn it, a bunch of mangy beasts. Can't they rest in peace even in death? He raised his trident, ready to confront them. With a swift strike, he sent the foremost wolf flying, then rolled swiftly to evade the oncoming assaults of the other 2. In an agile motion, he sprang back to his feet. Meanwhile, the first wolf, having just landed, let out a pained cry. Without hesitation, Chu Fan plunged his trident into its body before it could rise again. At this moment, Chu Fan felt akin to an ancient general, wielding a long spear and confronting a myriad of foes. It is no wonder that the spear is deemed the king of weapons. As the saying goes, an inch in length, an inch in strength. Although he held a halberd rather than a spear, both are long-handled weapons, and thus their techniques are largely interchangeable. Fueled by fervor, Chu Fan let out a mighty roar and charged directly at the remaining 2 giant wolves. Half an hour later, panting heavily and leaning on the Sea King halberd, he fixed his gaze intently ahead. Before him lay the corpses of no fewer than 20 or 30 giant wolves, piled into a small mountain. Chu Fan felt somewhat drained. 3 distinct claw marks marred his left arm, remnants of an encounter with one of the beasts. Damn it, why are there so many? As if they could never be vanquished. Just then, the green ore behind him suddenly changed color, emitting a dazzling blue light. Human boy, take heed. The energy fluctuations are now greater than before. The adversaries you are about to face may be even more formidable. As he heard this voice, Chu Fan's heart jolted. It was evident that retreat was no longer an option. Damn it, reflecting on his previous self-serving nature, he never anticipated that in this world, he would exert himself fully for the sake of others. Having chosen this path, he resolved to fight with all his might. At that moment, Chu Fan noticed the forest before him shaking violently. Before he could comprehend what was happening, a dark shadow lunged out from the thicket, opening its gaping maw to bite at his head. What the hell is that? Reacting swiftly, Chu Fan raised the Sea King halberd before him, narrowly blocking the attack. However, the force behind this strike was considerably stronger than that of the previous wolves, sending him flying. Hiss! Chu Fan then realized that it was a massive black python that had struck. The serpent reared its head high, flicking its crimson tongue, fixating its gaze on Chu Fan as if plotting its next assault. One enormous snake. Chu Fan was internally astonished. The upright portion of the snake was already as tall as a person, and, judging by its size, it must be at least 10 meters long. At that moment, the python surged forward again, moving with a speed nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, launching another attack at Chu Fan. This time, prepared for its onslaught. Chu Fan moved in response as the snake lunged, narrowly avoiding the giant python's strike. Clang! The sound of the Sea King halberd piercing the python's body echoed. Upon hearing this sound, Chu Fan sensed impending disaster. He then noticed that the python was covered in thick scales, resembling impenetrable armor that enveloped its form. This is bad. Chu Fan had not anticipated the creature's formidable defenses. but it was too late to change his tactics. He felt as though his body had been lifted into the air, and upon regaining his senses, he discovered that the giant python had ensnared his lower body, hoisting him high aloft. As the serpent hoisted Chu Fan into the air, it forcefully slammed him down to the ground. The impact was thunderous, leaving Chu Fan feeling as though he had been struck by a massive freight vehicle, his bones nearly shattering from the force. At that moment, the serpent lifted him once more, clearly intent on repeating its previous assault. In a desperate bid for survival, Chu Fan gritted his teeth and summoned the dragon-slaying sword from the depths of his spatial realm. If ordinary weapons could not harm you, then let us see how this enchanted blade fares. The enchanting mermaid had previously mentioned that the dragon-slaying sword possesses an innate ability to counteract the creatures of this oceanic realm, though its efficacy in this forsaken land remained uncertain. This uncertainty had held him back from wielding the sword sooner, but given the current perilous predicament, he had no choice but to act. Thus, enduring the agony coursing through his body, Chu Fan swung the dragon-slaying sword fiercely at the giant python coiling around his legs. Chapter 48. In this moment, the time of annihilation, with a swift stroke, Chu Fan cleaved the enormous serpent in twain, as effortlessly as slicing through soft tofu. As he felt his legs weaken, he leapt down. Suppressing the overwhelming pain coursing through his body, he lunged forward, driving his sword into the still writhing eye of the serpent that lay upon the ground. The creature convulsed violently for a good 2 to 3 minutes before finally succumbing to stillness. Chu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood, internally lamenting his plight. He sensed multiple fractures throughout his bones, with a sharp pain radiating from his feet. If another such serpent were to confront him, could he prevail? Just as he considered catching his breath, the underbrush began to tremble violently once more. In the next instant, 3 dark figures sprang forth from the thicket, charging directly at him. Why so many? Are they intent on my demise? Chu Fan thought frantically. He attempted to rise, only to discover that one of his legs had inexplicably broken. After 2 fruitless attempts, he found himself unable to stand. Do you regret your choices, young human? The voice of the tree of creation echoed once more. Chu Fan threw back his head and laughed uproariously. Regrets abound in my life. I regret not studying diligently in my youth. I regret not boldly confessing my feelings to the girl I adored during my prime. I regret not standing up to thieves I encountered on the road. There are many things I regret, but one choice I shall never regret is this day. For I am a man. Come forth, you wretched beasts. Gulme. Suddenly, as if a revelation had struck him, he summoned his strength to rise, precariously balancing on one leg, and raised the dragon-slaying sword before him. At that moment, the 3 colossal serpents bore down upon him. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a flurry of swordplay aimed directly at their vulnerable spots. In this life-and-death moment, his mastery of martial arts reached its zenith. Truly, the dragon-slaying sword lived up to its name. With a mere touch, it effortlessly cleaved the 3 serpents in half. But in the next heartbeat, a rustling sound erupted from the thicket once more, the unmistakable sounds of serpents slithering. By the sound of it, there were easily more than 10. Realizing the grim reality, Chu Fan understood that he might meet his end here. A profound sense of regret washed over him. Barbara, Lu Ruyan, I fear I shall fail you. I can assist you no further. Just as Chu Fan believed all was lost, the blue orb suspended in the air began to struggle violently, seemingly Yi's desperate attempt to break free. At that moment, the tree of creation spoke. Descendant of the Fox Demon clan, do not despair. Young human, you are indeed the chosen one of destiny. Congratulations, you have gained the recognition of that fruit. Chu Fan was taken aback, suddenly realizing that among the 5 fruits he had kept in his possession, one was now floating before him of its own accord. If he were to witness this scene, she would surely be left astounded. This realm is home to countless divine fruits, yet had never been heard of one voluntarily acknowledging a human. Upon witnessing Chu Fan still in a daze, the tree of creation continued, consume it. It was at this moment that Chu Fan suddenly recalled what Yi had told him before his arrival, that the land abandoned by the gods could aid him in selecting the most suitable divine fruit. He never anticipated that this moment would yield such results in this manner. As the shadows in the thicket drew ever closer, Chu Fan could no longer afford to ponder. Seizing the divine fruit before him and devouring it with great urgency. The fruit was neither too large nor too small, comparable in size to a pomelo from his past life, with an indescribable flavor. If one were to insist, it bore a hint of sweetness, though it was not unpleasant. Yet, Chu Fan understood that this was not the time for leisurely savoring. Within moments, he had consumed the entire fruit. In the next instant, he felt a warm current flowing from his lower abdomen to every part of his body. To his astonishment, he discovered that all of his previous injuries had completely healed at that very moment. Even more remarkably, he sensed an overwhelming surge of power within himself. Is this the power of the divine fruit? Hey, great tree, what is this ability I possess? He inquired. The tree of creation responded. Concentrate your thoughts between your fingers. Without hesitation, Chu Fan complied, and in the blink of an eye, a bolt of blue lightning appeared between his fingertips. It was astonishing to realize that he had acquired the most formidable ability of controlling lightning, marked by unparalleled destructive force and speed. Elated, Chu Fan's heart soared. However, he quickly composed himself. This was not the time for celebration. At that moment, the massive python from the grass finally approached, launching its deadly strikes toward Chu Fan. In that instant, the trajectories that had once been imperceptible to the naked eye now appeared, as if in slow motion, like a scene from a film. Chu Fan let out a cold chuckle. You serpents seek your demise. Raising the dragon-slaying sword, he infused it with his newfound strength. It seemed to radiate with the grandeur of thunder. At this moment, during the time of annihilation, a purple bolt of lightning shot forth from the dragon-slaying sword, resembling a colossal lightning blade, cleaving towards the horde of giant pythons. Sizzle, crackle. With a single stroke, more than 10 pythons were sent sprawling through the air, only to fall lifelessly to the ground. Goodness, truly terrifying. Chu Fan was taken aback. He had not anticipated such overwhelming power from his strike. Turning to glance at the now calm great blue sphere, he exhaled in relief, realizing he had managed to hold his ground. Meanwhile, aboard the Neptune, Lu Rian frowned as she observed the approaching Arkansas. Is that ship coming for us? Barbara inquired. Lu Rian nodded. If I am not mistaken, it is indeed headed our way. What shall we do? Chu Fan is not here. Let us observe the situation before reacting. We must remain calm, Lu Rian reassured her. At that moment, a voice from the Ark resonated. Ladies, allow me to introduce myself. I am Gao Shuaiqi, the captain of the Ark, and it is a great honor to meet two such beautiful ladies. Lu Ruyan spoke coldly. Captain Gao, there's no need for pleasantries. Please state your business directly. Gao Shuaiqi, unfazed, chuckled softly before responding. You must be the renowned Lu, the campus beauty. Indeed, you live up to the rumors. I shall not beat around the bush. I wish to invite both of you to join our Ark. Everyone here understands that on these waters, the might of one's ship is paramount. By aligning with me, you need not fear any adversities, and I assure you, whatever you desire, I can provide. Lu Ruyan replied icily, Are you finished? Gao Shuaiqi paused, taken aback. What? Once you're done, you may leave. Before Gao could retort, Feng Ming interjected. How dare you speak to my boss like that? Unable to contain herself, Barbara brandished a shotgun, aiming it at the Arkansas. If you do not step back, you shall feed. Gao Shuaiqi narrowed his eyes, recognizing the firearm's presence on the ship. He had not expected to easily persuade these two exquisite women. Yet his objective had been accomplished. The next move lay with the monkey. At that moment, Lu Shangfei burst from the cabin, exclaiming, Sister, the small vessel has vanished. What? Vanished? Lu Ruyan's brow furrowed, ready to respond when suddenly her wrist device emitted an alarm. Alert system warning. Someone is approaching the Sea King. Warning. Someone is nearing the Sea King. Lu Ruyan's gaze hardened as she slowly uttered two words. Seeking death. Chapter 49, The Dragon's Bargain Within the Forsaken Land. The colossal blue orb enveloping EE began to exhibit a remarkable transformation. The previously azure sphere suddenly radiated a blinding golden light. signaling that the inheritance had reached a critical juncture. Chu Fan felt a surge of exhilaration. During the preceding half-hour, he had lost count of the serpents he had slain. These creatures seemed inexhaustible, devoid of pain and fear, relentlessly charging forth. However, Chu Fan now felt terrifyingly powerful. No matter how many more came, he would dispatch them without hesitation. Moreover, he discovered that as the battle raged on, the strength within him grew increasingly formidable. At that moment, his body was drenched in blood, and he could not discern which was from the serpents and which was his own. He calculated that about an hour remained. Remarkably, the Forsaken Land also experienced sunset, and the sky gradually darkened. Suddenly, Chu Fan was struck by an overwhelmingly foul odor permeating the air, followed by an inexplicable sense of dread. As if sensing something, he swiftly turned around, only to behold a colossal creature that had mysteriously appeared in the sky. This monster bore an unusual appearance, resembling a dinosaur from ancient times. If one were to compare, it bore a striking resemblance to the dragons portrayed in Western cinema. A jolt of realization coursed through Chu Fan. He understood that the most formidable trial of the day had finally arrived. The dragon descended amidst a whirlwind, landing before him. A pressure emanating from its very bloodline made the air around Chu Fan feel as though it were solidifying. Sensing this anomaly, the tree of creation opened its great eye once more. To his astonishment, even this entity was stirred. The human boy was in deep trouble and would need to endure for another half-hour. If he could withstand that duration, even if he could not defeat it, the creature would eventually retreat. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's heart momentarily faltered. He crossed his sword before his chest, declaring, "Leave it to me." The dragon before him bore a resemblance to the one he had encountered beneath the sea, entirely gray-black with a singular horn atop its head. Unlike the previous dragon, this one possessed a pair of enormous wings. So, the remnants of the Fox Demon clan have come seeking inheritance. What pure power! Chu Fan was taken aback, astonished that the dragon could speak. Observing the dragon's greedy expression as it inhaled the energy in the air, Chu Fan's brows furrowed tighter. "Stay right there. Take another step forward, and I shall not hold back." The dragon cast a disdainful glance at the diminutive human, snorting. "What ant dares to speak to me in such a manner?" With that, it casually swiped a hand toward him. In its view, this insignificant human would hardly endure even a mere gesture of its might. Yet, Chu Fan remained undaunted, seizing the Dragon Slayer's sword to meet the attack head-on. Boom! Chu Fan felt an overwhelming force strike him, sending him hurtling backward uncontrollably. The sheer force of this entity is truly extraordinary. Yet, what astonishes Chu Fan even more is the dragon itself. It suddenly realizes that its front paw is grievously wounded. A deep gash appears on its right forelimb, dripping with fresh blood. Impossible. How could a mere mortal inflict such harm upon me, unless you will? Suddenly, as if a thought struck, the dragon fixates on the sword in Chu Fan's grasp. Is that the Dragon Slayer's sword? Chu Fan rises, coughs lightly, and coldly remarks, "This is clearly the dragon-cutting sword, not a slayer. You despicable human. How could our dragonkin be slain by your kind?" The dragon, upon hearing Chu Fan's provocation, cannot help but roar in fury. However, upon realizing that this sword is indeed the dragon-cutting sword, a flicker of wariness enters its gaze. After all, it is a divine artifact capable of slaying dragons. Fortunately, this human seems to lack the strength to kill it, yet one must always consider the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Contemplating this, the dragon suddenly grins and proposes, "Human, shall we strike a bargain?" Chu Fan raises an eyebrow, inquiring, "What sort of bargain?" "I want the sword you hold. In return, I shall offer you these." With that, the dragon produces a gleaming golden object and places it before Chu Fan. My goodness, so many dragon-pattern gold coins. Chu Fan is left utterly speechless, for what the dragon has revealed are indeed dragon-pattern gold coins. Over a dozen of them. It is astonishing to realize that these coins, each valued at 100,000 points outside, appear to the dragon as mere common currency, even though Chu Fan is accustomed to extraordinary circumstances. He is taken aback by the sight before him. Hesitantly, he stammers, well. The dragon, sensing Chu Fan's wavering resolve, quickly seizes the moment. What do you think? This sword is of little use to you. Yet these coins could procure you countless treasures outside. Chu Fan ponders, you do have a point. But if I give you the sword, will you not slay me and thwart my friend's legacy? I swear by my dragon lineage that I shall not. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan concedes, well, you make a compelling argument. To be honest, I am tempted. The dragon, elated, declares, then it's settled. Hand over the sword. Chu Fan hastily replies, why the rush? Allow me a moment to think. The dragon promptly retorts, all right, take your time. As time ticks away, the dragon grows increasingly anxious, finally exclaiming, hey, human brat, have you made up your mind yet? Chu Fan glances at the tree of creation, regrettably noting that the legacy is still in progress. Thus, he responds, why the urgency? Such matters cannot be resolved in haste. How about you return for now? Consider this a down payment, and once I have made my decision, I shall seek you out for the trade. What do you say? The dragon finally comprehends that Chu Fan never intended to engage in a bargain with it. And in anger, it bellows, you dare to deceive me. Boy, you shall perish. With that, the dragon opens its maw wide, unleashing a torrent of flames towards Chu Fan. The flames surged with ferocity, as if they threatened to incinerate the very air itself, a searing heat rushing toward Chu Zhu's face. The vegetation in the path of the fire withered instantly, a testament to its might. Chu Fan was taken aback. He dared not confront such a force head-on and swiftly retreated. However, the colossal dragon was intent on not letting this audacious human escape unscathed, unleashing another torrent of flames in pursuit of Chu Fan. Thanks to the swiftness granted by his affinity for lightning, Chu Fan evaded with relative ease, even managing to strike back with his sword intermittently. The dragon, now thoroughly enraged, bellowed, cunning human, do you only know how to evade? Allow me to obliterate this fox spirit's legacy. With that, it unleashed a flame more potent than any before, directed straight towards the vast sphere of light enveloping EE. To his astonishment, Chu Fan realized the dragon had resorted to treachery. Regaining his focus, he swiftly teleported to position himself between the sphere and the oncoming inferno. I cannot allow you to destroy the legacy. Zhu Fan Zhao, channeling all his strength into the dragon-slaying sword. The sword erupted with a dazzling arc of lightning, hurtling directly toward the flames. Chapter 50. Two Women Boom. The clash of thunder and fire erupted with a deafening roar, reminiscent of a colossal bomb detonating. Chu Fan was violently hurled away by the aftershock, his body marred by countless wounds, blood gushing forth in torrents. Alas, how could a mere human possess such formidable strength? Today, you shall not escape. The colossal dragon, too, bore its share of injuries, though they paled in comparison to Chu Fan's. However, the display of power from this diminutive human had piqued the dragon's vigilance. Such a seemingly insignificant creature wielded such immense force, and moreover, was the master of the dragon-slaying sword. With this realization, the dragon abandoned its focus on EE and set its sights on this audacious human. The dragon soared into the sky, launching itself towards Chu Fan, its formidable horn poised to strike. This assault not only harnessed the entirety of its strength, but also invoked the powers of its kind, rendering Chu Fan unable to evade. Chu Fan sensed that his legs were ensnared, as if bound by some unseen force, rendering him immobile. In light of this, he resolved to confront the onslaught head-on. With a mighty roar, he channeled every last ounce of his remaining strength into the dragon-slaying sword. Boom! With a thunderous impact, Chu Fan was once again sent flying. This time, he felt as though his entire body had been shattered. Had it not been for the dragon-slaying sword, he would have surely succumbed to the dragon's full-force strike. Suddenly, Chu Fan felt a lightness envelop him, followed by gentle arms that held him securely, easing him to the ground. He struggled to open his eyes, only to discover that it was EE who had embraced him, her eyes brimming with tears. Chu Fan, you did this for me. It dawned on him that EE's inheritance had finally concluded. The dragon, upon EE's emergence, cast a glance at Chu Fan and quietly retreated. EE surveyed the battlefield, littered with the carcasses of beasts, and gazed at the bloodied Chu Fan, overwhelmed with emotion and bursting into tears. Chu Fan smiled weakly, saying, "As long as you are safe, that is all that matters." With that, he closed his eyes, and just before losing consciousness, called out, "Remember to pick up the gold coins." Then his head lolled, and he succumbed to the depths of unconsciousness in Yi's warm, soft embrace. Oh, divine beings, what has become of Chu Fan? Yi suddenly noticed that his breath was unsteady, as if he were on the brink of peril, and anxiously inquired of the tree of creation. He has overexerted himself, leading to a state of exhaustion. If he is not promptly rescued, he may face mortal danger. Yi urgently asked, "Is there any way to save him?" The tree of creation replied, "Your kind, the fox demons, excel in the art of replenishment, and only you can save him now." Upon hearing this, Yi was taken aback. Then her cheeks flushed with color. She understood all too well the implications of replenishment. As a member of the fox demon lineage, she possessed an innate constitution that allowed her to absorb the essence of heaven and earth in her daily life. Yet, humanity lacks this ability. The only means to swiftly regain vitality lies in that method. However, Chu Fan has transformed for his own sake. Thus, it is only natural for one to rescue him. Moreover, Chu Fan has already glimpsed his true appearance. It is destined that I can only be wed to him. Contemplating this, he lifted Chu Fan into her arms and rose to her feet, solemnly declaring, "I beseech the divine to protect me." Subsequently, she clasped her hands together, radiating a pure, sacred light. Moments later, a series of pristine, fluffy tails sprouted from her back. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails, a total of 9. Upon their emergence, these 9 tails swiftly elongated and expanded, ultimately encircling Yi and Chu Fan in a grand sphere, rendering them invisible from the outside world. Aboard the Sea King, Lu Ruyin shouted toward the corner of the cabin. "Who goes there? Step forth." Barbara raised her weapon, echoing, "If you do not reveal yourselves, ich shall fire. Do not shoot. We are good people." As the words fell, 2 visibly flustered women emerged from the shadows. Both women were drenched, clearly having just crawled out of the water. Upon seeing them, Barbara and Lu Ruyin instinctively sighed in relief. Yet, Lu Ruyin maintained her icy demeanor, commanding, "Stay right there." She then took the shotgun from Barbara, aiming its dark muzzle at the 2 women. Startled by her tone and the weapon pointed in their direction, the women froze, forcing smiles onto their faces. "Do not misunderstand. We merely seek something to eat, dear girl. We have not had a morsel in 2 days." The 2 women appeared somewhat aged, with cracked lips and tattered clothing, bearing signs of injury, exuding a feeble aura. One was diminutive and rough-skinned, embodying the essence of an ordinary middle-aged woman. Lu Shangfei observed this and implored his sister with pleading eyes. "Sister, they seem quite pitiable. Perhaps we could spare them some food?" Upon hearing this, the women's eyes brightened, and they quickly chimed in. "Indeed, we are all citizens of Long Nation. We should help one another when abroad. This kind young man truly possesses a benevolent heart." As they spoke, they edged closer to Lu Shangfei, seeking the comfort of his presence. Bang! Bang! Lu Ruyin's gun discharged, the bullets striking the deck beneath the women's feet. The sudden gunfire startled everyone. Even Barbara was taken aback by Lu Ruyin's abrupt action. Lu Shangfei, bewildered, exclaimed, "Sister, why?" The 2 women, terrified by the shot, recoiled, their faces paling as they gazed at Lu Ruyin. She coldly reiterated, "I shall say this once more. Remain where you are. One more step forward, and the bullets shall not land upon the ground." This was the first instance Barbara witnessed such a demeanor from Lu Ruyin, yet she quickly grasped the underlying message. Lu Shangfei gently touched his head, expressing a hint of dissatisfaction as he remarked, "Sister, they are merely 2 unfortunate souls. Why must you act this way? Lu Shangfei, you must understand, this is a world devoid of rules that safeguard you. Any instance of misusing your compassion could potentially jeopardize both yourself and your comrades. Your foremost responsibility is to ensure the safety of yourself and your teammates. Everything else pales in comparison." After speaking, she turned to face her younger brother, her tone deliberate yet firm. "Do you comprehend this? Lu Xiangfei harbored a complex mix of affection and fear for his sister. Upon witnessing her demeanor, he instinctively replied, "Yes. I understand. Your voice lacks conviction. Do you truly grasp it?" Lu Rian's tone suddenly intensified with severity. Startled, Lu Xiangfei quickly asserted, "I understand. I truly do, sister." Chapter 51. The frantic Gao Shuaiqi. The two women appeared utterly captivated by Lu Ruoyan's commanding presence, standing in silence, hesitant to utter another word. This was unexpected. Prior to their arrival, they had thoroughly investigated, discovering only two young women aboard, along with a brash young man, whom they presumed would be easily manipulated. To their astonishment, the tried-and-true tactic of feigning desperation proved ineffective here. Had they mistakenly chosen the wrong script? At that moment, Lu Ruoyan coldly instructed, "You mentioned you were hungry, Xiao Fei. Toss those remaining black bread rolls over to them." The two women, perplexed by Lu Ruoyan's intentions, remained rooted in place. Although Lu Xiangfei was equally uncertain about his sister's motives, he complied, retrieving two rolls from the storage and throwing them in their direction. "Go on, eat. Are you not hungry? Hurry up." Lu Ruoyan gestured towards the black bread on the ground, her expression unwavering. The two women, their faces shifting from pale to flushed, struggled to comprehend the motives of this striking yet formidable young woman. However, confronted with Lu Ruoyan's undeniable authority, they reluctantly bent down. Due to her earlier remarks, they dared not approach the bread directly, but instead extended their arms as far as they could to retrieve the rolls from the ground. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of Lu Ruoyan, Barbara, and Lu Xiangfei, the two women began to gnaw on the dry, hard bread. It was reminiscent of Barbara's own experience when she had been won over by half a piece of black bread and the remnants of a bottle of water. One could only imagine how parched that bread must be. The women choked and rolled their eyes, yet they dared not cease, fearing that any pause might lead to being fed peanuts. Their manner of swallowing indeed suggested they had gone several meals without food. Once they managed to consume the bread, Lu Ruoyan's demeanor softened slightly. "You may leave once you're full." The two women visibly faltered at this statement. "Young lady, our boat has departed. Might we stay here for one night? We will leave at dawn." Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow and shook her head. "No, you must find another boat. We do not harbor outsiders here." At that moment, the shorter, dark-skinned woman suddenly interjected, "My friend's boat is on its way. May we wait here for a while? We promise to remain still." Lu Ruoyan fell silent, grappling with her own humanity. After all, she was merely an ordinary girl fresh from university. Expecting her to be devoid of compassion was indeed a tall order. Otherwise, she would not have considered providing sustenance for her friends. Barbara chimed in from the side, "Since they have asked, let them stay at the bow of the ship, without moving an inch. We can keep an eye on them." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ruoyan shook her head, resolutely stating, "No, you must disembark immediately, otherwise." Before she could finish her sentence, the short woman suddenly pushed the woman beside her with great force. The tall woman was taken by surprise, tumbling into Lu Ruoyan's embrace. Lu Ruoyan had been on guard against the two individuals, so she deftly sidestepped the approaching woman. With a cold snort, she exclaimed, "You seek death." Bang! The gunshot rang out, and the tall woman was struck by a bullet, emitting a horrifying scream before collapsing lifelessly on the spot. Lu Ruoyan immediately pivoted her gun towards the shorter woman, poised to fire, when her expression suddenly changed drastically. She noticed that, unbeknownst to her, another person had appeared on the deck, now shielding Lu Xiangfei with a sharp dagger pressed against his throat. "Lu, the esteemed school beauty, truly is formidable. If I don't employ some tricks, I won't be able to subdue you," the shorter woman remarked, as she removed her tattered outer garment and wiped her face, revealing her true identity. It was none other than the monkey. Lu Ruoyan's face darkened as she demanded, "Who are you, and what do you desire?" The monkey chuckled. "Not long ago, our elder brother personally came to invite you. Since you declined, I was sent to assist. So was sent by Gao Shuaiqi. This spells trouble." At that moment, Lu Xiangfei finally comprehended why his sister had reprimanded him so harshly. In retrospect, he had indeed acted foolishly. "Sister, don't mind me," Lu Xiangfei shouted. Lu Ruoyan scolded, "Silence." She then turned her gaze back to the monkey, demanding, "What do you truly want? Speak plainly." Just then, a commotion erupted from the sea, suggesting that countless ships were engaged in battle. The monkey exclaimed with excitement, "It seems our elder brother has finally made his move. Miss Lu, and you, esteemed foreign friend, as you can see, in these waters, the strong reign supreme. My elder brother is now the most powerful presence in this sea. Look around you. Anyone who defies us shall perish." Barbara and her companions surveyed their surroundings, their expressions grave. It appeared the emergence of the ghost ship had fully awakened the murderous desires within individuals like Gao Shuaqi. To grow stronger, one must incessantly kill and attack. In an instant, sounds of combat, curses, cries, and screams filled the air. This stretch of ocean had transformed into a veritable hellscape. On board the Ark, Gao Shuaqi was exhilarated, brandishing his great sword while declaring, "Those who follow me shall thrive. Those who oppose me shall die." In a short span, he had already vanquished no fewer than 20 ships, adding a dozen more souls to his tally. At this juncture, his score had successfully reached 400 points, allowing him to surpass the Sea King and ascend to the top of the leaderboard. Behind him, Longu observed with a twinge of compassion. "Gao, we are all compatriots. Isn't this a bit too cruel?" Gao Shuaqi whipped around, encountering Along's gaze, and exhibited a peculiar expression. "Along, I do not wish to kill. I merely compel them to make the right choices. To survive in these waters, solitary combat is exceedingly difficult. It is important to realize that our region is home to only a few thousand individuals, yet countless other domains akin to ours exist beyond. If we do not fortify ourselves in the shortest possible time, our demise will be inevitable." Along was taken aback upon hearing these words. He had not anticipated the vastness of Gao Shuaiqi's ambition. Suddenly, he felt a pang of regret regarding his choices, especially with his wife by his side. At that moment, Gao Shuaiqi interjected, "By the way, Along, I require a few women to assist in repairing some items. Your wife should not remain idle aboard. Send her to me, and I shall assign her some tasks." Along hurriedly replied, "Brother Gao, my wife lacks any skills. Just delegate the tasks to me, and I will." "Enough of your excuses. If the elder brother requests her presence, she will go. What makes her so special that she cannot contribute?" He Fengming interjected, alongside, recognizing his predicament. Under such circumstances, one must acquiesce. "Very well, Brother Gao, I shall go." Gao Shuaiqi watched Along depart, a mad glint flickering in his eyes. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over. "Boss, we just see something from that ship, but no one knows what it is." Gao Shuaiqi exclaimed, "Oh, what is it? Bring it to me." The subordinate presented a box to Gao Shuaiqi and opened it. Gao Shuaiqi gasped in astonishment, for within the box lay a divine fruit. Chapter 52. Shall we review? When Gao Shuaiqi beheld the divine fruit, he was utterly astounded. He had never anticipated that, aside from the ghost ship, the divine fruit could be found elsewhere. "Quickly summon the people from that ship. I have questions to pose." His subordinate awkwardly scratched his head and replied, "Ah, well, that person has already perished." Gao Shuaiqi's expression darkened, and he waved his hand dismissively. "Very well, I understand. You all may withdraw. Do not allow anyone to disturb me." Once everyone had retreated, Gao Shuaiqi could no longer contain the exhilaration swelling within him. It seemed that this world was scattered with numerous divine fruits, known only to a select few. The original owner of this fruit must have stumbled upon it by sheer luck, yet, due to its peculiar appearance, had refrained from tasting it. However, now all of this fortune belonged to Gao Shuaiqi. "Chu Fan, I shall show you who the true Sea King is." With that declaration, Gao Shuaiqi opened his mouth and bit into the divine fruit in his hand. Chu Fan shifted his body, feeling a gentle warmth that enveloped him in comfort. "Chu Fan, wake up." He paused, his mind a blank slate, and after a moment, he finally remembered. "Oh no, he is still in the inheritance. How could I possibly sleep?" he exclaimed, preparing to spring to his feet. Yet, the sight before him rendered him utterly speechless. The beast-eared maiden before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Yi. Seeing the bewildered expression on Chu Fan's face, Yi smiled and blew gently at him. He couldn't help but shiver, as if a film had played before his eyes, and he finally comprehended everything that had transpired after he had fainted. This included the tantalizing scenes that unfolded in the love chamber constructed from 9 foxtails. "Ee, are you saying that you and I have?" Ee nodded with a smile, her smooth arm winding around Chu Fan's neck. "Chu Fan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might never have had the opportunity to complete this inheritance in my lifetime. As I vowed before, I, Kui, shall be yours forever." Overwhelmed with elation, Chu Fan immediately replied, "That's wonderful, but I fainted just now and missed the experience. Should we perhaps review it?" Yi frowned slightly. "Chu Lang, you were rather rough earlier. It hurt a bit." Chu Fan was taken aback. "It must have been my unconsciousness. I apologize. Let me massage you, no? I shall blow on it." Yi blushed. "What nonsense are you spouting? Regardless, I am yours now. There's no rush. We should exit." Only then did Chu Fan remember, hastening to say, "You're right. We've been out for several hours. I'm a bit concerned about the situation aboard the Sea King." Yi reassured him, "Do not worry. I have instructed the people from the Treasure Pavilion to keep watch. If any urgent matters arise, they will intervene." As they spoke, the two hastily donned their garments. Yi tucked away her tail, returning to her original form. "Esteemed Divine One, thank you for your protection. I shall take my leave now." Chu Fan sincerely bowed to the great tree. A gust of wind swept through, causing the branches and leaves of the great tree to sway, as if bidding farewell to them or bestowing a blessing. Only then did the two turn around and race back along the path they had come. On board the Sea King, the monkey bellowed, "If you wish to spare your brother from harm, you had better relinquish that gun in your hand." Lu Rian's expression darkened considerably. Her adversary had deftly seized upon her vulnerable point. After all, her only kin was in their grasp. Yet if she surrendered the weapon, how could she ever justify it to Chu Fan? "Damn woman, my patience has its limits." With a glance, the brute holding Lu Shangfei's arm made a swift motion with his dagger, inflicting a deep wound upon him. Blood gushed forth, draining the color from Lu Shangfei's face. Yet he gritted his teeth and remained silent. Unable to withstand the pressure any longer, Lu Ruyan cried out, "No." At that moment, Barbara stepped forward, saying, "Rian, give him the gun. I understand your hesitation, but we cannot allow Xiao Fei to be harmed. Can we?" Lu Rian's face was clouded with anger, but suddenly her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of determination. With a forceful flick of her wrist, she hurled the gun aside. The monkey's expression shifted instantly as he shouted, "No." With a splash, the weapon sank beneath the waves, leaving no trace behind. "You dare deceive me." Barbara sighed inwardly, realizing that this was the best solution Lu Rian could devise in such desperation. Firearms, if not wielded by oneself, are best destroyed. If the gun were to fall into the monkey's hands, it would become a weapon for the Ark to assault the Sea King. The monkey erupted in fury. Although Gao Shuaiqi had not explicitly demanded the gun be returned, seizing it would have been a monumental achievement. Yet now, the opportunity for glory had been squandered by this woman. "Lu Ruyan, do you truly wish for your brother's demise?" Lu Ruyan retorted coldly. "You may attempt to find out. If I were to inform that Gao fellow that a condition for my compliance is to flay your skin, do you think he would acquiesce?" The monkey froze, realizing Lu Ruyan had struck at the heart of the matter. One of Gao Shuaiqi's objectives was indeed to possess these two beauties. Should they board the Ark, it would take but a few words for Gao to orchestrate his demise. The thought sent a chill of cold sweat cascading down his back. Consequently, he swiftly donned an awkward grin. "Ah, ha, I was merely jesting. You there? Release him and tend his wounds." Suddenly, he noticed something amiss with his subordinate, who was glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, breathing heavily. The intensity of that gaze unsettled the monkey, prompting him to bark, "What the hell are you staring at?" To his astonishment, the next moment, the subordinate released Lu Shangfei and lunged at the monkey, pinning him to the ground. "Hey there, lovely. Come here, give me a kiss." The burly subordinate pressed down on the monkey, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, yet his hands remained relentless. He utilized both hands to tear the monkey's clothing into shreds, leaving only a pair of underpants in a remarkably short span of time. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were left in a state of shock, utterly perplexed by the unfolding event. Lu Rian, witnessing the scene take a bizarre turn, immediately scoffed, "Chu Fan, how long do you intend to indulge in this?" Chapter 53. A reluctant departure. Barbara and Lu Shangfei were momentarily taken aback, perplexed by Lu Ruoyan's sudden utterance. At that moment, two figures emerged from the shadows. Chu Fan, wearing a broad smile, and behind him, Yi. Instinctively, both women directed their gaze toward Yi, who stood behind Chu Fan. Barbara mused internally, observing the proximity of the two, that something must have transpired between them. Lu Ruoyan thought to herself, Chu Fan truly knows how to exploit opportunities. Only Lu Shangfei appeared astonished, clutching his shoulder wound, and pointed at the two engaged in a struggle on the ground, asking, "Brother-in-law, is this your doing?" Chu Fan offered a wry smile and replied, "I lack such capabilities. This is Yi's handiwork." This was a unique technique of the Fox Demon Clan, seduction. This spell only affected men with strong carnal desires. Earlier, he had attempted to use it on the monkey, only to find he was completely unresponsive. Thus, she had no choice but to redirect her magic to the burly man who had been holding Xiao Fei captive. Lu Ruoyan, puzzled, "Ingweeded, Yi? Wasn't she called Liena?" Chu Fan chuckled. "First, let's bind these two, and I'll explain everything shortly." As he spoke, he produced some rope and, after considerable effort, managed to separate the two on the ground, only to discover that the monkey's rear was a bloody mess. "Goodness, how fierce!" The monkey whined. "Chu Fan, this is too humiliating." Chu Fan kicked him lightly, admonishing, "Stop whining. I'll deal with you later." After securing the two, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, we made it in time. Well done, everyone. Xiao Fei, how is your injury?" At that moment, Barbara had already fetched medicine and bandages from the infirmary to tend to Xiao Fei's wound. "It's nothing, brother-in-law, just a minor injury," Xiao Fei reassured him. Lu Ruoyan maintained a calm demeanor and discreetly glanced at Yi, asking, "Where have you been for so long? Did something happen?" Yi stepped forward and performed a slight bow. "Greetings, sisters. Yu ame hui." She then recounted all the events that had transpired since Chu Fan entered the treasure pavilion, culminating in the godforsaken land. The three listened, utterly astonished, as her experience unfolded like a cinematic tale. However, Lu Shangfei was particularly intrigued, eagerly pressing for details. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Ruoyan whispered to Barbara, "Look, another one has arrived." Barbara responded cheerfully, "This is wonderful. Now Chu Fan won't be the subject of ridicule." Lu Ruoyan was momentarily speechless, realizing that the bullet she had fired once had come back to strike her at the core. At that moment, Yi, sensing the unspoken thoughts of the two women, approached them. "Sisters, I understand my presence may be unsettling for you, but the situation was dire. Had I not acted, Chu Lang might have been in grave danger." Barbara smiled gently. "It's quite all right. More people bring more excitement. We welcome your presence." Lu Ruoyan also offered a slight smile, though inwardly she sighed. Acknowledging the truth, Yi was indeed a captivating enchantress, speaking in a beguiling manner, always referring to him as Chu Lang. However, in the next moment, he continued, "Seeing two older sisters here allows me to leave with peace of mind." This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Was she really going to depart? "I have already made arrangements with Chu Lang. I must return to rescue my kin and restore the glory of the Fox Demon Clan." Chu Fan sighed. Yet he understood that Yi had no other choice, for this was her destiny. Yi went on, "But fret not, everyone, in the near future. We shall meet again. Yi, wait for me. I will undoubtedly come to find you. I promise." Yi smiled and nodded, saying, "I believe in you. You will surely come, for you are my hero." After exchanging a few more words, Yi cheerfully asked, "Before I leave, would you like me to help you resolve some troubles?" Chu Fan knew that Yi was referring to the nuisance of Gao Shuaiqi. However, Chu Fan shook his head and replied, "We will handle this trouble ourselves." As they spoke, a voice echoed from the ghost ship, "Lienair, it is time to depart." Yi bitterly shook her head, saying, "I have already spoken with the master. He has granted my request, and I shall set off immediately. By the way, the remaining points will be directly transferred to your names. I hope to hear of your illustrious achievements across the seas soon." With that, Yi could no longer contain herself. She embraced Chu Fan and planted a fervent kiss upon his lips. After a full 10 seconds, She reluctantly released him, then turned without looking back and stepped onto the light bridge, vanishing into the night. Chu Fan stood rooted in place, gazing at the spot where Yi had disappeared, feeling somewhat dazed. This woman had hastily entered his world, only to leave just as swiftly. Yet, that fleeting warmth would forever linger in his memory. Yi, do not worry. I will surely come find you. Suddenly, Chu Fan sensed two murderous glares directed at him from beside. He quickly turned around. "Ah, my dear first wife and second wife, I miss you terribly," he exclaimed, attempting to embrace both, only to be pushed away by Lu Ruyan's small hand. "All right, let's be serious. How do we intend to deal with these two?" Chu Fan glanced down at the two men on the ground and asked in a low voice, "Are they from Gao Shuaiqi?" At that moment, the monkey, feeling a sharp pain in his rear, saw that Chu Fan had finally remembered them and shouted in a hurry, "That's right. If anyone knows me as Brother Gao, you better release me quickly, otherwise when my elder brother arrives." Chu Fan, lacking the patience to hear more, casually grabbed the monkey and, amidst the latter's bewildered expression, tossed him into the sea. Bound hand and foot, the monkey only managed a few desperate splashes before sinking beneath the waves. The other large man, still swaying, seemed not to have yet recovered from Yi's enchantment. Chu Fan did not inquire further and simply hurled him into the sea as well. "Anyone who dares to harm my wife must perish." Chu Fan's commanding words sent a shiver down Barbara and Lu Ruyan's spines. Barbara, impressed, raised her thumb and declared, "My dear, you are truly magnificent." Lu Ruyan's heart was filled with joy, yet she promptly inquired, "How do you intend to confront Gao Shuaiqi?" Chu Fan chuckled heartily, gesturing for them to enter the cabin. "Come along, Xiao Fei." The three of them, with expressions of curiosity, followed Chu Fan into the dimly lit cabin. The absence of illumination rendered the space shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a flash of lightning pierced through the obscurity, illuminating Chu Fan's visage. "This is the fruit of the gods. Ruyan, this particular one is the moon goddess's fruit, a perfect complement to your previous bow and arrows. The remaining three, Barbara and Xiao Fei, you shall each select one. However, I must clarify that each person may only consume one fruit of the gods in their lifetime, and the abilities granted are contingent upon one's fortune. Therefore, you must be..." "Wait, Xiao Fei, why the haste? Allow me to finish my words." Chapter 54. The awakening of powers. Before Chu Fan could complete his sentence, Lu Xiangfei had already seized a fruit. "Brother-in-law, I used to win prizes frequently during my school days, so my luck has always been exceptional. Allow me to go first." Lu Ruyan interjected, "Wait, Xiao Fei. Let me take the lead." With that, under the gaze of everyone present, Lu Ruyan boldly consumed the divine fruit, priced at 50,000 points, which granted mastery over the power of the moon goddess. Strangely, as Lu Ruyan bit into the fruit, it emitted a gentle radiance, reminiscent of moonlight illuminating the room, brightening the entire cabin. Without hesitation, she devoured the entire fruit. Suddenly, she felt a stirring within her, prompting her to close her eyes and attune herself to the sensation. After 2 or 3 minutes, a pure, holy light radiated from Lu Ruyan, transforming her appearance to resemble the fabled moon goddess. Most astonishingly, her hair turned a crystalline white, dancing gracefully as if in a windless realm. Moreover, a faint moon emblem appeared on her forehead. Exquisite. It was simply breathtaking. Both Barbara and Lu Xiangfei were left in awe, while Chu Fan pondered silently. "Sister, with such a presence, I dare not entertain any wicked thoughts. Truly, you radiate sanctity." Slowly, Lu Ruyan opened her eyes, and the luminous aura around her began to dissipate, her hair returning to its original shade. Chu Fan let out a sigh of relief, grateful that she remained his beloved second wife. Lu Ruyan extended her right hand, revealing a shimmering water sphere that illuminated the cabin, preventing it from dimming. "Is this the power of the moon goddess? It feels splendid. Thank you, Chu Fan." Witnessing his sister's remarkable transformation, Lu Xiangfei could no longer contain his excitement. "Sister, brother-in-law, I want to eat one too." With her tacit approval, Lu Xiangfei bit into his divine fruit. As everyone observed, the interior of Lu Xiangfei's fruit revealed vibrant red flesh. Contrasting with Lu Ruoyance, under the white moonlight, the fruit's flesh appeared to flow like molten lava. Yet, Lu Shangfei felt no discomfort. Instead, the taste was surprisingly delightful. "This is delicious. It tastes like strawberries. I love it." Once he consumed the entire fruit, a sudden surge of warmth erupted from within him. Chu Fan and the others instinctively took a step back, realizing that Lu Shangfei's fruit was likely associated with fire attributes. Indeed, the next moment, Lu Shangfei's hair ignited with flames, and his eyes and mouth seemed to exude fire. "Ha ha, I'm a fire god. I am a fire god," he exclaimed, raising his hands and forming fists engulfed in flames. "Now I, Lu Shangfei, am invincible. Who could possibly challenge me?" With that declaration, he attempted to unleash a fiery punch, sending a torrent of flames from his fists, aimed straight for the deck. Crash! As if doused by a bucket of water, Lu Shangfei found himself soaked from head to toe, his flames struggling momentarily before gradually extinguishing. Lu Ruyan, with an air of calmness, retracted her left hand and admonished, "No playing with fire indoors. At your age, you ought to be more composed." Lu Shangfei stood frozen, a look of reluctance etched on his face. It was unexpected that, despite awakening his extraordinary abilities, he would still be restrained by his elder sister. Perceiving his thoughts, Lu Ruyan smiled slightly and remarked, "In this lifetime, you'll never escape my grasp." Lu Shangfei was instantly left speechless. After all, she was indeed his sister. Chu Fan nodded in satisfaction. With the divine fruit, this young man now possessed ample means of self-defense. Moreover, the capabilities of this fruit were quite remarkable, promising tremendous achievements in the future. With 2 fruits remaining, Barbara cast a glance and selected the larger one. "A grand stallion deserves a grand fruit. It only makes sense," she declared. "Then I shall choose this one." "Very well." Chu Fan responded with an encouraging glance. Barbara picked up the fruit and gently took a bite. Juice erupted forth, releasing an enticing fragrance. "Wow, this tastes exquisite. It resembles a kiwi," she exclaimed, her delight evident as she savored the vibrant green vitality emanating from the bitten fruit. Could it be the wood element? Chu Fan speculated upon seeing its hue. With the eager gazes of the onlookers upon her, Barbara finally consumed the entire divine fruit. In the next moment, enveloped in a verdant glow, Barbara's body became radiant. The wooden deck, recently damaged by Lu Shangfei, began to mend itself slowly beneath her feet. Minutes later, as the green light dissipated, Barbara returned to her original form. "So, Barbara, what is your newfound ability?" Lu Shangfei inquired. Barbara smiled and approached Lu Shangfei. "Little fly, let me examine your wound." Upon hearing this, Lu Shangfei lifted his arm, revealing freshly bandaged injuries. Barbara unwrapped the bandage, and although the wound had ceased bleeding after being treated, the sizable gash remained quite alarming. Extending her right hand, her fingers, delicate as scallions, gently brushed over Lu Shangfei's wound, and a miracle occurred. The injury astonishingly vanished. This left everyone dumbfounded, with Lu Shangfei in utter disbelief. "Sister Barbara, is this magic?" he asked. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. "Is this a wood element ability with healing properties?" Barbara nodded enthusiastically. "Indeed, this is perfectly suited for my work as a doctor. If I possessed such superpowers in America, I would undoubtedly become the finest physician in all of Texas. I assure you, no one understood better than her the immense effort required to become an exceptional doctor. Yet this miraculous fruit granted her healing abilities that far surpassed those of any surgeon." "A healer, you say? It suits you remarkably well." Chu Fan gazed at Barbara's magnificent assets, a sight worthy of admiration. He concluded that only one divine fruit remained, which he promptly stored in his repository. "Now, with everyone endowed with extraordinary abilities, we can seek retribution against that dashing and formidable adversary. What does their numerical superiority matter? The new Fantastic Four shall demonstrate that the Aquaman is invincible. Victory is ours. Victory is ours," Lu Shangfei exclaimed, almost theatrically. At that moment, a voice from the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! Host detected successful survival for 1 day. Reward: 3 mystery boxes, now dispatched. Please check your inventory." Chapter 55. The Eighth Dimension. Upon hearing this voice, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, promptly voicing his query in his mind. System. Did I not successfully conquer EE? Why then do I still have only 3 blind boxes? Beep. Because EE is not yet your teammate. She cannot be counted. Chu Fan silently cursed, feeling as though the system was skimming off the top. He continued to inquire, if he were to become my teammate in the future, would that trigger a reward? Indeed, this system is honest, and the host may rest assured. With that, Chu Fan finally exhaled in relief. Barbara and the others noticed Chu Fan suddenly standing still, their faces filled with astonishment. What's wrong, dear? Why have you stopped? Chu Fan cheerfully replied. Hee. The blind boxes have arrived today. Shall we open one? Lu Shangfei, looking bewildered, asked, what blind box? Do I have one too? Lu Ruyan retorted, you silly child. Don't be so curious about everything. Yet internally, she thought, this blind box's origin must remain a secret from Xiaofei. Chu Fan remained unconcerned, choosing not to elaborate, and quietly said, Xiaofei, it's not that your brother-in-law is stingy. This truly isn't for you. Why don't you wait outside and observe the situation? Lu Shangfei. Did you hear that? Is it true? Lu Ruyan added, Xiaofei, listen to your brother-in-law and go outside. Lu Shangfei. So, I'm leaving? Seeing her sister's expression was serious, he reluctantly took out a cigarette and lit it. Fine, I'll go. Truly, once a man is around, he forgets his brother. Muttering to himself, he exited the cabin. This was not due to Chu Fan's stinginess. After all, it would be quite embarrassing if something inappropriate were to be revealed. All right, I shall go first. Chu Fan arranged the 3 blind boxes on the ground in a row and picked one up. I refuse to believe that this time I shall be so unlucky. Open. Let the tides turn. Beep. Blind box successfully utilized. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 boxes of dual-purpose menstrual pads from the 8th dimension. Chu Fan. Barbara. Lu Ruyan. Chu Fan. Damn it, this is too much. Barbara. Darling, you are amazing. Lu Ruyan. My love. Your luck is simply unparalleled. Chu Fan. Yet upon seeing the 2 women looking at him with such joy, he could only respond, of course, after all, you are my most important people. Serving you is my honor. Upon reflection, although this item was of no use to him, it would prove invaluable to his wives. Considering it this way, it seemed he was not at a loss after all. Yet, why did it still leave an unpleasant feeling in his heart? At this moment, Barbara picked up a blind box and whispered, if only I could have the same luck as my dear. Chu Fan replied, I feel as though you are mocking me, but I have no proof. Beep, congratulations, host. Blind box successfully utilized, obtaining 99 high-grade searchlights. The advanced searchlight, powered by solar energy, offers 2 hours of illumination with a single charge and can illuminate a distance of 2 kilometers. Chu Fan felt a sense of relief. This device, brought by Barbara, proved to be useful, albeit not as extraordinary as previous items. Nonetheless, this searchlight was indeed practical, as their most pressing need at present was for nighttime illumination. With this thought, a smile spread across Chu Fan's face as he promptly retrieved a searchlight and switched it on. Instantly, the cabin was transformed into a bright expanse, akin to daylight. Splendid. Now, even if they needed to perform surgery, they would have a reliable light source. Barbara expressed her utmost satisfaction with this illumination. Lu Ruyan, not one to hold back, opened the final blind box under the watchful gaze of the other 2. Ding! Blind box activated successfully. Congratulations. You have acquired the special skill, Mastery of Archery. What a remarkable stroke of fortune. It was tailor-made for her, and indeed, her luck was impeccable. Given that she was the only one skilled in archery, this skill was undoubtedly suited to her. Coupled with her solid foundation in archery, this skill would maximize her effectiveness. At that moment, Lu Shangfei suddenly burst through the door. Brother-in-law, it's foggy outside. I can't see anything. Wow, where did that light come from? Upon hearing this, Chu Fan stepped outside and confirmed that a thick fog had indeed risen over the sea, shrouding everything within a mere meter. Under such circumstances, it would be futile to confront Gao Shuaiqi. Finding anyone would be a challenge. In that case, let's rest for now. Tomorrow morning, once the fog clears, we shall proceed. The other three nodded in agreement, appreciating the chance to recuperate. Noticing that Lu Shangfei lingered, Chu Fan inquired, "Is there something else?" Lu Shangfei, eyeing the searchlight in Chu Fan's hand with envy, asked, "Brother-in-law, do you have an extra one? I'd like to play with it." Before he could finish his sentence, Chu Fan tossed him an identical item. "Take it back to your room and enjoy." Upon seeing it was indeed the same searchlight, Lu Shangfei rejoiced. "Then I shall return to my room." With that, he kindly closed the door behind him. Chu Fan turned to the two ladies. "Shall we examine this searchlight?" Barbara queried. "What is there to study about this light?" "Chu Fan Duka. I want to see whether the light in my hand shines brighter or if yours does. Perhaps we could engage in a game of secret path exploration." The two women exchanged glances, fully aware of Chu Fan's intentions. "You rascal, haven't you had enough fun with the Chu Fan Zetpunde, Hong Kong Mot, Hong Kong Hai?" Regarding my relationship with 003, I feel it is necessary to clarify things with you. Please, allow me to elaborate. Barbara frowned. "What do you mean by moving your waist and ears?" Lu Rian shot him a disapproving look and whispered a few words into Barbara's ear, at which point Barbara finally understood. "You are so naughty. I absolutely adore it. By the way, dear, let us investigate how you suggested placing your feet next to your ears. Rian, you should try it as well." As the night faded away, the sun gradually ascended in the eastern sky. The thick mist over the sea mysteriously dissipated without notice. Aboard the Ark, Gao Shuaiqi had endured a sleepless night. The previous evening, he had consumed the unexpectedly acquired divine fruit, and the resultant powers far exceeded his wildest imaginings. At this moment, he was imbued with sufficient confidence to believe that within this maritime expanse, no one could rival him. "Has the monkey returned?" he inquired. A subordinate hastily entered, reporting, "Boss, the monkey has not returned all night." Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow, pondering, could it be that he has encountered misfortune? The subordinate quickly replied, "Boss, last night a thick fog enveloped the sea, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Perhaps the monkey was delayed by the fog." Finding this explanation somewhat reasonable, Gao Shuaiqi sighed in relief. "When he returns, have him come see me immediately." A flicker of excitement crossed Gao Shuaiqi's face as he continued. "Additionally, summoned by Jie. Tell her I wish to speak with her about an important matter." Chapter 56. The young woman Bai Jie upon hearing Gao Shuaiqi call her name. Bai Jie trembled and replied, "Husband, I do not wish to go." Long Gu opened his mouth as if to speak, but ultimately let out a sigh and said, "My dear, do not be afraid. Perhaps Brother Gao truly has something important to discuss with you." Bai Jie shook her head and insisted, "Husband, you do not understand. His gaze towards me is always peculiar. I know he harbors ill intentions." Long Gu understood her concerns, yet since Gao Shuaiqi had called for her, they could not refuse. Thus, he said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." With that, Bai Jie felt a sense of relief and nodded. "Husband, I know I was wrong in the past. Henceforth, I only wish to live a good life with you." Long Ji's expression darkened as he replied, "This cannot be entirely blamed on you. After all, I have been rendered incapacitated. You are so young, yet you are bound to live in loneliness. Perhaps I should have let you go free long ago." Bai Jie, however, shook her head and confessed, "Husband, let me be honest with you. Everything you knew before Chu Fan was a lie. I merely wanted to force you into a divorce. But after meeting Chu Fan, I wavered. I yearn for a child. Truly, I swear, I could live in solitude, but I deeply desire to have my own child." Long Gu was rendered speechless by her revelation. He had not anticipated such intentions from his wife. At that moment, a young man at the door urged, "Hurry up. Do not keep the elder brother waiting." Reluctantly, Long Gu replied, "Let us set this matter aside for now. We should proceed." He then took Bai Jie's hand and followed the young man to the entrance of the main chamber. "Stop." The elder brother only called for Miss Bai. "You. Long Gu, wait outside." Long Gu was taken aback and protested, "Brother, my wife is new here and unfamiliar with the customs. I fear she may inadvertently offend Brother Gao. It is better for me to accompany her for support." He forced a smile, knowing the doorman fairly well and believing he would grant him this favor. To his dismay, the doorman retorted, "What nonsense is this? I said you cannot enter. Just stand there." Long Gu was stunned. He never expected those who had previously treated him as a brother would reveal their true colors now. The thought of allowing his wife to enter under such circumstances was unbearable. Realizing this, he ceased his pretense and shouted, "You wretched dogs! Your intentions are clearly malicious. Wife, let's leave." He grasped Bai Jie's hand and turned it apart. "Stop. The elder brother wishes to see your wife. Consider it an honor. Do not be ungrateful." As he spoke, 4 or 5 men closed in around them, encircling Longue and Bai Jie. "Indeed, such a beautiful wife. Longue, you cannot possibly keep her. Why not entrust her to the elder brother? He will surely cherish her well." Laughter erupted from the crowd, filled with mockery. Long Ji's expression finally shifted as he bellowed, "Gao Shuaqi, is this your doing? How dare you call the elder brother by his name?" Bai Jie was frightened, her hands and feet turning cold. She gently tugged at her husband, saying, "Husband, do not act impulsively. Let's speak calmly." Longue shook his head and said, "Very well, since you cannot accommodate me. I shall take my leave from the Arkansas. My dear wife, let's depart." Bai Jie paused, inquiring, "Where shall we go?" Longue replied with resignation, "At this point, we can only seek refuge with the pretty boy. He is our only hope for shelter." Bai Jie was taken aback. "The pretty boy? Which one are you referring to?" "My husband. Please do not test my loyalty any further, for I shall never betray you again." Longue hurriedly assured her, "What are you thinking? That pretty boy has also arrived and seems to be thriving. If we implore him, he will surely take us in." Bai Jie stood frozen, images of her wild encounters with that pretty boy flashing in her mind, causing her expression to shift to one of discomfort. It must be said, that pretty boy was indeed unforgettable. However, the situation was undeniably awkward. Just then, the door to the cabin swung open, revealing the voice of Gao Shuaiqi. "Hold on. Along. Do you think the Ark is an inn where you can come and go as you please?" Longue darkened his expression and asked Brother Gao, "What do you mean by that?" He foaming mocked, "Along. Do you still not understand? We have provided for you both, offering you food, drink, and shelter, and now you think you can just leave as you wish? Such opportunities do not come easily. And what do you propose we do?" Longue asked. "What to do? Ha ha ha. It's quite simple. Hand over Bai Jie, and as for you, feel free to go wherever you like." Longue, suppressing his fury, looked at Gao Shuaiqi and inquired, "Is that truly your stance, Brother Gao?" Gao Shuaiqi, no longer pretending, shrugged and stated, "A beauty like Miss Bai Jie deserves to be with someone deserving. You quite frankly do not measure up. If you were to turn a blind eye, I could allow you to live well on this ship and even grant you certain privileges. However, you insist on being the enlightened one. Who could be blamed for that?" Bai Jie trembled at his words, realizing that Gao Shuaiqi had completely discarded any pretense. Longue was now utterly enraged. "How dare you treat me like this? I regarded you as a brother, yet you wish for me to be a kept man?" Gao Shuaiqi grinned mockingly. "Do you even have a choice?" Observing the escalating tension, Bai Jie trembled and pleaded, "Brother Gao, could you perhaps show us some mercy? I, Bai Jie, promise to repay your kindness in my next life, even if it means toiling as a servant." Longue quickly interjected, "Wife, do not beg him. I see it clearly now. He is nothing but a rogue, a scoundrel. With such a character, he thinks to be a leader. I doubt he even compares to Chu Fan in the slightest." Gao Shuaiqi's expression darkened immediately. He could tolerate many insults, but to be compared unfavorably to Chu Fan was a wound that struck too deep. Suddenly, he erupted in fury. "I am at the top of the leaderboard. My ship is the largest in these waters, and I have the most brothers. What gives Chu Fan the right to compare himself to me? Does he even deserve it?" He pointed at Longue and ordered, "Bring him to the mast. I want everyone to witness the fate of those who betray me." He chuckled again, "Along. Rest assured, I shall cherish Bai Jie dearly." As he spoke, he waved at Bai Jie, saying, "Miss Bai, such a worthless man is hardly worth your affections. Come to my side and be my woman. It would surely be 100 times better than remaining with this waste." Although Bai Jie trembled, she shook her head resolutely. "No, my husband is not worthless. I beg you, let us go." Gao Shuaiqi's expression turned icy. "Refusing kindness in favor of punishment, is it? No matter. I shall make you realize what the right choice truly is. Bring Miss Bai to my cabin. If she resists, I will carve a long flesh before her eyes. Piece by piece." "Ha ha ha." Bai Jie collapsed to the ground, crying out, "No, you cannot do this. Gao Shuaiqi revealed a cruel smile. In this world, no one can oppose me. At that moment, a gentle yet resolute voice resonated. Oh, is that so? Chapter 57. Engagement. All eyes were drawn to the sudden voice. Gao Shuaiqi also turned to look. In the sunlight, a young man stood atop the ark, brandishing a trident and holding a cigarette in his mouth. His slightly disheveled hair added an air of recklessness to his demeanor. Long Go, who had just endured a few punches, lifted his head to gaze at the newcomer, his initial surprise giving way to delight. Chu Fan, my brother. Bai Jia, seated on the ground, shivered involuntarily at the sound of that name, raising her head to indeed see the familiar face. Chu Fan, noticing Bai Jia's gaze, awkwardly touched his nose and addressed Long Go. Long Go, Miss Bai? How are you both? Long Go quickly replied, I'm all right, brother Chu Fan. Please save my wife. Gao Shuaiqi's not de the Sivo. Chu Fan, you've actually come. This means that the fool monkey must have failed. Feigning ignorance, Chu Fan responded, Oh, you mean that short fellow? He should be on the verge of reincarnation by now. Gao Shuaiqi's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Chu Fan would dare to be so brazen alone, and his lips twitched in irritation. Young man, I acknowledge you possess some skill, but to come here alone is rather naive. You will soon regret your choice. At that moment, a subordinate rushed over. Boss, the Sea King is approaching. Upon hearing this, Gao Shuaiqi glanced toward the side of the deck, and indeed saw the Sea King slowly drawing near. On its deck stood 2 women and a man, all peering towards the Arkansas. His gaze immediately bypassed Lu Shangfei, landing instead on Lu Ruyan and Barbara, from whom he could hardly tear himself away. Barbara, dressed in a striking green ensemble, radiated an irresistible allure with her stunning figure. In contrast, Lu Ruyan, clad in a vibrant red qipao, exuded an icy beauty that created a stark juxtaposition, nearly suffocating Gao Shuaiqi with desire. The surrounding subordinates were equally mesmerized, their souls seemingly lost in the spectacle. Suddenly, Lu Shangfei remarked, Brother-in-law, you're standing so high, and I've already shown off. What should I do now? With that, he leaped onto the deck before the astonished eyes of the Ark subordinates. Gao Shuaiqi finally regained his composure, swallowing hard as he struggled to suppress his desires. Turning his attention back to Chu Fan. You arrived just in time. This saves me a trip. Of course, if you were to voluntarily offer them to me, I might consider making you my first mate. Chu Fan jumped down, swiftly dispatching the subordinates who were holding Long Go captive, and helped the bruised Long Go to his feet. Long Go promptly stepped forward to assist Bai Jia, and the two supported each other, standing behind Chu Fan. Mr. Gao, I did not come here to listen to your boasts. Chu Fan feigned a casual adjustment of his earphones, but suddenly his countenance darkened as he declared, You have repeatedly sent people to provoke me. Yesterday, taking advantage of my absence, you even attempted to steal my woman, and now you dare to bully my brother. Do you truly believe that Chu Fan is without temper? Gao Shuaiqi erupta intulota, exclaiming, Ha! Chu Fan, and what of it? I have over 50 brothers, while you have but a handful. By what right do you contend with me? With a slight smile, Chu Fan retorted, Whether or not I can contend will be revealed in the contest. Gao Shuaiqi nodded with a sneer. Interesting. Let me see from whence your confidence springs. With a grand gesture, he summoned 8 burly men who surrounded Chu Fan, encircling him completely. Lu Shangfei, poised to act, was swiftly encircled by He Feng Ming and his men. Kid, you would do well not to move recklessly. The consequences could be dire. Chu Fan called out, Xiao Fei, have you not always desired to learn martial arts? Today, allow your brother-in-law to demonstrate what Dragon Kingdom martial arts truly entail. Though endowed with supernatural abilities, dealing with these minor adversaries required no such powers. They had agreed upon this strategy before arriving. Lu Shangfei nodded enthusiastically, cheering, All right, brother-in-law, take them all down. Among the 8 hulking figures, the leader, with a round face and fierce eyes, brandished a full beard and an intimidating demeanor. With a cold smile, he pointed his finger at Chu Fan and proclaimed, You're quite arrogant, kid. Today, let 8 brother teach you what it means to be low. Suddenly, Chu Fan twisted 8 brother's finger at an exaggerated angle, eliciting a pained whimper from him. Release me. It's going to break. Ouch, ouch. With a chuckle, Chu Fan released his grip and sent the brute sprawling with a swift kick. The man, red-faced and groaning, managed to rise and exclaimed, "You lack martial virtue. I was careless and did not evade." Chu Fan coldly retorted, "Spare me your excuses. Let us not waste time. All of you, come at me together." Furious, 8 brothers shouted, "Brothers, charge!" He Feng Ming and the others observed the unfolding drama with a mocking gaze, while Long Gu appeared anxious. "No, my wife. I must assist Brother Chu." With that, he picked up a metal rod from the ground, preparing to rush to Chu Fan's aid. However, he froze in astonishment upon witnessing the scene. The 8 assailants were left in disarray, sprawled on the ground, groaning in defeat. Even Gao Shuaiqi grew unsettled, having failed to discern how Chu Fan had dispatched all 8 men so swiftly. This was a testament to Chu Fan's martial prowess, combined with the distinctive speed advantage of his lightning-based abilities, rendering his opponent's movements akin to slow motion. He Feng Ming, taken aback, shouted, "What the hell? Brothers, charge!" This time, nearly 15 or 16 robust men lunged forward. Yet, Chu Fan remained unperturbed. Instead of retreating, he advanced directly into the fray, employing a formidable display of Baji Quan. He dispatched his foes with remarkable efficiency, leaving none standing before him. He Feng Ming clutched his groin, bending over like a shrimp, emitting cries of distress. Zhu Fan, with a casual clap of his hands, struck a pose he considered quite stylish, murmuring, "Is that all?" Lu Shanfei enthusiastically gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you're amazing." Meanwhile, Barbara and Lu Rian maintained an air of calm, as if all of this had been anticipated. Long Gu stood in complete astonishment, exclaiming, "Brother Chu, I had no idea you were so formidable. Honestly, with skills like yours, you needn't have climbed up to the air conditioning unit. I am no match for you." Chu Fan stumbled slightly, nearly losing his balance, and thought to himself, "Let us not dwell on that, shall we?" Indeed, upon hearing this, Bai Jia's face flushed immediately. Casting a reproachful glance at her husband, Lu Rian, perceptive as ever, caught the key phrase and furrowed her brow, softly inquiring, "Air conditioning unit?" A jolt of alarm shot through Chu Fan. Lu Rian was far too astute, and he anticipated that she would surely question the meaning of that phrase later. If they uncovered his past indiscretions, it was conceivable that in a critical moment, this clever woman might quip, "Oh, nothing compares to the thrill of being on an air conditioning unit." Fortunately, Gao Shuaiqi's cold laugh broke the tension, providing a reprieve for Chu Fan. "I admit I underestimated your abilities, but if you think that this alone can rival me, then you are gravely mistaken about Gao Shuaiqi." Chapter 58. When did the fruit of the gods become so worthless? Lu Shangfei could no longer contain himself and leaped forward. "Old man, I've been irritated by you for quite some time now. All you do is talk a big game. Show me what you've got. With that pitiful look of yours, I doubt even my brother-in-law needs to intervene. I could take care of you myself." Gao Shuaiqi twitched at these words. This reckless youth actually claimed to be weak. Unable to hold back, he retorted, "You little brat, if it weren't for the fact that you're Miss Rian's brother, I would surely crush you." With that, he suddenly stepped forward and shouted at Chu Fan, "Now, I will make you aware of the true gap between us." Gao Shuaiqi clenched his fists, glaring intensely, and to everyone's astonishment, a metallic sheen emanated from his hands. "D," he exclaimed, yet curiously, he made no further movements. However, Chu Fan inexplicably felt as if he was being targeted. At that moment, Long Gu, standing nearby, let out a startled cry. "Brother Chu Fan, be careful." He pushed Chu Fan aside, but it was as if he had been struck by something. He fell backwards with a cry of anguish. Long Gu screamed, collapsing onto the deck, a small blade protruding from his chest, glinting ominously. Gao Shuaiqi's attack had been far too sudden for anyone to comprehend how he had executed it. Bai Jie gasped in horror, crying out, "Husband! Husband, are you all right? Please don't scare me." Long Gu coughed up blood, feeling the searing pain in his chest, his face paling visibly. "Chu Fan, he controlled the iron rod behind you." Cough, cough. "Dear, don't cry. Brother Chu Fan, promise me. If I don't make it, I entrust my wife to you." "Bai Jie, no. Husband, don't say such things. I want only you. I never want to be apart from you. You mustn't die." Long Gu smiled sadly. Wife, I'm glad to hear you say that, but I fear I may have to break that promise this time. Chu Fan was taken aback, realizing that Gao Shuaqi had awakened the ability to manipulate metal. No wonder no one had seen how he had attacked. It seemed he had directly controlled the metallic object behind Chu Fan, altering its shape instantaneously to deliver a fatal blow. If it hadn't been for Long Gu's timely intervention, it would be Chu Fan lying on the ground now. A wave of guilt washed over Chu Fan as he urgently called out, Barbara! Barbara, having already sprung into action, swiftly approached the group. Bai Jia, now inconsolable, suddenly implored. Chu Fan, please save my husband. I beg you, you must save him. I will promise you anything if you do. Chu Fan quickly reassured her, sister-in-law, don't panic. Barbara is here. Meanwhile, Gao Shuaqi, witnessing the effectiveness of his strike, couldn't help but burst into maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha! Chu Fan, did you ever expect this? Laozi has already obtained the divine fruit, unlike you, who must toil to accumulate points to purchase. Suddenly, Gao Shuaqi swallowed the latter part of his sentence, standing there in disbelief as he gazed at the scene before him. There, Barbara knelt before Long Gu, gently placing her right hand over his wound. Immediately, her hand emanated a verdant glow, enveloping Long Ji's injury. Simultaneously, with her left hand, she forcefully extracted the metallic sword and hurled it far away. Long Gu furrowed his brow, yet curiously, no blood gushed forth from the wound. Moreover, under the nurturing embrace of Barbara's green luminescence, he felt an inexplicable sense of comfort enveloping his entire being. Bai Jia, standing nearby, was utterly astonished, unable to restrain herself as she exclaimed, Darling, how do you feel? Long Gu gently opened his eyes and replied, Wife, I am fine, do not worry. Thank you, Miss Barbara. Tears of gratitude streamed down Bai Jia's face like a broken string of pearls as she repeatedly expressed, Thank you. Thank you. Gao Shuaqi, in disbelief, questioned, How is it possible that you possess abilities as well? Reluctantly, Gao Shuaqi suddenly swung his arms, sending 3 beams of light hurtling toward Long Gu. Barbara scoffed, I was prepared for you. With that, she waved her left hand, and the deck beneath them seemed to come alive, rising in layers to shield Barbara, Long Gu, and Bai Jia. The 3 metallic darts clanged against the wooden shield. Hey, old man, your opponent is me. Lu Shangfei's fist transformed into fiery orbs, his hair seemingly ignited, billowing behind him without a breeze. You also possess abilities. Gao Shuaqi stammered in astonishment. It seemed he had stumbled upon a stroke of luck, acquiring a divine fruit. But what was the deal with these two? When did the divine fruit become so trivial? And why did their abilities appear so remarkably impressive? Lu Shangfei, with an air of arrogance, declared, Humph, my ability is the fruit of fire, representing the will of the fire god, purging all evils from this world. Lu Ruyin felt a twinge of embarrassment. Her younger brother remained as melodramatic as ever. Meanwhile, Chu Fan lifted Long Gu onto the Sea King, followed closely by Bai Jia and Barbara. Take him to the medical room. I will assist in examining him, he instructed, then added to Bai Jia, Come in and help me. Before entering the cabin, he turned to Lu Ruyin and said, Ruyin, I leave this to you. Do not let anyone in. Lu Ruyin calmly drew her moon goddess bow and softly replied, Rest assured. Gao Shuaqi felt a surge of irritation. He never anticipated that Long Gu would be so resilient. If this continued, who would respect him in the future? With that thought, he bellowed, Everyone charge. Subdue Lu Ruyin. Eliminate Long Gu. Thus, the remaining 30 or so subordinates, brandishing various weapons, surged toward the Sea King like a swarm, seeking death. In the next moment, Lu Ruyin radiated a pure and sacred light, her red attire transforming instantaneously into a flowing white gown, while her dark tresses morphed into silvery strands. As if a radiant moon had descended upon this world, the ethereal moon-like markings on her forehead imbued her entire being with an aura of divinity. Gao Shuaqi was utterly bewildered. How could everyone aboard the Sea King be so extraordinary, each possessing the fruit of the gods? It was needless to say, Chu Fan undoubtedly had it as well. At that moment, Lu Ruyan slowly drew back the bow at her hand, and a mass of seawater spontaneously coalesced into the form of an arrow, materializing in her grasp. Yet, Lu Ruyan did not cease her actions. She continued to gather the seawater. 1 arrow, 2 arrows, 3 arrows, a total of 10 arrows. Guided by the bright moon, her heart aimed toward the heavens. Lu Ruyan softly intoned, releasing her right index finger. The 10 water arrows, at that moment, were sharper than any weapon known to man, piercing through the first 10 sailors charging ahead. Bang! A fireball struck Gao Shuachi. Do not be distracted. Your opponent is me. Chapter 59. Fierce battle. The provocation from Lu Shangfei finally ignited Gao Shuachi's fury. You little brat, since you were so intent on seeking death, allow me to grant your wish. As soon as the words left his mouth, Gao Shuachi drew in a deep breath, his voice booming as he began to execute swift movements with his hands in the air. With each gesture, knives, iron rods, and even tiny screws that had fallen onto the deck began to levitate. Kill! Countless metallic shards shot forth like arrows, hurtling toward Lu Shangfei. With a slight smirk, Lu Shangfei shouted, "Ignite!" Instantly, flames erupted around him, engulfing his form in a fierce blaze. But that was not all. A searing fire shield formed in front of him. Upon contact with the flames, the metallic projectiles melted instantly, transforming into molten iron that dripped to the ground. Gao Shuachi furrowed his brow, astonished by the extreme temperature of Lu Shangfei's flames. With excitement, Lu Shangfei exclaimed, now, it's my turn to attack." As both were newly awakened to their powers without complementary skills, their fight quickly devolved into a chaotic exchange of punches and kicks. Lu Shangfei's fists blazed like torches, relentlessly striking at Gao Shuachi. Yet Gao Shuachi seemed as if he had transformed into a being of metal, no matter how Lu Shangfei attacked. The only sound that echoed was a series of dull thuds. However, Gao Shuachi found himself at a disadvantage as well. Each of his counterattacks felt like striking a massive fireball. After a prolonged struggle, neither had inflicted significant damage upon the other. "Damn, he's tough," Lu Shangfei muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, Gao Shuachi was equally troubled by Lu Shangfei's resilience. In this brief exchange, Lu Ruyan had already dispatched over 30 of the subordinates on the deck. The disparity between the abilities of the extraordinary and the ordinary was starkly evident. Onlookers were left in awe, their astonishment palpable. Is that even human? Is that Lu Ruyan, the illustrious campus beauty? She's absolutely stunning. And who is that Gao Shuachi? No wonder he's so formidable. He can transform into a metallic being. Among the crowd, on a small boat, the sisters Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi were observing the scene unfold. "Sister, is that Lu Ruyan?" Li Ruoshi asked, pointing at the radiant figure of Lu Ruyan, her face a mask of disbelief. Li Ruoyan's expression was complex as she replied, "Yes, that is Ruyan. I never imagined she would change so dramatically." Li Ruoshi then exclaimed, "No wonder she shares your reputation, sister. She's truly beautiful. No, she is absolutely magnificent." Lost in thought, Li Ruoyan recalled Lu Ruyan's words to her. "Why don't you and Ruoshi join me? We need to stick together if we want to survive." Just then, a man stepped out from behind Lu Ruyan, and at the mere sight of him, she felt a wave of familiarity wash over her. Li Ruoshi also witnessed this scene and quietly remarked, "Sister, that man is quite handsome. I wonder what his relationship with Lu Ruyan is." Suddenly, Li Ruoyan recalled Lu Ruyan mentioning that she was with Chu Fan, and it dawned on her. So it's Senior Chu Fan. No wonder he looks so familiar. Chu Fan was the Prince Charming for many girls among them, and his unexpected appearance before her felt surreal. At that moment, Chu Fan emerged from the cabin, exhaling a sigh of relief. Lu Ruyan hurriedly inquired, "How is the situation?" Chu Fan nodded and replied, "There are no major issues now. Thankfully, Barbara was here." Lu Ruyan nodded in agreement, returning to her usual demeanor. Chu Fan observed Lu Shangfei battling against Gao Shuachi and exclaimed, "Xiaofei is impressive. He has mastered his abilities so quickly." However, Lu Ruyan countered, "This isn't a sustainable approach. Xiaofei's stamina is evidently not as strong as Gao Shuachi's. If this continues, I'm afraid he will suffer." Chu Fan nodded resolutely, I'll take over. Just then, a sudden flash of lightning erupted, and dark clouds began to gather over the sea. Everyone's expression changed, realizing that rain was imminent. Gao Shuaqi, elated, laughed. Lu Shangfei. Ha ha ha, it's gonna rain. Let us see how you can keep burning now. Truly, the heavens are aiding me. Yet Lu Shangfei chuckled. That rain yesterday was barely a drizzle. I wouldn't even bother dodging it. But as soon as the words left their lips, a massive cloud suddenly formed in the sky. In the next moment, unlike yesterday's light rain, a torrential downpour began, accompanied by hailstones the size of fists, crashing down upon the boats on the sea. Goodness, such large hail. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden hailstorm and hurried to seek refuge in the cabin. However, some brave souls ventured out to collect the precious rainwater. Rian, you should go inside. I'll swap places with Xiaofei. With such heavy rain, Lu Shangfei's powers would quickly lose their advantage. Continuing this fight could lead to disaster. Xiaofei, retreat and stay with your sister on the boat. I will deal with this fellow. Lu Shangfei understood that this was not the time to be reckless and obediently leaped back, leaving the battlefield. Brother-in-law, please be careful. At that moment, a multitude of even larger sea monsters than those from the previous day emerged from the depths of the ocean. Just as everyone suspected, these sea creatures only appeared during rainstorms to attack humans. Gao Shuaqi steadied himself, and upon seeing Chu Fan before him, let out a mocking laugh. I thought you were hesitant to show yourself, Chu Fan. Unleash your powers, and let me see what you can do. Chu Fan replied with a cold smirk. Gao Shuaqi, you could be considered talented. In such a short time, you've managed to amass quite a fortune here. As he spoke, Chu Fan drew the Dragon Slayer sword. Given Gao Shuaqi's formidable toughness, ordinary weapons would inflict no harm. All hope rested upon the Dragon Slayer's sword. Upon seeing Chu Fan dare to draw his sword, Gao Shuaqi's grin only widened. Chu Fan, how dare you wield a weapon before me? Surely, you are unaware of the nature of my extraordinary abilities. Chu Fan smiled faintly, choosing silence. If Gao Shuaqi were to discover that the dragon-slaying sword was not crafted from metal, one could only imagine his reaction. A roar from a sea beast reverberated across the ocean's expanse. With both hands firmly gripping the dragon-slaying sword, Chu Fan summoned the powers within him. A flash of lightning enveloped his sword, shimmering with a cerulean glow. The colossal hailstones pummeling his body were excruciating, yet Chu Fan paid no heed to the pain at that moment. Gao Shuaqi grinned widely, extending his fingers towards Chu Fan and clenched his fist. Chu Fan, I shall see you dead. Chapter 60. The predicament in Gao Shuaqi's mind. The scene of Chu Fan being struck by his sword vividly emerged. However, he soon realized that the blade in Chu Fan's hand exhibited no reaction whatsoever. For, as the mermaid by Xing had stated, the dragon-slaying sword was forged from the bones of the mightiest among the dragon kin. It resembled metal, yet surpassed all earthly metals in durability. Impossible! What manner of sword is this? Gao Shuaqi exclaimed in astonishment. This is the sword that shall be your demise, Gao Shuaqi. Today marks the end of your life. Chu Fan declared without a hint of hesitation, raising the dragon-slaying sword to strike at Gao Shuaqi. Humph, you think you can kill me? Gao Shuaqi scoffed. Disdain plastered across his face. He did not flinch, summoning a glimmer of silver light in his hand to meet the dragon-slaying sword head-on. Clang! A crisp sound resonated through the air. To Chu Fan's astonishment, Gao Shuaqi emerged unscathed. Chu Fan recalled by Xing's earlier warning. Due to the sword's unique properties, it could harm all races save for humankind, including the dragons themselves. Yet, despite his resolve, he felt disheartened. After all, Gao Shuaqi was no ordinary human. Even those endowed with extraordinary abilities remained human, and thus the dragon-slaying sword would inevitably fail to inflict harm upon him. As for the trident of the Sea King, it would surely be futile, and the risk of it being turned against him was too great. Unbeknownst to Gao Shuaqi, Chu Fan's thoughts swirled with doubt. The latter disdainfully drew his azure blade. I know not what your sword is made of, but it is merely sturdy. Allow me to demonstrate what a true weapon looks like. With that, the blue blade sliced toward Chu Fan. Unfazed, he deftly evaded Gao Shuaqi's attack with a nimble sidestep. The force of Gao Shuaqi's strike met the ship's railing, shattering the robust wooden structure as though it were mere tofu. A shiver coursed through Chu Fan. The blade was indeed no ordinary weapon. Its sharpness exceeded even his most terrifying imaginings. Yet he felt no fear. The swiftness of his lightning-based abilities allowed him to dodge Gao Shuaqi's onslaught with ease. Since the dragon-slaying sword proved ineffective, he resolved to let Gao Shuaqi experience the sting of electricity. As he evaded another strike, he conjured a surge of lightning and delivered a punch to Gao Shuaqi's back. Bang! It was akin to striking a steel plate, and Gao Shuaqi's form remained impervious. Yet, the effect of the electric shock was undeniable. Gao Shuaqi felt a jolt coursing through his body, causing him to twitch momentarily. However, the sensation was fleeting. Regaining his composure, he swung his blade horizontally without looking back. I can't believe you've awakened the lightning ability. How unfair the heavens are. Gao Shuaqi seethed, feeling as though fate had dealt him a cruel hand. Despite the formidable nature of his own powers, he could not help but envy the prestige associated with wielding lightning or fire. Yet now, these two extraordinary abilities have emerged, both manifesting in his adversaries, which undeniably fuels his resentment. Thus, Gao Shuaqi, seemingly seeking to vent his frustrations, unleashed a flurry of strikes upon Chu Fan. Relying on his remarkable speed, Chu Fan either parried with the dragon-slaying sword or deftly evaded each attack, occasionally delivering jolts of electric shock that incensed Gao Shuaqi to the brink of fury. Chu Fan, are you a turtle? All you do is dodge, Gao Shuaqi bellowed, casually cleaving through an approaching sea creature while cursing at Chu Fan's retreating figure. Since you're so adept at evasion, let us see if your Sea King can withstand my onslaught. With that, he abandoned his pursuit of Chu Fan and charged towards the Sea King. Observing this, Chu Fan swiftly interposed himself to obstruct Gao Shuaqi's path. At that moment, Long Gu was still in the midst of healing. Should Gao Shuaqi reach him, the consequences would be dire. It seemed this scoundrel intended to force a direct confrontation. Ah, you've finally decided to show yourself. I thought you would remain a timid turtle forever. Just then, a water arrow shot towards Gao Shuaqi's eyes. He scoffed dismissively, swatting it away with his hand, causing the arrow shot by Lu Ruyin to disintegrate into a shower of droplets. Lu, do you truly believe that water can penetrate my metallic defenses? Ha ha! If you had missiles, perhaps I would be somewhat concerned. As for your other tactics, unleash them at will. I Gao, fear none. He suddenly fixated on Lu Ruyin aboard the Sea King, who was coldly observing him, and licked his lips. Lu, do not rush. Once I deal with Chu Fan, we shall engage in a proper duel. Chu Fan furrowed his brow. Gao Shuaqi's abilities were indeed vexing. Although he was confident in his invincibility, prolonging this standoff was not advisable. There's a saying, a toad may not bite, but it is still bothersome. Moreover, it is a toad that persistently targets your woman and vessel. Chu Fan's mind began to race, and at that moment, Lu Ruyin suddenly called out, Chu Fan, water. A spark of inspiration ignited in Chu Fan's mind, and he instantly grasped her meaning. Overjoyed, he thought, indeed, my second wife possesses a brilliant mind. Gao Shuaqi, however, merely sneered, what is this? You still wish to use water? Go on then, if I dodge, you win. Chu Fan suddenly leaped into action, raising the dragon-slaying sword and charging towards Gao Shuaqi. Ha ha ha! Chu Fan, do you not understand? No matter how hard you strike, you cannot harm me in the slightest. But in the next moment, he was taken aback as Chu Fan's sword swung askew, crashing into the deck and sending splinters flying. Ha ha ha! Chu Fan, have you become daft? You managed to miss. Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruyin let out a sigh of relief. After all, he was the man she had chosen. He truly was clever enough to comprehend her intentions in an instant. Thus, she raised her moon god bow and called out, Gao Shuaqi, are you confident in withstanding 3 more of my arrows? Ha ha, my beauty, come forth. Chu Fan understood that Lu Ruyin was diverting Gao Shuaqi's attention. With renewed vigor, he leapt forward, striking at Gao Shuaqi. The latter transformed, his body becoming metallic, standing immobile. I wonder how much strength you possess, Chu Fan. Once again, Chu Fan's strike met the deck, sending a flurry of debris into the air. Gao Shuaqi furrowed his brow, perplexed by Chu Fan's sudden peculiarity. Yet, before he could ponder further, a water arrow hurtled towards his right eye. The eyes, the most vulnerable part of the human body, compelled even Gao Shuaiqi to take precautions. In doing so, he overlooked Chu Fan's odd behavior. Thus, Chu Fan relentlessly struck the deck of the ark, until a substantial fissure emerged, revealing the dark underlayer beneath. Even Gao Shuaiqi, albeit slow, realized that Chu Fan aimed to damage his own vessel. However, he could not fathom the significance of such an act. Was it merely to provoke him? Just then, a figure emerged behind Lu Ruyin. It was the alluring enchantress, Barbara. With a commanding cry, she proclaimed, "Open." Suddenly, the deck beneath Gao Shuaiqi tore apart at the fissure, catching him off guard, and he plunged into the abyss. Immediately, Lu Ruyin clasped her hands together, a surge of lunar power emanating across the sea. "Tides, I have returned." As Lu Ruyin chanted, a colossal wave erupted from the ocean, surging towards the ark and the immense crack. Chapter 61. The Kill Gao Shuaiqi found himself suddenly plummeting to the lower deck. Startled by the unexpected commotion, yet he soon erupted into laughter. "Chu Fan, after all your efforts, is this it? Do you really think this pit can contain me?" Chu Fan, from the upper level, retorted with a smile, "This pit indeed cannot, but this can." Gao Shuaiqi looked up, confusion etched on his face. Suddenly, a colossal wave surged onto the deck, as if orchestrated by an unseen hand, and poured directly into the gaping hole. Gao Shuaiqi furrowed his brow. "Chu Fan, what trickery is this?" Chu Fan remained silent, merely unleashing a bolt of lightning. The electric current coursed through the water, causing Gao Shuaiqi to convulse momentarily. But that was all. As he observed the sea water rising to his chest, an ominous feeling began to envelop him. Soon, he would comprehend the source of his unease. Another wave crashed in with a thunderous roar, inundating the lower deck. Caught off guard, Gao Shuaiqi found himself swallowing mouthfuls of seawater, hastily resurfacing to expel the brine. Gasping for air, yet before he could gather himself, Chu Fan's voice rang out from above. "Gao Shuaiqi, your time has come." With that, he thrust the Sea King trident towards his face. "I've told you countless times, your weapons." Gao Shuaiqi barely activated his supernatural ability when he suddenly sank beneath the surface. Panic seized him, and he quickly retracted his powers, resurfacing to gulp in the air. Chu Fan rejoiced, realizing this tactic was indeed effective. Were it not for his second wife's ingenious idea, he might still be fretting over how to deal with this iron lump. At that moment, Lu Shangfei joined in, and upon seeing Gao Shuaiqi's head break the surface, hurled a fireball his way. "You old fool, I won't let you escape my flames." Gao Shuaiqi felt a scorching heat enveloping his head, followed by the acrid scent of singed hair. "Damn, do you wish to roast me alive?" he sputtered. It was then that Gao Shuaiqi fully grasped the intentions of Lu Ruyin and Chu Fan. On land, his powers rendered him nearly invincible, immune to all physical harm. At least within Chu Fan's team, there was no one capable of inflicting damage upon him. However, the primary flaw of metal was its density, significantly greater than that of water, which was precisely why Lu Ruyin had advised Chu Fan to utilize water. Fortunately, Chu Fan had intuitively understood Lu Ruyin's intent. Thus, for Gao Shuaiqi to float to the surface, he could not unleash his powers. Yet refraining from using his abilities meant enduring the assault from above. Consequently, he found himself bobbing in the water, swallowing mouthfuls of seawater, his frustration mounting. At that moment, Gao Shuaiqi, with his frizzed hair and bruised face, bellowed in fury. "Chu Fan, you despicable scoundrel. If you have the guts, come face me in a true battle." Chu Fan chuckled. "Very well, I shall now strike." With that, he unleashed another bolt of lightning, causing Gao Shuaiqi to writhe in the water, resembling a fish caught in an electric shock. The tale is far from over. Taking advantage of the moment, Lu Shangfei unleashed a fireball, fully gratifying Gao Shuaiqi's desire for flames in one hand and lightning in the other. At this juncture, Gao Shuaiqi felt an overwhelming urge to curse, lamenting the utter disregard for martial ethics displayed by these individuals. Yet, he found himself unable to utter a word. for as soon as he opened his mouth, a mouthful of seawater rushed in. "Wait, Chu Fan, hold on a moment," Gao Shuachi called out as he resurfaced, gasping for breath. "Chu Fan, I concede defeat. Is that not enough?" Chu Fan scoffed, retorting, "One should pursue the remnants of courage to vanquish the desperate foe. One cannot merely seek fame like a tyrant. Gao Shuachi, are you but a child of 3? Our conflict is one of life and death." Just then, a voice echoed, "Brother Chu Fan, allow me to intervene." It was Dragon Brother, assisted by Bai Jie, leaping from the Sea King. "Dragon Brother, how fares your injury?" Dragon Brother chuckled softly, leaning closer to whisper, "Brother, Barbara is truly remarkable. My wounds have healed entirely. We shall discuss this in detail later." Chu Fan nodded, casting a glance at Barbara, whose weary face revealed the tremendous toll of healing Dragon Brother. Barbara smiled gently at Chu Fan and nodded in acknowledgement, understanding her unspoken words. Chu Fan gave her a thumbs up. Dragon Brother approached the deck, requesting a cigarette from Chu Fan, lighting it before squatting down. Bai Jie interjected, "You've just recovered. Smoke less." Dragon Brother waved his hand dismissively. "It's fine, dear. I know my limits. Gao I along am accustomed to the ways of the world and live by loyalty. Since joining you, though I dare not speak of other matters, I can confidently assert that I have never wronged you, Gao Shuachi. Even if I do not agree with your methods, I have no desire to oppose you. I merely wish to protect my wife and live a good life." With that, Along took a deep drag of a cigarette, eyeing the disheveled Gao Shuachi below, and continued, "Though I'm not a saint, I understand the importance of conscience. To be a leader, one must shield their brothers. Yet you, Gao Shuachi, not only seek my life, but also covet my wife. This transgresses the rules of our realm. Breaking the rules warrants due punishment. Considering our brotherhood, I, Along, shall personally escort you on your final journey." Gao Shuachi stammered Along, "Let us speak civilly. I recognize my faults. I shall never dare again. Bai Jie, I implore you, spare me." Bai Jie turned away, refusing to look. The memory of her husband nearly perishing at this man's hands filled her with disdain. How could he have the audacity to plead for her intercession? Along chuckled, finishing his last drag before picking up a hefty wooden club from the ground. "It's time to go. Many brothers await you below." With that, Along cast aside any hesitation and swung the club at Gao Shuachi's head. In a moment of desperation, Gao Shuachi activated his abilities, sinking his body downward in a frantic attempt to evade the blow. However, Brother Long's subordinates did not relent. Gao Shuachi sank deeply to the bottom of the water as the wooden stick pressed firmly against his head. A resounding clang echoed as the metal collided with flesh. Brother Long held the stick tightly against Gao Shuachi's skull, observing as he struggled desperately beneath the surface. Gao Shuachi, his eyes rolling back in despair, gazed at the onlookers above, a complex array of emotions flashing through his eyes: hatred, bitterness, and a trace of remorse. At long last, a moment arrived when Gao Shuachi ceased his thrashing. Brother Long maintained the pressure for an additional 2 minutes before finally releasing the stick. Gao Shuachi's lifeless body floated to the surface, devoid of any breath. Gao Shuachi was dead. Chapter 62. The affiliation of the Tao. At this moment, the rain had ceased, and the sea monsters, much like the previous day, had submerged into the depths of the ocean. After tidying up the ark, Chu Fan merged it with the Poseidon, resulting in the latter expanding to twice its former size. The deck now boasted a 2-tiered cabin, with each level partitioned into 4 rooms. Barbara's complexion finally eased, allowing Chu Fan to breathe a sigh of relief. Observing his vessel, which had transformed from a humble wooden raft into a magnificent ship capable of accommodating several vehicles on its deck, he was filled with nostalgia. "Brother Long, are you feeling well?" Chu Fan inquired. Brother Long chuckled softly and replied, I am fine. There is something that has been weighing on my mind, and I must clarify it with you." Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, "What is it?" Clearing his throat and noticing the attention of everyone upon him, Brother Long decided to speak candidly. "As you know, I was once involved in the underworld. In my youth, I was rather reckless and always at the forefront during brawls. On one occasion, during a skirmish with a rival gang, I inadvertently sustained a serious injury. Since then, your sister-in-law has been left to endure a lonely life, which has inadvertently provided you with an opportunity. Chu Fan felt an acute sense of embarrassment, while Bai Jie's face flushed crimson, her delicate hand pinching Brother Long's waist. Ouch, that hurts, dear wife. Lu Ruyin and Barbara exchanged glances, with Lu Ruyin's lips curling into a subtle smile. I sensed something was amiss with you today. It turns out you have quite the sordid history. Realizing the conversation had veered into awkward territory, Chu Fan hastily redirected. Brother Long, please continue. What is it you wish to discuss? Brother Long resumed. Bai Jie has endured her share of grievances over the years. After much contemplation, I believe since you both harbor feelings for one another, it would be best for you to be together. Before Chu Fan could respond, Bai Jie sprang up, exclaiming along, what nonsense are you talking about? Speak truthfully. Do you find me undesirable? With a pained expression, Brother Long replied, Wife, it is not that I find you unattractive. It is merely that I cannot provide what you desire. Have you not longed for a divorce? I have consented. He then turned to Chu Fan with a heavy heart. Brother, please take good care of your sister-in-law. From now on, you shall be her guardian. Wait, Brother Long, I already have my hands full. You should retain this responsibility for yourself. Chu Fan hasti zito. Bai Jie, fuming, pointed an accusatory finger at Brother Long. Lu, what do you mean? You clearly find me lacking. Brother Long, whose real name was Lu Jin Long, grimaced, Wife, it is not that I disdain you. It is simply my condition. Furthermore, how will I manage my relationship with Brother Chu? Upon hearing this, Bai Jie sobbed even louder. Woe is me. If you truly find me unworthy, I might as well perish. Brother Long quickly embraced Bai Jie, soothing her with gentle words. Meanwhile, Chu Fan felt a headache brewing, surprised that a bullet from the past had taken a convoluted turn and now struck him squarely in the forehead. Long Ge found himself at a loss for words, unable to truly engage with the situation. Although he held no particular animosity towards Bai Jie, he pondered how he could possibly face Long Ge again after such an incident. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he cast a pleading glance towards Lu Ruyin, who was casually enjoying her snacks nearby. Lu Ruyin noticed Chu Fan's gaze and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, though her expression feigned discontent. All right, just tell me the whole story honestly, and I'll see if there is a way to resolve this, she instructed. Despite his reluctance, Chu Fan understood that withholding the truth at this juncture would be rather ungentlemanly. He steeled himself and recounted his past with Bai Jie. Finally, he raised his right hand and swore, I truly had no idea that Long Ge and Bai Jie were not yet divorced. Lu Ruyin emitted a sound of disapproval, regarding Chu Fan with a look of disdain. I can't believe you have such a history. I wonder how you've managed to navigate through life. Chu Fan pleaded. Let's not dwell on that. Do you have any good ideas to persuade these two? At that moment, it seemed only Lu Ruyin, the master of psychological manipulation, could sway Long Ge and Bai Jie. She playfully pinched Chu Fan's arm and whispered, if you're not honest from now on, just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Seeing that Chu Fan was too intimidated to respond, she nodded and approached Long Ge and Bai Jie. Listen, you two, there is really no need for this. Long Ge looked troubled and said, Miss Lu, what do you propose we do? Lu Ruyin, with a calm demeanor, replied, You're both quite foolish. Let me ask you this. Wasn't Chu Fan in a dire state in front of you? Long Ge and Bai Jie exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, he was in a terrible condition. Lu Ruyin continued. So how did you end up here? Long Ge contemplated before saying, After Chu Fan fell, the sky suddenly darkened, and then I felt a sharp pain in my chest. When I regained consciousness, I found myself here. Bai Jie echoed, experienced the same. A sharp pain in my chest, and then I was here. Lu Shangfei chimed in. What a coincidence. I experienced it too. Lu Ruyin nodded and elaborated. Thus, this reveals something significant. All eyes turned to her as they queried in unison. What is it? Chu Fan listened intently, his curiosity piqued by Lu Ruyin's words. It signifies that none of us are the same as we once were. We may be versions of ourselves from parallel universes forcibly drawn into this world. Long Ge felt overwhelmed and quickly said, Miss Lu, could you please speak in plain language? I'm struggling to comprehend. Lu Ruyin continued, It's quite simple. If our current bodies were indeed the same as before, Wouldn't Chu Fan be in pieces right now? Longa slapped his thigh in realization and exclaimed, "Now I understand. You're onto something." Lu Ria nodded. Hence, the Baijia who once had a history with Chu Fan belongs to that world, while the Baijia in this world is a completely new entity, with whom Chu Fan has had no prior connection whatsoever. Alternatively, one might say that the Chu Fan who had engaged with Baijia is utterly deceased. This Chu Fan is a completely new incarnation. Chu Fan's eyes sparkled as he nodded enthusiastically, akin to a chick pecking at grains. Indeed, you speak the truth. Brother Long found this notion somewhat plausible, yet a lingering sense of disquiet remained. At that moment, Lu Ruyin finally revealed her trump card. In truth, validating this matter is quite simple. You two lovebirds should venture into that room, and perhaps you will discover a delightful surprise. While Brother Long remained skeptical, Baijia's eyes suddenly gleamed with realization. "That makes sense, Along. Let us hasten," she exclaimed, and without further ado, she seized Along and dashed towards the cabin. After they had departed, Chu Fan inquired, "Second wife, is this method reliable?" Lu Ruyin unveiled a mysterious smile and softly replied, "Rest assured, you shall know the answer shortly." As if struck by an epiphany, Lu Ruyin suddenly turned to the dazed Lu Shang Fei standing nearby and commanded, "Xiao Fei, go to the lower cabin quickly." One would expect Lu Shang Fei to hesitate. Yet, curiously, he displayed an unusual compliance. With a murmured acknowledgement, he lowered his head and proceeded towards the lower cabin. Lu Ruyin furrowed her brow slightly, sensing that something was amiss with her brother. Chapter 63. Brother Long's Extraordinary Ability. 10 minutes later, Brother Long and Bai Jia emerged from the cabin, their faces alight with joy. "I can't believe it. Miss Lu, you are absolutely right. It seems we have indeed been granted new bodies," Brother Long exclaimed, his fists pumping with exhilaration, a grin broader than ever adorning his face. Beside him, Bai Jia blushed deeply, her gaze cast downward, her eyes shimmering with affection. Chu Fan, taken aback, inquired, "Wait, Brother Long, did it happen so quickly?" Embarrassed, Brother Long scratched his head. "Well, I was just so thrilled. Finally, I can stand tall again. That's what truly matters. Isn't that right, dear wife?" Bai Jian nodded enthusiastically, surprised that after her husband had been incapacitated for 7 or 8 years, he could once again regain his vigor. Zhu Fan, moved by Brother Long's joy, clapped his hands and said, "That's wonderful news, Brother Long and sister-in-law. Congratulations to you both." Brother Long chuckled and patted Chu Fan on the shoulder. "Kid, let us put this behind us. You must never harbor any thoughts about my wife again." Chu Fan quickly waved his hands. "How could that be, Brother Long? It was all a misunderstanding. Besides, I've already paid my dues in the past." Brother Long nodded in agreement. "You're absolutely right. Let's leave it at that." After pondering for a moment, Chu Fan continued, "To celebrate your reunion and your restored normalcy, allow me to present you with a gift." With that, he produced the last remaining divine fruit from his space. The fruit resembled a pineapple, but radiated an unusual purple hue. Brother Long, puzzled, asked, "What kind of fruit is this, my brother? A purple pineapple?" Chu Fan chuckled and explained, "This is no ordinary pineapple. Aren't you curious why we have all suddenly acquired extraordinary abilities?" He paused before adding, "Including Gao Shuaqi, who possesses the power to manipulate metals." Brother Long's eyes lit up. "Are you saying that consuming this fruit will grant us superpowers?" Zhu Fan not that happy, my see. Brother Long took the fruit, scrutinizing it with intrigue. "Brother, isn't this a bit too precious?" Chu Fan shook his head. "Not at all. Each person can only consume one, and this one is an extra, so it's yours." Sensing Brother Long's hesitation, he added, "If you're worried about my intentions, please don't feel obligated." With Chu Fan's earnest words, Brother Long relented. "All right, I acknowledge you as my brother. But what kind of ability does this fruit bestow?" Chu Fan replied, "That's hard to say. Each fruit grants a different power. For instance, I can control lightning. Xiao Fei wields fire. Barbara has what attributes with healing abilities, and Ru Yin possesses the moon god's fruit, allowing her to manipulate water elements." Listening to Chu Fan's descriptions, Brother Long sighed in admiration before handing the fruit to his wife. "Dear, this is for you." Bai Jia was taken aback. "For me? Why?" Brother Long grinned. I'm afraid others might have designs on you. If you grow stronger, you can protect yourself. Bai Jie playfully tapped his forehead. You're such a fool. With you around, I'm perfectly safe. I don't need it. If you insist on giving it to me, I'll take it as a sign that you no longer want me. Long Ge ran his fingers through his hair and said, Look at how you phrase that. Fine, fine, I shall eat it myself. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Long Ge took a hearty bite of the divine fruit. The flavor was quite pleasant, albeit slightly tangy. Suddenly, Long Ge froze, and his body was enveloped in a layer of golden light. In an instant, he underwent a visibly remarkable transformation. To the astonishment of the 4 onlookers, Long Ge's form had morphed into countless grains of sand. It turned out to be a fruit of the sand attribute. Chu Fan felt a jolt in his heart. This fruit was indeed formidable. It seemed Long Ge's fortune was equally impressive. Bai Jie gasped. What is happening, darling? Are you all right? Long Ge let out a hearty laugh. Wife, I'm perfectly fine. I feel incredibly powerful right now. No sooner had he spoken than he transformed into a swirling cloud of yellow sand, moving across the ground. When he reverted to his original form, he had already appeared 5 meters away. After playing around for a while, he finally returned to his usual self. Thank you, brother. Long Ge sincerely expressed his gratitude to Chu Fan. Although he had never set foot on that ghost ship, he could surmise that the value of such a fruit must be astonishing. Bai Jie tentatively touched her husband to confirm he was still Lu Jinlong before she felt reassured. Lu Ruyin suddenly interjected, All right, we've been at this all morning. I suggest everyone take a break. I assume Long Ge and his wife have much to discuss. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. You've thought this through well, second wife. Long Ge, you and your wife should rest first. We will have a barbecue later. Long Ge nodded, all right. He turned and led Bai Jie toward the cabin, chatting softly as they walked. Hurry, dear, let us conduct an experiment. Bai Jie asked in surprise. What experiment? Long Ge replied. I've heard that sand hardens when it comes into contact with water. Bai Jie. Zhu Fan. Lu Ruyen. Barbara. Once the door closed behind them, Chu Fan cleared his throat awkwardly and asked, Ruyen, we were fortunate to have you today. By the way, is what you said true? Lu Ruyen smiled slightly. The body is indeed renewed, but any inherent flaws should remain. Just think about that lung cancer patient. This left Chu Fan even more perplexed. So what about Long Ge? At that moment, Barbara raised her hand. I told Ru Yin that this was the first time using abilities to heal such severe injuries. That SY enveloped his entire body with my powers, leading Ru Yin to deduce that it's quite possible his hidden ailments were inadvertently healed as well. Chu Fan's eyes lit up. Wow, big wife, I didn't realize you could heal even this. But second wife, you're impressive too. You really hit the nail on the head. Lu Ru Yin waved her hand. Let's not discuss that for now. I'm a bit concerned about Xiao Fei. Barbara and Chu Fan exchanged glances and asked, Xiao Fei? What happened to Xiao Fei? Lu Ruyen shook her head and replied, I am uncertain. But I know him too well. His recent behavior has been quite unusual. Chu Fan pondered for a moment and suggested, Shall I have a conversation with him? After a brief pause, Lu Ruyen responded, Perhaps we should go together. In the lower chamber of the Sea King, Lu Shangfei lay on his bed, toying with a searchlight. Xiao Fei, what are you up to? Upon hearing this voice, Lu Shangfei sat up. Sister, brother-in-law, and Sister Barbara, what brings you all here? Chu Fan smiled and said, We came to visit my little brother-in-law. It's rather dim down here. There are more rooms upstairs, so you should move up there. All right, I'll choose a room and relocate later, Lu Shangfei replied, lacking his usual exuberance, which seemed rather out of character. Lu Ruoyan remarked lightly, Xiao Fei, have you encountered any troubles? Lu Shangfei was taken aback, touching his nose as he answered, Huh? No. What troubles could I possibly have? Lu Ruoyan interrupted, Enough. Ever since you were little, you've touched your nose whenever you lied. If something is bothering you, just tell us. Barbara added, Indeed, Xiao Fei. Speak up if something is troubling you. We can help you figure it out. Chu Fan approached Lu Shangfei, placing a hand on his shoulder with a mischievous grin. I see. Could it be that our Xiao Fei is growing up and beginning to think about women? Lu Shangfei shuddered, looking at Chu Fan in disbelief. I'm not. I haven't tea. Don't say such things. Now it was Chu Fan's turn to feel unsettled. Lu Shangfei's vehement denial spoke volumes. No, little brother-in-law. So it seems you are indeed experiencing youthful infatuation. Chapter 64. Lu Shangfei's decision upon hearing these words. Lu Ruyan suddenly fell into a reverie. It was only at that moment she realized that the little boy who had always been circling around her had grown up. Both siblings had inherited their parents' remarkable genes. Lu Ruyan was strikingly beautiful, and Lu Shangfei's looks could rival any youthful heartthrob. Yet, in Lu Ruyan's heart, her brother remained an eternal child. It was only when Chu Fan's words jolted her that she understood her brother had indeed matured into an adult. Lu Shangfei, unaware of his sister's thoughts, cast a timid glance at her before whispering, "Brother-in-law, what nonsense are you spouting?" "I'm not." Chu Fan laughed heartily. "You cheeky rascal, don't be shy. Speak up. What is it?" Lu Shangfei glanced at his sister again, displaying a conflicted expression. With a sigh, Lu Ruyan encouraged, "Go on, I want to be angry. You can tell me anything." Feeling the gaze of the three upon him, Lu Shangfei finally spoke. "Then I'll say it, but you must promise not to hit me." Lu Ruyan gently replied, "All right, I promise I won't hit you anymore." Oblivious to the deeper meaning behind his sister's words, Lu Shangfei chuckled before revealing the reason for his distress. "Actually, I've been seeing a girlfriend at university, and we have a great relationship. But you've always insisted I focus on my studies and not date, so I didn't dare let you know." After saying this, he glanced at Lu Ruyan, and noticing she wasn't angry, he continued, "She just messaged me. It turns out she is here too, but she is in the 10099C region. So, you wish to find her?" Lu Shangfei nodded. "Yes, her situation isn't good, and I'm quite worried about her." Following this, he fell silent. A look of concern etched on his face as he gazed at his sister. Traditionally, she would not agree to such a request. It appeared he would need to enlist his brother-in-law's assistance. Just as he contemplated this, Lu Ruyan surprised him by asking, "Have you thought it through?" "Yes, I have, because I truly like her." Lu Shangfei's expression was unusually serious. "Let us step outside. The air in here is quite stifling." After this remark, Lu Ruyan led the way out. Chu Fan understood that Lu Ruyan sought an opportunity for a private conversation with Lu Shangfei. He pulled Lu Shangfei aside and asked, "Little Fei, now that you've reconnected with your girlfriend, shouldn't you be happy?" "Why the long face?" Lu Shangfei replied with a bitter smile, "Brother-in-law, you know as well as I do that, if I say it outright, my sister will definitely disapprove." Chu Fan nodded, acknowledging the reality. The world had indeed become perilous. And in the past, Lu Ruyan would have likely opposed such a notion. With a reassuring smile, he responded, "That was then. Now things are different. You've awakened your abilities, and there are few who could harm you. I believe you could be a bit bolder." Upon hearing this, a flicker of joy crossed Lu Shangfei's face. "Really? Brother-in-law, you must help me say a few words later. Rest assured it's all on me." Chu Fan patted his chest confidently. Upon reaching the deck, Lu Ruyan calmly inquired, "Now, tell me about that girl." Lu Shangfei scratched his head and replied, "We attended the same high school, then both got into the same university and ended up in the same class, and then..." He was taken aback. "I didn't expect you to keep this from me so well." Chu Fan interjected, "After all, Xiao Fei is a grown man now. Isn't it quite normal for him to be in love?" Lu Ruyan then asked, "Aren't you afraid of encountering danger?" Lu Shangfei boldly responded, "Not at all. I'm an adult now, and with my newfound abilities, I can certainly protect myself." After a brief silence, Lu Ruyan smiled and said, "Since you have made up your mind, then go ahead and pursue it." Lu Shangfei was momentarily stunned, unable to believe her words. "Sister, are you serious?" "Yes, you are right. You have grown up, and it is time for you to venture out on your own. I once thought that ensuring your safety was my responsibility, but I have come to realize that keeping you under my protection without allowing you the freedom to pursue your desires must be quite painful for you." Lu Shangfei's eyes reddened as he murmured, "Really, sister, why are you suddenly saying such sentimental things?" Lu Ruyan replied, "But you must promise me, no matter what, to take good care of yourself. I hope that in the near future, you can introduce me to your girlfriend." Lu Shangfei immediately pledged, "All right, I promise." At that moment, a voice suddenly chimed in, "Xiao Fei, I'm coming with you." Everyone turned in astonishment to see Long Gu and his wife emerging from the room. Lu Shangfei stood there in disbelief. Long Gu, are you serious? Long Gu quickly affirmed, of course. In the past, I lacked the capability and just wanted to lead a peaceful life with your sister. Now that I have abilities as well, it's time for me to venture out. Lu Ruyan's eyes brightened upon hearing this. Long Ji's choice was indeed splendid. Firstly, it spared Bai Jie from the daily awkward encounters with Chu Fan. Over time, such situations would become uncomfortable. Secondly, with Long Gu accompanying Lu Shangfei, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to harm them in the short term. Bai Jie stood quietly behind Long Gu, looking down, evidently in agreement with the plan. After contemplating, Chu Fan also found this approach commendable. He nodded and said, "That's truly wonderful, Long Gu. I entrust Xiao Shu to you, so please take good care of him. With me and your sister around, Xiao Fei will be just fine." Lu Ruyan seemed to exhale in relief and softly expressed, "Thank you, Long Gu." Why so polite? Let's get to grilling. My stomach is growling. Lu Shangfei ignited a flame with his fingers, declaring, "I'll start the fire." Thus, the six of them aboard the Sea King began their seaside barbecue party. The delightful aroma wafted far and wide, capturing the attention of nearby vessels. Is this the prowess of the elite? While we are still troubled by survival, the illustrious ones are already reveling in festivities. On a small boat not far from the majestic Sea King, Li Run gazed at its towering silhouette, biting her lip as she finally resolved to take action. Suddenly, Chu Fan smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh no, with you all gone, I won't have enough for a team of 6. Long Gu chuckled, "With your current reputation, finding 2 more companions will be a mere trifle." Chu Fan retorted, "It must be individuals who share the same aspirations." At that moment, the wristband of Lu Ruan, seated nearby, suddenly illuminated. After a quick check, she smiled and said, "What a coincidence! The new teammates you were seeking have arrived." Chapter 65. New crew members 5 minutes later, the dilapidated boat, appearing as though it might sink at any moment, glided alongside the Neptune. "Lu Ruyan," a woman's voice rang out. Lu Ruyan stood up and, upon seeing the visitor, joyfully raised her hand. "Ruoyan." Long Gu glanced over from a distance, his eyes lighting up as he gave a thumbs up. "Brother, I must say, I truly admire you at times. How is it that you are surrounded by such beauties?" These two are certainly no less stunning than Barbara and the esteemed Lu. Sensing the predatory gaze from Bai Jie beside him, Long Gu quickly added, "However, I'm getting on in years. I have no such thoughts. One sister-in-law is more than enough for me." Bai Jie huffed in response, "At least you know your place." At that moment, Lu Ruyan led the 2 women aboard the ship. "Chu Fan, allow me to introduce you to my dear friend, Li Ruoyan. And this is her twin sister, Li Ruoxi." Chu Fan's eyes sparkled. Indeed, she was as renowned as Lu Ruyan, her beauty truly exceptional. Li Ruoyan was clad in a wrinkled shirt, her black stockings riddled with holes, and her hair slightly tousled. Yet, this merely lent her an air of casual charm, accentuated by her petite waist and slightly parted cherry lips, evoking a sense of tender affection. Suddenly, Bai Jie stood up. "Li Ruoxi, you're that actress from the web series? Li Ruoxi?" Li Ruoxi was taken aback, surprised that someone here recognized her. She nodded, "Yes, that's me." "How do you know who I am?" Bai Jie exclaimed, "Oh, I absolutely adore your role in that web series. I never imagined you would be even more beautiful in person." Li Ruoxi smiled faintly. "You flatter me. You're quite lovely yourself." Chu Fan approached the twin sisters, extending his right hand. "You must be Ifuni Na. I never expected you to be so enchanting in person. It's a pleasure to meet you." Li Ruoyan's cheeks flushed as she extended her delicate hand, shaking his gently. "I apologize. Our boat was attacked by a sea monster, and my sister and I were so frightened that we could only hide in the cabin and scream. We had no choice but to trouble you." Just as she spoke, a tremendous crack echoed across the surface of the sea. Everyone turned to see that the boat the Li sisters had arrived on had, astonishingly, split in 2, poised to sink into the depths. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi turned pale with fear. Had they been even a moment later, they might have met a watery grave. Noticing her friend's distress, Lu Ruyan said to Chu Fan, "You all enjoy your meal. I'll take them to freshen up." Chu Fan nodded, and Lu Ruyan took Li Ruoyan's hand. leading her towards a cabin. Li Ruo, she glanced back at the group, casting a special look at Chu Fan before following suit. What? You actually have a place to bathe here? Li Ruo Yin was momentarily stunned upon hearing her dear friend mention the availability of hot water for bathing. The Neptune was truly magnificent to have such amenities. The two sisters have recently found using the restroom to be quite a challenge. Li Ruoxi was taken aback upon hearing this. After all, she was an idol, having traversed into this realm for several days without a single bath, let alone a change of clothes, was unfathomable to her in the past. Upon hearing that there was finally a place to bathe, the joy on her face could no longer be concealed. Sister Rian, thank you. You truly are as beautiful as my sister described. Lu Rian smiled and replied, Ruoxi, although this is our first meeting, there is no need for such formalities given my relationship with your sister. If we are to speak of beauty, you and your sister are no less than I. After exchanging pleasantries for a while longer, the Li sisters entered the restroom, shedding their nearly worn-out outer garments and stockings, indulging in a delightful bath. Sister, why does this feel a bit unreal? In the bathtub, Li Ruoxi scrubbed her body and spoke to Li Ruoyan. Why? Li Ruoyan asked. Just a few days ago, we were enduring what kind of days at sea, and now look at this place. We all came together, so why are they so impressive? Li Ruoyan shook her head, saying, I do not know, but you must remain discreet. They owe us nothing. Li Ruoxi waved her hand, assuring, rest assured, sister, I have a sense of propriety. However, that Chu Fan is indeed quite handsome. As the sisters conversed, relishing the long-awaited refreshment, they spent a full half-hour in the bath. Soon, however, they encountered a rather embarrassing predicament. They had no change of clothes. What should we do, sister? This outfit is beyond wearing again. Li Ruoyan exclaimed, feeling a headache coming on. In the excitement of discovering a bathing area, they had completely forgotten that this was not their room back on Earth. They had only the clothes they were wearing, with no alternatives available. With no other option, they decided to seek Lu Rian's assistance. Rian, do you have any spare clothes? We simply cannot wear these anymore. Li Ruoyan wrapped a towel around her body, the outline of her delicate curves subtly visible. Lu Rian shook her head, stating, I do not have any extra clothing either. We can only turn to Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, inquired, Chu Fan? How would he have women's clothing? Lu Rian pointed to her own attire and introduced, you see, this outfit was given to me by Chu Fan. It possesses a kind of black technology that automatically adapts to your body shape and features thermal resistance. Truly remarkable. Li Ruoyan marveled. How impressive. Chu Fan is indeed very kind to you. Li Ruoxi then asked, Sister Rian, could you please ask Chu Fan if he has more such clothing? Could we borrow a couple of sets? Seeing Li Ruoyan's eager expression, Lu Rian sighed. All right, I will inquire, but I cannot guarantee anything. As Lu Rian departed, Li Ruoxi curiously asked, Sister, isn't Rian already involved with Chu Fan? Wouldn't it be easy for her to ask for 2 sets of clothes? Li Ruoyan spoke with a serious tone. Ruoxi, Rian is a person of clear intellect and exceptional intelligence. She would never engage in such arrogant behavior due to favoritism. One can discern this from her relationship with Barbara. Li Ruoxi nodded in understanding. I see, but I still cannot fathom what is so appealing about Chu Fan. She then mumbled to herself, I wonder how Barbara developed the way she did. I truly wish to inquire about it. As she spoke, she lightly patted her chest. How can the disparity be so vast among women? Li Ruoyan shook her head, yet her mind began to contemplate earnestly. Would it be possible for the 2 sisters to remain aboard the Sea King? If so, in what capacity? Would Chu Fan accept both her and her sister? Chapter 66. Su Dompa's idol Chu Fan. Come here. On the deck, Lu Ruoyan called out. Chu Fan approached and inquired, What's up, Tiger Girl? Lu Ruoyan was taken aback. What Tiger Girl? Chu Fan chuckled. That's a term of endearment for you. Lu Ruoyan's face flushed crimson as she finally grasped Chu Fan's implication. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not call me that. It sounds dreadful. Ruoyan and the others are bathing inside. Chu Fan laughed. You and T want me to sneak a peek while they're bathing. Would you? Let me assure you, I am not that kind of person. Lu Ruoyan shot him a sidelong glance. When you're being casual, you're hardly human. Are you? What a fanciful notion. I must ask, do they have any spare clothes? They haven't had a chance to change. Fearing that Chu Fan might feel awkward, Lu Ruoyan added, "Do not worry about my feelings. I understand these garments are precious. Whether you give them or not is entirely your decision." Chu Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully and murmured, "I do have a few spare outfits. I suppose giving them a couple wooden tea be out of the question. However, these clothes are reserved for teammates." Lu Ruoyan immediately replied, "They are willing to remain on the ship as teammates." Chu Fan nodded, "That simplifies matters greatly. But I do not harbor idle individuals on my vessel. They must contribute in some manner." Lu Ruoyan agreed, "Indeed, that condition is quite reasonable. Is there anything specific you need them to do?" Chu Fan pondered for a moment. "We are in need of someone to clean, a cook, and perhaps someone to give massages. Ask them if they can manage these tasks. If they can, they may stay." Lu Ruoyan furrowed her brow slightly, but did not reject the idea. "All right, I will inquire." Taking the 2 sets of Sea King attire that Chu Fan had produced, Lu Ruoyan returned to the bathroom. Without hesitation, she relayed Chu Fan's message. "What? Surely Chu Fan cannot be so unfeeling." Li Ruoshi exclaimed, her mouth agape in disbelief. "I'm a star in my own right. How can I possibly serve others?" Li Ruoyan quickly interjected to prevent her sister from continuing. "It's quite reasonable. As long as you can find refuge on the ship and have something to eat, we are willing to do anything." Lu Ruoyan sighed softly. Despite being her close friend, there were certain principles she could not compromise. "Well then, put on these outfits. And once you're ready, come out for a bite to eat." After closing the door, Li Ruoyan turned to her sister with a serious expression. "Ruoshi, times have changed. Put away that pathetic sense of superiority. No one will indulge you." She added, "I can help you out, but those words you just uttered must never be spoken again." Li Ruoshi stuck out her tongue. "I understand. Now let's try on these clothes." A moment later, Chu Fan found himself captivated by the sight of the sisters emerging from the cabin. Li Ruoyan, clad in her Sea King attire, had transformed into a professional ensemble. A white blouse paired with a sleek black pencil skirt and black stockings emblazoned with bold letters, showcasing her long, graceful legs. Her hair was elegantly tied up, embodying the essence of a corporate goddess. The younger sister, Li Ruoshi, donned a charming JK uniform, featuring a white top, a gray short skirt, and a striking red bow at her chest. Perhaps due to her burgeoning career, her skin appeared exceptionally supple, and this ensemble imbued her with an abundant sense of youthful femininity. As for their resemblance, it was nearly indistinguishable, if one were to note a difference. It might be that Li Ruoshi's bosom seemed to be a size smaller, not exceeding a C-cup. Noticing Chu Fan lost in thought, Lu Ruoyan gently cleared her throat, prompting him to snap back to reality. "Very well, since you both agree, let us proceed to apply for your inclusion in my fleet." The Li sisters nodded in affirmation, softly replying, "All right." Moments later, Chu Fan's wrist communicator chimed with 2 notifications, likely the sisters' request to join. Upon opening it, he nearly burst out laughing. The first request read, "Player I, Fulanina, request to join the Neptune. Do you accept?" Naturally, he recognized this as Li Ruoyan. The second message, however, was rather amusing. "Player Mountain Monkey with the most radiant behind request to join the Neptune. Do you accept?" This must be Li Ruoshi. Unable to contain his curiosity, Chu Fan inquired, "But come now, you're a star. How did you come by such a name?" Li Ruoshi blushed and explained, "I just didn't want anyone to recognize me, so I picked a random name." Chu Fan laughed heartily and accepted the requests. "Since we are teammates now, let us not stand on ceremony. Come, let's share a meal together." At that moment, Long Gu stood up and said, "Brother Chu Fan, Xiao Fei and I will go seek out an abandoned ship to start anew." Chu Fan nodded in agreement. "All right, if you need any materials, feel free to take from me." After merging with the Ark, there was a surplus of supplies on the Neptune, making the repair of a small vessel quite feasible. Long Gu chuckled. "Rest assured, I won't be shy about it. Let us go, Xiao Fei." With that, they set off to the sea in search of those forsaken vessels. Chu Fan glanced at the 2 sisters and suddenly remarked, "Ruoshi, I believe I've heard you sing a song before, and it was quite delightful. Could you sing it for me?" Li Ruoshi, puzzled, replied, "You've heard my song? Which one?" Chu Fan recalled. It was something like Su Dompa S Idol. Li Ruoshi was taken aback. "Did I really sing that?" Meanwhile, Lu Ruoyan interjected with a bemused expression, "Chu Fan, Are you sure you're not referring to Super Idol S Smile? With a clap of his thigh, Chu Fan exclaimed. Yes, that S it. Super S Idol S Smile. Li Ruoshi burst into laughter, and Li Ruoyan couldn't help but join in. Chu Fan chuckled. Barbara, it seems I must learn more foreign languages from you. Cleared her throat, Li Ruoshi began to sing across the vast expanse of the sea. Super Idol S Smile is not as sweet as yours. The midday sun in August is not as dazzling as you. You, who are enamored with 105C and the pure, crystalline distilled water. Truly, the experience of being present is far more melodious than what one might perceive through brief video clips. At that moment, a sudden commotion arose upon the surface of the sea, as the previously silent ghost ship stirred to life. A woman appeared at the very spot where he stood the day before, gazing thoughtfully at the vessels upon the water. Esteemed guests, our treasure chamber has received new delights. Feel free to visit if you desire. As she spoke, the woman deliberately cast her gaze towards the direction of the Sea King. Mr. Chu Fan, Leonard specifically instructed me to convey to you that we have something here today that you yearn for. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan's expression turned solemn. It was indeed a message from me. What could it possibly be? This successfully piqued Chu Fan's curiosity. Beside him, Lu Ruyan and Barbara chimed in unison, declaring, we wish to join as well. Chu Fan, momentarily taken aback, chuckled heartily and replied, very well, let us embark together and see what awaits us. Chapter 67. The Thunder God S Dominance at Sea. Chu Fan looked at the two women gazing at him, feeling a wave of amusement. After a brief excursion on a ship yesterday, he had unexpectedly gained an additional companion. It was evident that the two had come to keep a watchful eye on him. After greeting Long Gu and Lu Shangfei, the group expressed their desire to experience the world beyond. After considering it for a moment, Chu Fan decided, then let us all go together. Moments later, they boarded the Phantom ship and entered the opulent cabin. For Barbara and the others, it was their first visit, and they were instantly awestruck by the lavishness of the room. Mr. Chu Fan, I am Chiao Air. Lian Air asked me to deliver this to you before she left. The maid, who had taken over from Lian Air, handed over a small box shortly after they boarded. Chu Fan expressed his gratitude and opened the wooden box. Inside lay a sheet of white paper filled with elegant handwriting, a small booklet, and a peculiar object that was both wooden and metallic in appearance. First, he picked up the white paper, which he presumed to be S message. Chu Fan, congratulations on successfully becoming an ability wielder. Regrettably, I cannot be by your side, so I wish to share some insights about the cultivation world. This realm is abundant with divine fruits, each possessing unique abilities. Aside from some specialized occupational powers, combat-oriented fruits can generally be categorized into 3 realms: mortal, celestial, and divine. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor levels. To ascend to a higher stage, one must undergo special trials, the methods of which will only be revealed upon selecting a cultivation technique. Therefore, to embark on the path of martial cultivation, one must possess the appropriate technique. It is important to note that the same attribute divine fruits are not unique in this world. Thus, the strength of the cultivation technique ultimately determines the upper limits of one's training. Techniques are ranked from S to D based on their potency. I have preserved this S-rank lightning cultivation technique, the Thunder God S Dominance at Sea, which I collected many years ago to revive my Fox Demon clan. It is said to be the most formidable lightning secret technique in existence. Keeping it serves no purpose for me, but will be quite suitable for you. You are destined to master this supreme lightning art and traverse the world with unparalleled prowess. Yours affectionately, E. Oh, and by the way, that wooden object is called the Thunderwood, which should prove useful in your cultivation practice. After reading E.'s heartfelt letter, Chu Fan felt a profound sense of her deep affection. Such a precious item must have cost her dearly. As for her claim that it would be of no use to her, that was clearly mere consolation for him. Thank you, E. I, Chu Fan, will not disappoint you. Next, he picked up the small booklet, the title boldly inscribed as Thunder God S Dominance at Sea. However, it was evident that this was not the ideal location for cultivation. Chu Fan carefully placed everything back into the wooden box, intending to study it in detail upon returning to the Sea King. This is far too expensive. I cannot afford it. The sound of Lu Shangfei's voice drifted over, prompting Chu Fan to approach out of curiosity. Upon his arrival, he discovered that today's display case contained not only 3 divine fruits, but also an array of cultivation techniques. There was the Xianming True Water Sutra, an S-rank water attribute technique, the Finshin Chitty Formula, an S-rank fire attribute technique, the Qingdi Longevity Sutra, an S-rank wood attribute technique, and the Hutu Xianwang skill, an A-rank earth attribute technique. These perfectly corresponded to the water attribute of Lu Ruyan, the fire attribute of Lu Shangfei, the wood attribute of Barbara, and the earth attribute of Long Ge. This led Chu Fan to harbor a vague suspicion that someone was aware of the awakened powers of those aboard his ship and had deliberately prepared these techniques. Among these techniques, the A-rank ones were priced an astounding 30,000 points, while each S-rank technique commanded a staggering 50,000 points. Confused, Chu Fan summoned Kioe. Miss Qiao, why are the techniques more expensive than the divine fruits? With a smile, Qiao Air replied, it's quite simple. These techniques are specifically tailored for those who have obtained the divine fruits. Chu Fan paused for a moment, then grasped the implication, marveling at the brilliance of the treasure hall's master. For those without awakened powers, these techniques were nearly worthless. Yet for those who had awakened their abilities, lacking these techniques meant they could never embark on the path of martial cultivation. It was akin to providing someone with a stimulant without revealing where to find the ethereal realms. Lu Ruyan and the others shook their heads in resignation, acknowledging that possessing such techniques in the near future seemed impossible. However, Chu Fan chuckled, for while others lacked points, he was abundant in them. In the Forsaken Land, when the Vile Dragon had sought to trade with him, it had presented over a dozen dragon-patterned gold coins. Chu Fan kept 8 for himself and gave a remainder to Yi, adding to the 2 previous dragon-patterned coins and the 3 goblin coins. The total value of these coins amounted to an astonishing 1,030,000 points. Thus, purchasing these techniques was a mere trifle for Chu Fan. Seeing the expressions of regret on everyone's faces, he could not help but laugh. Why the haste? Speak up about what you desire. Today, all expenses are on me. Chu Gongzi. How arrogant. A cold scoff suddenly resonated from a corner of the room. Chu Fan turned in surprise to see a striking pair, a handsome man and a beautiful woman, approaching from the entrance. The immediate thought that crossed everyone's mind was how striking they appeared. The woman was slender, clad in a fitted t-shirt and stylish pants, boasting an astonishing waist-to-hip ratio and exquisite features that were truly pleasing to the eye. The man, dressed in a tailored suit and possessing a handsome visage, bore an eagle-like nose that lent him an air of subtle malevolence. It was from him that the derisive remark had originated. Furrowing his brow, Chu Fan inquired, "Who are you?" The man responded with a cold smirk, "You, lacking strength, dare to pretend to be a big shot? The items here are far beyond your means." At that moment, Qiao Air, sensing the tension in the atmosphere, hurriedly stepped forward to explain. "Mr. Chu, these 2 are the captains of the War God, ranked first in the point standings of the number 10C region, Yi Fei and Chun Shutong. They specifically came here after hearing that we possess water and fire attribute techniques." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. It was no wonder they spoke so arrogantly, being the top rankers of the number 10C region. However, if they intended to show off in front of him, they should not blame him for retaliating. With this thought, Chu Fan replied with a cold smile, "What makes you think I lack the capability?" Yi Fei stepped closer and, noticing the stunningly beautiful Lu Ruyan, Barbara, and the Li sisters at the back, felt a jolt of surprise. He had not anticipated the presence of so many exquisite women here. He reveled in the opportunity to show off before them. Adopting what he believed to be a cool demeanor, he proclaimed loudly, "Your top rank in the 10087C region only boasts over 800 points. Even if you're the famed Chu Fan, you only have around 800 points. What gives you the right to procure items from here?" Chu Fan chuckled in response. "So, I take it your points must be quite impressive then?" Yi Fei cast a glance at Lu Ruyan and Barbara, unabashedly appreciating their beauty before declaring, "My points are beyond your imagination." Lu Ruyan snorted derisively, while Barbara wore a look of disdain. Was this man deranged? Arriving with such arrogance was truly beneath him. Chu Fan replied, "If that is the case, let's have a competition and see how many items you can take away from here today." Ye fi coldi retorted. You are courting death. Chapter 68. The auction. At this moment, several individuals entered the room, all appearing to be from the 10087C region. What is happening? Is someone provoking Chu Fan? Hush, speak softly. It is said that this person hails from the 10th C region. Goodness. Are those divine fruits priced at 10,000 points each? What is this? Look at those various techniques. The cheapest among them is worth 30,000 points. The group murmured amongst themselves, recounting the recent events. Truly, is this individual so remarkably powerful? It seems plausible, yet regrettably, although Chu Fan ranks first among us, his points are insufficient on the grand oceanic scale. Chu Fan soon grasped the situation. The so-called division of sea regions likely follows a sequential order. Those ranked higher may have been transported here earlier. It is akin to different game servers. Naturally, those who launched earlier are significantly stronger. Under normal circumstances, players from different servers do not encounter one another. Yet anyone familiar with online games understands a peculiar exception. When the player count in a server dwindles, mergers occur. The population of the 10,087C region has now fallen below 6,000, with those at the top likely even fewer. It seems that the formidable opponents encountered in the future will only increase. However, in this world of survival, regardless of server separation, encountering such strong adversaries is inevitable. Fairness? What fairness exists in a world of survival? Strength is the sole truth. With this realization, Chu Fan devised a plan. He must secure the fruits and techniques available today. Only by continuously enhancing his power can he ensure his own survival and that of his cherished ones in this perilous world. Chu Fan suddenly inquired, "Miske, what should be done if many desire the same treasure?" Xiao replied with a smile, "Such situations are quite common, which is why our treasure-gathering pavilion has established an auction house specifically to handle them." Chu Fan nodded. "So it's a matter of the highest bidder winning. That simplifies things." As his words fell, several figures reappeared at the entrance of the room. "Oh, Yifei, you're quite swift." Yifei turned to see a frown forming on his brow, and beside him, a woman named Chun Shutong wore a look of astonishment. Lu Jinping from the 15th district, Xiao Yinming from the 18th, Lu Jinsong from the 20th, and Hua Qinyu from the 122nd district. Who would have thought these individuals would also arrive? Yi Fei's expression darkened. It's only natural they would show up with so many S-level techniques available all at once. The treasure-gathering pavilion truly knows how to conduct business. Upon seeing these individuals, Qiao smiled and announced, "Since so many esteemed guests have arrived, let us officially commence the auction. Given the high value of the items we are auctioning today, participants must possess a minimum of 1,000 points to bid." Barbara was taken aback, whispering, "Dear, we only have 830 points in total, which doesn't even qualify us to participate." Lu Shangfei remarked, "Forget it, brother-in-law. Our points are negligible compared to those giants." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Why the hurry? I have plenty of points." Long Gu, however, raised his thumb and said, "Brother Chu Fan, your confidence reminds me of my own glory days." Meanwhile, at the back, the sisters Li Run and Li Revere exchanged glances, feeling unfamiliar with Chu Fan and thus refraining from teasing him. Yet, like everyone else, they believed he was merely putting on a brave front. The usually composed Lu Ruyan advised, "Let it go. This isn't something we can participate in. Let's head back." Chu Fan chuckled heartily. "You might not know, but we possess far more than this mere 830 points." He turned to Qiao and asked, "Dear Qiao don't you have some points yet to be redeemed? I recall it being around 2,000 points." Qiao smiled and replied, "Indeed, Mr. Chu Fan." With a grand gesture, Chu Fan exclaimed, "Withdraw all of them for me." "Certainly, Mr. Chu Fan, I will do that immediately." This revelation astonished everyone, with Lu Shangfei exclaiming, "Wow, brother-in-law, you actually preloaded 2,000 points." Chu Fan chuckled inwardly, realizing this was just the beginning. He then inquired of Qiao, "Now, am I qualified to participate in the auction?" Qiao laughed, "You are our esteemed guest. Of course, you're qualified. At that moment, a voice from the crowd shouted, "Let us get started." Chow, or clapped her hands. And the layout of the room suddenly transformed into a circle of seats surrounding a raised platform. Please take your seats. Our auction will commence shortly. Chu Fan settled down with the others, while onlookers stood at a distance, observing. Someone from the back quietly encouraged, "Chu Fan, do your best for our District 10,087. Taken aback, Chu Fan turned and smiled at them. The first auction item was a ship's lighting device, solar-powered with a spotlight range of 500 meters, starting at 1,000 points. With a minimum increment of 100 points. 1,200 points. Someone immediately called out. Lighting devices were often lacking on many ships and were not easy to come by, making the starting price of 1,000 points a bargain. Yi Fei glanced at the indifferent Chu Fan and mockingly said, "You think you're so impressive, yet you probably can't even afford a single lamp." Chu Fan merely smiled, not responding. In his own space, he had 97 powerful searchlights, each worth double the auction price. Thus, he had no interest in this auction item, viewing it merely as an appetizer as everyone awaited more valuable treasures. Ultimately, the spotlight was sold for 1,800 points to Yi Fei, who approached Lu Ruyin with a beaming smile and softly said, "Miss, I would like to befriend you. If you don't mind, consider this lamp as my gift upon our first meeting." Yi Fei truly displays remarkable generosity, gifting a lamp worth 1,800 points without hesitation. It appears he has once again succumbed to his old folly, becoming utterly captivated by a beautiful woman. Yet, it must be said, she is indeed stunning. Personally, I find that foreign lady even more alluring. Have you noticed that there are 5 exquisite women on the opposing team? Each one more enchanting than the last. It is indeed a stroke of extraordinary luck for the men in this team to encounter such exceptional beauty all at once. The crowd erupted into a flurry of discussions due to Yi Fei's audacious act. Just when he presumed that Lu Ruyin would be overwhelmed with joy and graciously accept his kind gesture, his smile abruptly faltered. "Oh, I wonder how your lamp compares to the one my husband gifted me." Chapter 69. I can clearly see he is here to cause trouble. A murmur rippled through the crowd. In Lu Ruyin's hand, there appeared a spotlight, its craftsmanship and size evidently superior to that which Yi Fei possessed. Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by the situation, and felt a sudden flush of embarrassment. With an awkward smile, he remarked, "Ah, how unfortunate. So this lovely lady." Yet undeterred, he shifted his gaze towards Barbara, standing nearby. However, he soon felt an even sharper sting to his pride. Barbara too brandished a spotlight identical to Lu Ruyin's. As if to ensure Yi Fei's humiliation was not yet complete, Lu Shanfei produced a matching spotlight. A collective intake of breath echoed through the audience. This was not Earth, where one could casually stroll into a lighting store and purchase any lamp. The significance of such powerful spotlights could not be overstated. When it seemed the moment could not become any more excruciating, Chu Fan suddenly slapped his forehead with a grin. "How could I forget? Here, everyone gets one." He produced 4 spotlights from his spatial pocket, handing them to Longu, Baijia, Li Ruoyan, and Li Ruashi. Longu was overjoyed, having seen others spend 1,800 points for a spotlight far inferior to his, while he received one, without parting with a single coin. Chu Fan was indeed a brother worth having. Li Ruoyan stood frozen, unable to believe her eyes. "I get one too? Of course. You are part of the Heiwang. After all, this is our employee benefit. Take it." Yi Fei, upon hearing this, could only grimace, realizing that Chu Fan's act was executed with such finesse and polish. Finally, someone in the crowd could no longer contain themselves. It is well known that the night sea is perilous, and the importance of a light source cannot be overstated. Hence, to declare such powerful spotlights as strategic resources would not be an exaggeration. When did such treasures become so commonplace? Yi Fei felt an overwhelming desire to find a hole to hide in. This display made it seem as though he had willingly presented his face for a slap. "Oomph, a mere clown." A cold scoff suddenly echoed from a corner of the room. Infuriated, Yi Fei turned to confront the source of the voice, demanding, "Who is it?" All eyes shifted, revealing a woman clad in traditional Han attire, her expression devoid of emotion. At a glance, Chu Fan was taken aback. Noticing the woman's demeanor bore a striking resemblance to Lu Ruyan's. Yet, unlike Lu Ruyan's calmness, this woman exuded an air of unapproachable beauty. Her appearance, indeed, could be described as breathtakingly stunning. Even amidst the company of beautiful women, Chu Fan could not help but exclaim, "What a gorgeous woman!" However, as soon as the words left his lips, he felt two piercing glares directed at him, prompting him to immediately silence himself. The woman, unperturbed by Yi Fei, cast him a disdainful glance before making her way toward the auction stage. At this moment, Yi Fei clearly observed her features, and instead of feeling anger, he found himself wearing a sycophantic smile. "It is indeed Miss Fu. A pleasure to see you again after such a long time." Among the crowd, some recognized the newcomer and immediately began to gossip. To everyone's surprise, even the top contender from District 3, Fu Jianru, has arrived. She is rumored to be the most beautiful woman in the 3rd district, and her prowess is truly formidable. To share a vessel with such a captivating beauty would be worth any fate. Fu Jianru paid no heed to the murmurs and walked straight to a chair, settling down gracefully. "Miss Qiao, I apologize for my tardiness," she said. Qiao smiled in response. "No worries. Our next treasure is about to be unveiled. Here we have a divine fruit, priced at 10,000 points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 points for each bid. Let the bidding commence. 11,000, 12,000, 15,000. Yi Fei called out, casting a pointed glance at Chu Fan, as if to taunt. "You can't afford this, can you?" Chu Fan ignored Yi Fei, but, to the astonishment of all, raised his right hand. 20,000. Barbara quickly tugged at Chu Fan's sleeve, her expression one of urgent concern. "Darling, what are you saying? We don't have that many points." At that moment, Lu Rian was struck by a thought. Previously, Chu Fan had brought back 5 divine fruits when they had only 200 points. Could it be that he possesses some hidden advantage? Yi Fei, however, was elated and shouted, "Everyone look! Just moments ago, during the asset verification, Chu Fan only had 830 points, and now he dares to bid 20,000. Miss Qiao, what happens if someone bids but ultimately cannot afford to pay?" he inquired. With a smile, Qiao replied, "We have a standardized procedure for such situations. I trust that Mr. Chu Fan is aware of the rules." As these words fell, Barbara and Long Gu exchanged nervous glances, recalling the imposing figure who had boasted about claiming Lianer, only to be dragged into the black mist by the ominous clause for lacking sufficient points. Their hearts raced with trepidation. "Chu Fan, do not act recklessly." Chu Fan smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Miss Qiao, I understand the rules and will not put you in a difficult position." Nodding, Qiao continued, "Very well. Mr. Chu Fan has bid 20,000 points. Is there anyone willing to raise the bid?" Yi Fei suppressed his urge to continue bidding, for his primary aim today was the coveted martial arts manuals, a goal shared by several other prominent figures. The uncertainties surrounding the divine fruit rendered it far less desirable than the manuals. Moreover, Yi Fei yearned to witness Chu Fan's downfall due to insufficient points. Although today marked their first encounter, the sight of Chu Fan surrounded by such exquisite women ignited his envy, compounded by the earlier spotlight that had left him feeling humiliated. Thus, Yi Fei's sole desire was to see Chu Fan utterly defeated. As no further bids emerged, Qiao commenced the final call. 20,000 points once. 20,000 points twice. 20,000 points thrice. Congratulations, Mr. Chu Fan, on acquiring the coveted fruit of the gods. Yi Fei remarked with a cold smirk. Chu Fan, it seems you are now caught in a dilemma. I wonder how you intend to settle this. The gazes of the others were fixed intently upon Chu Fan. The inhabitants of the 10,087C region sighed in unison, expressing their dismay. Our district is still too nascent. It is impossible to possess such high points. Chu Fan is in grave peril. Is it possible that the top position of 10,087 is about to change hands once more? At this juncture, Qiao Air interjected, Mr. Chu Fan, your points balance is insufficient. Would you like to add more? The laughter erupted. I knew this fellow was merely putting on a front. Let us see how he extricates himself from this situation. Chu Fan surveyed his companions, who wore expressions of concern. Lu Rian seemed poised to draw the moon god bow at any moment. The others, apart from Yi Fei's mocking demeanor, displayed a spectrum of reactions, some skeptical, others derisive, and a few appeared genuinely regretful. Miss Chao do not dally with him. It is evident he is here to cause trouble. Chao Er's expression hardened slightly. Although she was aware of Chu Fan's unique relationship with Lian she felt bound by the rules of the treasure-gathering pavilion. Mr. Chu Fan, if you do not wish to add further points, then... Suddenly, she paused, her gaze fixed on Chu Fan, who had unexpectedly produced two gleaming golden objects from his possession, her face lighting up with surprise. Transaction confirmed. Chapter 70. The divine fruit secured. Yi Fei was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "Chao, what about Chu Fan?" However, Chao paid him no heed, stepping forward to accept the 2 gold coins from Chu Fan's hands. These goblin-engraved coins were valued at 10,000 points each, thus rendering this transaction valid. Only then did Barbara and the others exhale in relief. And Lu Ruyin finally understood. These 2 coins are the very ones he and Chu Fan had procured together from that desolate island. To his astonishment, these coins held a value of 10,000 points. This young man certainly had a knack for keeping secrets. "Chu Fan, you are impressive," Long Gu proclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Yi Fei, on the other hand, felt as if he had been boiled alive, his face turning crimson with embarrassment. Damn it, where did Chu Fan acquire such treasures? It's humiliating to be outdone time and again. At that moment, after collecting the coins, Chao continued. The next item for auction is yet another divine fruit, starting at 10,000 points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 points. Let the bidding commence. 11,000. Yi Fei raised his hand, ready to outbid. Suddenly, a voice he found utterly detestable echoed through the hall. 20,000. It was Chu Fan again. What do you mean, Chu Fan? Are you deliberately competing against me? Chu Fan chuckled. Who are you? This is an auction. The highest bidder wins. If you lack the means, perhaps you should not partake. Yi Fei's expression darkened, pointing at Chu Fan. Are you courting death? Chao interjected suddenly. Mr. Yi, please maintain your composure and refrain from disrupting our auction process. Her words jolted Yi Fei back to reality, forcing him to suppress his anger. Chu Fan, we shall see. Chu Fan, smiling, inquired, Miss Chao, shall I pay in advance? Chao responded with a smile. Given Mr. Chu Fan's impressive display of strength earlier, there is no need for immediate payment. You may settle the account after the auction concludes. Chu Fan nodded. In that case, thank you, Miss Chao. Chu Fan's 2 consecutive maneuvers left everyone bewildered. Wasn't this a new area? How could there be such an abundance of points? It seemed implausible. Had he unearthed a gold mine? Even Fu Juanru, who had remained silent since sitting down, couldn't help but cast a few curious glances at Chu Fan. Chao cleared her throat and announced, the next item for auction is the last divine fruit of the day, starting at 10,000 points, with a minimum increment of 1,000 points. Let the bidding begin. Surprisingly, no one placed a bid. Instead, they all turned their gaze towards Chu Fan, as if in a peculiar standoff. Noticing the silence, Chu Fan smiled and said, What else with the courtesy, everyone? If no one else desires it, I shall claim it. 11,000 points. I bid 13,000, shouted the bald man. I bid 14,000. Chu Fan remained unfazed. I bid 15,000. Yi Fei finally couldn't hold back. 20,000. Yi Fei thought to himself, damn it, every time I bid, this guy goes all in. Chu Fan maintained, going all in is an art, without any suspense. With the conclusion of the trading of the divine fruit, all 3 divine fruits today have been secured by Chu Fan. Darling, you are amazing, Barbara praised with a smile. Chu Fan Chuka. Finally understanding why so many people are enamored with the extravagance of the wealthy, the thrill of spending lavishly with no rivals in sight, is truly exhilarating. Yi Fei snorted coldly. Don't celebrate too soon. This is merely an appetizer. I wonder what you will use to purchase the cultivation techniques. Ladies and gentlemen, We now arrive at the highlight of today's event. 5 volumes of cultivation techniques. At that moment, a maid hurriedly approached, whispering something in Xiao Er's ear, to which she nodded in response. Once the maid departed, Xiao Er smiled. Let me correct that. It is not 5, but 6 volumes of cultivation techniques. The first to be auctioned is an A-grade Earth-type technique, the post-Earth Xianhuang technique, with a starting bid of 30,000 points. And each increment must not be less than 2,000 points. The bidding begins now. Upon hearing this, Long Ji's breath became rapid. Wasn't this technique meant for him? Yet, he was utterly penniless. What could he use to buy it? Noticing Long Gu's distressed expression, Chu Fan chuckled. Long Gu, do you want it? Of course I do, but I can't afford it. The most precious thing I have right now is my wife. Bai Jie shot him a glare, saying, what do you mean? Are you planning to sell me? Long Gu chuckled, just kidding, my dear. My teeth have been aching lately. Bai Jie was taken aback. Cavity? Long Gu responded, no. It's because you are too sweet. Bai Jie blushed, playfully retorting, you're so annoying. Chu Fan felt a pang of annoyance. Why were the two of them suddenly engaging in such cheesy flirtation? Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Bai Jie said Chu Fan. He waved his hand. Interrupting, sister-in-law, I know what you're about to say. Don't worry, I will secure that technique for Long Gu. Long Gu is a man of loyalty, evident from his treatment of Gao Shuaiqi. Nurturing him will surely yield substantial assistance in the future. Hence, Chu Fan was determined to acquire this technique. It was indeed a form of investment. Long Gu patted his chest, saying, brother, I won't hold back. If you can truly help me secure this technique, you can have anything you desire, except my wife. Chu Fan nearly stumbled. Long Gu, can we please not bring that up? At that moment, the bidding became fervent, indicating that many were eager to obtain this technique. In the brief exchange of words, the price for this A-grade technique had already soared to 42,000 points. Mr. Lu Jinpeng bids 42,000 points. Is there a higher offer? 42,000 points once. 42,000 points. Lu Jinpeng displayed a smile. A price of 42,000 was already quite high, and it seemed he would surely secure it this time. 43,000. Chu Fan made his move. Lu Jinpeng was taken aback and quickly declared, 44,000. I refuse to believe you can outbid me. 45,000. Without a moment's hesitation, Chu Fan continued to raise the bid. Lu Jinpeng gritted his teeth and exclaimed, are you doing this on purpose? Chu Fan merely shrugged and replied, why waste words? It's all about skill. Lu Jinpeng's expression shifted repeatedly. 45,000 had already exceeded his budget, especially considering there were still 5 S-grade techniques to contend with. Spending excessively at this juncture would render the S-grade techniques completely unattainable. After much internal conflict, Lu Jinpeng snorted and took a seat. Thus, the first A-grade Earth technique was successfully acquired by Chu Fan for 45,000 points. Wow, brother Chu Fan, you are incredible. No, you're my big brother, Chu Fan. If you ever need me, along, I will gladly do anything for you. In the audience, Brother Long was so excited he was practically dancing in his seat. Had it not been for Bai Jie pinching him to silence him, he might have burst into song. Next, we present the first S-grade technique of the day. S-grade Fire Technique, Burning Heaven Red Emperor's Formula. The starting bid is set at 50,000 points, with minimum increments of no less than 5,000 points. Now let the bidding commence. Chapter 71. Fiery excitement. As soon as Xiao Er finished speaking, the bidding commenced. 55,000, 60,000, 75,000. I bid 80,000. Yi Fei exclaimed, his enthusiasm palpable. With fervor, he raised his right hand and continued, I bid 90,000. Despite not possessing a fire attribute ability, this S-level fire technique was an exceedingly rare find, and acquiring it would significantly enhance the capabilities of his team. However, even in the more affluent districts, a bid of 90,000 points was considered astronomical. Indeed, when the figure of 90,000 was announced, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Liu Shangfei clenched his fists anxiously, uncertain of how many hidden cards Chu Fan held. Yet, for District 1008790,000 was an astronomical sum. In the next instant, Chu Xin raised his hand, declaring 95,000. Yi Fei's expression turned cold. He realized it was Chu Fan again, seemingly intent on thwarting him. Resolute, Yi Fei raised his hand and declared 100,000. Without hesitation, Chu Fan countered 100,500. Fuming, Yi Fei snapped, "Chu Fan, are you deliberately opposing me?" Chu Fan, however, ignored him and turned to Qiao Er, saying, "Miss Qiao, this individual keeps intimidating me. I fear he may pose a threat if this continues." Upon hearing this, Qiao Er nodded and replied, "Mr. Chu has a point. Yi, I must ask you to temper your emotions. Should you continue to disrupt the integrity of our auction, I will have no choice but to ask you to leave." Though Yi Fei seethed with resentment, he recognized that offending the Gathering Treasure Pavilion was unwise. With a disdainful snort, he sulked into his seat. 100,000 points was his limit. Anything beyond that was beyond consideration. With Yi Fei, the strongest contender, effectively eliminated, the auction lost its suspense. Chu Fan successfully acquired the S-level fire technique, Burning Heaven's Crimson Emperor's Art, for 500 points. Liu Shangfei erupted with excitement, exclaiming, "Brother-in-law, you truly are my savior." Liu Ruyin swiftly reprimanded him. "What nonsense are you spouting? Is that any way to speak?" Next up for auction was another S-level technique. The wood attribute Art Green Emperor's Longevity Art, starting at 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of 5,000 points. The bidding commenced. To everyone's surprise, despite being an S-level technique, the number of participants was markedly low, with only one person calling out a bid of 55,000 points. Chu Fan, puzzled, remarked, "How strange. Why is there so little interest? I bid 60,000 points." Suddenly, Fu Juanru interjected, "The wood attribute is considered the rarest among elemental abilities. Yet it also possesses the weakest offensive power, so it's not surprising that it attracts fewer bidders." Her words enlightened Chu Fan and his companions. However, they did not perceive the wood attribute as weak. Barbara's technique attributes demonstrated that this element provided substantial healing capabilities. There was no doubt they had to secure it. Ultimately, after several rounds of bidding, Chu Fan successfully secured the wood attribute S-level technique, Qing Di Chong Shengju, with a total of 75,000 points. At this moment, some began to sense something amiss. Within this brief period, Chu Fan had already expended 265,000 points. This amount was not just remarkable for being the top bid in District 10087. Even in the preceding districts, such a substantial expenditure was indeed astonishing. It appeared that Chu Fan was either putting on a facade of bravado or had encountered some fortuitous opportunity. Unbeknownst to him, he silently mused, "The joy of a rich player is beyond your imagination." 265,000 points is merely the equivalent of 3 dragon-shaped gold coins. It is hardly significant. Points, much like currency, possess value only when spent. Otherwise, they remain mere numbers. Next, the much-anticipated technique was about to be unveiled. The S-level water attribute technique, Xianming Zhen Shui Jing. It was said to be a unique technique that integrated offense and defense, with the added benefit of self-healing, making it arguably the foremost technique in the water attribute category. Although this technique was exceedingly rare, our Gathering Treasure Pavilion has always conducted business with fairness. The starting bid was set at 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of 5,000 points. As the auction began, Chior's words resonated, igniting a flurry of excitement among the attendees. Clearly, this was the highlight of the day. Instantly, bids began to emerge. 60,000 points. 80,000 points. I bid 90,000. Unlike the previous 3 techniques, the water attribute technique soared to 90,000 points right from the outset. The rationale was simple. On the vast ocean, What technique could possibly rival the advantages of a water attribute technique? I bid 100,000. Yifei had also entered the fray, revealing his true intentions for attending today. I bid 110,000. Chu Fan could sense the fervor in Lu Ruyan's eyes. This was truly a rare opportunity. Without a doubt, he had to secure it. 120,000. Yifei nearly gritted his teeth as he shouted his bid. I bid 130,000. Another participant followed suit. I bid 140,000. Chu Fan raised his bid once more. I bid 150,000. Yifei nearly screamed this amount in frustration. A slight smile graced Chu Fan's lips. Was this truly his limit? He had expected more from Yifei. 160,000. Chu Fan was not one to back down. Chu Fan, are you trying to stir up trouble? Yifei glared at him with reddened eyes. Nonsense. If you can keep up, then do so. If not, take a seat. 170,000. The earlier bidder clenched his teeth and raised the stakes. 200,000. I bid 200,000. Yifei roared, declaring his price. By heavens, this lad, Yifei, has gone mad. He actually bid 200,000. If he were to win at this price, he would likely have very few points left at his disposal for some time. After all, he was from District 10, and such confidence was to be expected. 200,000. I dare not follow that. Upon hearing the discussions around him, Yifei's lips curved into a slight smirk as he remarked, Go ahead. If you have the capability to continue, I refuse to believe you possess any trump cards. Chu Fan smiled faintly and declared, 210,000. At this moment, those surrounding Chu Fan grew restless, and even Lu Ruyan could not help but clasp Chu Fan's hand. Chu Fan sensed her small hand trembling slightly, and a wave of joy surged within him. It seemed that this fierce girl was not as resilient as she appeared. In truth, she was merely a young woman in her 20s, adept at concealing her vulnerabilities. I doubt he has any points left. Miss Qiao, I suspect he is resorting to trickery. Qiao glanced at Chu Fan, then at Yifei, and with a hint of sarcasm replied, Mr. Yi, whether Mr. Chu possesses such capability is for us at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to ascertain. The auction has yet to conclude. Will you raise your bid further? Yifei felt as though he had swallowed a fly and suddenly yanked Qin Shutong beside him. I no longer want this woman. Rest assured, I have not touched her. Whoever desires her, I will part with her for 100,000 points. Chapter 72. The onset of conflict. As the words fell, everyone was left in stunned silence. Qin Shutong rose abruptly, her small face flushed with indignation. Yifei, what did you just say? How could you treat me this way? In response, Yifei struck her with a resounding slap, sending Qin Shutong tumbling aside. Whether intentional or not, she fell directly towards Chu Fan, who instinctively jumped aside in surprise, leaving everyone to witness her collapse onto the ground. As she sat up again, the onlookers beheld her tear-streaked face, eyes red and filled with sorrow, one hand covering her mouth as she wept, evoking a sense of pity from all present. Yifei bellowed, Damn it, do you think you have a say in this? Without me, you would have perished countless times. You will do as I command. Ignoring Qin Shutong's plight, he continued to shout, Is there anyone interested? I only need 100,000 points. No, 80,000 will suffice. Miss Qiao, grant me 5 minutes. Miss Qiao observed the scene with a sigh, yet did not refuse. For such behavior was permitted in this context. The auction house erupted into a cacophony of astonishment. This Yifei has truly lost his mind. He is even selling his partner. Indeed, one could not deny that Qin Shutong was quite attractive, albeit not on par with the exquisite beauties surrounding Chu Xian. Qin Shutong's face turned ashen as she glanced around, her tearful gaze finally resting on Chu Fan. Brother Chu, please save me. Chu Fan rubbed his nose and replied, My dear, we are not well acquainted. I know that Yifei harbors disdain for you, and I am willing to join forces to confront him. Upon hearing this, Yifei stepped forward and struck her again, exclaiming, You wretched girl, how dare you speak to me like that? Chu Fan instinctively moved to intervene, but suddenly felt a shift within him. This entire situation seemed exceedingly strange, just moments before the auction commenced. The two had shared an intimate interaction. No, something was amiss. With that thought, Chu Fan feigned ignorance, remaining seated and unmoving. Yi Fei hesitated momentarily, although it was brief. Chu Fan clearly perceived this hesitation, which solidified his suspicions. With a resounding slap, Yi Fei's hand met Qin Shudong's delicate face once more, leaving it reddened and marked. Lu Rian, taken aback, remarked, "You truly do not wish to help her?" Chu Fan coughed awkwardly and replied, "Tigress, must you speak as though you are an old lecher? Just the two of you will suffice." Lu Rian scoffed. Who would believe that? At that moment, Yi Fei stepped forward again, raising his hand to strike Qin Shutong, only to be stopped by a powerful hand. "Yi Fei, you truly lack the sensitivity to cherish a lady," spoke none other than Xiao Yinming from District 18, known for his bald head. This imposing figure exuded an aura of strength despite his slightly dark complexion. The bald hairstyle somewhat diminishes his handsomeness while adding an air of ferocity. Yi Fei felt a sense of relief when someone finally spoke, though he masked it with a frown. "Sha, the matters I deal with are none of your concern. Step aside." Xiao Yinming, with a glint in his eye, glanced at the pitifully appealing Qin Shutong and declared, "Hold on, Yi Fei, you would forsake such a fine lady? Truly a waste." Yi Fei, dissatisfied, retorted, "What? Are you looking to purchase her?" Xiao Yinming chuckled. "Indeed, if you are willing, I shall buy her for 50,000 points. I cannot offer a penny more." Yi Fei furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Chu Fan, and finally stomped his foot, conceding, "Very well, 50,000 it is." Xiao Yinming, elated, promptly activated his wristband. "Excellent. Let the transaction commence." After a brief exchange on their wristbands, Yi Fei observed the additional 50,000 points in his account and declared, "She is yours." He then turned away, addressing Qiaoer. "Miss Qiaoer, please continue the auction." Xiao Yinming swiftly lifted the seated Qin Shutong into his arms, playfully stating, "Miss Chun, Yi Fei lacks appreciation for delicate beauty, but fret not, I am quite adept at cherishing those I hold dear. You shall accompany me henceforth." Qin Shutong, with a slight whimper, replied, "Thank you, Brother Xiao, but my face is a bit sore. I wish to wash it." Xiao Yinming, grinning broadly, urged, "Go ahead. I shall await your return." With the newfound 50,000 points, Yi Fei raised his hand, proclaiming, "I bid 250,000. He believed that no matter how formidable Chu Fan was, he could not continue indefinitely. With these 50,000 points, he was determined to make his mark on this auction. Yet, in a bid to avoid unnecessary complications, he boldly wagered all 50,000 points at once. This was indeed a gamble. Yi Fei was ruthless. 250,000 was already 5 times the original price. Surely, Chu Fan could not follow suit, considering he had already spent 260,000 points. Even he, no matter how impressive, could not. Wait, this man is truly remarkable. Before everyone's astonished gaze, Chu Fan leisurely raised his right hand, declaring 260,000. Yi Fei narrowed his eyes. "Chu Fan, do you truly wish to contest with me?" Chu Fan stood, gazing at Yi Fei with calm intensity, his voice low yet filled with conviction. "Contest with you? What do you think you are?" The moment those words left Chu Fan's lips, the atmosphere thickened with tension. Applause erupted. Then a soft voice interjected, "Very good, very good. It has been some time since I have witnessed such bravery in youth." All attention was drawn to the source of the voice, including Chu Fan's. A man of delicate features, clad in white, slowly entered. Gasp! Yi Tian! How could he be here too? Things were about to get lively. Yi Fei was momentarily taken aback, but upon recognizing the visitor, he joyfully exclaimed, "Brother, you have finally arrived." A man named Yi Tian approached with a smile, and upon noticing Fu Juanru sitting nearby, he greeted her cheerfully. "Sister Ru, I didn't expect to find you here." Fu Juanru merely scoffed, choosing to ignore him. Unfazed by the slight, Yi Tian turned his attention to Chu Fan. When he spotted Lu Ruyan and Barbara seated beside Chu Fan, a flicker of admiration crossed his eyes. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, sensing an intense pressure emanating from Yi Tian. I am Yi Tian from District 2. Yi Fei is my younger brother, so I would appreciate it if you could relinquish this fruit to him. Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, Yi Tian continued, "Oh, I must clarify. This is not a negotiation." His words left everyone astounded by his arrogance. Chu Fan's expression darkened as he replied coldly, "Oh, is that so? What if I refuse?" Yi Tian smiled and said, "You may certainly try." Chapter 73. The Inquiry of Jinkala. Yi Tian uttered these words with a smile. Yet anyone could discern the veiled menace lurking behind his grin. Chu Fan narrowed his eyes, sensing the confidence and murderous intent radiating from Yi Tian. Behind him, Barbara and the others instinctively rose, positioning themselves behind Chu Fan. Even the Lee sisters, who had only recently boarded the ship, stood up in solidarity, resulting in a tense standoff. At that moment, Xiao Er suddenly spoke up. "Mr. Yi, your actions severely contravene the regulations of our Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I hereby issue a stern warning. Should you continue this behavior, you shall be barred from stepping foot into the pavilion henceforth." Her words left everyone astounded. What was happening? Such incidents had occurred before, yet the pavilion had never intervened. Was today truly an anomaly? Indeed, it appeared that Yi Tian was about to face a setback. Chu Fan felt a stir of realization, understanding that Xiao Er was likely interceding on Yi's behalf to diffuse the tension. Furthermore, her warning was notably severe. Regardless of Yi Tian's prowess, he would have to contemplate the consequences. As anticipated, her tactic proved effective. The astonishment on Yi Tian's face was unmistakable. After a few changes in expression, he suddenly smiled. "It seems my previous demeanor was lacking, Chu Fan. Would you be willing to relinquish this technique? Consider it a favor owed by me, Yi Tian. What do you say?" Chu Fan chuckled softly. "You individuals are truly peculiar. Do I even know you? One by one, you come forth seeking my deference. Is your esteem truly so valuable?" Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of menace crossing his features. "Very well, Chu Fan. I shall remember you." At that juncture, Fu Jianru, seated at the back, interjected, "Humph, self-important fools. Your esteem is worth nothing." This unexpected support from Fu Jianru caught Chu Fan by surprise. Upon hearing her speak, Yi Tian's expression shifted once more. He nodded, uttering 3 affirmatives before turning away to join Yi Fei. Meanwhile, Xiao Er quickly announced, 260,000. Is there a bit higher than 260,000? 260,000 once. 260,000 twice. 260,000 thrice. Sold. Congratulations to Mr. Chu Fan for successfully acquiring the S-rank water technique, the Xuanming True Water Classic. Yi Fei, anxious, exclaimed, "Brother." Yi Tian waved his hand dismissively. "Do not rush. We shall discuss it later. There are other water techniques besides this one. I'll ensure to secure a good one for you next time." Yi Fei, overjoyed, responded, "Really? Brother, I'm counting on you." He then cast a distant glance at Chu Fan, murmuring, "Chu Fan, enjoy your fleeting triumph for now." On Chu Fan's side, those who had successfully bid on their respective techniques were naturally elated. At that moment, Xiao Er cleared her throat and announced, "Next, we present the final auction item of the day, an impromptu treasure. It is the S-rank ice technique, Extreme Prison Frost Heaven technique, starting bid at 50,000 points, with a minimum increment of 5,000. Let the bidding commence." As the words of Xiao Er faded away, the arena once again erupted into a cacophony. To my astonishment, there exists an ice-based cultivation technique. I pondered how both Yi Tian and Fu Jianru had arrived, and it became evident they were drawn here by this ice technique. Confounded, Chu Fan and his companions inquired of a man in front of them, "Good sir, why is everyone reacting so fervently to the ice technique?" Upon hearing Chu Fan's question, the man's countenance brightened as he exclaimed, "Ah, you have indeed asked the right person. Allow me to elaborate. In this world, there exists a multitude of divine fruits, each possessing distinct abilities. However, elemental fruits predominantly derive from the 7 elements: gold, wood, water, earth, thunder, and wind. Among them lies a particularly unique entity, the ice element. He continued, with enthusiasm evident in his voice, as he noticed Chu Fan and the others listening intently. The ice element itself is derived from the water element, representing a branch of it. Yet, amidst this vast ocean, the only true counter to the water element is in fact the ice element. At this moment, Longu interjected, "That can't be right. Isn't it said that water is covered by earth? Logically, the soil should counter the water element." The man shook his head vigorously, proclaiming, "Not at all. As the ancients say, the time is not as important as the place. While it is indeed reasonable for earth to subdue water, that is the principle of timing. However, here we find ourselves in the boundless sea, where your meager soil is utterly insufficient. This is the principle of geography." His words left the listeners momentarily stunned, with Lu Shangfei even giving a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Impressive." Barbara clapped in agreement, saying, "That was splendid. You must be a great scholar." The man, flattered by the praise from such a goddess, could not help but feel elated. "Please, no need for such accolades. I am called Jean Kula, affectionately known as the informant. Since this is our first meeting, I shall share this information free of charge. Should you desire any intelligence in the future, simply call upon me in the World Channel. I, Old Jean, offer fair prices, honest and transparent." Chu Fan mused on the man's prowess. Who would have thought he'd become an information broker in this survival realm? Truly, capable individuals can find their niche anywhere. There is no need to offend such a person. Perhaps one day, he might prove useful. With this in mind, Chu Fan produced a searchlight and handed it to him. "Thank you, Brother Jean. We are not the type to take advantage. Consider this light as my fee for the information." Upon seeing the searchlight, Jean Ku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly accepted it. "Brother, you are indeed a talent. Surely, you will carve out your own space in this vast ocean. Since you have been so generous, allow me to offer you another piece of information." Amused, Chu Fan realized he had indeed made the right choice with the searchlight and promptly asked, "Brother Jean, please enlighten me. I am all ears." Dvinkiskiviko Lawantai Klensit Urond leaned closer to Chu Fan and whispered, "It has come to my attention that the indigenous inhabitants beneath the sea have recently exhibited unusual activities. Yi Tian has formed an alliance with the Sharkmen, so you must exercise caution. In the depths of the ocean, the Sharkmen are formidable adversaries." Chu Fan suddenly recalled the Sharkman Nak whom he had slain, as well as the enchanting mermaid by Xing, and inquired, "Brother Jean, are the Sharkmen truly as formidable as they say? With our newfound abilities, should we not fear them?" Jean Kula replied, "Indeed, ordinary Sharkmen pose little threat. However, among them are those who possess extraordinary abilities, and these are the ones to be wary of. Presently, you find yourselves in the windless sea, where you need not fear. But once you venture beyond its confines, the Sharkmen's prowess in the water will enable them to locate you swiftly." At that moment, Chu Fan felt a chill run down his spine. This news was indeed timely. Although Jean Kula refrained from elaborating further, Chu Fan understood his implication. If the Sharkmen were to find him, it would mean that Yi Tian had located him as well. This could very well be one of Yi Tian's sources of confidence. It appears imperative to swiftly enhance both his own and his companion's strengths. Otherwise, when the time comes to face Yi Tian, their fate would be sealed. At this juncture, Fu Juanru, who had remained silent beside them, suddenly raised her hand and declared, "I bid 80,000 points." Chapter 74. Yi Tian's strategy. As soon as the words were spoken, an uproar ensued among the crowd. "Goodness, the stunning beauty, Fu, has finally made her move." Jean Kula remarked with a smile. "Fu, the beauty, is the top contender in Zone 3, possessing an ice attribute ability, and is famously known as the Ice Fairy. Yet, she has long sought a formidable technique. Now, a captivating spectacle is about to unfold." Chu Fan inquired, "Why is that?" Jean Kula gestured towards Yi Tian's direction and explained, "Yi Tian also wields ice attributes. Entei's technique is the sole S-class ice attribute skill to have emerged thus far. Do you not think these two will vie fiercely for it?" Chu Fan nodded. realizing that the true competition of this auction had only just begun. His earlier bid was merely an appetizer. I bid 100,000. Yi Tian promptly raised his offer. I bid 120,000. Another contender joined the fray. Old Ding, why do you want this? You are not even an ice attribute user. Ah, you wouldn't understand. If I managed to secure it, do you think the ice fairy would come to plead with me? Incredible. Old Ding, it's you again. I'm in as well. I bid 130,000. Fu Juanru paid little mind to the reactions of others. She was acutely aware that her greatest rival here was undoubtedly Yi Tian. 150,000. 160,000. As expected, with Fu Juanru's bid, Yi Tian immediately countered. Rume, you cannot hope to compete with me. Yi Tian chuckled. Fu Juanru shot him a sidelong glance and replied, Do not act so familiar. It makes it seem as though we are well acquainted. 170,000. 180,000. After 10 minutes of fierce competition, the prize for this most sought-after technique soared to 360,000. Fu Juanru's expression grew icy. She was nearing her limit. However, this technique was of immense significance to her. Yet Yi Tian appeared unperturbed, smiling as he said, Rume, I've already told you, you cannot outbid me. Why bother? Fu Juanru scoffed. You, Yi, should be aware that your points are nearly depleted as well. What is there to be smug about? The outcome remains uncertain. Yi Tian smiled faintly. You are correct. My points are indeed running low. After a brief pause, he suddenly added, But you seem to have forgotten that my brother possesses an additional 250,000 points. Rume, what can you possibly use to compete with me? No sooner had he spoken than Yi Feng laughed heartily. Indeed, I must thank Chu Fan for helping me save those 250,000 points. Otherwise, you might have actually won. Fu Juanru's face paled dramatically, yet at this moment, there was no turning back. Gritting her teeth, she declared, 380,000. Yi Tian nonchalantly produced a folding fan from somewhere, elegantly waving it with an air of indifference. 400,000. At that moment, Xiao Yinming suddenly exclaimed, Have you all seen Sherdong? She vanished during a brief trip to the restroom. At this juncture, a person from Zone 122, named Hua Chenyu, chuckled. Xiao, you still do not comprehend? You have been played. Xiao Yinming, with his gleaming bald head, now appeared utterly bewildered. Master Hua, please clarify. What do you mean? Hua Chenyu chuckled. I suspect that Qin Shudong has already returned to the ship in District 10. That was merely an act, and only you, old lecher, would fall for it. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Xiao Yinming finally realized he had been played for a fool. Reacting swiftly, the bald Xiao pointed an accusatory finger at Yi Fei, shouting, Damn it. Yi Fei, you deceived me. Yi Fei shrugged, replying, Do you have any evidence? Besides, I've already handed her over to you. How she chooses is her own prerogative, and I cannot interfere. Xiao Yinming, known for his temper, became furious. Damn it, do you really think I'm easy to bully? If you don't hand her over today, I want to let this go. Yi Tian, standing by, coldly remarked, Oh, I would like to see how you intend to make this unresolved. Upon hearing Yi Tian speak, Xiao Yinming deflated like a punctured balloon, pointing at the Yi brothers, struggling to articulate a response. Finally, he could only stomp his foot and declare, Yi Fei, don't let me encounter Qin Shutong. Otherwise, I will make her suffer. Realizing he couldn't act against the Yi brothers, he directed his ire towards Qin Shutong instead. Yi Tian snorted dismissively and turned to Fu Juanru. So Ru, do you wish to add more? If not, this technique will be mine. Fu Juanru's face alternated between pale and flushed, clearly incensed by the shamelessness of the Yi brothers. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and called out, Is there anyone willing to lend me some points? I, Fu Juanru, will certainly remember this kindness. Many were tempted by the request from the stunning Fu, but in the next instant, Yi Tian's expression turned icy. Whoever dares to assist will be opposing me, Yi Tian. Fu Juanru retorte d'angridi, Yi Tian. What do you mean by that? Yi Tian shrugged nonchalantly. I have no choice, Ru. I can forgo other things, but this technique is something I must have. At this point, those who had initially intended to impress the fair maidens seated themselves, adopting a more cautious stance. Suddenly, Lu Jinsong from District 20 stood up boldly, declaring, "While others may fear you, Yi Tian, I do not. Miss Fu, I am willing to lend you 100,000 points." Fu Junru's face brightened, ready to express her gratitude, when Yi Tian's voice interjected smoothly. "Lu Jinsong, are you certain you wish to oppose me?" Lu Jinsong scoffed, "What of it? I'm not afraid of you." However, Yi Tian's subsequent words struck Lu like a bolt of lightning. Lu Daiyou, 58 years old, a common worker at the Jiancheng paper mill. Can you guess where he is now? Upon hearing this, Lu Jinsong's expression suddenly changed. "You, how do you know my father's name?" Yi Tian coldly replied. "Furthermore, Yan Fengxia, 56 years old, a cleaner at the Jiangcheng Hotel. Can you guess where she is?" Lu Jinsong felt as if all strength had drained from him, his body weakening. He hastily said, "Miss Fu, I apologize. I retract my previous offer. I cannot assist you. Yi Tian, I will not involve myself in your affairs anymore. Just promise me you won't harm my parents." Yi Tian nodded with satisfaction. "You are wise to recognize your situation." Fu Junru, incensed by Yi Tian's actions, gritted her teeth and exclaimed, "Yi Tian, you are truly shameless to threaten me using the family of others. Ha! In extraordinary times, one must employ extraordinary measures. Sister, you cannot compete with me. It would be wiser to heed my counsel and follow me. In this world, who could possibly stand against us?" Fu Junru felt as though her heart had turned to ashes, realizing that the possibility of acquiring this technique today was utterly futile. The despicable Yi Tian was indeed contemptible. Not a single soul in the gathering dared to come forth to assist her at this moment. Alas, it seemed this technique was destined to elude her grasp. With a sigh, she prepared to relinquish her quest. Suddenly, a melodious male voice resonated in the air. "Miss Fu, I am willing to assist you." Fu Junru's expression brightened with joy as she swiftly turned to find the source of the voice, discovering a man smiling warmly at her. In that instant, she acknowledged that this smile was the most exquisite in the world. Yi Tian, with a frigid countenance, uttered, "Chu Fan, you are courting death." Chapter 75. The auction concludes upon hearing Yi Tian's words. Chu Fan chuckled disdainfully. "Yi, there is no possibility of reconciliation between us, so you need not raise your voice here." Yi Tian's eyes gleamed with a flash of insight as he softly replied, "If you withdraw now, I promise to disregard everything that has transpired before." Chu Fan laughed heartily, retorting, "Do you take me for a mere child? Yi, Chu Fan, have the utmost disdain for those who exploit their power." He then turned to Fu Junru and said, "My dear beauty, feel free to raise your bid. I shall support you whatever the amount, as long as you can outbid this Yi." At this moment, Chu Fan still had approximately 500,000 points at his disposal, while Yi Tian, even with Yi Fei's support, had only about 200,000 points remaining. Thus, as long as no other competitors entered the fray, defeating Yi Tian was well within reach. "Why are you helping me?" Fu Junru inquired, her excitement tempered by a calm demeanor. "It's quite simple. For an enemy's enemy is a friend." Chu Fan replied with a grin. Upon hearing this, Fu Junru raised her thumb in approval. "All right, based on that statement, I consider you a friend." This declaration elicited a collective gasp from those present. It was indeed a rare feat to hear the renowned ice beauty express a desire for friendship, a testament to her icy demeanor that complemented her persona perfectly. Yet, despite their admiration, none dared to offend the Yi family and could only observe from the sidelines. With Chu Fan's backing, the auction resumed. 410,000. Fu Junru upped the ante by a mere 10,000. 450,000. Yi Tian coldly counted it, after casting a glance at Chu Fan, who offered a reassuring nod. Fu Junru raised her hand once more. 460,000. 500,000. Without hesitation, Yi Tian escalated the bid to 500,000. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Who would have imagined that a martial art originally valued at 50,000 could soar to 500,000 000, a tenfold increase. Those who initially contemplated joining the bidding retreated without hesitation upon hearing that staggering figure. The contest had now boiled down to a one-on-one battle between Yi Tian and Fu Jianru. Yi Tian scoffed. I refuse to believe that a top contender from a new district could possess that many points. Fu Jianru responded resolutely. 510, 000. 550, 000. Yi Tian, akin to a gambler, recklessly raised the bid once more. The fervor of the auction left Xiao momentarily speechless, as she had never encountered such an electrifying atmosphere before. 560, 000. 600, 000. Yi Tian's expression darkened. This was the upper limit of his capacity, and should Fu Jianru continue to raise the bid, he would need to devise an alternative strategy. Indeed, the price had escalated to an outrageous level, increasing from 50, 000 to 600, 000, a staggering 12-fold rise. Fu Jianru appeared pensive as she glanced at Chu Fan. He offered a slight smile and a nod, urging her onward. Continue bidding. Taking a deep breath, Fu Jianru, her voice trembling slightly, declared 610, 000. Yi Tian's expression grew solemn, as he had not anticipated that Chu Fan possessed such a substantial amount of points. However, surrender was not an option. He needed to devise a strategy. Suddenly, he declared, esteemed guests, I, Yi Tian, find myself in need of your assistance at this moment. I pledge that anyone who aids me today shall be repaid double in the future. His words moved many, intensifying the pressure on Fu Jianru, while Chu Fan furrowed his brow. If these individuals were swayed by Yi Tian's appeal, it would complicate matters. Although the gathering was small, each person was a notable figure from various districts. Even with limited points, their numbers were formidable. Chu Fan scanned the room, his mind racing, and his eyes brightened upon spotting someone. Brother Xiao, might I inquire if your 50, 000 points are included in this? Xiao Yinming had been observing, feeling like the biggest joke of the day, having gained nothing and lost 50, 000 points instead. The scheming of Chen Shudong had deceived even him, an experienced player. Chu Fan's remarks served as a reminder, prompting Xiao to rise immediately. Indeed, Yi Tian, if you are sincere, you should include the 50, 000 points your brother deceived me out of. Yi Tian's eyes narrowed in realization, cursing himself for forgetting about this matter. Chu Fan had struck at his vulnerable spot. Fu Jianru silently applauded. This would surely make anyone considering aiding the Yi brothers think twice. Indeed, those who had been poised to curry favor with Yi Tian halted upon hearing Xiao Yinming's words. A few who had even begun to rise swiftly returned to their seats. After all, no one's points came easily. Each was earned through hard-fought struggle. Today's events had made it clear that Yi Fei had swindled Xiao Yinming out of 50, 000 points, causing a significant dent in the Yi brothers' credibility. Damn, I nearly fell for that. With someone like Yi Tian, if I help him today, he'll surely deny it later. Exactly. No matter how sweetly he speaks. He just wants to take advantage. I won't be fooled. I'm sharp as a monkey. Yi Fei was left dumbfounded. He and Chen Shutong had executed similar schemes countless times, but had never anticipated that he would trip over his own scheme. Yi Tian's face darkened as he shot a glare at his ineffectual brother. Despite Yi Tian's promise to repay, Xiao Yinming doubled the points after the fact. It did little to restore the trust of the crowd. Nonetheless, to avoid offending him, a few attendees still lent a small amount. However, the total amount raised elicited laughter. 20, 000 points were gathered, leaving Yi Tian's expression grim. Well, better something than nothing, he thought. Chu Fan, I shall no longer squander time with you. My offer stands at 630,000. If you possess the audacity, continue to raise it. Chu Fan sensed the threat emanating from Yi Tian. Yet what of it? Do you wish to eliminate me, yet deny me the solace of seeking a powerful ally? Indeed, Fu Jianru presents an excellent prospect. She is both capable and exquisitely beautiful. She certainly possesses remarkable attributes. 640,000. Chu Fan ceased his pretense and boldly announced the bid on Fu Jianru's behalf. Yi Tian nodded and remarked, Very well. Chu Fan, you possess courage, but I, Yi Tian, vow that when next we meet, I shall ensure your demise. If you possess the fortitude, remain in this tranquil sea of oblivion forever. With that, he turned on his heel and exited without a backward glance. Yi Fei, witnessing the inevitable outcome, cast a resentful glare at Chu Fan, leaving behind a warning to wait for him before following suit out of the room. 640,000 once, 640,000 twice, 640,000 thrice. Congratulations to Miss Fu for securing the S-grade ice attribute technique, Extreme Frost Heaven Art, at the price of 640,000. This auction has now concluded. Thank you, esteemed guests. Chapter 76. The promise of Fu Juanru. After Qiao Er announced the conclusion, the spectators who had been merely observers began to disperse. Before leaving, Jean Keela approached Chu Fan and said, "Brother Chu, my greatest gain today is having made your acquaintance. Should you wish to inquire about any information in the future, do not hesitate to contact me. We can negotiate a fair price." Chu Fan nodded in agreement, yet he remained curious about the source of Jean Ji's information. With a furtive glance around, Jean Keela leaned closer to Chu Fan and whispered, "In light of your generous demeanor, I shall bestow upon you a piece of information that remains unknown to others. I also possess an extraordinary ability, one that is somewhat unique and pertains to intelligence gathering. Thus, my sources are unequivocally reliable." This revelation took Chu Fan by surprise, and he smiled, responding, "I see. Thank you for sharing this with me, Brother Jean." Jean Keela waved his hand with a grin and vanished through the doorway. Chu Fan reflected on the encounter. Jean Keela was indeed an intriguing individual. His ability, while not enhancing combat prowess, held immense value in the realm of intelligence. This was someone he must befriend, as he could prove to be of great utility in the future. As the crowd thinned, Chu Fan and his companions approached Qiao Er. "Mr. Chu, your total expenditure amounts to 545,000 points. However, as you are our esteemed guest, you are entitled to a 20 discount, bringing your total to 436,000 points. We have already received 2 gold coins from you, so you need only pay an additional 416,000 points." Upon hearing this, those around Chu Fan grew anxious, including Fu Juanru, who cast a curious glance at him, uncertain of where he had acquired such a considerable number of points. With a smile, Chu Fan reached into his pocket and produced 5 dragon-patterned gold coins. "Qiao Er, do you think this will suffice?" Qiao Er's eyes sparkled as she took the coins and exclaimed, "Ah, dragon-patterned gold coins. This is more than sufficient. You will have a remaining balance of 84,000 points, which I shall promptly transfer to your account. Here are your 3 divine fruits and 4 volumes of martial arts techniques. Please accept them." In that moment, Barbara recalled that these dragon-patterned gold coins were what Chu Fan had initially unearthed from a treasure chest beneath the sea. However, she had never anticipated their immense value. Yet, her thoughts echoed Chu Fan's sentiment. Money spent is what truly counts. Otherwise, no matter how many points one possesses, they merely represent a figure. Having successfully completed a significant transaction, Qiao Er's demeanor brightened. "Miss Fu, your total expenditure is 640,000 points." Fu Juanru nodded and addressed Chu Fan. "I have 400,000 points, but I need to borrow 240,000 points from you. I promise to repay you later." Chu Fan agreed, "No problem." He then retrieved 2 more coins and handed them to Qiao Er. "You could deduct the remaining 40,000 from the balance. By the way, can't this be discounted as well?" Qiao Er replied with a smile, "I'm afraid that cannot be arranged, as Miss Fu is not one of our VIP clients." Chu Fan expressed his confusion, "But my expenditure does not exceed that of Miss Fu. Why is she not considered a VIP?" Qiao Er explained, "Our VIP requirements are exceedingly high. Typically, one must accumulate expenditures exceeding 10 million to qualify. However, there exists a rather unique circumstance." "What circumstance?" "Clients who provide these dragon-patterned gold coins can directly become our VIP clients, exempt from the spending threshold." At that moment, Chu Fan suddenly understood and marveled at the wisdom of his earlier venture to retrieve the treasure chest from beneath the water. Simultaneously, his curiosity about the dragon-patterned gold coins deepened. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion is even willing to establish a dedicated program for these coins, indicating that their value extends far beyond mere points. Perhaps there are secrets concealed behind these dragon-patterned gold coins. In that instant, Chu Fan silently vowed to reserve the remaining 3 coins for emergencies only. Fu Junru also heard of this situation for the first time, her expression shifting dramatically. It seemed she had indeed benefited immensely from her association with Chu Fan today. Just then, as if struck by inspiration, Chu Fan chuckled. "So, Miss Qiao, if I purchase this technique, does that mean I can enjoy your discount?" Qiao hesitated. "This emotionally, given my connection with the E, I would like to assist. However, according to the rules, it does exceed my authority." She reluctantly shook her head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, Miss Fu, since it was Miss Fu participating in the auction. It cannot be done this way." At that moment, a maid rushed over and whispered something in Xiao's ear. Upon hearing this, her expression subtly shifted. Chu Fan nodded. "Indeed, let us leave it at that." Xiao quickly responded. "Mr. Chu Fan, wait a moment. The pavilion master has sent word. We can accommodate your request, and we shall proceed as you suggested." This revelation took everyone by surprise, and Fu Junru was particularly astounded. Who exactly was Chu Fan? To elicit a personal message from the elusive pavilion master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion? In that moment, she even questioned whether Chu Fan might be the pavilion master's illegitimate son. It appeared that befriending Chu Fan had yielded her the greatest advantage on this journey. Chu Fan smiled. "Please extend my gratitude to the esteemed pavilion master." Qiao continued. "Calculating this way, Miss Fu only needs to pay 512,000 points in total." As she spoke, she returned one of the 2 dragon-patterned gold coins to Chu Fan. Chu Fan nodded. "Then please deduct the 2,000 point from my balance." Qiao replied with a smile. "The pavilion master has stated that the 2,000 remainder is a gift for young Master Chu. 1 coin will suffice." This left Chu Fan utterly bewildered. The pavilion master was exceedingly generous towards him. What could possibly warrant such investment? Could it be the dragon-slaying sword? After pondering for some time, without arriving at a conclusion, Chu Fan simply shook his head and decided to contemplate it later. After all, it appeared that the pavilion master harbored no ill intentions towards him. Matters of the future could wait. Fu Junru was left in a daze, realizing that she had indeed hit the jackpot today. Calculating the sum, it appears that I have indeed borrowed 110,000 points from Chu Fan. Had Yi Tian not departed, witnessing the scene would undoubtedly have caused him to spew blood in disbelief. After successfully settling the points, Fu Junru finally acquired the martial arts technique she desired, letting out a long sigh of relief. "Chu Fan, I, Fu Junru, am a woman of my word. I shall repay you the 110,000 points without delay." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Miss Fu, there is no need for such urgency. I am not in haste." Fu Yunru smiled, a sight that was a first for everyone present. This smile, enchanting and captivating, compelled even Lu Rian to concede that the woman was extraordinarily beautiful when she smiled. However, this smile quickly faded. "Chu Fan, are you not worried that I might default on my debt?" Chu Fan replied with a grin. "I trust my instincts. Moreover, I require a formidable ally like you, Miss Fu." Fu Junru nodded, assuring him, "Do not fear Yi Tian. I shall be near the exit of the windless sea. Should he dare to confront you, I will not hesitate to intervene." Chu Fan rejoiced. This was the very promise he sought, despite Fu Junru's seemingly icy demeanor. It is often those who appear aloof who harbor an unwavering pride within. This pride compels her to uphold any promises she has made, not even allowing herself to falter. Chapter 77. Commencing cultivation. Struck by lightning after adding Fu Junru as a friend, Chu Fan returned to the Sea King with his companions. It is evident that there are indeed countless formidable individuals in this world. Therefore, we must strengthen ourselves to ensure that we are not bullied by others upon the vast seas in the future. Here are your cultivation methods. I encourage everyone to attempt to activate them. This approach was also suggested by Fu Junru to Chu Fan. The cultivation methods in this world differ significantly from ordinary texts. Typically, an individual cannot comprehend the methods, even if they possess them. The only way to access these techniques is to activate them with the corresponding elemental energies, thereby obtaining the inheritance of the methods. In other words, even if Chu Fan were to retrieve Fu Jianru's ice attribute cultivation method, it would be futile, as no one in his team currently possesses mastery over the ice element. Moreover, this inheritance is singular, which prevents the methods from being reused. After delivering his opening remarks, Chu Fan presented all the cultivation methods they had acquired that day. Without hesitation, everyone activated their respective attributes and began to experience their unique techniques. Chu Fan took the Thunder Goddess Sea Dominance technique that Yi had left for him and placed it in the palm of his left hand, attempting to summon a spark of lightning with his right hand. The instant the lightning made contact with the technique, the tome containing the Thunder Goddess Sea Dominance technique suddenly illuminated, transforming into a flash of lightning that surged directly into Chu Fan's mind. In the following moments, a powerful consciousness seemed to materialize out of thin air, infusing itself into the depths of Chu Fan's memory. Within less than a minute, an abundance of cultivation methods emerged in his mind. Exhaling a breath of stagnant air, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chu Fan's eyes. Turning to his companions, he noted that their expressions mirrored his own. It appeared that everyone had successfully activated their respective cultivation techniques. Sister, brother-in-law, I am off to cultivate. I shall join you. Dear wife, you can entertain yourself for a while. I feel incredibly formidable right now. Lu Shangfei and Long Gu hopped onto their small vessel and immediately began their cultivation within the cabin, leaving Bai Jia, who was utterly bewildered, stamping her feet in frustration as she watched their retreating figures. Barbara also chimed in, Darling, I must return to meditate. It turned out that her method of initiation into cultivation relied on meditation. With everyone departing, Chu Fan noticed Lu Ruyan still standing nearby and curiously inquired, Ruyan, why are you not cultivating? Lu Ruyan replied with a faint smile, I'm already preparing. I estimate I will be ready to begin in about 5 minutes. Chu Fan responded with an O, and then asked, preparing for what? At that moment, Li Ruyan's voice echoed, Ruyan, the water is ready. You may take a bath. All right, I am coming. Lu Ruyan replied cheerfully before turning to Chu Fan and saying, Now I am prepared. It dawned on Chu Fan that Lu Ruyan's method of cultivation involved taking a bath. What an extraordinary method of cultivation. Is it truly this comfortable? He thought, why did I have to awaken with the thunder attribute? With a bitter smile, Chu Fan opened the Thunder Goddess domination of the sea within his consciousness. Lightning is one of the most formidable forces of destruction in this world. Thus, practitioners aspiring to harness this cataclysmic power must possess an exceptionally robust physique. The initiation into the Thunder Goddess domination of the sea is quite straightforward, comprising merely 2 prerequisites. The first condition, to sense the lightning power between heaven and earth, thereby guiding oneself to unleash bolts of lightning. Chu Fan has already accomplished this requirement. The crux lies in the second condition. The second condition, to activate the electrical attributes within one's cells, entering the thunderstorm, see through the thunderwood, allowing one's body to endure 10,000 strikes of lightning to temper and refine it. Only when the body can withstand the bombardment of lightning does one earn the right to wield such world-shattering power. At this moment, Chu Fan began to doubt whether Lu Ruyan was indeed the chosen one. Not only did she possess extraordinary abilities, but her cultivation method was remarkably comfortable as well. However, despite his complaints, Chu Fan, after informing the Li sisters, entered a room on the top floor of the Sea King. Left behind, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruo Shi wore expressions of disappointment. The 2 sisters had always unconsciously drawn the attention of the crowd, especially Li Ruo Shi, who was a major star. Yet, at this moment, they realized that beauty was utterly insignificant, particularly aboard the Sea King, as they surveyed their surroundings. They found themselves surrounded by beauties rivaling their own. An unprecedented sense of loss surged within them. Seeing the expressions of the 2 women, Bai Jia smiled gently, pulling them down to sit and engage in casual conversation. After ensuring the door was securely closed, Chu Fan sat on the floor, retrieving the thunderwood left for him by E. This thunderwood was entirely black, resembling gold yet not quite, emanating a faint warmth upon touch. Following the guidance of the technique, Chu Fan gripped the thunderwood tightly, closed his eyes slightly, and began to summon the lightning elemental energy within his body. As the lightning manifested, it was immediately attracted to the thunderwood, beginning to emit a faint glow. As time passed, the glow of the thunderwood intensified, its color transitioning from a pale white to a deep blackish purple. At a certain moment, Chu Fan felt a sudden brightness before him. When he regained his senses, he realized he had arrived in an extraordinarily unfamiliar place. Above, the sky was shrouded in endless dark clouds, while below lay an infinite, tumultuous sea. Strikes of lightning, as thick as an arm, flickered within the clouds or descended upon the ocean's surface, producing deafening roars. At this moment, Chu Fan found himself seated atop a 3-foot square peak, acutely aware that a moment's carelessness could send him plunging into the raging sea below. In such an environment, ordinary beings could scarcely survive. It seemed as though only Chu Fan existed amidst the vastness of heaven and earth, accompanied solely by the relentless lightning. An unparalleled sense of solitude enveloped him. Is this the thunderstorm sea? It could easily be deemed a hellish realm. After stabilizing his mind, Chu Fan prepared to draw the lightning into his body. I am the switch, I am the short circuit, I am the breaker of Ohm's law. With a rather flamboyant flair, Chu Fan boldly recited the incantation from his cultivation technique. It was said that chanting this particular phrase amidst the tempestuous sea of thunderstorms would significantly increase the likelihood of being struck by lightning. In the following instant, a jagged bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, aimed directly at Chu Fan, who sat atop the mountain, astonished. He couldn't help but think that his pretentiousness had indeed drawn the wrath of the skies. No wonder he had chosen such an ostentatious incantation. As his thought flickered through his mind, darkness enveloped him, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. When he next regained consciousness, he found himself back in his room. After a quick assessment of his physical state, he was relieved to discover that he bore no injuries. Yet the psychological impact of the experience lingered vividly in his mind. The sensation of confronting death had caused his heart to race uncontrollably. Within his consciousness, he noted that the count of lightning strikes had transformed to 1/10,000. Goodness, this challenge was truly formidable. It seemed as though it towered several stories high. Chapter 78. The fisherman Chu Fan steadied his mind, his expression resolute. Damn it, here goes nothing. Once more, he ignited the thunderwood and plunged into the tempestuous sea of lightning. Boom! A second later, Chu Fan was struck out again. By now, his hair had begun to curl slightly. Again, boom! Again, boom! After 10 minutes, Chu Fan was gasping for breath, his eyes bloodshot, his entire body racked with pain. Goodness, who on earth invented this technique? It is utterly exhausting. The silver lining was that, in his final attempt, he managed to endure a full 2 seconds, increasing his tally to 39 strikes. Yet this was still a far cry from the daunting goal of 10,000, and this was merely the entry requirement. As for the 3 realms he had mentioned, he hadn't even grazed the threshold. I can't afford to waste any more time. I must redouble my efforts. For today, I shall set a modest target, 100 strikes. With this thought, Chu Fan once again entered the raging sea, positioning himself atop the mountain. By calculation, this thunderwood was akin to a router, and this place was my designated strike zone. After a moment of self-deprecating humor, Chu Fan once more recited his domain name. Boom! 2 full hours passed, and Chu Fan was panting heavily, every part of him feeling as though it had been torn apart, racked with agony. He had finally managed to withstand 2 strikes in the tempest before retreating. Moreover, he had accomplished his small goal, 100 strikes. He had done it. Yet, he recognized that in his current state, he could not endure any more strikes, for it might severely damage his essence. After taking a rest for half an hour, he slowly emerged from the cabin onto the deck. By this time, Lu Ruyin and the others had completed their training and were seated on the deck, engaging in lively conversation. Goodness, who was that dark figure? Li Ruoyan was the first to notice Chu Fan and couldn't help but exclaim, drawing the attention of everyone else. Chu Fan replied with irritation, "It is I, your master." Only then did they recognize his voice, and Li Ruoyan's cheeks flushed. "Ah, Chu Fan, I'm so sorry. I truly didn't recognize you." "Wait a moment. What master nonsense is this?" That sounded quite strange. The latter part of her statement was only audible to herself, as at that moment, Barbara had rushed to Chu Fan's side. "Darling, what happened to you?" Chu Fan shook his head and replied, "I was struck by lightning. This technique is truly not meant for mortals. It hurts like hell." In the next instant, Chu Fan nearly moaned in relief. Ah, Kermok. It turned out that Barbara was using her healing abilities to help Chu Fan recover from his injuries. 10 minutes later, Barbara ceased her efforts, her eyes filled with regret. "I'm sorry, darling. My current healing capabilities are still limited, and I can only help you recover to this extent for now." Chu Fan smiled gently, patting her shoulder, and said, "You have already done remarkably well. This is sufficient. My method of cultivation involves enduring countless injuries and healing from them, which ultimately fortifies my body to a truly formidable degree." His injury differed from that of Brother Long's. Brother Long's wound was a common occurrence in surgical procedures, and thanks to Barbara's wood attribute combined with surgical treatment, she managed to preserve Brother Long's life, albeit at a perilous cost. In contrast, Chu Fan's injuries, while not fatal, left nearly every inch of his skin singed by lightning. Given Barbara's abilities, achieving such a feat was quite commendable. Perhaps it was the influence of Barbara's wood attribute, for Chu Fan distinctly sensed that his recovery speed had markedly improved since earlier. After settling down, Chu Fan casually inquired, "How are Xiao Fei and Brother Long faring?" Bai Jie responded, "They have yet to emerge. We are uncertain about their condition." Chu Fan nodded thoughtfully, suddenly recalling the 3 divine fruits he had brought back. He asked, "Bai Jie, allow me to gift you one of these divine fruits." As for the other 2, he intended to hold on to them for the time being. After all, the sisters Li Ruan and Li Ruashi had just boarded the ship and warranted further observation. Thus, he was not ready to present the fruits to them just yet. However, Bai Jie was different. Not only was there an inexplicable history between them, but it was also due to Brother Long's connection. Bai Jie's eyes brightened, but she resolutely shook her head, saying, "No need. My husband and I have already received ample kindness from you. I cannot accept any more." Just as Chu Fan was about to respond, he suddenly heard Lu Ruoyan exclaim, "Brother Long and Xiao Fei have come out." At this, Chu Fan rose, and indeed, he spotted Brother Long and Lu Xiangfei leaping onto the deck. However, Brother Long abruptly halted, gazing at a nearby vessel, calling out, "He Chong, is that truly you?" On that boat sat a man holding a fishing rod, intently focused on the sea. Upon hearing his name, he looked up. "Oh, Long, I never expected you to still be alive." Brother Long chuckled, explaining to Chu Fan, "Do you recall that I mentioned teaming up with the fisherman when I first arrived? That's him. Later, I went aboard Gao Shuaqi's ship, while He Chong, not wishing to be restrained, chose not to board, and we parted ways. I never anticipated encountering him again today." Chu Fan nodded, saying, "Indeed, if it weren't for your leather, we might have suffered from heat stroke. Gulme, let us go meet He Chong and see if he wishes to join us." Chu Fan said with a smile. He was quite curious about this man who could remain undistracted in such an environment while fishing. After they jumped onto He Chong's boat, Brother Long approached with a grin, clapping He Chong on the shoulder. "Brother, still fishing?" He Chong grumbled, "Damn it, you scared all my fish away." Taking advantage of this moment, Chu Fan looked around. He noticed the deck was cluttered with an assortment of peculiar items: light bulbs, slippers, and even a large refrigerator. Longo also noticed the scattered items around and chuckled. "Did you catch all these?" "Indeed, it's absurd. One cannot even catch a fish here, yet there is an abundance of this chaotic clutter." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but laugh. It was indeed true that fishermen, aside from being unable to catch fish, seemed capable of reeling in everything else. At that moment, he found himself intrigued by He Chong and handed him a cigarette. "Brother, where did you get your fishing rod?" He Chong, pleasantly surprised by the cigarette, readily engaged in conversation with Chu Fan. It's a long story. I don't have many hobbies, but I do enjoy fishing. However, my wife absolutely detests it. I distinctly remember the day I set out to fish. She called after me, saying, "Hee-chong, you better come back. If you don't return, don't bother coming back at all." Chu Fan laughed. What happened next? Hee-chong replied, "Well, I truly never made it back. Alas, I feel a bit guilty towards my wife." As he spoke, Hee-chong suddenly slapped himself. Chu Fan was taken aback and quickly reassured him, "Brother, take it easy. Such unexpected occurrences are beyond anyone's control." However, Hee-chong cursed, "Damn it, I'm such a fool." Chu Fan thought to himself that Hee-chong was indeed a decent fellow. Yet the next word from Hee-chong nearly broke his composure. How could I think of such things while fishing? It's truly frustrating. Chapter 79. The great emperor Hee-chong. Chu Fan raised his thumb and exclaimed, "Brother, you are truly impressive. I shall bestow upon you the title of Emperor Hee-chong." Hee-chong waved his hand modestly. "Oh, it's nothing. I think I have a bite." Suddenly, the bobber on the water's surface began to shake violently. Even someone as inexperienced as Chu Fan could discern that this was certainly a substantial catch. Hee-chong remained composed, gradually reeling in the fishing line. However, the frequency of the bobber's agitation left Chu Fan somewhat puzzled. Just how large could this fish be to create such a commotion? As the line was reeled in, the creature finally revealed itself, but the moment it surfaced, everyone was left in stunned silence. Hee-chong exclaimed with excitement, "Goodness, there are two of them." What are they doing?" Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback, but the next second, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the end of the fishing line were two entirely gray octopuses, somewhat resembling a humanoid figure. This peculiar appearance reminded Chu Fan of the animated character, Squidward. The most astonishing part was that these two octopuses were engaged in a passionate display of affection. It became clear why the fishing line was thrashing about so vigorously. The two octopuses appeared utterly bewildered. They had finally found a secluded spot to revel in their intimacy, only to be pulled out of the water against their will. One of the octopuses indignantly protested. "What are you doing?" "Oh no," Hee-chong quickly apologized. I'm sorry, please continue." Saying this, he unhooked the line and gently returned the two octopuses, who wore expressions of deep resentment, back into the sea. Chu Fan chuckled. No wonder it is said that fishermen can catch anything. This truly lives up to its reputation. Hee-chong felt a bit embarrassed as he cast the line back into the ocean. "Brother, do you have any cigarettes? I'd like another one." Chu Fan found this fellow quite amusing and directly handed him a pack. "Here, take one." "Thanks, brother. By the way, feel free to choose anything from the deck. If you fancy something or find it useful, don't hesitate." Brother Long laughed heartily. "Chu Fan, my brother Hee-chong is very generous, but aside from fishing, he has no other passions." Chu Fan replied with a smile, "This hobby is quite commendable, and it appears to be remarkably practical as well." Gazing at the myriad treasures adorning the deck, Chu Fan couldn't help but reflect on how his own possessions paled in comparison to those of Emperor Hee-chong. While they chatted, Hee-chong brought up another rod, but this time everyone was thrown into a state of unease. "What on earth is this peculiar fruit? I've never seen anything like it. It must be inedible." Hee-chong pulled down a fruit that bore a resemblance to a cantaloupe but was an odd shade of pink, and he was about to toss it aside. "Wait, don't throw it, brother. This is a treasure." Brother Long hurriedly intervened, and now even Chu Fan was on edge. This indeed was a divine fruit. Moreover, from Hee-chong's tone, it was evident that he had caught it before. At this moment, Chu Fan suddenly felt a hint of surrealism. Though he considered himself a mere novice, everyone he encountered seemed to embody the essence of a chosen one. Upon hearing Long Ji's words, Hee-chong halted his actions, momentarily stunned, and remarked, "Is this a treasure? Along, if you like it, then it's yours." Saying this, he tossed the divine fruit to Long Ge. Long Ge, holding in his hand, exclaimed, "Wait, Hee-chong, do you even know what this is?" Hee-chong shook his head, replying, "No, what is it?" Long Ge shook his head in disbelief, saying, "Brother, I'm not sure what to say to you. Let me show you my current extraordinary ability." With that, he raised his right hand, and without any visible motion, a handful of yellow sand appeared in his palm. With a gentle squeeze, the sand vanished without a trace. Hee-chong rubbed his eyes, Are you implying that consuming this fruit grants extraordinary abilities? Longa nodded with a smile. Indeed. Hence this item is far too precious for me to accept. Hichong pondered for a moment. You keep it. I have no use for this thing. It won't help me find more nests. Longa was taken aback. Wait, brother, are you serious? This is the divine fruit. Extraordinary abilities. At that moment, Hichong stood up and began rummaging through the pile of treasures on the deck. After a while, he emerged with a white object, placing it before Chu Fan and Longa. Fortunately, this one is still here. Longa was left dumbfounded. What the heck? How do you still have one? Hichong shrugged. I've caught several of these, thinking they were useless, and tossed them away. The only reason I kept this one is that it resembles a fish. Chu Fan looked at the divine fruit in Hichong's hand, and indeed, noticed it bore a striking resemblance to a fish. He couldn't help but marvel at the luck of the heavenly emperor. Longa echoed his sentiments. Brother, you're making me look incompetent. Well, I won't be polite then. I'll take this fruit to my wife. She adores pink. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan spoke up. Brother Hichong, since this fruit resembles a fish, it might possess abilities related to fish, which suits your needs perfectly. Hichong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Now that you mention it, I'm suddenly intrigued. I'll give this fruit a try and see if it grants me the superpower to automatically discover good nests. Chu Fan was utterly bewildered, thinking to himself, Heavenly Emperor your aspirations are truly unique. With that, Hichong took a bite out of the fruit and began to chew vigorously. Once he finished consuming it, he suddenly shivered all over. After a while, Hichong opened his eyes. Damn, it does relate to fish, but not to fishing at all. How unfortunate. Longa curiously inquired, what extraordinary ability did you gain? Hichong scratched his head. I haven't quite figured it out yet. Oh well, I'll wait until I catch another fruit and try again. Chu Fan quickly interjected. This fruit is effective only the first time someone eats it. Further consumption will not grant any abilities. Oh, is that so? Regardless, this fruit is quite sweet and has a delightful flavor. It serves well as a dessert after a meal. Regrettably, I discarded several in the past. Chu Fan's expression darkened. The group continued their conversation for a while longer, during which Hichong managed to reel in an induction cooker, an air conditioner, and a sofa, yet he failed to catch a single fish. Brother, I appreciate the cigarettes. Choose something for yourself. Chu Fan pondered briefly and pointed to the sofa, saying, then let this be my gift. It's just what I need as I lack a proper stool. Hichong readily agreed with a nod. Sure, feel free to take it. After another 5 minutes of fishing without a single bite, Hichong, in frustration, tossed the fishing rod onto the deck. Along, when are you leaving? Take me along. This wretched place has yielded no fish. I must find another spot to fish. Chapter 80. The upgrade of the Sea King upon returning from Hichong's. Chu Fan found Lu Shangfei engaged in conversation with his sister. Noticing Chu Fan's arrival, Lu Shangfei immediately voiced his intentions. Brother-in-law, I've made up my mind. Tomorrow, I will set off with Brother Long. I fear that Yao Yao can no longer wait. Chu Fan nodded in agreement. As long as you are resolute, given your current strength, you should be able to avoid any peril, provided you remain discreet. Lu Ruyan interjected. Your brother-in-law speaks the truth. However, you have witnessed the formidable figures from the previous rankings in that district. Therefore, it is imperative to maintain a low profile until you possess sufficient strength. Yes, I understand. Sister, my only goal is to rescue Yao Yao and then return to reunite with you all. Chu Fan contemplated for a moment and suggested, before you depart, let's upgrade the ship. The crew had successfully increased to 6 members, and there were 72,000 points available, sufficient for upgrading the Sea King to level 4. He accessed the ship's information on his wristband, which indicated that upgrading to a level 4 vessel required unlocking the communication module, radar module, and electric engine. Previously hindered by a lack of points, he now felt confident in proceeding with the upgrades. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the communication module. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the radar module. Spending 1,000 points to upgrade the electric engine. The communication module upgrade was completed, successfully connecting to the World Satellite Communication Center. He received the communication code 100870001. Additionally, He acquired 1 satellite phone and 6 walkie-talkies. The radar module was successfully unlocked, with a detection range of 20 nautical miles. The engine module upgrade was also successful, with the current engine being an electric drive engine. The conditions for upgrading to a level 4 tanker had been met. Would you like to spend 3,000 points to upgrade the vessel? After a series of prompt sounds, the conditions for upgrading the ship were finally satisfied. Without hesitation, Chu Fan affirmed his decision. The 3,000 points were deducted, and the ship upgrade commenced. 5 minutes later, the Sea King emitted a dazzling glow, which persisted for a full 30 seconds before gradually dissipating. The vessel had grown approximately 1.5 times larger than its previous level 3 form. The expansive deck felt ample enough to accommodate a basketball court. The entire body of the ship had nearly doubled in height, and the cabin was also substantially enlarged. The first floor housed the captain's quarters and the cockpit, while the second and third floors served as lounges, each containing 4 rooms, approximately 20 square meters in size. The lower deck had transformed into a cargo hold for storing items. However, most of the ship's belongings were currently stored in the warehouse, rendering the cargo hold quite empty. The Sea King upgrade was successful, with a current displacement of 50 tons. The electric engine's maximum speed was now 10 knots. New modules have been unlocked. 1. For 5,000 points. The ship's hull armor could be upgraded to reinforced armor, capable of withstanding attacks from conventional firearms. 2. The weapon system has been unlocked. Available for activation at the cost of 5,000 points. Gazing at the remaining 65,000 points, Chu Fan hesitated not for a moment and upgraded both modules entirely. The hull shimmered with a flash of white light, and it was then that Chu Fan realized the vessel had transformed from its original wooden structure into a robust steel body. The metallic texture evoked a profound sense of security. Shortly thereafter, a cannon emerged at the bow, its caliber reminiscent of the artillery wielded by medieval pirates. It was likely that any ordinary ship would succumb to its firepower after just a few shots. However, the ammunition posed a dilemma. The cannon came equipped with 10 rounds. Once exhausted, they would need to be procured anew. At that moment, the system issued another notification. Ding! Detection indicates that the host vessel is now equipped with an automatic engine system, radar system, and an upgraded fully automated resource collector. Ding! Upgrade successful. The fully automated resource collector's range has increased to 50 meters, with detection capabilities bound to the radar module, currently able to detect up to 20 nautical miles. One can set a destination on the fully automated resource collector, which will autonomously activate the engine system to proceed toward the target. Current number of resource boxes within 20 nautical miles. 0. Detection indicates that navigation measurements have been upgraded, with the lighting system, power supply system, freshwater purification system, and water heater module automatically adjusted. As the voice faded, Chu Fan exclaimed in exhilaration. Meanwhile, several women looked around, their faces alight with excitement. Wow, darling. This ship is absolutely stunning. Look, there's a soft bed. How wonderful. And an enormous bed. Wow. The bathtub is even larger. It seems several people could soak together. Lu Shangfei, brimming with envy, remarked, brother-in-law, what you've done here makes me not want to leave. Chu Fan smiled and encouraged, believe in yourself. You can achieve it too. Lu Shangfei nodded. Yes, I also want to hunt monsters and accumulate points to upgrade my ship. After a moment's thought, Chu Fan transferred 1,000 points to Lu Shangfei. Xiaofei, I want to give you more, but if you wish to escape this windless sea, you must have an engine system. Otherwise, it would take an eternity to row out. Lu Shangfei beamed with excitement. Thank you, brother-in-law. Seeing this, Lu Ruyin felt a surge of gratitude. She understood that Chu Fan was doing this for her sake. Subsequently, Chu Fan produced the blue blade belonging to Gao Shuaqi and handed it to Longge. Longge, take this blade. I've tested it, and it's a rare treasure. Longge accepted it without hesitation, patting his chest as he said, Thanks, brother. Rest assured, with Xiaofei and me, there won't be any issues. Once everything was arranged, Chu Fan waved his hand and declared, To wish Longge and Xiaofei a successful journey tomorrow, let us hold a party tonight. Given the simplicity of our conditions, Let us have a barbecue. Longa, go invite He Tierney to join us. Longa nodded in agreement, muttering, what a pity there's no wine. This remark reminded Chu Fan, and he gently called out to the system in his mind. System, are you there? Ding. I am here. Could you possibly bring me some wine? As if I were making an advance request. What do you say, dear system? This is the first time I'm asking you. Call me Daddy. Chu Fan. Call me Daddy. Chu Fan's expression darkened. Had the system been secretly observing his interactions with Barbara? How could have learned such a tone? Nevertheless, he had no choice. He needed something from it. If he had to call, then so be it. A father is still a father, after all. Dad, ding. In light of your earnestness, this system will make an exception just this once. Let it not be a precedent. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a mystery box of Wine 1, now stored in the system space. Note, this mystery box counts towards today's total. Chu Fan was overjoyed. Adrift upon the vast ocean without wine truly felt like a significant loss. The renowned philosopher Ode Biao once proclaimed, wine and laughter only enhance with each sip. Aged wine and tobacco wield boundless power. Chapter 81. Barbara's distress on the deck. Everyone was busily grilling meat, while He Chong had rowed his small boat closer. Hey, brother, how could you bear to put down your fishing rod? Longa teased. I've been fishing for days without a single catch. I'm done. Longa gave a thumbs up, saying, your perseverance is truly admirable. It's going to take a break now and then. He Chong nodded and added, by the way, let everyone come over and pick for themselves. If there's anything useful, feel free to take it. My boat is nearly overflowing. Longu recognized the sincerity and called out to Lu Ruyan and Barbara, along with the Lee sisters who were busy grilling. Ladies, and our two newcomers, come take a look and take whatever you fancy. Barbara stepped forward and exclaimed, I want that mirror, and there's lipstick. This grill is great. Let us use it for the meat. Wow, there's even a tablet here. I can watch movies tonight when I'm bored. Seeing everyone engaged, Chu Fan quietly made his way to the lower deck. It was best not to let too many people know about the system. With no one around, he opened the blind box directly. Beep, blind box successfully used. Congratulations, host. You have received 999 barrels of craft beer from a certain island, 999 bottles of Daki, 999 boxes of Maodai, 999 boxes of liquor, and 999 boxes of Lafite wine. Additionally, a set of 4 essential drinking accompaniments has been provided. 999 pounds of peanuts, 999 pounds of marinated pig's head, 999 pounds of deboned chicken feet, 999 pounds of cucumbers, 999 pounds of garlic, as well as 999 sets each of white wine glasses, beer mugs, and red wine glasses, now stored in the system space for the host to collect. Chu Fan was utterly stunned. This was extravagance at its finest. And they even thoughtfully included the 4 essential drinking accompaniments. Each person's essential accompaniments are unique. I merely listed 4 examples. Please be gentle with your comments. This was beyond even what a father could provide. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a grandfather's generosity. However, taking everything out would be overwhelming, so he decided to bring out just 20 boxes of each type of alcohol. The lower deck was spacious enough. Moreover, placing items down below would add weight to the boat, making it more stable during navigation. After completing this, Chu Fan peeked out. Brothers, wives, and sisters, come and grab some drinks. Help yourselves to what you want. His call startled everyone, with Longu being the first to react. No way, there's actually alcohol? Wait, brother, I was just joking, and you're serious. Chu Fan chuckled. We have beer, white liquor, and red wine. Choose whatever you like. Let us check it out. Upon hearing Chu Fan, everyone could no longer contain their excitement and rushed down to the lower deck. As the spotlight in Chu Fan's hand was turned on, Longu exclaimed, no way. Barbara's eyes sparkled with excitement. 8-year Lafite, my goodness. Darling, you are simply amazing. At this moment, Longu suddenly slid to his knees and positioned himself right in front of Chu Fan. Brother, I have no other hobbies. I simply relish the taste of fine spirits. When we depart tomorrow, you must ensure to leave me a little of this exquisite liquor. Chu Fan chuckled heartily, replying, no problem. You shall have some. Today. Let us drink freely and enjoy ourselves, but do refrain from overindulgence. Upon hearing Chu Fan's words, Longu's face lit up with excitement. That's the spirit. Cool me. Xiao Fei, He Chong, lend a hand. We can't let the ladies do all the heavy lifting. What do you wish to drink? We'll take care of it. The sight of so much alcohol made him salivate. Soon, on the deck, the grill was ablaze, and large chunks of sea monster meat sizzled as they cooked. Nearby, a plethora of alcoholic beverages lay in wait. Chu Fan declared, "No good meal is complete without some side dishes. Allow me to whip up a few delicacies." Good heavens! Peanuts, pork head meat, boneless chicken feet, and garlic cucumber. Longu exclaimed. Chu Fan, no, you are my revered father. You are truly a master of all trades. A dark cloud passed over Chu Fan's face as he retorted, Longu, you certainly know how to flatter. Suddenly, the sound of a piano reached their ears. Curiously, Chu Fan looked up to see Li Ruoshi seated at a piano, tuning it. Where on earth did this piano come from? He marveled. Longu chuckled, of course. It was caught by He Chong. Raising his beer glass towards He Chong, Chu Fan proclaimed, Brother Chong, you are amazing. The commotion aboard the Sea King drew attention from surrounding vessels, and soon the regional channels buzzed with excitement. What do I see? Is someone hosting a party? What kind of party? Is it silver-themed? I see it too. Goodness, they have alcohol, meat, and a lady playing the piano for entertainment. Is this truly survival? It seems more like a vacation. Envious tears streamed down some faces. Is this the power of the Sea King? Chu Fan, are you still accepting disciples? The kind that can perform a 360-degree backflip and slide to their knees before you. Of course, amidst those voices, some envious murmurs could be heard. What's so impressive about that? They're acting like nouveau riche. Exactly. Too busy indulging themselves, oblivious to us fellow compatriots, lacking any sense of public morality. However, these voices were soon drowned out by the chorus of others seeking to ingratiate themselves. The revelers aboard the Sea King remained blissfully unaware of this. And even if they did, they paid it no mind. After downing his drink, Chu Fan suddenly noticed Barbara rummaging around on He Chong's deck. Curious, he approached and asked with a smile, Barbara, what are you searching for? Seeing it was Chu Fan, Barbara pouted slightly, saying, Darling, I'm looking for something with attributes. I need it for my cultivation. Chu Fan frowned. What attributes? Out here at sea, the only thing likely to fit that description is this wooden ship. Barbara shook her head. That is an inanimate object of no use to me. My cultivation requires a living wood attribute treasure brimming with vitality. Is life flourishing? Chu Fan suddenly recalled the colossal Genesis tree and unconsciously remarked, how wonderful it would be to plant a tree on a ship. Barbara's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, Darling, that idea is simply brilliant. However, she swiftly shook her head, adding, but it would be exceedingly difficult. That's why I thought of coming to He Chong to see if there is anything useful. Chu Fan, intrigued, inquired, Did you find anything? Barbara shook her head, responding, No, I didn't find anything. After a moment of contemplation, Chu Fan suggested, Let me think of a solution. Upon hearing this, Barbara's face brightened. She embraced Chu Fan and gave him a hearty kiss on the cheek, exclaiming, Thank you, my dear. I knew you would be the best. Chu Fan chuckled at her words, forgiving her for the unexpected collision. He then softly addressed the system in his mind. System, are you there? Chapter 82. Lu Rian's exclusive weapon, Barbara's divine artifact system grandfather. Are you there? What a nuisance. He chuckled, contemplating how to persuade this obstinate system to assist him. Yet, in the next moment, he felt a flush of warmth. It appears to be a request from the goddess Barbara. Had you mentioned it sooner, arrangements would have been made. Chu Fan. Excuse me. Is a no courtesy? Am I not still the host? Despite his irritation, he refrained from offending the system and merely grumbled internally. So, what arrangements do you have in mind? Ding. Among today's remaining blind boxes, there will be a treasure suitable for Barbara. Please stay vigilant for its arrival. Upon hearing this response, Chu Fan snapped his fingers, exclaiming, Splendid. It seemed that having unwittingly traversed into this otherworldly realm, or perhaps after a prolonged period of relaxation, everyone indulged in merriment until nearly midnight before they finally ceased their revelry. After a brief tidying of the deck, they all retreated to their respective quarters for rest. In the captain's cabin, Chu Fan, Barbara, and Lu Rian gathered around two blind boxes before them. Why are there only two? Lu Rian inquired, perplexed. I opened mine early. Otherwise, how could there be so much wine? Chu Fan elucidated. What I mean is, since Ruo Yin and Ruo Shi are also considered teammates, why do they lack blind boxes? Chu Fan coughed lightly twice and explained, they do not have any for the moment. We can address that later. After a brief pause, he added, why don't you open yours and see what treasures await us today? Lu Rian nodded and was the first to unveil the blind box before her. Ding! Blind box successfully utilized. Congratulations on acquiring the legendary water-type exclusive weapon, Moontide, Tear of the Heavens. Moontide, Tear of the Heavens, also known as Abyssal Song, Tide Resonance, and Whale Dream. It is said that this blade was forged from the tears of the fallen moon sea goddess, intertwined with the bones of the abyssal Leviathan. Weapon effects 1. Moontide Resonance, passive during combat. The wielder is surrounded by flowing water mist, akin to waves under moonlight, automatically blocking low-level attacks. During a full moon or rainy days, attacks are imbued with tide resonance. Enemies will hear the goddess's song, resulting in slowed actions, mental interference. 2. Tear of the Heavens, active trigger when the blade is swung. Crystalline droplets resembling tears hover in the air, transforming into myriad fine water blades that slice through foes. 3. Tidal Vortex Domain. Enemies within this domain are rendered damp, and the character's normal and heavy attacks are converted to water attribute enchantments. 4. Goddess's Lament, cooperative attack, when teammates with differing elemental attributes execute a joint attack. Unique synergy effects emerge. A cascade of notifications flashed before them, leaving Chu Fan utterly astonished. He never anticipated the existence of an exclusive weapon. Lu Rian's fortune seemed almost otherworldly. Before them materialized a semi-transparent dagger, reminiscent of glacial ice, with flowing starlit points glimmering within its blade, trailing azure light as it was waved. The hilt, entwined with silver threads and adorned with mother of pearl, culminated in a magnificent pearl that radiated an enchanting glow under the illumination of the lights. It was truly stunning. In Chu Fan's mind, the image of Lu Ruyin, with her silver hair and clad in white, wielding this short blade beneath the moonlight, began to take shape. Lu Ruyin was equally impressed, feeling as though this blade had been custom crafted just for her. Now, she possessed two weapons, one for range combat and the other for close encounters. Her confidence in confronting Etion had undoubtedly surged. Barbara, too, gazed with envy and slowly opened her own blind box. Ding! Blind box successfully opened. Congratulations on acquiring the wood attribute exclusive treasure. Qingmu Spirit Altar, One Leaf Zen Realm. Qingmu Spirit Altar, One Leaf Zen Realm. A pure land in one's palm. A treasure of the wood spirit that transcends the world. Activation conditions. Must possess a wood attribute ability user to harness elemental power for recognition. Non-wood attribute users cannot activate it. Once recognized, one can enter the One Leaf Zen Realm merely by mental control. Description of One Leaf Zen Realm. 1. The internal flow of time is 1/10 that of the outside world. 10 hours of meditation, 1 hour in reality. 2. Except for contracted wood spirits, such as flower fairies and tree spirits, no living creatures can be brought inside. 3. Spirit plant cultivation. Seed can be thrown into the misty sea to instantly mature in 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs, limited to once every 24 hours. 4. Wood escape traversal. Plants marked within the Zen realm can serve as teleportation anchor points in the real world. 5. Amber seal. Temporarily imprison the consciousness of enemies using amber from the misty sea. Those affected will be trapped in a cycle of plant reincarnation, experiencing a century of solitude as a tree, with duration dependent on the ability user's realm. Upon reading the lengthy introduction, Chu Fan couldn't help but give a thumbs up to the system once more. This item was simply extraordinary, so remarkable that words failed to capture its essence. Barbara, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "This is wonderful. Finally, a place to meditate." "My dear, thank you, you are truly amazing." Chu Fan responded with a smile. Haven't I always been remarkable? Indeed, you are the best. With that, Barbara eagerly retrieved her treasure from the blind box. Before them floated a palm-sized, translucent jade leaf, its veins shimmering with a faint golden glow, exuding an aura of profound mystery. As Barbara gently held the leaf, it felt warm and smooth, akin to the tender sprouts of early spring. Following the system's guidance, she clasped the leaf tightly with both hands in a gesture of prayer, awakening the forest element within her. A burst of green light flashed, and a dazzling brilliance erupted from her palms. Sensing something, Barbara opened her hands, and the leaf levitated, transforming into a stream of light that entered her mind. I understand now. Qingmu's spirit altar, one leaf Zen realm. So this is how it works. As soon as she finished speaking, Barbara suddenly vanished from sight, startling both Chu Fan and Lu Ruyan. However, moments later, she reappeared before them, her face alight with joy. The essence of wood in that place is truly profound. Upon entering, I felt as though my very soul was healed. I absolutely adore this wondrous sensation. Suddenly recalling something, Barbara extended her palm and grasped Chu Fan's wrist. Before he could react, he found himself enveloped by a thick aura of wood essence. The wounds he had sustained during his daytime training began to heal rapidly. Lu Ruyan, contemplating the scene, also extended her right hand, unleashing a stream of water essence from her fingertips. As her water essence made contact with Barbara's plant essence, they noticed the green glow surrounding Chu Fan intensifying brilliantly. Within merely 2.5 minutes, Chu Fan discovered that all his injuries had miraculously healed. Incredible. I must give it a try. With that, Chu Fan summoned the lightning essence within him. The moment his lightning essence intertwined with the wood essence from Barbara and the water essence from Lu Ruyan, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted from the cabin, shattering the tranquility of the night. Chapter 83. Superbloom. Almost exploded. The sudden sound of an explosion shattered the tranquility of the night. In a room on the second floor, the Lee sisters, who had just retrieved a tablet from He Chong to watch a movie, were startled. Are you all right, Yuan Shan? Li Ruoyan inquired with concern. I'm fine, really. Don't worry. After receiving her sister's reassuring response, the two ventured back into their room, filled with curiosity. Sis, those three are quite strange, making such a commotion in the dead of night. Li Ruoyan gently patted her younger sister's head and said, Less curiosity, dear. That's how we avoid being bothersome, understand? Li Ruoxunudda, donbui, cease. I'm just curious, not foolish. I was merely wondering what it feels like when those three are together. Li Ruoyan blushed and replied, You naughty girl. Spending time in the entertainment industry has indeed influenced you, making you ponder such frivolities. Li Ruoxu pouted and lifted the blanket to peek. Where's the frivolity in that? You mustn't speak carelessly. They are quite virtuous. A shadow of annoyance crossed Li Ruoyan's face. All right, enough of that. Let's watch a movie. Who would have thought we could enjoy films in another world? All thanks to Chu Fan. Li Ruoxu did not deny this. Without Chu Fan, their survival would have been uncertain, let alone having food and drink, a clean room, and now even a tablet. Though lacking internet access, they had discovered that the tablet contained numerous stored movies. Very well, let us watch a movie. With that, the sisters activated the tablet featuring the delightful character from the second dimension and began their cinematic journey. Downstairs, Chu Fan and his companions exchanged glances, taking a moment to regain their composure. Fortunately, they had only utilized the minimal elemental power, to their surprise. The combination of these three elements had triggered an extraordinary bloom reaction. What an unexpected delight. Mahayu had not deceived them. Indeed, the fusion of these three elements yielded unforeseen surprises. This phenomenon provided them with an additional means of survival. 112-1113. As if struck by inspiration, Chu Fan hastily cautioned, From now on, when we applaud, let us refrain from using elemental power. Otherwise, I might just explode. Upon hearing this, Barbara appeared visibly anxious, patting her ample figure. Oh my goodness, thank goodness you considered that, dear. Lu Ruyan, however, calmly analyzed, theoretically, the explosion occurred due to your lightning element's involvement. Thus, you should remind yourself of this. Chu Fan scratched his head. That makes a bit of sense. Never mind. It seems you 1T get a taste of the electric chicken Esmite. Lu Ruyan shot him an exasperated glance. His imagination was truly remarkable. Rising from her seat, she said, "Hurry up and rest. It's getting late." Chu Fan, puzzled, asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to sleep in the adjacent room. Are you not staying with me tonight?" "Relatives have arrived, making things inconvenient. Let Barbara keep you company." Barbara quickly raised her hand and exclaimed, No, I cannot either." Upon hearing this, Chu Fan let out a helpless sigh and remarked, "How is it that you two ended up together and cannot separate?" Lu Ruyan replied with a stern expression, "Is this something a person can control?" Barbara chimed in, "Exactly, you should go upstairs to rest. This room is mine for today." As she spoke, she stood up and pushed Chu Fan out. With a resigned shake of his head, Chu Fan ascended the stairs to the second floor. The second floor housed 4 rooms and a shared bathroom, which was quite convenient. It would be best to get some rest and continue training tomorrow, Chu Fan silently resolved. Meanwhile, in a room near the staircase on the second floor, the two sisters opened a video. FBI warning. A large black silhouette appeared on the screen. Li Ruoyin frowned and said, "A foreign film?" Li Ruo, she dismissed it, saying, "What does it matter? Let's watch it first." However, their faces soon turned crimson. What on earth is a plumber? Oh no, they are kissing. How embarrassing. Li Ruoyin covered her eyes and peeked through her fingers at the tablet, urgently exclaiming, "Quickly, turn it off, turn it off." Li Ruo, she was also shocked. She had watched such films before, but watching alongside her sister felt rather awkward. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside the door, startling the two, who hastily scrambled to shut the tablet off. Yet, the more frantic they became, the more mistakes they made. Instead of turning it off, they inadvertently cranked up the volume. As Chu Fan, having just come up from the first floor, passed by the room, he was taken aback by the sudden noise. Who was calling? Upon confirming the source of the sound, Chu Fan kicked the door open, concerned. "What's wrong? Are you all right?" But in the next moment, he was rendered speechless. There sat the two sisters in their bedding, their faces flushed, as the covers emitted a series of inappropriate sounds. Noticing their unusual state, Chu Fan furrowed his brow and asked, "What is wrong with you two? Why are your faces so red? Are you feverish?" Li Ruoyin quickly shook her head. No, we're fine. But why were you calling out so distressingly?" "Wait, that sound." As the peculiar noises continued, Chu Fan suddenly realized. Li Ruoyin felt she had never been so embarrassed in her life. She quickly jumped over and covered Chu Fan's ears, insisting, "Don't listen, Chu Fan. You need to leave, just go out." But in the next instant, she froze and let out a sharp scream. She suddenly remembered that just before bedtime, she had taken off her mermaid costume and put on her white shirt. Although the shirt's hem concealed certain areas, her long, smooth legs were now fully exposed before Chu Fan. Chu Fan swallowed hard, managing an awkward smile as he stammered, I didn't see anything. I didn't hear anything. You two just carry on, continue." Having spoken, she slowly turned and withdrew from the room step by step. My goodness, I had not anticipated that Li Ruoyin possessed such a remarkable figure. Although her physique may not rival that of Barbara, nor even compare to Lu Ruyan, her proportions are exceptionally perfect, embodying the quintessential elegance of an Oriental woman. Truly, she deserves her reputation as one of the two illustrious campus goddesses alongside Lu Ruyan. Chu Fan silently commended her in his heart. Meanwhile, within the confines of the room, Li Ruoyin's face flushed crimson, as if it were about to bleed. This was the first time she had donned such scant attire in front of a man, and particularly while watching a Risku film with her sister. Oh no, if this were to get out, it would surely be mortifying. Would he think of her as a shameless woman? No, I must clarify this matter. Chapter 84. Continuing the cultivation in the warmth of their blankets, Li Ruoxi finally shut off that infernal film, allowing both sisters to exhale in relief. What if, sister? This makes Chu Fan think we are those kind of wicked women? Li Ruoyin expressed her concern, her face etched with worry. I don't know. Ugh. If I had known it was full of such films, I would have never saved them. How disgusting. Do you think Chu Fan is actually quite handsome? Li Ruoyin pondered, her face lighting up. Yes, he was the heartthrob of our school, just a few years ahead of me. Li Ruoxi's eyes sparkled with realization. No wonder Sister Ruyan likes him. Quickly, tell me, do you have feelings for him? In a hushed tone, Li Ruoyan replied, Ruoxi, don't say such things. Ruyan will be furious. Li Ruoxi dismissed her concerns playfully. Sister, you're being foolish. We're not on Earth anymore. With a catch like Chu Fan, the number of women surrounding him will only grow. If we don't act soon, we might find ourselves without a room on this ship. Li Ruoyan stared in disbelief. Us? Ruoxi, you can't be serious. Li Ruoxi giggled. You just admitted it, didn't you? Haha, I knew it. Li Ruoyan quickly retorted. Stop speaking nonsense. That's not true. Li Ruoxi chuckled softly, choosing not to press further, aware that her sister was a bit shy. Well then, let us explain things to him tomorrow. Li Ruoyan frowned. Sigh, I can't even bring myself to say it. Forget it. Let us just go to sleep. They turned off the lights and nestled into their blankets. Half an hour later, Li Ruoxi whispered, Sister? Are you asleep? What's wrong? Regarding that film we just watched, was the woman's experience pleasurable or painful? Li Ruoyan retorted. You little rascal, stop talking nonsense and go to sleep. Oh, fine. However, despite her words, sleep eluded Li Ruoyan. The images from the film had stimulated her senses far too intensely. Until now, she had remained blissfully ignorant about matters between men and women. Yet today's film had seemingly unleashed a Pandora's box deep within her heart. Unconsciously, she squeezed her legs together, feeling a warmth spreading in her lower abdomen. Almost instinctively, she recalled her sister's earlier words and the strikingly handsome face of Chu Fan. As her thoughts wandered, Li Ruoyan felt her cheeks flush deeper. Closing her eyes, a voice emerged from her left brain. Li Ruoyan, how can you think this way? That is your best friend's man. You must not entertain such thoughts. Yet, a countering voice from her right brain chimed in. If he is your best friend, then good things must surely be shared. A man as handsome and capable as Chu Fan will undoubtedly attract other vixens. If they can, why can't you? In her mind, two little figures were engaged in a fierce battle, and Li Ruoyan's emotions mirrored the tumultuous ups and downs of a roller coaster. Time slipped away in a haze until she finally succumbed to slumber. When dawn broke the following day, Li Ruoyan awoke to find her younger sister still peacefully asleep beside her. Shaking off the remnants of drowsiness, she prepared to rise. It seemed she had dreamt the night before, the contents of which mirrored scenes from a film. Only in her dream, she had transformed into the female protagonist, while the male lead had become Chu Fan. Though somewhat embarrassing, the sensation was undeniably delightful. Seizing the moment while her sister remained asleep, she hurried to the bathroom to freshen up. With a quick change from her soiled attire into a royal garment, she readied herself for a shower. Lu Shangfei and Longgu had moved to their own little boat, and with Chu Fan and the others on the first floor, the second floor should be solely occupied by the two sisters. However, she felt rather disheveled in her current state, prompting her to dash into the bathroom. Locking the door behind her, she breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one had witnessed her in such a state. What an embarrassment that would have been. As she prepared to wash her undergarments, a sudden voice startled her. Ruoyan, I'm using the bathroom. Whipping around, she was taken aback to see a dripping wet Chu Fan, towel in hand, drying his hair. Fortunately, he was wrapped in a towel around his waist, lending a semblance of modesty. Nevertheless, his muscular physique radiated an undeniable charm that left Li Ruoyan momentarily spellbound. Noticing her daze, Chu Fan cleared his throat and said, Ruoyan, could you turn around? I need to get dressed. Oh, okay. Li Ruoyan, now devoid of her usual composure, quickly turned away, her mind involuntarily conjuring images of Chu Fan's physique. Soon, he had donned his attire and quietly remarked, by the way, what was that about being a bad woman? Is something the matter? Oh, nothing at all. How are you? If you're done, I'd like to use the bathroom. Sure, go ahead. I'm all set. I'll step out now. As he spoke, Chu Fan exited, brushing past her, and a distinct, youthful fragrance wafted into his nostrils. What is that scent? He murmured to himself. Upon hearing his words, Li Ruoyan felt as though she had been struck by lightning, her body freezing in place. However, Chu Fan gave it little thought as they were at sea. He left the bathroom, leaving Li Ruoyan blushing furiously. Returning to his room, he closed the door and settled onto the deck. Taking a deep breath, he retrieved the thunderwood, preparing for the trials of the day. With only 2 days remaining until the results of the windless sea trials were to be revealed, he knew he had to seize the moment. Drawing from yesterday's experiences, he smoothly entered the stormy sea today. Boom, boom, boom. To Chu Fan's astonishment, he was able to endure 3 bolts of lightning today without being electrocuted for the first time. It appears that yesterday's experiments were indeed quite fruitful. Moreover, after receiving treatment from Barbara and Lu Ruyin, his body felt significantly stronger than it had the previous day. While this newfound vigor might not be immediately discernible in appearance, his resilience against the tempestuous forces of lightning has markedly improved. This is certainly an unexpected delight. Well then, with that in mind, let us set a modest goal for today. Let's strike 1,000 times. My lightning, 3 parts drawn from the essence of life, 7 parts reliant on the tribulations of heaven. Come forth. Let the lightning strike with even greater ferocity. Chapter 85. Frenzy Cultivation. A few hours later, Chu Fan lay on the deck, his body enveloped in black smoke as he gasped for breath. This infernal method of cultivation. In these hours, he had endured over 500 strikes of lightning, leaving his entire body charred. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Barbara's radiant figure in the doorway. My goodness, where did this shadow come from? Oh dear, what happened to you? Chu Fan managed a grin, showcasing his white teeth. Aside from his teeth and eyes, not a single trace of white was visible on him. I'm fine, Barbara. I'm just cultivating. Though I may look a bit worse for wear, I feel remarkably revitalized. Indeed, this was Chu Fan's genuine sentiment. Despite his ghostly appearance, he sensed that the elemental energy of lightning within him had reached a truly formidable state. He was not exaggerating. He would dare to confront an electric eel in the Amazon River head-on. Furthermore, after enduring the trials of the morning, he felt his physical form had become astonishingly robust. Barbara, however, felt a pang in her heart, and 2 tears fell from her eyes. Darling, you are pushing yourself too hard. Let me heal your wounds. Chu Fan did not refuse. With Barbara's assistance, his body would recover swiftly, allowing him to continue his cultivation. Sitting cross-legged opposite Chu Fan, Barbara embraced him, her body exuding a gentle force of wood element energy that enveloped him entirely. Oh, this feels heavenly. A refreshing sensation washed over Chu Fan, making him forget the pain of his injuries, nearly prompting him to hum in delight. After a while, the treatment concluded, and he was astonished to find that his wounds had completely healed. Overwhelmed with joy, he could not help but ask, Barbara, have you truly reached the threshold? Barbara nodded, saying, the vitality within the Leaf Zen realm is astonishingly abundant, and with the time flow within being 10 times that of the outside world, I have finally entered the threshold. Chu Fan was taken aback. So, you have entered the mortal realm? Barbara confirmed, yes. By the way, it seems that Ru Yin has also crossed the threshold. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a wave of despair. What are the requirements for your entry? Barbara blinked innocently. 1,000 hours of meditation. Chu Fan was momentarily stunned. You haven't even completed 1,000 hours. Barbara laughed. There is a condition. If the wood elemental energy is sufficiently abundant, the time required can be drastically reduced. Chu Fan was left speechless, marveling at her luck, which was far beyond his own. Yet the next moment he chuckled, well, my Barbara, I cannot lag behind. I shall continue my cultivation. Just then, a commotion arose outside. Barbara stood up and glanced towards the door. It's raining again. Focus on your cultivation. I will handle matters on the ship. I'll come back to check on you shortly. Chu Fan nodded. All right. Immediately, Chu Fan, without a hint of hesitation, retrieved the thunderwood and entered a state of cultivation once more. He resolved to strike 2,000 times today. On the vast ocean, rain began to fall again, remarkably gentle, as if to offer a glimmer of hope to those struggling for survival on the turbulent waters. Countless sea monsters appeared as anticipated, and thanks to the experiences of the past few days, the crew had become less frantic in dealing with these creatures. Aboard the Zyazi, Kunkin, after slaying an octopus monster, glanced at the leaderboard. He had reached 590 points. Second place. Yet, he felt no joy, for the first place held by Chu Fan boasted a staggering score of 54,000 points. This figure filled him with despair. Moreover, a newcomer named Fai Long had emerged, rapidly accumulating points, reaching 250 in a mere short while. This meant that in just over 10 minutes, the ship had already vanquished more than 20 sea monsters. No, I must hasten, or I shall be overtaken. Kunkin bit his lip and let out a fierce roar, charging towards another crab monster. Not far from the Sea King, another vessel raised a flag emblazoned with the ostentatious words, Fai Long. Indeed, this was the newly named fleet of Lu Shangfei and Long Ge, derived from a character of each of their names, culminating in the flamboyant title of Fai Long. Long Ge, I've slain 12, 2 more than you. Hee, Lu Shangfei exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Long Ge scratched his head in resignation. The destructive power of the fire element was among the foremost in all elemental systems. It could be said that, aside from Chu Fan's lightning, few could rival it. However, in the next moment, Lu Shangfei's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, how can sister-in-law fly? At that moment, Bai Jie floated gracefully in the air, wielding a large sword left by Gao Shuaiqi, effortlessly slaying a sea monster before returning to the deck. Long Ge chuckled heartily, ha, that pink divine fruit is of the wind element, allowing her to fly for a short period. Bai Jie, equally elated, raised her sword and declared, flying is faster than running. This scene ignited Lu Shangfei's competitive spirit, as he defiantly stated, Long Ge, Sister Bai, let us continue our contest and see who claims first place today. Lu Shangfei by Jie Long Ge and He Chong had decided that after the day's hunt for sea monsters concluded, they would embark on their journey to rescue Yaoer. Meanwhile, countless onlookers aboard nearby ships were left utterly astonished by the spectacle. Wow, who are those people on that ship? They are fierce indeed. That flying lady is breathtakingly beautiful. Em utterly smitten. Get lost. You've always had that problem. It has nothing to do with the lady. That fisherman is truly fortunate, effortlessly basking in the protection of 3 formidable allies. What incredible luck! At this moment, the rain gradually ceased, and Lu Shangfei and his companions halted their hunt. Lu Shangfei had vanquished 20 sea monsters. Long Ge had also slain 20. Bai Jie had triumphantly dispatched 25. Ultimately, the Flying Dragon ascended to the 3rd position on the leaderboard, with a score of 450 points, a mere 100 points shy of the 2nd place, the Little Blackie. Remarkable. I yearn to join them. Indeed, allow me to participate. I am far superior to that fisherman, who is nothing but a burden. Bai Jie wiped the sweat from her brow, acknowledging that she had indeed benefited from the situation. Lu Shangfei and Long Ge could only wait for the sea monsters to approach before they could strike. In contrast, Bai Jie had the advantage of being able to soar directly near the sea monsters to execute her kills, which fortuitously secured her first place. How I wish I could possess a wind-based technique, Bai Jie murmured softly. At that moment, the burden, He Chong, suddenly exclaimed, They're SA fish, they're SA fish. Come on, it's not a fish, what is this? Wandering wind technique? Chapter 86, 2,000 times, accomplished as the day began to fade into darkness. Chu Fan collapsed onto the floor, utterly exhausted and unable to move another inch. His body felt as though it were on the verge of disintegration. Yet, amidst this physical torment, an overwhelming sense of tranquility enveloped him. He had finally achieved his goal of 2,000 repetitions. Remarkably, during the final attempt, he endured a staggering 50 strikes before retreating, a stark contrast to the previous day's performance. The power of the Thunder God's sea dominance was indeed formidable. At that moment, the door creaked open, revealing the exquisite visage of Li Ruoyan. Ah, you're awake. Ruoyan, Barbara. Chu Fan has regained consciousness. Chu Fan smiled and propped himself up, inquiring, what time is it? The girls rushed in with enthusiasm. Barbara immediately enveloped him in a warm embrace. And as Chu Fan felt the comforting softness of her body, he chuckled. I'm sorry to have worried you all. Lu Ruoyan, standing behind, wore a complex expression as she remarked, Is your body able to withstand this? Chu Fan replied, Of course. Just look at who I am. Seeing his confident demeanor eased Lu Ruoyan's concerns. By the way, Brother Long and Xiao Fei have already set off. Chu Fan nodded. I believe they will surely make their mark. Noticing the four girls staring at him, Chu Fan suddenly exclaimed, "Is there anything to eat? I'm famished." Barbara suggested, "How about this? Ruoyan, you and the others prepare the food while I tend to his injuries." Lu Ruoyan agreed, "All right." Half an hour later, Chu Fan sat on the deck, savoring a sip of beer, and exclaimed with delight, "This is the life." Barbara thoughtfully placed a piece of meat in his mouth, prompting him to reflect on the joy of living. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi had grown noticeably more comfortable with each other over the past 2 days. Although Chu Fan had asked them to perform certain menial tasks, he had not imposed any hardships upon them. They even enjoyed warm showers, a stark contrast to their previous days adrift at sea. Indeed, a veritable paradise. However, they were mindful of their status and stood by, watching enviously as Chu Fan and the others feasted. "What are you all standing there for? Join us," Chu Fan queried, puzzled. Li Ruoyan quickly replied, "We are merely servants. How can we dine with our master?" Chu Fan regarded the two thoughtfully, musing, exceptional maids, perhaps? Embarrassed that he had inadvertently voiced his thoughts, he quickly added, "I meant, there is no need for such formalities. Let's dine together. However, you will be responsible for the cleanup after our meal, if that is agreeable." Lu Ruoyan chimed in. "Ruoyan Ruoshi, come sit and eat with us. There is no need for such formality." Barbara nodded in agreement. "Yes, yes. In the future, we can all play cards together. How delightful that would be." Seeing the encouragement from everyone, the two girls finally took a seat and began to enjoy dinner. Unlike her sister, Li Ruoshi had always been more audacious, and after downing a glass of beer, she finally mustered the courage to speak. "Brother Chu, when I first boarded the ship, I assumed you would be quite serious. I never anticipated that you would be such an amusing person." Chu Fan chuckled, "Haha, just don't fall in love with me." Li Ruoshi was taken aback, not expecting such a remark from Chu Fan, and quickly replied, "No, no, no. If you say that, Sister Barbara and Sister Ruyan will surely strangle me." However, Barbara shook her head and said, "How could that be? In fact, it's perfectly fine if you both fall for Chu Fan." This left Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi with puzzled expressions. Barbara, perplexed, added, "Isn't it said that if men from Long Country have only one woman, they will be ridiculed? Ruyan, isn't that right?" Lu Ruyan felt a wave of embarrassment, realizing that the boomerang she had thrown earlier had come back to hit her squarely on the forehead. Ultimately, it was still Chu Fan's fault. His extraordinary charm was simply too overwhelming. Among the 5 people on the ship, he was the sole man, surrounded by 4 stunning beauties. No wonder Chu Fan often claimed his luck in blind boxes was poor. Clearly, all his fortune had been diverted to attracting the opposite sex. Noticing Barbara looking at her, Lu Ruyan gently cleared her throat and said, "Yes, that is how it is. If you don't believe me, you can ask them." After saying this, she shot a pleading glance at Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi, pretending to be nonchalant while sipping her beer. The two sisters, both exceptionally clever, quickly grasped Lu Ruyan's intention. "Ah, yes, yes, Ruyan is right." Barbara then smiled and said, "Now that is the spirit. In my opinion, Chu Fan is the most outstanding man I've ever seen. To avoid any ridicule directed at him, why not marry him ourselves?" Lu Ruyan nearly spat out her beer at that remark. Goodness, that was quite a remarkable understanding. Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoshi gasped in surprise, yet their reactions were distinctly different. Li Ruoyan's face flushed crimson as she recalled the events of that morning in the bathroom, feeling as though her little secret had been exposed. Li Ruoshi, after a brief moment of shock, hesitated and said, "This doesn't seem appropriate." Yet, a peculiar sensation began to rise within her. Chu Fan felt that the conversation was becoming increasingly absurd, even for him, an old flirt. With that thought, he gently coughed and said, "Well, matters of the heart should be mutual. Let us not discuss this any further for now. We can talk about these things later. Let us drink." Once everything was tidied up and the Li sisters had gone upstairs, the 3 of them began today's blind box opening. Perhaps their earlier good fortune had been exhausted, as the items Lu Ruyan and Barbara opened today were nowhere near as extraordinary as before. Lu Ruyan unveiled a full set of Chanel skincare products, 10,000 sets. Meanwhile, Barbara revealed top-tier facial masks, 10,000 sets. Chu Fan chuckled. Who would have thought? You both have your day today. To his surprise, Barbara and Lu Ruyan's eyes lit up. Facial masks. How wonderful. You truly are something, Barbara. My face is so dry. Yes, let us head to the deck tomorrow, bask in the sunlight, and apply some masks. Indeed, there happen to be some cucumbers left. Let us indulge in a cucumber facial. The two women grew increasingly animated in their conversation, leaving Chu Fan utterly speechless. To them, this was the epitome of good fortune. With this thought, Chu Fan, feeling rather disheartened, opened the final blind box. Beep, congratulations to the host for successfully utilizing the blind box. You have earned one opportunity to enhance a previously acquired item from the blind box. Beep, current item available for enhancement, Poseidon's Trident. Would you like to proceed with the enhancement? Chu Fan's eyes lit up, and he promptly nodded, exclaiming, Enhance, enhance, let us enhance immediately. Beep, enhancement in progress. Please hold on. Beep, enhancement successful. Congratulations on acquiring the exclusive weapon, Fury of the Sea God. Chapter 87. The Thunderstorm. Upon hearing this prompt, Chu Fan was jolted with excitement. Was it finally his turn to experience a stroke of luck? He hastily retrieved the Sea King Trident from his spatial realm, and a flash of violet light enveloped it. The once uniquely designed trident had now transformed. The shaft of the trident was entirely black, entwined with liquid lightning that formed intricate deep-sea dragon scale patterns. At the end of the shaft, 3 gemstones of an indescribable material were embedded. Even more astonishing were the 3 spiraled tips of the trident, each adorned with a seemingly profound rune. Wrath of the Sea God. Whenever you are in the mortal realm, infuse the trident with the power of thunder, and you may illuminate one of the gemstones. With each ascension to a higher realm, you may illuminate the remaining 2 gemstones. The gemstones can synergize with the runes on the trident tips to unleash formidable power. Chu Fan was overjoyed and inquired with his thoughts. System, what kind of power is this? Pray tell. Please, host, explore this on your own. Chu Fan. Well, it seems the system remains as haughty as ever. Nevertheless, he was quite pleased. He had obtained this Sea King Trident on his very first day in this world, and to be honest, aside from its aesthetic appeal, it had been of little use. To think it would receive a second enhancement today was indeed an unexpected delight. After carefully stowing the wrath of the sea god, he suddenly realized that Barbara and Lu Ruyan had vanished without a trace. With a wry smile, he understood they must have gone to indulge in facial masks. Oh well, it was a perfect opportunity for him to rest, as he was utterly exhausted from training. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan returned to the room on the 2nd floor and promptly fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, several nautical miles away from the Sea King, the flying dragon lay anchored peacefully. My dear, our attributes are simply perfect together. You embody the wind, while I embody the sand. ISNT adjust. You are the wind, and I am the sand. Longoose said playfully to Bai Jie, oozing confidence. Bai Jie shot him a glance and retorted, You are such a jokester. It's getting late. We should rest early. All right then, but I'm curious about how it feels to soar above. Bai Jie. Fine, I can't argue with you. A night passed without incident. In the following 2 days, Chu Fan dove headfirst into his training. Aside from meals and sleep, he devoted nearly all his time to it. The blind boxes he opened over these 2 days yielded no extraordinary items, merely everyday necessities. The lower deck of the ship was now stocked with rice and flour, all acquired from the blind boxes. Eating meat daily was hardly sustainable, and he could finally enjoy a more normal diet. Additionally, Chu Fan's spatial realm contained some perishable vegetables and fruits. For those at sea, these items were more precious than anything else. Not only were they nearly impossible to source in the ocean, but they were also challenging to preserve. Were it not for Chu Fan's spatial capabilities, they would likely have spoiled long ago. 2 days swiftly passed, and at last the 3rd day arrived. Finally, Chu Fan was merely 1,000 lightning strikes away from meeting the requirements to formally enter the realm of mortals. Today also marked the 7th day in the Windless Sea, which was to be the final day. On the leaderboard, the reigning champion was still the Sea King, with a staggering score of 54,090 points. The second place was occupied by the little black ship with 890 points. As for the once second-ranked flying dragon, it had mysteriously vanished, leaving others perplexed. Only Lu Ruyin and a few others were aware that the flying dragon had likely departed the windless zone. Ah, it is finally coming to an end. I have truly had enough of this cursed place. Yet perhaps not. Here, devoid of winds and waves, and aside from the sea monsters, there is little danger. I find it more comfortable than drifting aimlessly at sea. You truly are oblivious to the peril. In this windless zone, if it doesn't rain, what will you eat or drink after a while? Currently, with many people around, the danger seems mitigated, but once the crowd thins, all the sea monsters will attack you. How long do you think you can endure? Wow, your point is absolutely valid. Many sat at the bow of the ship, beginning to discuss. At that moment, dark clouds began to gather in the sky, signaling an impending storm. However, this was a daily occurrence over the past week, so everyone had grown accustomed to it. Yet, the density of these clouds seemed unusually intense, and the once tranquil sea began to stir. On the ghost ship, Xiao Er stood at the bow, observing the increasingly thick clouds, her brow furrowing in concern. The sky darkened ominously. Mere moments ago it was bright and sunny, but within 10 minutes, the world seemed to plunge into night. It was then that everyone began to notice the unusual change in weather. What on earth is happening? It feels as though the apocalypse is upon us. I suspected this trial Wu Ti concludes so simply. It appears something monumental is brewing. Goodness, there must be some monstrous entity concealed within those clouds. My fear of colossal creatures is rearing its head. On the Sea King, Chu Fan and his companions also sensed the apocalyptic atmosphere and hurried to the bow. What is happening? Why is the sky suddenly darkened? Chu Fan gazed at the low-hanging clouds, feeling an unprecedented sense of peril. The clouds continued to amass, as if a boundless energy was gathering between heaven and earth. The darkness was frightening, and the atmosphere was suffocating. No one could remain indifferent any longer. Look, sea monsters. Countless creatures surged from depths. Yet unlike before, these sea monsters were all racing in the same direction at once, seemingly fleeing from something. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Dear participants, if nothing unexpected occurs, you may be facing the most brutal natural disaster, the extreme thunderstorm. The voice emanated from the ghost ship, and Xiao Er's expression tightened. Extreme thunderstorm? What is that? Someone voiced the question that lingered in everyone's minds. Every trial inevitably encounters an ultimate test, yet the one deemed most perilous is the cataclysmic thunderstorm. When the energies of heaven and earth converge to a certain extent, they unleash a tempest of ferocious lightning, sweeping across the entire maritime expanse. Wherever the thunderstorm strikes, scarcely any life can escape its wrath. Let me illustrate. The last region to face such a thunderstorm was Area 268, and following its passage, the population there was utterly annihilated. Xiao's words left everyone in stunned silence, and in the next moment, a chilling atmosphere of death permeated the crowd. How could we be so unfortunate to encounter this? No, I refuse to perish here. On the Sea King, Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi turned pale, while Lu Rian wore a grave expression, feeling that her abilities were rendered entirely futile. Only Barbara remained unfazed, capable of momentarily placing herself in a state of serene detachment, though this sanctuary extended only to herself. In stark contrast, Chu Fan appeared exhilarated. What a magnificent thunderstorm. I wonder how it compares to the stormy seas. Let me embrace this cataclysmic tempest and fulfill my initiation ritual. Chapter 88, Cataclysm Boom. A bolt of lightning cleaved through the heavens, resembling a colossal tentacle, resonating with a thunderous crack upon the surface of the sea. A fleeing sea monster, unable to evade its wrath, was struck directly by this electric fury. In the blink of an eye, the creature did not even have the chance to utter a scream before being reduced to a mere heap of mangled flesh. Hiss! The ferocity of this lightning is truly terrifying. Goodness, if it were to strike a person, I suppose there would be no hope for salvation. And salvation? Finding your remains would be a miracle. O heavens, who will come to our aid? Whoever can rescue me shall be revered as my deity. In the next moment, countless bolts of lightning traversed the sky, descending towards the sea. Numerous sea monsters were struck down, and several unfortunate vessels met the same fate, shattering into fragments. Chu Fan hastily declared, "Everyone, retreat to the cabin. I shall handle this." "My dear, you." Barbara hesitated. "Do not worry. I have endured far greater storms in the tempestuous seas than this. This is nothing." Lu Rian glanced at Chu Fan, realizing he was not merely offering empty reassurances. Yet she still shook her head, saying, "Chu Fan, we do not wish to be a burden to you. But we cannot simply hide away like this." Barbara chimed in, "Indeed, my dear, if you truly possess a solution, we must accompany you. What if you require healing?" Li Ruoyan and Li Ruoxi, though pale with fear, stubbornly stood their ground, trembling as they declared, "We will not leave." Seeing their determination, Chu Fan could only manage a wry smile and said, "Very well. You all stay here and do not follow me." He then ascended to the highest point of the Sea King, drawing forth the fury of the sea god. Given that the Sea King was the largest vessel in these waters, Chu Fan had positioned himself at a commanding height over the tumultuous sea. "Look, what is that? Is that the great Chu Fan? What is he planning to do? Is he really going to withstand the thunder? My goodness, he must have lost his mind. He will be obliterated." At this moment, throughout the 10087C area, all survivors witnessed this extraordinary spectacle. While everyone else sought to distance themselves from the tempest, Chu Fan stood as the solitary contrarian, positioning himself closest to the lightning. Some could not help but exclaim, "Why do I sense a hint of divinity?" Yet others scoffed, "Please, he is merely posturing." Chu Fan remained oblivious to the murmurs surrounding him, and even if he were aware, it would not concern him. He surveyed his surroundings, then turned his gaze skyward. The ominous clouds loomed just above him, and with no further hesitation, he raised the fury of the sea god high above his head. In that moment, it was as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. Countless bolts of lightning suddenly found their target, surging toward the Sea King. More precisely, they aimed at the one wielding the Sea King trident. Xiao Er, witnessing the scene, cried out, "Chu Fan, are you throwing your life away?" Amidst the throngs of onlookers, a truly spectacular scene unfolded, eliciting gasps of astonishment. "What on earth am I witnessing?" In the blink of an eye, countless flashes coalesced into an extraordinarily fierce bolt of lightning that struck directly upon Chu Fan. Boom! The air crackled under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Chu Fan was illuminated by the lightning. Is he courting death? Is this it for our esteemed leader? Yet, in a heartbeat, the unfolding spectacle left everyone utterly dumbfounded. Instead of being reduced to ashes, Chu Fan was enveloped in a radiant aura of lightning, with bolts flickering in his eyes. Is this all? Not nearly enough. Bring it on. Chu Fan laughed heartily towards the heavens. My goodness, is he even human? Someone exclaimed in shock. Xiao Er, equally astonished, gazed at the scene. Witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle for the first time, this was an extreme thunderstorm, and yet here was someone able to stand against the tempest single-handedly. Chu Fan exhaled deeply, realizing that the might of this lightning paled in comparison to the thunderstorm at sea. Exhilarating. Bring it on, more. On the deck. Barbara and the others felt their hearts clench at the sight. When they saw Chu Fan unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. With tears in her eyes, Barbara declared, "My dear, you are incredible. You are my idol." Lu Ruyan, with a slight quiver in her voice, remarked, "This fellow just loves to steal the limelight." Li Ruoyan was in utter shock, the man's strength far exceeding her wildest imagination. After a brief moment of astonishment, Li Ruoxi's expression shifted to one of excitement. Wow, that's impressive, truly impressive. After exhaling in relief, Xiao Er suddenly cautioned, "Chu Fan, be careful. The real thunderstorm has yet to commence." This statement rendered everyone speechless. The power of the lightning had already surpassed their understanding. Yet you mean to say it hasn't even begun? Just how terrifying will the true thunderstorm be? In that moment, every person on the surface of the sea turned their gaze toward the man wielding the harpoon on the ship. What choice would he make? Upon hearing her words, Chu Fan eagerly licked his lips. Is that so? Now we're talking. This wasn't mere bravado. The Thunder God's sea dominance technique indicated that the greater the lightning one could endure, the stronger one's body would become. The training over the past few days had led him to believe he could adapt to the environment of the thunderstorm at sea. If there were stronger lightning, it would align perfectly with his desires. Thus, he lifted his head and shouted at the sky, "Let me witness your true power." As if responding to his provocation, a bolt of lightning, far mightier than any before, struck him directly. Boom! Chu Fan trembled violently. Indeed, the intensity of this lightning exceeded all he had previously endured. Now this feels right, bring it on. 1 bolt, 2 bolts, 10 bolts, 100 bolts. Boom! Chu Fan plummeted from the ship's peak, crashing heavily onto the deck. Barbara hurriedly rushed over, activating her abilities to swiftly aid Chu Fan in recovering from his injuries. In that moment, the furious lightning seemed to lose its target, recklessly striking the surface of the sea. Within just a minute, 7 or 8 vessels were reduced to mere wreckage. At this juncture, Chu Fan rose once more, resolutely making his way to the lower deck of the Sea King amidst the complex gazes of onlookers. Another barrage of lightning descended. 10 minutes later, Chu Fan plummeted from above yet again, but within a minute, he climbed back up. It became evident to everyone that as long as Chu Fan stood aloft, the lightning would not strike the sea. In essence, he single-handedly salvaged the lives of all those upon the ocean. Even Xiao Air could not help but cast a sideways glance, though the ghost ship was unafraid of the tempest. To save so many at once was a feat even she found difficult to accomplish. Yet this man before her had achieved such a remarkable act. Suddenly, Chu Fan laughed heartily towards the heavens. Do you hear the lamentation of the vast sea? It is the roar of 30,000 bolts of thunder at the tip of my spear. With a deafening crash, a bolt of lightning, 100 times thicker than before, descended with cataclysmic force, striking Chu Fan directly. The entire sky was illuminated. Chapter 89. Stepping into the mortal realm, everyone was utterly astonished by the scene before them. The terrifying lightning illuminated the entire world. The sea monsters that had not yet fled were paralyzed with fear, emitting mournful cries. The lightning engulfed Chu Fan entirely. It was over. The great Chu Fan was truly finished this time. This lightning was exceedingly fearsome. Let him show off. I had long predicted he'd be struck by lightning for his arrogance. How dare you speak like that? If it weren't for Chu Fan bearing the brunt above, we would be the ones being struck. The one being scolded retorted weakly, "It's not like I begged him." But soon, their voice was drowned out by the others. At that moment, regardless of Chu Fan's intentions, the fact that so many were under his protection was sufficient. It resembled the dynamics of an online game, where most would unite for the benefit of the entire server when it mattered. Meanwhile, aboard the Sea King, the 4 women were on edge. While Lu Ruyan and Barbara's concerns were understandable, it was surprising to see the Lee sisters equally anxious. Barbara exclaimed in excitement, "Oh my gosh, no, please." Lu Ruyan coldly replied, "Barbara, prepare yourself. We will heal him together." At the eye of the storm, Chu Fan, in the instant he was struck by the lightning, suddenly felt utterly detached from the world around him. Billions of volts surged through his body, wreaking havoc on everything within. The intensity of this lightning was far more potent than any strike he had endured in the stormy sea. In that moment, he felt as if his entire being had shattered. Strangely, he did not experience any pain. Yet, he found himself completely immobilized. Boom! As the lightning dissipated, everyone stood in shock. At the top of the Sea King, the figure that had once stood there was now entirely absent. Lu Ruyan was frozen in disbelief. She had been ready to rush to save Chu Fan, but where had he gone? Had he been reduced to nothing? A murmur of disbelief arose from the crowd. Was it truly the case that the great Chu Fan had perished? Now there would be no men aboard the Sea King. I could step in as a suitor. Brother, listen to me. You are still young. If you cannot handle these 4 beauties, let an elder take over. Barbara, in disbelief, searched frantically. Chu Fan, don't scare me. Come out. Lu Ruyan checked the device, and seeing that Chu Fan's information remained, she knew he was not dead, yet he had undeniably vanished from everyone's sight. It was over. The lightning was coming again. We are doomed. Suddenly, the crowd noticed ominous clouds gathering in the sky, signaling an even greater storm was imminent. Just when everyone thought escape was impossible, a voice rang out, "Look, it's Chu Fan, upon the deck of the Sea King." The four women heard the sound and quickly looked up. They beheld the previously empty ship's roof illuminated by flashes of lightning. Within this radiant display, a figure emerged with remarkable swiftness. It was Chu Fan. As he appeared, a broad smile graced his face as he gazed downwards. Barbara exclaimed joyously, "My dear, you are unharmed." Lu Rian sighed in relief, remarking, "This fellow is still so." Suddenly, her eyes sparkled as she inquired, "Have you entered the threshold?" Barbara was equally astonished by her words and turned to look at Chu Fan. With a smile that could no longer be contained, Chu Fan replied, "Indeed." At that moment, his heart brimmed with joy. Stimulated by the cataclysmic bolt of lightning, he had successfully completed his 10,000 tribulations. More importantly, the formidable power of that lightning had allowed him to reshape every cell in his body in the shortest amount of time, thus achieving his goal of elemental transformation. Is this what it means to reach the mortal realm? This sensation is truly exhilarating. Chu Fan grinned widely, experimenting with his limbs. At this moment, with merely a thought, he could elementalize any part of his body. Moreover, he felt that his physical form had reached an unparalleled level of strength. Looking up at the sky again, the lightning no longer seemed a calamity, but rather a fortifying boon. If, prior to entering the mortal realm, the cells within his body resembled tiny electrons, they had now transformed into miniature batteries. The cultivation method of the Thunder God SC dominance enabled him to absorb stronger lightning, thereby enhancing his own power. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he shouted, "Come on, strike me if you dare. If you have the capability, then smite me." In the heavens, it seemed as though a concealed terror sensed Chu Fan's provocation. An oppressive force descended, causing the faces of those below to change instantly. Some, fraught with fear, felt an overwhelming urge to kneel. On board the little black ship, Captain Kunkin gazed on with envy, exclaiming, "Now this is a true man. Such formidable and terrifying power. Truly a marvel. I have decided from now on, Chu Fan shall be my idol. Let be known among all of us in the Kunkin clan. Besides my hobbies of singing, dancing, rapping, and basketball, I have now added another." With that, he fixed an admiring gaze upon Chu Fan, who seemed to float in midair. Boom! Lightning struck again. Chu Fan spread his arms wide, lifted his head, and closed his eyes, seemingly reveling in the baptism of thunder. Strikes of breathtaking lightning cascaded upon him, leaving the others on the sea utterly stunned. How terrifying! Kunkin couldn't help but exclaim. No wonder Chu Fan is hailed as the strongest man in Zone 10087. Who agrees? Who disagrees? As 20 minutes approached their end, the lightning overhead, seemingly reluctant to relent, unleashed another powerful bolt toward Chu Fan. Boom! After the thunder, Chu Fan belched, releasing a cloud of thunderous energy. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Is this all?" The dark clouds above, seemingly filled with reluctance, gradually dispersed amidst the cheers of the crowd. On the ghost ship, Chao Er gazed with fervent excitement at the jubilant throng and the man who appeared to be a deity. This was a tempest of immense proportions that had cleared an entire district, yet in Zone 10087, it had passed with merely the sacrifice of a dozen vessels. The true architect of this triumph was none other than this man. No wonder he was favored by Sister Lien, and it is no surprise that the master of the temple regarded him with such esteem. Chu Fan leapt onto the deck, where Barbara rushed forward, leaping into his embrace, her legs naturally entwining around his waist. "You frighten me to death, my dear." Chu Fan promptly patted her back gently, reassuring her, it's all right. I feel better than ever." At that moment, the long-absent voice from the sky resonated once more. "The trial of the windless sea has concluded. Now, we shall announce the scores." Chapter 90. The trial concludes. The enigmatic sky island all were captivated by the resonant voice, instinctively lifting their gazes towards the high school. On board the Sea King, everyone had also raised their heads. The foremost contender could not escape. Yet the nature of this mysterious grand prize remained unknown. Suddenly, a shimmering light appeared in the sky, inscribed with 5 prominent characters, scoreboard. The voice continued to resonate, announcing the conclusion of the 7-day trial and revealing the top 5 scores. 5th place, the Dapeng, with a score of 450 points, awarded a special functional module, a basic freshwater collector 1. 4th place, the Whitebeard, with a score of 490 points, awarded a special functional module, an intermediate freshwater collector 1. 3rd place, the Kunlun, with a score of 540 points, awarded a special functional module, an intermediate freshwater collector 1 and a basic power system 1. 2nd place, the Little Black, with a score of 720 points, awarded a special functional module, an advanced freshwater collector 1 and a basic power system 1. At this juncture, the voice paused and all held their breath, for the allure of these rewards was truly irresistible. The bounty for 2nd place was already so substantial. One could only wonder what awaited the 1st place winner. Envy stirred within them. However, it seemed that the Sea King had already acquired these items. What would they be rewarded with? Chu Fan too was filled with anticipation, pondering what the game would bestow upon him. In the next moment, the voice resounded once more. 1st place, the Sea King, with a staggering score of 54,070 points, awarded a special functional module, a Sky Island 1. This proclamation left everyone in stunned silence. What was this Sky Island? Chu Fan and his companions were equally bewildered, as it was their first encounter with such a concept. Esteemed players, the trial concludes here. From this day forth, you shall have the opportunity to engage with players across various realms. You will encounter new opportunities, as well as face greater calamities. May you enjoy your gaming experience. The voice provided no time for reflection. As its echoes faded, a sudden gust of sea wind swept across the surface, and the previously tranquil waters began to stir. Finally, they could escape this wretched, windless zone. My ship is becoming overrun with barnacles. Excitement illuminated every face as they anticipated their departure from this cursed place. The ominous warnings of new disasters and challenges seemed to weigh little on anyone's mind. Chu Fan, let's exchange some good codes. Chu Fan turned to discover that the call came from the other vessels that had garnered rewards on the leaderboard. The speaker was none other than Kuan Kuan, the captain of the Little Black, whose crew looked on with eager expressions. It was then that Chu Fan noticed a familiar face among the crowd, a solitary woman, the same one who had exchanged the Minotaur silver coin previously. Evidently, she had traded her 1,000 points for numerous items. Otherwise, that single silver coin would have sufficed to elevate her to 2nd place. However, one must ponder, had she not exchanged resources, would survival even have been assured? With a smile, Chu Fan accepted the invitation, declining to refuse. With a multitude of friends, numerous paths unfold. Embracing the invitation from Kuan Kuan, they all added each other as friends, forming a notable alliance within the 10,087 district. However, having witnessed the fierce competition in previous districts, they were acutely aware of the harsh realities beyond. Thus, it was only natural for them to seek to add Chu Fan as a friend, considering he emerged from a novice village, potentially someone they might need assistance from in the future. After exchanging greetings, the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only the Sea King's ship afloat on the ocean. It was then that Chu Fan and his companions finally had the opportunity to examine the rewards they had just received. What exactly is an aerial island? The 4 women, brimming with excitement, surrounded Chu Fan. Being encircled by 4 enchanting ladies left Chu Fan feeling quite elated. Under the eager gazes of everyone, he retrieved the aerial island from his inventory. In an instant, a radiant flash illuminated the sky, revealing a nearly 1,000 square meter island hovering above them. Unlike ordinary islands, this one floated in the air, hence its name, Aerial Island. At that moment, the wristbands emitted a notification. Ding! Aerial Island module detected. Would you like to bind it? Chu Fan promptly selected to bind it. In the next moment, all 5 wristbands displayed an additional Aerial Island module. Level 1 Aerial Island. Unnamed. Size 1,000 square meters. Features: can be concealed, and the entrance can be placed at any location on the ship. Access granted only upon authorization by the captain. This brief description ignited the curiosity of everyone present. Quick, let's go check it out, Barbara exclaimed with anticipation. Chu Fan nodded, and after a brief discussion, they decided to place the entrance to the aerial island in a room on the third floor, ensuring it wasn't easily visible. Upon making their selection, a circular light ring appeared on the ground, resembling a Taiji diagram upon closer inspection. After exchanging glances, Chu Fan granted access to the four women. Leading the way, he stepped onto the light ring. To the eyes of the ladies, Chu Fan suddenly vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Chu Fan felt a fleeting sensation, and as he regained his senses, he found himself standing on solid ground. Upon closer inspection, he realized he was floating above the Sea King's ship. Just then, a flash of white light appeared behind him, and the excited Barbara materialized. Following her were Lu Ru Yin, Li Ruo Yin, and Li Ruo Shi. Wow, it truly is an island, the women exclaimed in awe. What a pity, it seems a bit desolate, Barbara lamented. Li Ruo Yin pointed towards the center of the island, exclaiming, I wonder what that little wooden house is for. Indeed, the island appeared somewhat barren, and upon their arrival, they immediately noticed the wooden house. Stepping inside, they discovered that the wooden house was equipped with facilities akin to those in the captain's quarters. This meant that they could control the Sea King's ship from within this very abode. The thought of being able to reside on this aerial island ignited a sense of eagerness among them. If only we could procure some flower seeds or grass seeds, they mused. How wonderful it would be if this wooden house could be expanded. Let us establish a swimming pool here. I yearn for dog. A few women began to engage in lively discussions. Lu Ru Yin suddenly exclaimed, how wonderful it would be to have a mahjong table. Upon hearing this, Chu Fan couldn't help but smirk. He had never realized that Lu Ru Yin had such an affinity for the game. However, he had to admit that the topics of conversation among the four women were quite enticing to him as well. Moreover, there was an added advantage. It was likely that others would join him on the boat in the future, perhaps even men. This arrangement would reduce the chances of any awkward situations arising. The more he contemplated this, the more exhilarated he became. Suddenly, Chu Fan recalled the peculiar nature of the system. The more Barbara and Lu Ru Yin desired something, the more likely it was to be found in the blind box. Thus, the probability of acquiring items related to this empty island tonight would be significantly heightened. With this thought in mind, Chu Fan felt a surge of excitement, wondering what treasures the blind box would unveil this evening. Chapter 91. The changes of the ordinary realm after a leisurely stroll around the floating island. The group finally returned to the deck, satisfied. The island was still devoid of significant features. Otherwise, they might have lingered longer. Chu Fan felt a sense of joy, for access to the floating island required his authorization, providing an additional layer of security. However, the world was rife with unsolved mysteries, and it remained uncertain whether there existed unconventional methods to gain entry. My dear, where shall we go next? Chu Fan pondered for a moment before suggesting. Let us explore the location marked on the treasure map. They had acquired this treasure map on the very first day, but due to the absence of a propulsion system, they've been unable to reach it. Now, equipped with a radar system and a power engine, they could simply set their destination to the marked point on the map. Yet, there was a lingering concern that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Although Chu Fan chose not to voice it, the two brothers, Yi Tian and Yi Fei, would undoubtedly seek to trouble him. At that moment, Chu Fan's wristband suddenly chimed. Upon activating it, he was greeted by the image of Fu Junru from Zone 3. A smile crept across his face as he recalled the striking beauty. Chu Fan, I heard you have completed your trials? Fu Junru inquired. Indeed, we have finished. Chu Fan replied courteously. Congratulations. However, I must caution you to be wary of Yi Tian. He is likely already in the nearby waters, and I am en route to your location. Chu Fan furrowed his brow, surprised by Yi Tian's swift movements. Thank you, the beautiful Fu. I will remain vigilant. Fu Junru added, do your best to evade him. His strength is currently beyond what you can contend with. Curious, Chu Fan asked, what level of strength does Yi Tian possess? Previously unaware of the existence of a cultivation system in this world, he sought clarification. He is probably at the 5th level of the ordinary realm, much like myself. Chu Fan, perplexed, responded, did he not fail to obtain the cultivation technique last time? How could he have reached the 5th level? Fu Jianru replied, please, he had cultivated prior to that incident. While not of S rank, his technique was still of A rank, making his entry into the ordinary realm quite plausible. She continued, this situation is quite common, and I myself am included. Otherwise, why would so many fear Yi Tian? Realization dawned on Chu Fan. So, techniques can be exchanged? Indeed, but only within the ordinary realm. Once one ascends to the celestial realm, exchanges are no longer permitted. This is precisely why Yi Tian sought to snatch that technique from me. Suddenly recalling someone, Chu Fan hurriedly inquired, by the way, what realm is Yi Fei in? Fu Jianru responded, I am not particularly certain. He is not on my radar of interest. Very well, Chu Fan mused, appreciating Fu Jianru's forthright demeanor. At that moment, a name flickered in his mind, prompting him to search through his wristband. Jean, are you there? Soon, the person across responded, congratulations, young brother Chu Fan, on completing the trial of the windless sea. I hear you withstood the tempest of thunder. Truly remarkable. Chu Fan sought the information broker, Jean Kula, who indeed lived up to his reputation. It was astonishing how quickly he had learned of the events on Chu Fan's end. It's no trouble, brother Jean, but there is a small matter I wish to inquire about. Is there a fee for your information? Jean Kula replied, please share your query. If it's a minor piece of information, I shall gladly provide it at no cost. Without hesitation, Chu Fan asked, what is Yi Fei's current realm? Jean Kala responded, that is free of charge. I can tell you directly. Yi Fei, possessing water attribute abilities as you might have discerned, has recently reached the 3rd level of the mortal realm. Thank you very much, brother Jean. After closing the communication device, Chu Fan's expression turned grave. Yi Tian had astonishingly reached the 5th level of the mortal realm. Despite being an A-grade technique, it was still the 5th level. Moreover, Yi Fei had also attained the 3rd level of the mortal realm. It appeared that time was exceedingly precious for him. Barbara, Ru Yin, what are your current realms? I am at the 2nd level of the mortal realm, Lu Ru Yin replied calmly. Barbara nodded in agreement. I am at the same level as Ru Yin, the 2nd level. Chu Fan's face darkened. It was unexpected that he was lagging behind. Clearly, he needed to hasten his training. Upon stepping into the mortal realm, the Thunder God S Dominance technique automatically unlocked 3 skills. 1. Thunder Wedge. Marks targets within a 5-meter radius with a thunder mark, lasting for 30 seconds. With a maximum of 5 targets marked simultaneously. Activation cooldown, 40 seconds. 2. Thunder Mark. Positive. The marked target gains increased lightning attribute damage and a 5 boost in reaction speed during their attacks. Negative. The marked target suffers from lightning attribute attacks and experiences a 5 decrease in reaction speed. 3. Lightning Activation, a cellular-level discharge function, capable of emitting a high-voltage pulse of 1,000 volts from any part of the body, striking enemies marked by Thunder Wedge up to 3 times. Cooldown 1 minute. 4. Thunder Blink. Move swiftly to a location marked by Thunder Wedge at lightning speed, with a cooldown of 3 seconds. After movement, the Thunder Wedge at that location will vanish. Note, each level increase will enhance the skill as attributes. After reviewing the skill descriptions, Chu Fan couldn't help but marvel at the S-grade technique. The skills of the mortal realm were indeed extraordinary. In summary, the foundational skill, Thunder Wedge, allows for marking allies to bestow buffs while simultaneously marking enemies to inflict debuffs. The activation of the other 2 skills relies on the coordination with Thunder Wedge. However, since Thunder Wedge lasts for 30 seconds but has a cooldown of 40 seconds, there exists a window of approximately 10 seconds. Yet, this is merely the effect at the 1st level of the mortal realm. With diligent effort to elevate his realm, he should significantly reduce this gap. Thunder Activation is purely an offensive skill, unleashing a formidable 1,000 volts of high-voltage electricity, which few mortals can withstand. Though it has a cooldown period of 1 minute, if wielded with precision, its potential for devastation is quite terrifying. In summary, each of these 3 skills may appear rather ordinary when considered individually, yet their combined application yields remarkably unexpected results. The possibility of achieving extraordinary feats in combat is not beyond reach. Furthermore, when paired with the combined skills of Barbara and Lu Ruyan, Chu Fan began to contemplate that perhaps Yi Fei's third realm of the mundane world is not as daunting as it once seemed. However, all of this necessitates time. Now, back above the ocean, with the assistance of the shark people, the adversary might swiftly uncover his presence. Thus, he must race against time. With this thought, Chu Fan re-entered the Sky Island. There is no place more conducive to cultivation than here. He retrieved the Thunderwood and journeyed once more to the stormy sea, determined to swiftly comprehend these three skills. Chapter 92. Li Ruoxi's ambition. Once Lu Ruoyan and Barbara retreated to their respective chambers to commence their training, the deck of the Sea King was left with only the Li sisters, idly passing the time. Li Ruoxi whispered, "Sister, this is not a sustainable course of action." Li Ruoyan paused, puzzled. "What do you mean by that?" Li Ruoxi, exasperated, responded, "Oh, my dear sister, how naive you are. While we may have joined the team later than others, the gap between us and the rest continues to widen. Do you not feel a sense of urgency?" Li Ruoyan fell silent. She was a simpleton and certainly understood the implications. However, she believed that Chu Fan and the others were not the type to leave anyone behind. Li Ruoxi gently tapped her sister's head, saying, "Even if they are not like that, do you truly wish to settle for mediocrity?" Unlike her sister, Li Ruoxi had always possessed a fierce ambition, which was the very reason she chose the path of an artist. Li Ruoyan shook her head. "Never mind, as long as we remain diligent. Keep our eyes open for opportunities, and with Ruoyan around, your worries will surely be unfounded." Suddenly recalling something, Li Ruoyan stood up. "Oh, I haven't cleaned the deck yet. I'll go take care of that. You should check if Chu Fan has any clothes that need washing." With that, she turned and began to scrub the deck, leaving Li Ruoxi sitting there, shaking her head in disbelief, watching her sister's busy figure. A thought began to crystallize in Li Ruoxi's mind. Finally, as if having made a momentous decision, she sprang to her feet. "My foolish sister, some advantages, if left untapped, are as good as non-existent." With that, Li Ruoxi quietly ascended the stairs toward the third floor. At that moment, Chu Fan was immersed in the tumultuous sea of thunder, fervently absorbing the energy of the lightning elements within him. He could distinctly sense a purple orb of light hovering in his dantian, enveloped in a shimmering brilliance of lightning, solidifying under the intense influence of the surrounding storm. Is this the hallmark of the first layer of the mortal realm? Chu Fan mused. It appeared that once this orb fully solidified and birthed a second lightning sphere, it would signify his complete entry into the second layer of the mortal realm. The method of advancement was straightforward. He needed to attune himself daily to the lightning elements in this tempestuous sea and absorb them into his being. At his current pace, it would take at least 10 days to completely solidify this first lightning orb. Evidently, the current Thunderwood was still insufficiently potent. Fortunately, the Thunder God's Sea dominance technique provided clear guidance, indicating that he needed to find another piece of Thunderwood, merging the two to enhance the energy of the thunderstorm further. This would significantly expedite his training, potentially reducing the time by a third. However, where could he find Thunderwood? It seemed he would need to consult Jinkala. It is worth mentioning that upon stepping into the mortal realm, the environment here no longer bore any adverse effects on him. Rather, it enabled him to rapidly replenish any energy he had expended. He stood atop the mountain, his eyes tightly shut, deeply attuned to the surroundings amidst the rumbling thunder. After a considerable pause, he suddenly opened his eyes, and to his astonishment, he beheld a purple mark on a stone 3 meters away, an emblem of thunder. Elated, Chu Fan diligently followed the principles of his technique and attempted dozens of times, ultimately succeeding in materializing the thunder seal. With a mere thought, a bolt of lightning erupted from his body, striking the stone with force. Boom! A crisp explosion resonated through the air, shattering the stone into fragments. The activation of thunder was indeed formidable, a testament to the prowess of an S-rank skill, delivering such immense power at the first level. Chu Fan felt a surge of joy as he repeatedly endeavored to create more thunder seals around him. 1, 2, 3, 5. Finally, after more than 10 attempts, He successfully condensed 5 thunder seals simultaneously. Thunder escape, thunder instantaneous body. In the blink of an eye, Chu Fan found himself at one of the thunder seals. Without pause, he vanished from his original position. The next moment, he reappeared at another thunder seal. Thus, in a continuous flow, through 5 seals. He managed to teleport 5 times in an instant. The speed of lightning was nearly equivalent to that of light. If outsiders were present, they would undoubtedly question their own vision. However, such instantaneous movements were considerably taxing on physical stamina and energy. Chu Fan assessed that with his current endurance and energy reserves, he could execute Thunder Escape 3 times in succession before requiring a minimum of 2 hours rest to recharge. Theoretically, he could teleport up to 5 times with each activation, rendering this ability exceptionally extraordinary. After several more attempts, he finally exhausted his stamina and withdrew from the Thunderwood. Excellent. If he continued on this path, he would soon attain the 2nd level of Mortal Realm. Chu Fan exhaled deeply, pleased with the fruitful results of 2 hours of training. He decided to take a brief respite to replenish his energy before resuming his practice. As he pushed open the door of the small wooden cabin, intending to rest inside, he was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, what brings you here?" he exclaimed, noticing Li Ruoxi seated within. Upon seeing Chu Fan, her cheeks flushed and her heart raced. "Chu Fan, have you been training again?" Chu Fan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I must continue my training." Li Ruoxi smiled. "You must be weary. Allow me to massage your shoulders." This unexpected offer left Chu Fan momentarily speechless, pondering her unusual behavior. Noticing his stunned silence, Li Ruoxi remained unfazed. After all, she had navigated the entertainment industry and had encountered numerous situations. She was well aware that in this realm, opportunities were rarely given freely. One needed to offer something in exchange. As a newcomer, she possessed little in terms of resources, save for her own beauty. However, the sight of those greasy middle-aged men was utterly repulsive to her, which is likely why she has remained merely an obscure celebrity until now. Chu Fan evoked a distinctly different impression. He was young and handsome, and crucially, in this world, one must possess considerable strength to survive. Li Ruoxi understood that if she wished to coexist with her sister in this world, even with dignity, that day would inevitably arrive. Since such an outcome was fated, why not choose someone she genuinely liked? Why linger foolishly? "Please take a seat." Chu Fan smiled slightly and said, "All right, then you can give me a massage." With that, he promptly settled into his chair. Li Ruoxi slowly approached and placed her delicate hands upon his shoulders. As she sensed a faint fragrance wafting from behind, Chu Fan found immense pleasure in it, unable to resist closing his eyes. "Your technique is quite adept. That feels wonderful." Li Ruoxi chuckled and suddenly declared, "Chu Fan, I like you." Upon hearing those words, Chu Fan's entire body jolted, and he abruptly opened his eyes wide. Chapter 93. "Ashi, are you serious?" Upon hearing Li Ruoxi's words, Chu Fan was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a declaration from someone who resembled a porcelain doll, a quintessential good girl. "Ashi, are you truly serious?" At times, certain matters are akin to a thin layer of paper. Once it is pierced, there remains no cause for embarrassment. At this moment, Li Ruoxi displayed no trace of shyness, but rather smiled as she asked, "Of course, I'm serious. Chu Fan Gij. Do you like me?" Chu Fan erupted into hearty laughter. Who was he? He was a man determined to become a king of the seas. With a smile, he replied to Li Ruoxi, "Of course I like you. You are so beautiful and a big star. How could I not like you?" Hearing this, Li Ruoxi's heart leaped with joy, as it seemed she had indeed taken the right step. "Then, Chu Fan Gij, if I speak to you like this, will Barbara and Sister Rian be upset with you? Unlike me, who only feels sorry for Gigi." Upon hearing her words, Chu Fan felt a warm sensation in his heart. This little tease spoke in a tone that was both playful and refreshing. "Ruoxi, tell me honestly, does your sister know about your actions?" Li Ruoxi replied earnestly, "I fight for my own love. It has nothing to do with my sister." Moreover, curious, Chu Fan inquired, "Moreover what?" Li Ruoxi glanced towards the door and leaned closer to Chu Fan, whispering, "It seems my sister also likes you. She just doesn't dare to admit it." That night, I even heard her mumbling your name in her sleep. Almost instinctively, Li Ruoxi leaned entirely into Chu Fan's embrace, her breath warm and fragrant, causing his heart to flutter. As he inhaled the faint scent that surrounded her, Chu Fan felt a dryness in his throat. Li Ruoxi, emboldened, drew nearer and detected the unique aroma of a mature and strong man emanating from him. The atmosphere shifted into something intoxicating, and Chu Fan, reflecting on his nature, acknowledged he was not the sort of man who could maintain composure in such a situation. Furthermore, with Barbara and Rian currently unavailable, the slumbering dragon within him was finally awakened. He enveloped Li Ruoxi in his arms, exclaiming, "You still have time to regret this." Li Ruoxi, her eyes dreamy, softly replied, "Gidge, please cherish me." An hour later, Chu Fan gazed at Li Ruoxi in his embrace, a smile gracing his face. He couldn't help but admire her exquisite figure. Truly, the proportions of her waist were remarkable. No wonder she was a singer. Her voice was delightful. "So, tell me, what do you desire?" Li Ruoxi quickly responded, "Gidge, I'm not approaching you for any ulterior motives. I genuinely like you." Chu Fan waved his hand dismissively. "Do not misunderstand. You are now part of my life. Whatever Ruyan and the others have, you shall not lack. Feel free to ask for anything." Li Ruoxi tightly clung to Chu Fan's broad chest, whispering, "I want nothing but for Gidge not to abandon me." In the depths of Chu Fan's heart, a sigh of admiration escaped him. It is often said that beauty can be a source of calamity. Under such circumstances, one must ponder how many men could withstand the allure. Regardless of the authenticity of this notion, the emotional resonance it carried was undeniable. Chu Fan was not the type to be an unyielding man, lacking sensitivity to the moment's charm. Gently caressing Li Ruoxi's silky hair, he murmured, "Do not worry, Ruoxi. In truth, I have harbored feelings for you for quite some time. I assure you, I shall treat you with utmost care. Now please choose one." With that, Chu Fan retrieved 3 divine fruits he had purchased previously from his spatial dimension and placed them before Li Ruoxi. A spark of fervor ignited in her gaze. She was acutely aware of the extraordinary properties these fruits possessed, having witnessed the formidable prowess of Lu Ruyan and Barbara, and relished in the spotlight of admiration. How could she content herself with mediocrity? "Brother Fan, is it truly permissible for me to choose?" Li Ruoxi inquired, her voice laced with sweetness. Chu Fan chuckled, "Of course. You are now my woman. What is one fruit to you? Choose freely." Furthermore, with the acquisition of extraordinary abilities, she would be able to protect herself, granting him peace of mind. This statement was indeed truthful. As Li Ruoxi grew stronger, the overall strength of the Sea King would also enhance. Having possessed these 3 divine fruits for several days without utilizing them, Chu Fan was equally curious about their capabilities. Li Ruoxi was exceptionally adept at discerning the appropriate moment. She recognized that further reluctance would appear overly sentimental. Demonstrating her cleverness, she embraced Chu Fan and planted a playful kiss on his cheek, exclaiming, "Thank you, Brother Fan. Having you is truly wonderful." After uttering those words, she sat up and gazed at the 3 fruits before her. Their appearances varied significantly, and after deliberation, she found herself unsure of which to select. Suddenly, she playfully pouted, "Brother Fan, will you help me choose one?" Upon hearing this, Chu Fan felt a twitch at the corner of his eye. He finally understood why there were so many foolish rulers in ancient times. "All right, let me choose for you, my dear Ruoxi," he replied with a chuckle. "Thank you, Brother Fan." Li Ruoxi beamed. As Chu Fan surveyed the fruits before him, he noticed one that was notably indented in the center, resembling 2 fruits at first glance. Intriguingly, the 2 halves were of different colors, one purple and the other red, giving the impression of a dual fruit. "This one," Chu Fan declared, lifting the fruit and placing it in the palm of Li Ruoxi's hand. "What do you think? Do you like it?" he inquired. Li Ruoxi smiled brightly. "It's perfect. I adore whatever Brother Fan chooses." With that, she began to savor the fruit in small bites under Chu Fan's watchful gaze. "Wow, it's so sweet and delicious." In no time, Li Ruoxi finished the fruit, and inexplicably, Chu Fan sensed a sudden shift in her aura. In his eyes, she transformed into a radiant idol. exuding a sweet charm akin to a rising star. Her beauty and charisma left Chu Fan applauding in delight. Ah, my Shi'er has become even more enchanting. By the way, what is the nature of your fruit ability? Li Ruoxi closed her eyes to sense it, then slowly opened her large eyes. Brother Fan, it seems that my fruit is called the sweet fruit. Ju Fan Ponde, sweet fruit. The Empress? No wonder it possesses two distinct colors. A sense of unease began to stir within Chu Fan. If this fruit truly possessed the qualities he imagined, its power would be extraordinarily formidable. Furthermore, the two colors symbolized two starkly contrasting personalities. It would exhibit warmth and tenderness towards those close, yet transform into a ruthless demeanor when confronting foes. At that moment, Li Ruoxi's Sea King attire suddenly underwent a transformation. After a dazzling flash of white light, her Sea King outfit had morphed into a flowing white gown, complemented by a fiery red cape. Her long black hair cascaded down her back, reaching her waist, making her exude an irresistible allure. She was breathtaking, truly breathtaking. Chapter 94. The abilities of Li Ruoxi. After indulging in a tender moment, Chu Fan again retreated into the Thunderwood to continue his training. Li Ruoxi, filled with excitement, tidied herself up and descended the stairs. On the deck, only Li Ruoyan sat at the bow of the ship, gazing into the distant sea. Sister. Upon hearing the voice, Li Ruoyan turned her head. A look of surprise crossed her face as she beheld Li Ruoxi's new appearance. Ruoxi, what is this attire? With rosy cheeks and a beaming smile, Li Ruoxi replied, Sister, I now possess extraordinary abilities. Li Ruoyan was momentarily taken aback. Extraordinary abilities? Suddenly realizing something, she abruptly raised her gaze towards her sister. You and Chu Fan? Feeling a bit shy, Li Ruoxi nodded. Yes, sister. Brother Fan is incredibly gentle. He gave me a divine fruit. You. Li Ruoyan sighed, unsure whether to lament her sister's boldness or her own timidity. My dear sister, deep down, you understand that this was inevitable. Since it was destined to happen, why not take the initiative? The longer we wait, the more passive we become. If another seductress appears, our position will be jeopardized. As she spoke, she clenched her delicate fists, declaring, a woman must be fierce to secure her standing. Moreover, Brother Fan is truly gentle. I adore him. Upon hearing this, Li Ruoyan fell silent. After a moment, she sighed again. Make sure to discuss this with Ru Yin later. She graciously took us in. This could be seen as encroaching upon her territory. Li Ruoxi stuck out her tongue, acknowledging the dilemma. After all, no woman would be magnanimous enough to share her man with another. At that moment, an alarm suddenly blared. Warning, an unidentified vessel is rapidly approaching. Please prepare for defense. It was the radar system issuing a warning. The sisters hurried into the observation room to check the radar screen. There, 3 luminous dots were swiftly advancing towards the Sea King, their speed surpassing that of the vessel itself. This is bad. It seems they are heading straight for us. Quickly, summon Chu Fan. Li Ruoxi shook her head. No, Brother Fan just want to train. He is unaware of the danger. In a rush, Li Ruoyan said, Then I will go and call Ru Yin and Barbara. You stay here and keep watch. Li Ruoxi nodded. All right, sister, go quickly. Although she had gained extraordinary abilities, she lacked combat experience, and it was impossible not to feel anxious. However, just as Li Ruoyan departed, waves suddenly erupted on the surface of the sea. Instantly, shadowy figures leapt from the water and landed on the deck. Li Ruoxi gasped, realizing that the Sea King was currently moving at full speed. And that was no small feat. What on earth were these creatures? At that moment, Li Ruoxi finally discerned the appearance of the intruders. On the deck stood 12 figures, all cloaked in grayish white, their features bizarre and unsettling. Before her stood 2 creatures adorned with elongated tentacles, accompanied by another pair brandishing sharp, pointed snouts, while the last 2 exhibited a mouthful of jagged teeth. It was the first time Li Ruoxi had encountered such monstrosities, leaving her momentarily paralyzed with fear. Was this still humanity? If Lu Rian and Barbara were present, they would undoubtedly recognize that the 2 toothy beings at the forefront were the sharkmen they had previously encountered. Ha ha ha! Who would have thought such a beautiful human girl would be here? exclaimed the leading shark man, his laughter as grating as it was mocking, as he appraised the tall and alluring figure of Lee Ruashi. The shark man behind him wore a knowing grin. One cannot deny that human girls are indeed lovely, far surpassing our shark women, and they are so tender and refreshing. Even if one tires of them, they can still serve as a meal. I've claimed this one for myself. The other shark man retorted, Humph, why should you get her? I want her too. Last time you took the lead. This time, it's my turn. What you had last time pales in comparison to this one. Just look at her figure, her face, and those legs. She's a true gem. The two of them unabashedly critiqued her, as if Lee Ruashi were merely a dish laid before them. However, by appearance, she indeed resembled an innocuous and delightful girl. At that moment, a fishman with an elongated snout behind the two sharkmen spoke up. Boss, didn't Etion say there are several beauties aboard this ship? Are you worried there won't be enough to go around? The eyes of the two sharkmen lit up at this remark. Good lad. I knew bringing you along was a wise decision. Thank you for the compliment, big brother. At long last, Lee Ruashi began to regain her composure. But upon overhearing their conversation, her anger surged. These vile creatures dared to covet her and her sisters. How audacious. Moreover, from their dialogue, it was evident they were cannibals. What are you? Why have you come aboard our ship? Leave at once. Lee Ruashi shouted, hands on her hips. The two leading sharkmen seemed to reach a consensus, and upon hearing her indignant outburst, they erupted into laughter. This little lady has quite a lovely voice. Come now, call us brother so we can hear. Indeed, it was remarkable. Chu Fan had an eye for enjoyment, as such a captivating creature graced the ship. What of enjoyment? Today, we are here to send him on his way. Their conversation was devoid of any pretense, and thus Lee Ruashi heard every word clearly. Upon realizing their intent to kill Chu Fan, her beautiful eyes turned icy. You dare to harm Brother Fan. You shall all perish. The dozen or so fishmen erupted into laughter at her words. Beautiful lady, how do you plan to deal with us? Will you bite us? In that moment, a surge of murderous intent ignited within Lee Ruashi, as if an innate instinct had awakened. The power of the divine fruit within her suddenly came to life. Although not yet empowered by any techniques, the extraordinary abilities inherent in the fruit abruptly manifested in Lee Ruashi's mind. She suddenly lifted her hands, forming a heart shape before her chest. Oh, beautiful lady, are you sending me a heart? Nonsense, it's clearly directed at me. How adorable. I absolutely adore it. I feel as if I'm in love. Over a dozen mermen collectively transformed into a comical sight, their eyes appearing to glaze over as they gazed at the charming, explosive girl before them. Meluo, 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 Meluo. Like a curse from a demon of the deep sea, Lee Ruashi's voice resonated with an invisible energy, racing toward the 12 mermen. The mermen, who had been laughing boisterously just a moment ago, suddenly found their laughter cut short. What on earth is happening? Why can't I move my feet? Why are my hands turned to stone? Chapter 95. The Battle Against the Fishmen Amidst the Tempestuous Seas. As several fishmen boarded the ship, Chu Fan was abruptly awakened by a warning from his wristband. Ceasing his meditation, he hurriedly exited the stormy waters. Upon descending from the third floor to the deck, he encountered Lu Ruyin and Barbara, who were anxiously trailing behind Li Ruoyin. The four of them had no time for words and quickly moved to stand behind Lee Ruashi. Ruashi